Upon his arrival in the abyss, Julian endeavored to embody the virtues of a benevolent demon, yet alas, he faltered. After his fall, Julian lamented, "It would have been far better to revel in the pleasures of debauchery." Chapter 1. Arrival in the Abyss. The Blood War plains, nestled between the abyss and hell, remain perpetually shrouded in a crimson haze. This battleground has witnessed countless cataclysmic clashes throughout the ages, the precise number of which is difficult to ascertain. However, every demon is acutely aware that it was within this ancient arena that the fates of innumerable demon lords were forged, leading to their rise and fall. Thus, the notion of exceptional individuals and auspicious locales has persisted through the ages to this moment. Julian, who should now be referred to as such, found himself dazedly trailing behind the commanding demon general as they embarked on a bloody campaign amidst the thrumming tide of demonic forces. Truth be told, Julian was utterly perplexed by the circumstances of his transmigration, unaware of how he had become an unfortunate little demon. Everything about his situation felt surreal, yet he deemed himself fortunate not to have been transformed into a mere worm as a flight of demon dragons soared through the sky. These formidable creatures birthed in the abyss, rivaling true dragons in combat prowess. However, compared to their majestic counterparts, the genetic stability of these demon dragons was questionable, resulting in a plethora of mutations. Though they belonged to the same species, their appearances varied drastically. The roar of dragons echoed, with serpentine forms spanning dozens of meters, unleashing blackened flames that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Julian shook his head in disappointment, wishing he could have been reborn as a dragon rather than a lowly demon. Perhaps it was the inadequacy of his soul that sealed his fate. Nonetheless, his spirit had not been warped into that of a true little demon, but a demon with the soul of a human. The term little demon may seem only a diminutive variation from great demon, yet the distinction is profound. One is utterly powerless, while the other remains equally impotent. In the abyss, little demons occupy the lowest echelons, mere cannon fodder, with worms not even qualifying as such. Amidst the turbulent currents, Julian felt akin to a wisp of fluff caught in the wind. Utterly powerless to steer his destiny or control his fate, he could only succumb to the whims of fate. Perhaps in the next instant, he might be obliterated by an unseen spell or crushed under the weight of an unknown beast. This sense of impending doom was unbearable. It was even possible for him to fall victim to friendly fire from his own kind. Such incidents were far too common. Though hostilities had yet to formally commence, many weak little demons had already perished in skirmishes. Most casualties were the result of friendly fire. At least one corpulent demon towering 3 to 4 meters had stealthily devoured several little demons. Demons are invariably obsessed with bloodshed. Reveling in chaos, violence is deeply rooted in their very essence. Their desires are unabashedly exposed. They consume when hungry, seize what pleases them, destroy what displeases them, and covet succubi with unrestrained lust. Is this really so exhilarating? Is this not a battlefield? How thrilling! Julian mused, attempting to find humor in the grim situation. Meanwhile, he observed with disdain a towering horned demon general on a nearby hill, cradling a voluptuous succubus in his arms, simultaneously engaging in physical exertion while barking orders at the demonic soldiers to advance. What a commendable officer, Julian thought, moved by the dedication displayed even amid such distractions. Suddenly, a peculiar long blade whistled through the air, piercing the skull of a nearby little demon, exiting through its ribsa. Sharp weapon indeed. Julian, in a state of alarm, swiftly maneuvered through the chaotic flow of demons, wielding his black iron spear to clear a path. Then, a commotion erupted ahead, resembling a wave of chaos as little demons began to squawk and many resorted to physical confrontation, clearly indicating that disorder had taken hold. What is the meaning of this? We haven't even reached the battlefield, and they're already fighting among themselves? Julian thought, exasperated, contemplating the futility of such antics. Could this ragtag assembly truly vanquish the demons of hell? Julian harbored no illusions. Even if these demons outnumbered their enemies tenfold, it would be of little consequence. Nevertheless, the demons seemed indifferent, as long as there was bloodshed and violence. Life and death were merely trivial matters, with victory or defeat left to fate. Yet Julian did not wish to surrender himself to such reckless abandon amidst the fleeting thrill of slaughter. Moreover, he did not find joy in mindless killing. After all, he was not a true harbinger of chaos. Standing on tiptoe atop a fallen little demon, he peered into the distance to observe the rising tumult. I could see appeared two frenzied demons that clashed. The reason unknown perhaps, it was merely sparked by a trivial remark like, "What are you staring at?" For these madmen were akin to firecrackers, perpetually driven by rage. The brawl soon drew in the surrounding onlookers, and the chaos escalated, with other demons seemingly eager to join the fray. At that moment, an enraged roar reverberated through the air, followed by the crack of a whip glistening with venom. The two frenzied demons, clad in armor-like skin, were struck brutally, howling in agony as they turned their furious gazes towards the whip-wielder, momentarily silenced. The horned general, who had previously stood atop the hill, arrived, one arm still embracing the succubus while the other wielded the whip, glaring fiercely and hurling curses. Laced with friendly language, the once volatile demons now cowered, clutching their heads, rolling on the ground in surrender. After what felt like an eternity, the horned general relented, asserting his dominance. With a flick of his whip, he dispatched a few remaining little demons still clinging on, before commanding his troops to advance. After a customary bout of chaos, the contingent of over 2,000 demons finally resumed their march. Julian recalled that this army had initially numbered over 3,000, and he let out a heavy sigh. Millions of demons congregated upon the eternal battlefield, as if the entire plain were engulfed in their presence, surrounded on all sides by a multitude of demons of every variety. Even among the same class of demons, vast differences in appearance prevailed. Beyond the more common and recognizable demons, there existed many strange and unnamed entities. In the skies above, winged demons, bat demons, giant winged demons, and bloodthirsty fiends soared in droves, alongside colossal demon dragons and the war fortresses of demon lords. Stationed in the in the blood-stained expanse above, colossal demon figures loomed like mountains, their infernal power resonating through the hearts of all below. Julian felt like a mere droplet in a vast river, utterly incapable of influencing his fate, awaiting the judgment of life and death. This feeling is truly unbearable. Julian cautiously navigated the peril surrounding him, casting his gaze towards the sky where the imposing demon figures cast their formidable shadows. One could easily take their place. Chapter 2. The simple magic wind. Speaking of the abyss of demons, it is indeed a wondrous place. A land where great heroes and spirits converge. The essence of magic flourishes, and the populace enjoys a simplicity that knows no bounds. The enchanting abyss of demons, a paradise beyond the mundane world, warmly welcomes your arrival. As the tide of magic surged forth, it appeared that our army of demons was fortunate to have arrived late. Not only did they miss the first wave of battle, but they could not even push their way into the central ranks, which was, in fact, good news for Julian. The war had been dragging on for quite some time, long enough for Julian to begin questioning whether they had come to fight at all. The rations provided to the demon army could be likened to swine feed, a compliment by comparison. Julian transitioned from initial resistance to relishing the food, even dismissing any unfortunate discoveries of fingers or teeth with indifference. The capacity of human acceptance is truly terrifying, Julian mused. Finding even the hooves of the succubi in the ranks to be rather appealing, he wondered if that counted as being barefoot. Meanwhile, the commanding horned demon general seemed dissatisfied with the prevailing calm, fervently yearning to charge into battle and sever the heads of those infernal creatures. However, there were too many demons brimming with martial fervor, and the high-ranking demon general above him did not secure a chance for combat either. As a result, the furious horned general often vented his ire by riding succubi or whipping other demons. Of course, as a lesser demon, Julian did not even qualify to be whipped. He remained cautious of his squad leader, a bronze-tier demon commanding a small group of 10 or so lesser demons. The universal hierarchy within the multiverse is essentially a categorization of life levels, ranging from black iron to bronze, silver, gold, and finally legendary tiers, leading up to the divine realm. The demon lords within the abyss are semi-divine beings, some even more formidable and independent, adopting titles like Duke or King. Above these demon lords are the demon gods, whose powers rival those of true deities. These demon gods govern the entire abyss, opposing the true gods of the celestial realm. The death gods of the underworld, the devils of hell, and the myriad beings of the material planes, making them the common enemy of the multiverse. Even among these demon gods, animosity exists. Yulian is but a pawn in this grand struggle, and he is particularly difficult for other races and factions to accept. Contemplating his bleak future, it seemed he could only tread the path of the villain. However, the primary condition for any path is survival. Only by living can one continue onward. Presently, Yulian's singular objective is to endure this bloody conflict. The crimson haze thickened, and on the other side of the blood-soaked plains, hundreds of thousands of devils were orderly resisting the chaotic assaults of the demon army from the obsidian-like fortress. Beneath the blood-stained skies, both sides' aerial forces engaged in a deadly struggle, with dismembered corpses occasionally plummeting to the ground, splattering into a gruesome mess. The devil's fortress relentlessly unleashed renowned artillery fire, decimating the weaker demons in the army. Perhaps those above the silver tier were lucky enough to survive such widespread bombardment. The demon army, unwilling to concede, continuously hurled various ranged attacks and spells against the fortress, resulting in numerous casualties on both sides every second. However, the fierce frontline battles held little significance for Yulian. As long as he remained unengaged in the fray, he was relatively safe. Yet, this did not guarantee absolute safety, as he was merely a black iron tier lesser demon, positioned at the very bottom of the demon army. A single misstep could spell disaster. For instance, several demon leaders, out of boredom, began wagering on lesser demons to fight each other. Although Yulian tried to hide within the throng, he was chosen by one ruffian and tossed into the arena. Grasping a rusted one-handed dagger from the ground, Yulian cast aside his trepidation and fixed his gaze on the small demon across from him, who wielded a bone club. In stark contrast to Yulian's silence, the opposing demon was baring its teeth, attempting to intimidate Yulian. This demon was of similar stature, around 1.30 meters, emaciated, with red skin and eyes, its face contorted into a menacing grimace. It bared its jagged teeth and emitted a cacophony of shrieks directed at Yulian. Naturally, Yulian felt fear. But at that moment, fear was futile. He could only fight with all his might. Fortunately, after enduring for so long, Yulian had gradually acclimated to the brutal rules of the abyss. The surrounding demons egged on the atmosphere with a barrage of curses, expressing their dissatisfaction at the two lesser demons for not engaging swiftly. Soon, various debris began raining down into the arena, some even striking Yulian's head. At that instant, the previously hesitant small demon seemed to seize its opportunity, howling as it charged forward, bone club raised high to strike Yulian. Despite being momentarily dazed by the impact of the dirt clod, Yulian was not significantly affected. Instead, the seemingly fearsome demon revealed itself to be filled with vulnerabilities. Yulian was not a master of combat, but he had to embody the role of a fighter at that moment. Lesser demons were notorious for bullying the weak. If one appeared frightened, they would become more brazen and ruthless. Conversely, as long as Yulian maintained his composure and courage, it would be the small demon who faltered. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Yulian surged forward just as the small demon lunged at him, suddenly unleashing a powerful thrust. Lowering his head, he dashed forward, gripping the hilt of his dagger with one hand and the back of the blade with the other. Instead of slashing, he thrust it towards the demon's heart, simultaneously roaring, "Kill!" The small demon, believing Yulian to be paralyzed by fear, braced itself, but it did not anticipate Yulian's sudden charge. With a shout, the small demon panicked, attempting to halt its swing and bring the bone club crashing down on Yulian's head. Alas, it was a moment too late. The blade pierced its chest, dark red blood seeping forth. Without hesitation, Yulian pressed forward, eyes wide in a furious roar, bearing down on the small demon. The dull blade, initially slowed by the tough skin of the demon, continued to penetrate deeper under the force of Yulian's weight. The small demon, in immense pain, stared wide-eyed as it weakly swung its bone club at Yulian's head, only for it to slip from its grasp and strike its own face instead. However, it could no longer utter a cry of pain. Chapter 3. A desperate struggle. Yulian, with a taut expression, straightened his posture and placed one foot upon the diminutive demon beneath him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he drew forth a one-handed blade. Though the edge bore numerous nicks and was stained with blood, its lethal aura remained undiminished. A subtle surge of magical energy coursed through his body. A boon from the abyss. Such acts of slaughter always come at a price, and countless formidable demons have risen through repeated acts of carnage. Yet, Yulian sensed something unusual. For reasons unknown, he felt an additional power, the essence of souls acquired through plunder, beyond that bestowed by the Abyss's will. Though this soul energy was feeble to demons, the value of a soul was certainly comparable to that of magical power, perhaps even more precious. Souls could be devoured to transform into pure magical energy, utilized to create subordinate demons or forge magical weaponry, proving far more practical than mere energy. Even if not immediately needed, soul crystals could be refined and stored, serving as a hard currency within the Abyss, far superior to any coin infused with magic. The surrounding demons roared in delight, indifferent to the outcome of the skirmish. Well, not entirely. Those who had lost their bets were cursing in anger. Yulian exhaled a breath of frustration, preparing to turn and depart when a clawed demon intercepted him. This bronze-tier demon towered over Yulian, a mere black iron-tier imp, and had undergone a mutation, far surpassing Yulian in strength. To demons, weakness was the gravest sin. Bullying the feeble was instinctive, and kindness was a laughable notion. Yulian recognized the peril he was in. A single misstep could lead to his demise. His corpse perhaps served as fodder for other indiscriminate demons or reduced to an unrecognizable slop, reviled by others as they consumed it. Struggling to rise, he hunched over, cautiously uttering flattery in the demon tongue, attempting to mask his imminent demise. A nearly expired imp held no value for survival. Its fate was to be dragged away and turned into slop. Fortunately, the demon's other inherent trait, overweening arrogance, was manifested in the clawed demon before him. The earlier fury from losing a wager had subsided. The clawed demon deemed Yulian sufficiently discerning, unworthy of a direct confrontation with a being of its stature. However, to spare Yulian entirely was contrary to demonic nature. The clawed demon swiftly turned and seized a wolf-like beast demon, hurling it into the arena. After a cacophony of sounds, Yulian understood he needed to slay another beast demon to secure a sliver of hope. Yet, after such a battle, would survival truly be possible? Meanwhile, several demon leaders resumed their betting, and the clawed demon hesitated before wagering on Yulian's defeat, perhaps believing Yulian, having fought already and received a kick, would stand no chance against the beast demon. Yet at that moment, Yulian was far more concerned with the beast demon that had been cast into the clearing, which had now lifted its head from the belly of the small demon Yulian had slain. Thick, foul-smelling blood dripped from the beast demon's fangs as its predatory gaze fixated on Yulian. This creature, possessing intellect akin to that of a small demon, let out a low growl, attempting to intimidate Yulian. Pain still throbbed in his chest, but he gritted his teeth and focused, gripping his weapon tightly. Eyes locked on the beast demon that resembled a wolf, yet was considerably larger. The beast demon growled and slowly approached, its eyes scrutinizing Yulian's throat while simultaneously wary of the one-handed blade he wielded. They drew nearer, halting at a distance that felt somewhat safe. Yulian, standing at barely 1.30 meters, had only the rusty blade, measuring a mere 70 centimeters, as his solitary advantage. As time dragged on, the impatient onlookers among the demons grew restless, and the leaders urged for action. Yet, with life at stake, neither Yulian nor the beast demon dared to act recklessly. Suddenly, the beast demon lunged forward, and Yulian, tense as a coiled spring, thrust his rusty blade towards the creature's approaching form. Alas, Yulian sensed something amiss the moment he struck. It was merely a feint. The beast demon halted mid-lunge, pausing momentarily before swiftly darting forward just as Yulian's blade was thrusting out. The beast's fangs, sharper than his rusty blade, aimed for Yulian's throat. Should they connect, his fate would be sealed. The pain in his left hand and forearm, pierced by the beast's fangs, was muted by his mind, driven solely by the desire to survive. As he was tackled to the ground, Yulian fiercely swung the hilt of his weapon against the beast demon's head. At that moment, the one-handed blade proved less effective than a dagger. While pinned to the ground, Yulian roared in defiance, using his legs to trap the beast firmly, preventing its escape. Should it launch another assault, he doubted his ability to withstand it. Life and death hung by a thread. Yulian relentlessly battered the beast's ear with the hilt. His left hand, caught in the beast's jaws, had lost all sensation, bones likely crushed, yet his forearm remained intact. Chapter 4. You wretched creature. The two adversaries grappled fiercely, entangled in a brutal and grotesque struggle. Yet, as Julian relentlessly struck, the beastly demon found itself unable to escape, its grip gradually loosening. In that moment, Julian was nearly driven to madness. He had battered the creature's skull until it bled profusely, but the beast still refused to relent. Discarding his rusted blade, Julian wrapped his right arm around the demon, leaning in to sink his teeth into its neck. The small demon's fangs, sharp like those of a carnivore, were not as long or lethal as those of the beast, but in his frenzied state, Julian paid no heed. He clung desperately to the creature, biting down fiercely, the acrid scent of its blood flooding his nostrils and mouth, oddly sweetening the experience. Eventually, the creature ceased its struggles. A surge of dark energy coursed through Julian as he absorbed a fragment of its soul. Though meager, it was a glimmer of life for him. Considering the beast was merely a low-tier demon of the black iron rank. Exhausted and in agony, Julian felt a flicker of hope igniting within him, but it was fleeting. The cacophony around him returned, accompanied by the furious curses of a clawed demon. The clawed demon, enraged at Julian's unexpected resurgence, felt humiliated. For this small demon had not succumbed as expected and had even caused him to lose money. In a fit of anger, he seized two nearby onlookers and hurled them into the fray, while ensuring that the injured Julian would not be permitted to join the skirmish, unless it was to meet his demise. Struggling to rise, Julian understood his grim reality. Though it was merely a case of collateral damage, his existence as a mere pawn meant he would pay for the clawed demon's displeasure with his life. Rage coursed through him. Having shed his cowardice in the face of death, he was now emboldened, facing the abyss with indifference. However, perhaps due to his grievous injuries or sheer exhaustion, Julian could only manage to sit upright. His left hand was mangled beyond recognition, twisted and shattered, dark crimson blood dripping incessantly, while his body bore numerous claw marks, rendering him a pitiful sight. No longer attempting to rise, Julian chose to ignore the two grinning demons approaching him. Instead, he extended his relatively intact right hand toward the clawed demon, palm upward, fingers curled inward, save for his middle finger, which stood defiantly erect. Curse you. Although the clawed demon was oblivious to the gesture's meaning from another realm, any creature with a semblance of intelligence would grasp that this was an insult. The already furious demon let out a menacing laugh. Such audacity was rare in a small demon. He stepped forward, resolved to teach Julian the true meaning of cruelty. Just as Julian had finished his brief display of defiance and prepared to fight with all his might, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through him, propelling him backward before his brain could process the command. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, dust and debris flying in all directions. Screams piercing the air as a violent gust of wind swept Julian off his feet. Moments later, as he struggled to lift his head, he beheld a massive demon dragon, approximately 30 meters in length, writhing in agony, exhaling black flames that ignited the unfortunate demons nearby, transforming them into blazing torches. The lower-tier demons fled in a frenzied panic. Perched atop the dragon was an imposing figure wielding a colossal sword, driven deep into the creature's spine, its immense wings unfurled, ablaze with ghostly azure flames. A hellish forger? Julian gasped in astonishment, and just as he contemplated fleeing, the pain coursing through his body rendered him incapable of movement. He lowered his head, praying that the titans clashing above would spare him from collateral damage. It turned out that when the demon army faltered, the devils seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, striking at the critical juncture between the retreating and advancing forces. The disarray among the already chaotic demon ranks was palpable, and the devils' surprise onslaught overwhelmed them. The elite devils in the sky also retaliated, with the legendary hellish forger overpowering the legendary demon dragon, swiftly determining the victor. As predicted, the forger soon severed the dragon's head and quickly extracted its heart, rising into the air with the dragon's head and heart in tow. The decapitated dragon thrashed on the ground, its vibrant, molten blood pooling around it. Julian felt an invisible force pulling a fragment of soul power into his being. Though it was but a sliver, its quality was extraordinary, enabling Julian's demonic form to undergo rapid restoration. Alas, as the dragon was not his kill, he received no boon from its power, and only a minuscule portion of the dissipated soul energy was absorbed. As Julian attempted to rise and approach the dragon's corpse for further gain, another dragon of similar length soared overhead, roaring in fury and unleashing flames. prompting Yulian to hastily drop to the ground, feigning death. Fortunately, the dragon paid no mind to him, and after a brief fit of rage, it seized the fallen dragon's carcass and took flight, growling in a deep, resonant voice. Yulian shook his head in regret. The dragon was a treasure trove. Had he consumed more of its flesh, he might have advanced in power. Struggling to stand, he reflected that when celestial beings clash, it is often the mortals who suffer. This held true even among demons. In the wake of the brief but violent confrontation, over 100 of the 2,000 demons present lay dead or wounded, while the remainder scattered in disarray, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Limping towards the shallow pool of dragon blood, Yulian hesitated momentarily before scooping up a handful and taking a sip. It was clean and wholesome. The lingering heat scorched his throat and stomach, as if they were being melted away, yet it was followed by a surge of strength, painful yet invigorating. Yulian rolled into the muddy pool of dragon blood, relishing in the pleasure of a dragon's bloodbath. Regrettably, the optimal effects of bathing in dragon's blood occur at the moment of slaying the beast. The molten blood, akin to lava, could grant one profound evolution and even awaken unique abilities. However, at this juncture, the dragon's blood had lost much of its potency, offering limited enhancement to Yulian's form. Chapter 5. High above as Yulian emerged from the now completely ineffective dragon blood quagmire, feeling a slight enhancement in his physical strength, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar half-struggling body. It was none other than the malicious claw demon who had sought to teach Yulian the meaning of cruelty. A ruthless smile crept across Yulian's face, adding a layer of savagery to his previously disheveled appearance. He picked up a black iron short sword from the ground and approached the claw demon. The lower half of its demonic form had vanished, leaving Yulian wondering where it had gone. The upper half seemed to have been singed by a splash of dragon fire, although it had merely been grazed. One shoulder and an arm appeared as if they had melted like wax. To Yulian's astonishment, the demon was still alive. With a malicious glint in his eyes, Yulian scrutinized the claw demon, then pressed the tip of the short sword against its neck. The grotesque and wretched creature attempted to utter a curse, but only a mouthful of black blood spilled forth. Yulian let out a cold, mocking laugh. Then, with a sinister grin, he grasped the demon's head and thrust the sword into the space between its neck, simultaneously stepping on the only intact claw that attempted to struggle. With all his might, he twisted the short sword, nearly exhausting himself to sever the demon's head. Blood splattered, coating Yulian's right hand and the sword. Yulian gently closed his eyes, feeling the surge of magical energy and soul power flooding into his body. His injuries healed more rapidly, but perhaps due to the severity of his previous wounds and the depletion of his magic, he was unable to directly ascend to the bronze tier. However, he sensed that it would not be long before he could achieve that elevation. Although both black iron and bronze were merely low-tier demons, they represented a significant increase in survivability. For low-tier demons, even the slightest enhancement in power was a boon. Now was not the time to hesitate. System, are you there? System princess? System brother? Little system? Little ruler? System baby? Ruler baby? Just make a sound if you're here. Frustration bubbled within Yulian as he remained concealed in a shallow pit, weary and discontented. The notion that he had traversed realms without receiving a system felt exceedingly parsimonious. He seethed at the thought of other fortunate transmigrators, many of whom had not one, but multiple systems at their disposal, switching between them at will. And yet, he was left with nothing. Regardless of their utility, even a frivolous system merely capable of banter would have sufficed to alleviate his solitude. Ideally, it would adopt a sultry or a wife-like tone, or even a cute lowly voice would be welcome. Yet, there was nothing. This was utterly intolerable, and there was no avenue for complaint regarding such poor service. As a lowly demon in the abyss, Yulian was akin to a weed, his kind abundant, and serving primarily as cannon fodder. In the ranks of the demon army, they were often tasked with bolstering numbers, filling ditches, and providing sustenance. The black iron demons were predominantly minor demons, alongside some beastly and insectoid forms, yet none outnumbered the small demons, rendering them synonymous with expendable fodder. In simple terms, there were weak small black iron demons, ordinary small black iron demons, and strong small black iron demons, with most other demons having ascended from their ranks. Currently, Yulian was a strong small demon. Despite his short stature, he possessed considerable strength, capable of holding his own against seasoned soldiers in the human realm, where martial virtues still flourished. In the pit, Julian found himself in a daze, his body marred with bloodstains. He had narrowly escaped death when a small pack of demonized wild dogs had attacked him, but after a fierce struggle, he had emerged victorious, which meant he had survived. Though he had been transmogrified into an ugly little demon, he did not seek death. In his past life, he had been an ordinary young man, accustomed to the mundane, even as he had daydreamed of countless possibilities online. Yet, when faced with the reality of his situation, he felt not only confusion and uncertainty, but also a primal instinct for survival. Ultimately, the desire to live, even in a miserable state, surged within him. However, merely existing in such a pitiful manner left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. His previous life, though plain, had been stable and worry-free, devoid of the precariousness he now faced, akin to living like a rat. Surely, such a potential existence should not be squandered. Julian resolved to seize this opportunity. He did not wish to remain a mere rat-like demon. He aspired to become a formidable demon, not just a formidable demon. Step 1. Survive. Step 2. Grow stronger. Step 3. Julian hesitated, the image of colossal demonic figures looming in his mind. Step 3 was to rise high above, to rise high above in the earthy, odorous cavern. Julian curled up, gnawing on raw flesh while envisioning his future. He would become that exalted demon god, and in due time, he would erect a grand palace, the palace of the demon emperor, more splendid than the realms of the gods, gathering all the beauties of heaven and earth, ensuring even the maidens washing his feet would be goddesses, true goddesses. He yearned for all to bow before him, to tremble in fear, not just humans, but gods, demons, and all other beings would be compelled to respect and dread him. Chapter 6. The mysterious demon eye in the depths of the cavern. Julian's skin bore a dark crimson hue, its texture as coarse as leather, marred by twisting scars that amplified his disheveled appearance. His form was somewhat hunched, adorned with two short, brownish-black horns atop his head, while his back sported two diminutive, ineffective wings, accompanied by a slender tail bearing a few prickles. His visage defied description. Though he lacked a mirror, the tactile impressions he gleaned suggested he was perhaps even less fearsome than a villain, more akin to a grotesque goblin. Alas, if only he possessed strength to match such a visage, he might have traversed the abyss with confidence. Yet, how could a mere minor demon aspire to power? The flesh of the infernal hound was surprisingly palatable, and Julian mused that if it could be roasted, it would be even more delectable. While he had acclimated to consuming raw meat, it did not imply he relished it. Regrettably, the conditions did not permit a fire, leaving him to make do with his current predicament. After his modest meal, Julian set about organizing his meager equipment, a short spear in hand, a dagger at his side, and a dilapidated hand crossbow with a dozen bolts, stolen from a chaotic encampment. This should suffice for a restful night, he murmured, propping the spear with its blade directed toward the cave entrance, curling up with the dagger in hand, using his backpack as a makeshift pillow, and succumbing to a light slumber. In a state between wakefulness and dreams, Julian perceived a faint sound that gradually intensified, imbued with chaos and fury, akin to a battle cry or a roar. It seemed to conjure boundless storms of lightning and flames, enveloping his vision in an overwhelming tempest of destruction, as if time and space itself were being shattered. Ultimately, this cataclysmic force coalesced into a mysterious, enigmatic demon eye, radiating an immense aura of dread that seized his very soul with terror. Awakening abruptly, Julian found his mind enveloped in a foggy haze, as though he had glimpsed and heard something profound, yet could not grasp the specifics. Unbeknownst to him, a dark, golden demon eye, interwoven with lightning and fire, was gradually closing upon his forehead, as if it had never existed. Despite his dazed mind, his body thrummed with vitality. The wounds inflicted by the demonic hounds began to heal. Even his own vitality surged with vigor. After a brief moment of stupor, Julian gradually regained his senses, retrieved his spear, and cautiously emerged from the cave, surveying his surroundings. Finding no immediate danger, he shook off the insects clinging to him and set forth on his journey. After a considerable time, Julian's only finds were a few mildly toxic wild fruits. He chanced upon a clearing where a dragon-like beast circled overhead, resembling a dragon with perhaps a trace of draconic blood. His keen instincts saved him once more, sensing imminent danger. Julian wasted no time in diving behind a pile of uneven stones, evading the beast's initial strike. Discarding his spear, He rolled and crawled into a crevice within the stone heap, narrowly escaping the dragon's grasp. In a fit of anger, the dragon beast shattered some stones in frustration before ultimately abandoning the pursuit. After a lengthy period of anxious waiting, Yulian cautiously emerged from his refuge, confirming that the silver-tiered dragon had departed. He consumed a few wild fruits, feeling a slight cramp in his stomach, which twisted his face momentarily before subsiding. Oddly, he sensed a marginal increase in his resistance to toxins. A subtle dizziness enveloped him, reminiscent of the effects of alcohol. He mused that perhaps he should have foraged more. After some time, he detected a faint scent of water. Relying on his acute sense of smell, he located a drinkable oasis not long after, and soon stumbled upon a larger water source, likely a small lake. However, upon reaching this area, Yulian grew more vigilant. Bodies of water often attracted danger. Whether herbivorous or carnivorous, even demonic entities drawn by the promise of prey. After extensive observation, he ascertained that the vicinity was relatively safe and cautiously approached the lake's edge. The ground near the water was damp, adorned with low shrubs and scattered tall trees that bore no semblance of beauty, embodying the malevolent characteristics of the abyss itself. Numerous footprints marred the ground near the lake, and in the distance, he spotted cautious wild beasts surveying the area, both herbivores and carnivores, acutely aware of their surroundings. For in the abyss, predators could easily become prey. However, the presence of wildlife indicated that the lake water was likely safe for consumption, and the presence of ordinary beasts suggested that the threats here were not overwhelmingly dire. Suddenly, Yulian's instincts alerted him, prompting him to crouch behind a nearby thicket. Shortly thereafter, 3 diminutive goblin-like figures cautiously traversed from a distance. Their emaciated and filthy bodies bore a reptilian quality, exuding an unshakable damp odor. Their heads resembled canine features. Though they bore a closer likeness to lizards, it was said they were called dog-headed due to their barking sounds. Yulian had heard that goblin flesh was quite palatable, though he had not yet tasted it himself. These creatures, akin to minor demons, resided at the bottom tier of the abyss, yet they were not indigenous, belonging instead to an external underclass. Yulian hid within the thicket, observing as the goblins halted, their expressions shifting to one of caution as they sniffed the air, seemingly sensing something amiss in their surroundings. Chapter 7. The fisherman in a swift motion. Yulian, who believed firmly in the principle of striking first, unleashed a deadly bolt from his light crossbow. Given the short distance, the bolt accurately pierced the chest of a dog-headed creature wielding a short sword and a wooden shield, eliciting a piercing howl. Although Yulian had aimed for its neck, the outcome was what mattered most. He had struck true. He then set aside the crossbow, grasped his short spear, and, bending slightly, dashed forward. The dog-headed creature, struck in the chest, fell to the ground but did not immediately succumb. It writhed in panic. The other 2 dog-headed beings displayed expressions of shock and fear. Just as one of them raised a rusted iron-headed spear, Yulian lunged forward, piercing its chest. Despite the creature's scaly hide, akin to thin leather armor, it could not withstand the force of Yulian's charge with the heavy black iron spear. With both hands gripping the spear, Yulian let out a fierce cry as he thrust the impaled dog-headed creature towards the third one, who was armed with a bow. Unexpectedly, a massive lynx, nearly 2 meters in length and resembling a large leopard, leapt down from the branches, effortlessly pouncing on the bow-wielding creature. The dog-headed being emitted a few pitiful cries before falling silent. Yulian extracted his spear from the still struggling creature and, bloodied as it was, kept his gaze fixed on the lynx, emitting a low growl. The lynx lowered its body, its amber eyes locking onto Yulian's. For a tense moment, they engaged in a silent standoff, until Yulian, slowly advancing with his spear raised, caused the lynx to hesitate. Eventually, it retreated, still clutching its prey, and vanished into the underbrush. Letting out a long sigh, Yulian surveyed his surroundings. The dog-headed creature he had pierced had breathed its last, while the one struck by the crossbow bolt was still attempting to crawl towards the bushes. Yulian stepped forward, placing a foot on its back, and raised his spear. Amidst its whimpering pleas for mercy, he struck down, and after a brief convulsion, the creature ceased to live. Alas, all beings suffer, and the abyss suffers even more. I am merely liberating you, Yulian murmured hypocritically before turning to collect his spoils. Aside from some dark, leathery jerky and wrinkled fruits, he acquired a rusted short sword, a rough wooden shield, a crooked iron-headed spear, and a handful of demon copper coins, along with a few attractive stones. He twisted the spearhead off the crooked shaft and discarded the latter, testing the short sword in hand. Shaking his head, he concluded it was inferior to his black iron sword, yet he decided to keep it as a backup weapon. Pulling at the rough, short bow, Yulian felt that if he exerted himself fully, he could easily snap it. The arrows were made of bone and stone, indicating that his recent skirmish had yielded little in terms of valuable loot. The demon copper coins were likely minted by some demon lord, possessing some value even if they did not qualify as hard currency in the Abyss. The most robust currency there comprised soul crystals, or soul coins forged from souls, akin to the difference between gold ingots and gold coins. Many demons of silver rank and above wielded spells that drained the power of deceased souls. However, such spells required focus and were impractical in battle, leading to the popularity of magical devices or weapons that could autonomously absorb dissipating souls, allowing one to slay and harvest soul power simultaneously. Next in line were the demon coins imbued with magic, followed by the demon silver and copper coins crafted by various demon lords, each varying in value and serving as the primary medium of trade in the Abyss. With his spoils secured, Yulian continued to explore the lakeside, this time with heightened caution, especially keeping an eye on the trees to avoid another surprise attack from a lynx. Not far from the lake's edge, he spotted a bizarre creature voraciously gnawing on a cluster of dark green thorns. This creature boasted four dark, branching horns that entirely covered its head, reminiscent of a reindeer's antlers, while its body resembled a wild bison from his former life. Its spine arched high with a row of long spikes. What astonished Yulian further was a gem-like object adorning the creature's nostrils. His eyes widened. Could this be the fabled magic crystal or core? Though tempted to capture the strange beast, Yulian estimated its length at over 3 meters, suggesting it was a bronze tier. Superior beast, beyond his capability to confront. If only he had a heavy crossbow, or better yet, a firearm. No, he chided himself, shaking off such fanciful thoughts. Hiding in the underbrush, he patiently awaited the chaos of the Abyss, hoping for an opportunity. After a long wait, just as Yulian began to lose hope of playing the fisherman, a twist of fate unfolded. The long-horned creature suddenly lifted its head, gazing warily into the lake. Its eyes a mixture of tension and hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the previously tranquil lake erupted as a 6-legged beast, resembling both a crocodile and a lizard, burst forth from the water, skimming the ground at astonishing speed, covering a distance of several meters in an instant, accompanied by the enraged bellow of the bizarre creature. The beast's massive jaws clamped down on its neck, its sharp fangs sinking deep into the thick hide. Its powerful forelimbs gripped the creature's upper body, while its hind legs strained to drag it into the depths. The strange beast did not perish immediately. Rather, it struggled in furious panic. The gem on its nostrils glimmered, and the 4 massive horns crackled with a blue electricity, discharging lightning toward the assailant. The beast was scorched, yet it did not relent, intensifying its grip as blood flowed from the creature's neck. Yulian frowned at the scene, realizing that he was no match for either combatant. The 6-legged beast was gradually pulling the long-horned creature into the water, blood gushing like a fountain from its neck, accompanied by scattered teeth. Witnessing the creature's struggles grow weaker, Yulian felt a gnawing agitation, akin to the sensation of having suffered a significant loss. Chapter 8. My bull's head. As Yulian was lost in his thoughts, a sudden shadow swept by, causing him to shiver. Without a moment to ponder, he quickly concealed himself within the thicket. However, danger did not immediately befall him. Peering through the foliage, he observed a rather massive figure descending from the sky, crashing violently onto the 2 beasts engaged in combat. Upon closer inspection, Yulian realized it was yet another dragon beast, resembling the one that had nearly captured him earlier, but slightly larger in size. Its wingspan extended approximately 10 meters, while its length from head to tail was around 7 to 8 meters. The powerful hind claws grasped the monstrous bull and the 6-legged creature, while the forelimbs, connected by membranous wings, flapped vigorously, seemingly attempting to lift both beasts away. The monstrous bull, already injured, was left gasping for breath after the dragon beast's fierce strike, rendering it unable to resist any further. In contrast, the 6-legged creature still had some strength to struggle, though it was unclear whether its greed or entrapment was to blame. As it clung desperately to the bull, refusing to let go, the dragon beast, insatiably greedy, was unwilling to relinquish its 2 soon-to-be prey. It lowered its head and attempted to bite at the six-legged creature several times. Yet perhaps due to the thick scales on its back and the dragon beast's not-so-formidable bite, it could not incapacitate the creature despite its repeated efforts. Ultimately, the dragon beast altered its strategy, roaring as it strived to hoist both hefty prey into the sky. Yulian watched the fierce struggle with mounting anxiety. Were it not for his lack of strength, he would have charged in with spear in hand, eager to slay the three magical beasts ranging from bronze to silver rank. Fortunately, Yulian's rationality prevailed. Otherwise, the dragon beast would have expended some effort to consume a small demon, perhaps even deeming it unpalatable. No sooner had Yulian's impatience reached its peak than he heard the dragon beast's furious roar, followed by a violent gust of wind that lifted both substantial creatures off the ground, swaying them as they ascended into the sky. Yulian craned his neck, his eyes fixated on the dragon beast, and as it carried its prey to a height of several dozen meters, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. To carry two at once, it seemed, was no concern for weariness. Frustrated, Yulian scrambled out of the thicket, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. This was futile. He could not play the fisherman in this scenario. Suddenly, a dull thud startled him. When he turned to look, he saw the nearby forest erupting in chaos, insects, birds, beasts, and various other bizarre creatures bursting forth. The dragon beast, meanwhile, descended slowly, having intended to drop its two captured prey to their demise. An idea struck Yulian, prompting him to lower his head and dart into the small grove. The task of scavenging proved to be less daunting than fishing, and with a hearty appetite, he was willing to consume whatever was available, be it soft or hard, leftovers or fresh. As he cautiously navigated through the trees, he discovered the dragon beast had already begun its feast, first devouring the shattered remains of the monstrous bull, while the carcass of the six-legged beast lay nearby. Yulian scanned the area, realizing the bull's head was missing. Where was the bull's head? A spark of opportunity ignited within him. Fortune favored the bold, and even in death, one must first satisfy their hunger. Crouching low, Yulian began searching for the severed bull's head, all the while remaining vigilant against potential attacks from other unruly creatures. Fortune smiled upon him after a considerable time, for he eventually found it. At that moment, the dragon beast had finished consuming the tender flesh of the bull and was now tearing into the chest and abdomen of the six-legged creature. However, to Yulian's surprise, he was not alone in his pursuit. Two goblin-like dog-headed creatures had emerged from nowhere, eager to partake in the spoils. Witnessing the theft of what he believed was rightfully his, Yulian was consumed by rage and loosed an arrow from his makeshift crossbow. Alas, it missed. In his excitement, Yulian had failed to aim carefully. The poorly crafted weapon proved no more precise than a common bow, and in the dense underbrush, it was unsurprising that it went astray. Nonetheless, the startled dog-headed creatures clutched the bull's head tightly and attempted to flee. Yulian could not allow these thieves to escape. Brandishing his short spear, he swiftly advanced towards the two dog-headed beings, fortunate that their diminutive stature and lack of strength meant they struggled to carry the bull's head, slowing their escape. "Release my bull's head," Yulian shouted, yet his call did little to deter them. Instead, they hastened their flight, only to falter in their panic. In a moment of chaos, the creature in front stumbled, causing both to tumble to the ground, the bloodied bull's head rolling away. With a fierce battle cry, Yulian surged forward like a legendary warrior, brandishing his spear with ferocity, and struck the dog-headed creature that had just regained its footing, piercing its abdomen. The creature emitted a sound akin to a mournful howl, but Yulian paid it no mind. As long as it remained alive, he could finish the job. Withdrawing his spear, he stepped upon the creature's head, aiming for its neck, and thrust again. Turning his gaze to the other dog-headed creature, he saw it trembling, brandishing a crude copper sword as it emitted pitiful whines that grated on Yulian's nerves. He swung his spear in a few threatening arcs, glaring fiercely, and took 2 steps forward, causing the creature to stumble backward in fear, dropping its weapon. Yulian contemptuously approached and seized the copper sword, while the creature immediately knelt, clasping its paws together in a gesture of supplication. This display was a universal sign of surrender. Surely no one would interpret it as a provocation. Shaking his head, Yulian momentarily disregarded the dog-headed creature, instead focusing on the bull's head. He located its front side and gazed at the gem embedded in its nostrils, stained with blood and dirt. Unsure whether to call it a magical crystal, he concluded it mattered little as long as it was valuable. With considerable effort, He used his dagger to detach the gem and tucked it away, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just as he turned to the kneeling dog-headed creature and kicked it lightly, a tremendous shadow loomed overhead. It was the dragon beast returning. Chapter 9. Secondary Development. The draconic beast, with its amber eyes, cast a perplexed glance at Yulian and the dog-headed creature, before shifting its gaze to the fallen bull-headed figure on the ground. In an instant, fury ignited within it, as it evidently recognized the presence of thieves. Although Yulian was convinced that he was not allied with the dog-headed creature, having no involvement in the theft, merely a bystander who had intended to pilfer but had yet to act, the enraged dragon beast was in no mood for explanations. With remarkable agility, Yulian chose to ignore the paralyzed dog-headed creature in fear and executed a graceful roll to the side. The force of the dragon beast's charge was not something a mere kicked dog-headed creature could withstand. In its wrath, the dragon beast clamped down on the howling creature, its jaws crushing it, leaving its head dangling from the dragon's maw, while blood and shattered flesh erupted in all directions, painting a gruesome scene. Debris and dirt were flung into the air by the dragon's assault, but the nimble Yulian managed to evade this ferocious attack through a series of deft movements. He hurled a spear at the dragon beast in a moment of desperation and then fled in a frenzy. Utilizing his small stature and agility, Yulian darted between trees, bushes, and rocks, narrowly avoiding the dragon's gaping jaws, wings, and tail. Fortuitously, the dense forest provided ample cover, with towering trees that offered refuge, and amidst his frantic escape, a magical vine-covered tree ensnared the rampaging dragon. It is often said that dragons are not only proud and arrogant, but also possess a vengeful nature. Yulian mused to himself that all he had done was retrieve a battered bull's head from the dog-headed creature and casually extract the magical crystal atop it. Who would have thought it would incite such fury? Seeing the dragon feast with such delight, Yulian had assumed it was no longer of interest. While grappling with his racing heart, Yulian seized the opportunity presented by the dragon's entanglement with the magical vines, limping away as best he could. His uneven gait was due to the myriad traps hidden within the forest that had ensnared him during his desperate flight. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled into a concealed pit where a serpent lay in ambush. Yulian inadvertently stepped upon it and received a bite. Without pausing to ascertain whether it was venomous, he swiftly severed the snake with his short sword and continued his frantic escape, clutching the severed head. It must be a poisonous snake, Yulian concluded, feeling increasingly drained. What to do now? He lamented the fact that he was still young and had yet to explore the vast and enchanting lands of the abyss. To perish now would be utterly unjust. He pondered whether death would lead him to another dimension as his consciousness began to wane. With a heavy heart, he crawled into a narrow crevice, disregarding any potential dangers within. Not long after he squeezed into the tight space, Yulian collapsed to the ground, utterly fatigued. He strained to extract the magical crystal he had fought tooth and nail to acquire, uncertain of its worth or how to utilize it. With a resigned sigh, he shoved the crystal into his mouth, opting for consumption as a means of resolution. Alas, the crystal was rather large, and without water, it was difficult to swallow, inducing a wave of nausea. As his consciousness faded, everything around him dissolved into darkness. Time passed, though Yulian could not discern its passage. Gradually, he regained awareness, though his body remained immobile, akin to the sensation of being pinned down. Half awake and bewildered, he struggled for control over his movements. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a dark golden magical eye manifested in his awareness, adorned with intricate and bizarre patterns. Despite its eerie appearance, it exuded an oddly lifeless aura, reminiscent of a dead fish's gaze. What was this eye, and what did it intend? As Yulian's apprehension grew, the magical eye suddenly flickered to life, dark magical light emanating from it, followed by a brilliant blue lightning bolt that surged from the eye to strike Yulian. Was this ominous eye merely here to zap me? His consciousness once again plunged into chaos. A sudden scream escaped his lips as he instinctively attempted to rise, only to strike his forehead against the ground. Moments later, clarity returned, and he realized he had regained control over his body, though the confines of the crevice were so narrow that even turning over proved challenging. Wait, was it this cramped when I entered? Yulian muttered in confusion, glancing around the tight tunnel, which seemed to stretch deep into darkness. Shaking his head, he felt no urge to explore further. The brush with death had instilled within him a profound desire to cherish life. Life as a magical being was not without its merits, If he could not be a victor in human terms, being a champion of the magical realm would suffice. Suddenly, he noticed the sky above him appeared ominous, as if the end of days had arrived. If memory served him correctly, the sky in this layer of the abyss had always been gloomy and dark, with daylight offering only a fleeting glimmer before plunging back into shadow. The transitions between day and night were erratic, perhaps allowing for 8 meals and 2 naps to constitute a single day. Or maybe a single trip to relieve himself could mark the passage of time. Ultimately, the date of one's birthday and age was determined solely by personal whim. Upon further reflection, Yulian realized he had little choice. There was no food within this wretched hole, and while hiding might suffice for a short while, it was unsustainable in the long term. He could not allow himself to starve into immobility before attempting to hunt. Who knew what the ominous red clouds heralded? At the cave's entrance, Yulian discovered the backpack he had discarded in his dazed state while attempting to enter the pit. To his relief, he noticed he had grown significantly taller, now nearing a height of nearly 4 feet. No wonder his leather armor felt a bit snug. It turned out he had undergone a second growth spurt. Upon examining himself closely, he confirmed that he appeared to have enlarged considerably. Chapter 10. The Demon Camp. As Yulian approached a height of 1.8 meters, he felt a surge of hope for the future. Though he couldn't help but wonder how his appearance compared to that of a handsome figure, hoping he would not end up resembling Gul'dan. Subtle, eerie azure patterns had begun to adorn his dark red skin, and to his astonishment, he had somehow ascended to the bronze rank while unconscious. However, despite this advancement, he had not undergone any evolution and still maintained the appearance of a lesser demon. Was this his default form? Tentatively, Yulian extended a finger, and with a flicker of thought, a cacophony of crackles erupted, followed by a flash of brilliant white electricity that struck a nearby rock. The stone erupted with a network of charred cracks. To his delight, he realized he had acquired an electric shock ability. It was unexpected to awaken with a new spell. However, he soon discovered another newfound power as a fiery orange flame ignited from his hand. As he focused his intent and channeled his mana, it coalesced into a small fireball, unlike the electric skill, which seemed to stem from an unknown source. This flame appeared to originate from the bloodline of the lesser demon. The origin of the electric shock ability remained unclear to Yulian, whether it was due to the magical crystal or the large eye he had encountered, or perhaps both were involved. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking a small creature resembling a cross between a deer and a goat in the hindquarters. Startled by the attack, the creature leaped in panic, attempting to flee. Yulian, concealed in the shadows, sprang into action, pursuing it, though the crude wooden crossbow had proven woefully inaccurate. Mere moments later, he witnessed the creature being pierced in the neck by a trio of sudden spears, writhing in agony before succumbing to its wounds. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Yulian instinctively prepared to retreat, but it was too late. Halt! A malicious voice echoed in the demonic tongue. Despite the speaker's awkward accent, Yulian comprehended the command instantly. He feigned ignorance in his attempt to escape, but a spear narrowly grazed his scalp, forcing him to a standstill. With his hands raised high, Yulian cautiously turned around to face a towering demon clad in heavy armor, accompanied by a dozen lesser demons. The imposing figure was a silver-ranked butcher demon, a brutish humanoid known for its violent temperament and strength in melee combat. The demon's face was twisted with brutality, its black steel armor menacing, wielding a heavy fork, and a pouch filled with spears hung from its waist. "You coward!" the butcher demon accused, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon Yulian. Yet it restrained itself from striking. Recognizing the value of the bronze-ranked lesser demon before it, Yulian shook off the haze of hatred clouding his mind and stood, responding in accordance with the demon's assertion. "Yes, I am a coward. Very well. I, Lord Benji, graciously forgive you." The demon named Benji nodded in satisfaction before fastening a rope around Yulian's neck. At that moment, Yulian noticed that only 5 of the lesser demons following Benji were unrestrained, while the others were bound by similar ropes. Yulian's belongings were seized by 2 of the lesser demons, who carelessly tore open his pack, claiming what they fancied and discarding the rest. Yulian bowed his head, suppressing the rising tide of murderous intent. The tightening rope around his neck forced him to follow Benji and the other lesser demons, unaware of their destination. As Yulian accompanied Benji's group, they encountered various demons, all of whom were conscripted into Benji's ranks. Those who resisted were swiftly dispatched. By the time they reached a camp, Benji's entourage had swelled to include several captured lesser demons. Besides Yulian, who was of bronze rank. There was also a claw demon and a savage demon, both subdued by Benji's brute force. The claw demon was named for its formidable claws, while its robust hind limbs and thick hide resembled armor. The savage demon, a particularly corpulent humanoid, bore a fearsome visage reminiscent of ogres, adorned with a shell akin to black iron forged from magma, and wielding heavy weaponry. The camp was a chaotic assembly of diverse demons, including many not originally demonic but rather corrupted creatures from outside the abyss, tainted by its influence. Among the grotesque inhabitants, the most captivating were the seductive succubi, who, clad in rags, danced provocatively atop a platform, surrounded by demons entranced by desire, gasping and roaring in fervor. Yulian watched in astonishment, pondering if this was akin to a demon nightclub. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his neck. He had become so engrossed in the spectacle that he had forgotten to move. Benji, wielding a whip, struck those who had lingered too long, cursing them as he drove them away. Yet, as he departed, Benji cast lingering glances at the stage, muttering crude and lewd phrases from the abyss. The camp was a disordered mess, littered with debris and filth, and the air was thick with the sounds of moans and grunts echoing from the corners, indicating that some succubi were conducting their trade. It remained unclear whether they were operating as independent contractors or part of a regulated establishment, and one could only speculate about the state of their health, given the demon's resilience to ailments that would plague mortals. Chapter 11. Conquest of the Realms in Julian's mind. A whirlwind of disjointed thoughts swirled as the procession advanced. Ahead, a diminutive demon, perhaps distracted by a scene far too stimulating for its juvenile sensibilities, inadvertently collided with a towering brute demon. Apologies were futile, particularly for a demon of the golden tier, as the arrogant brute lord effortlessly swatted the little demon's head away. Yet, this misfortune inadvertently liberated the small demon. With its head gone, the noose around its neck was also loosened. This incident served as a stark reminder for Yulian that neglecting one's surroundings could pose a lethal threat. Moreover, the age-old adage that a lustful thought is akin to a blade resonated deeply. Yulian had now witnessed its truth for the second time. Following this, the unfortunate Benji, who had just received a resounding slap to the face, dutifully apologized to the brute and offered the small demon's corpse to a three-headed hellhound under the brute's command, displaying none of the prior arrogance. Once the brute had moved on, Benji spat blood onto the ground, muttering curses under his breath while wielding a whip to drive the lower-tier demons forward. Before long, the small demons were herded into a fenced enclosure, where numerous other low-tier demons lingered. Benji commanded the surrounding demon soldiers to keep a watchful eye on the captives before hastily departing. Among the small demons, there existed a hierarchy of strength. Yulian, a low-tier demon of the bronze tier, was considerably stronger than the guards. However, he refrained from fleeing or acting out for the time being, for the camp was fraught with peril. The low-tier demons possessed no magical authority, and even a mid-tier demon could extinguish Yulian's life without cause. Patience was his only recourse as he awaited an opportunity. Yulian soon distinguished himself through his strength, obedience, and intelligence, rising from captivity to become a soldier, now armed with an iron-tipped spear to oversee the unruly demons. With the spear, he struck down a restless small demon, transforming into a demon officer's enforcer, striving to adopt a fearsome visage. This performance earned him the awe of the black iron tier demons, disdain from the bronze tier, and admiration from the silver tier, though encounters with golden tier demons were rare. "Well done, Yulian. This is a token of your merit," Benji remarked casually, tossing a somewhat tarnished silver coin in Yulian's direction. Yulian feigned a clumsy catch of the coin, although merely a demon's silver piece. He donned a blend of sincerity and flattery, bowing in gratitude to Benji while showering him with sycophantic praise. Benji, unfazed, addressed the assembly of over 100 black iron and bronze tier demon soldiers. "Soldiers, rejoice. Our great demon god is poised to launch yet another glorious campaign. Those cowardly humans, timid elves, obstinate dwarves, and all other despicable races shall kneel before the might of the terrifying demon army. As my powerful and ruthless soldiers, you shall venture forth to conquer those sheep across realms. The victors shall ascend, while the vanquished embrace death." Though some of the less intellectually inclined lower-tier demons failed to grasp the entirety of the speech, Yulian understood perfectly. Thus, the astute Yulian leapt to his feet, cheering and clapping, proclaiming the invincibility of the demon god and the prowess of Lord Benji. The other demon soldiers, led by a few sharper-witted companions. Joined in the raucous cheer, their shouts a mix of crude demon slang. Benji's previously stoic demeanor softened, contemplating the prospect of promoting Yulian in due course, albeit with the necessity of acquiring his true name, for the loyalty of demons is well known throughout the multiverse. Unbeknownst to Yulian, his commendable behavior had garnered his superior's favor, who was preparing to surprise him. However, Yulian was resolute in retaining his true name. Unwilling to become a mere loyal demon lackey, he remained poised to seize any opportunity to escape, just as he had done on the Blood War plains. The demon's pace was not swift, and after a considerable wait, the order to depart was finally issued. Benji, impatient, led his motley crew of 300 diverse demons onward. Soon, they encountered a silver-tier demon resembling a mutated baboon, seemingly a berserker, though perhaps not quite so. Its evolutionary process seemed flawed. The troop comprised over 300 demons of various appearances, but Yulian's attention was captivated by the succubus perched upon the berserker's shoulder. Notably, succubi were also silver-tier demons. While they were less adept in close combat, they excelled in mental and illusionary magic, often serving pivotal roles within the demon ranks. Yulian observed the succubus with an analytical gaze, noting her revealing attire, which left little to the imagination. Her beauty conformed to conventional standards, characterized by a classical Western allure rather than any grotesque features. She sported a pair of elongated, robust horns atop her head, delicate bat-like wings on her back, and a slender tail, exuding an air of peculiar charm. However, her hoofed feet detracted from her allure, lacking the versatility of more favored attributes. After all, the distinction between feet and hooves was significant. Of course, one cannot dismiss the unique preferences of certain individuals, perhaps due to Yulian's prolonged gaze. The succubus sensed his scrutiny and turned her head to meet his eyes. She smirked disdainfully, gesturing playfully with her pinky finger before erupting into a derisive laugh. Damn it, Yulian inwardly cursed, realizing that the reality far surpassed mere reputation. She was indeed a quintessential minx. With a shake of his head, Yulian resolved to abandon any further academic inquiry into the succubus, instead wielding his spear to maintain order. After winning Benji's favor with his previous flattery, Yulian was subsequently promoted to squad leader, tasked with leading a dozen small demon soldiers, a position customary for those of the bronze tier. Chapter 12. The arrival of evil. After an indeterminate passage of time, the expedition finally converged with a multitude of other demonic legions, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. The contingent led by Yulian merged into a battalion of golden-tier demons, which soon fell under the command of a legendary demon, swelling the ranks to tens of thousands, blanketing the horizon. This was merely one of the legions commanded by a legendary demon. The impending interdimensional invasion was rumored to be orchestrated by several demon gods, with the involvement of numerous demigod-level demon lords and purportedly hundreds of legendary demons serving as generals. Beneath the oppressive, blood-red clouds of magic, millions, nearly 10 million, demons roamed the vast plains, their bloodthirsty roars echoing in a display of savagery more terrifying than the previous blood-soaked battlefield. Had it not been for the intervention of numerous demon officers, these fiends might have commenced a fratricidal slaughter before even crossing dimensions. In truth, such internecine strife had already begun, albeit not yet reaching catastrophic proportions. Seizing the chaos, Yulian stealthily dispatched several lower-tier demons, augmenting his own magical power. Fortunately, the commanding demon lords were cognizant of their kind's nature and did not linger unnecessarily, swiftly opening dozens of immense demonic gates across the landscape. These towering gates, forged primarily from black crystal, stood several dozen meters high, adorned with countless magical inscriptions and embedded with various grotesque corpses. They blazed with a sinister green flame, exuding an aura of malevolence, while a swirling vortex of dark green energy churned within. The mid-tier demons began herding their subordinates toward the demonic gates, and as a minor demon captain, Yulian was swept along with the tide. In the fleeting moment before crossing the threshold, Yulian, ever wary of other demons, plunged his spear into the heart of a small demon, one of the two that had previously torn apart his wrapping. The other had met its end at Yulian's knife during the ensuing chaos. Yulian, not one to delay vengeance, relished the swift retribution. As he eliminated the little demon, he stepped through the gate, and in the depths of his consciousness, he perceived an approving voice. A surge of magic engulfed him, and suddenly, he found himself spiraling uncontrollably, as if caught in a tornado, completing yet another transition. What felt like an instant stretched into eternity. Yulian shook his head and rose to his feet, the glaring sun causing him great discomfort, as if he were pricked by countless needles. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted numerous demons sprawled about haphazardly. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly drove his dagger into the neck of a nearby small demon. In the distance, a half-insect, half-human low-tier demon observed Yulian's actions, its eyes widening. However, instead of intervening or reporting him, it rapidly inserted the stinger on its tail into a nearby demon. Like a viral contagion, the other demons began mimicking this behavior, igniting a fierce internal conflict. By the time Benji arrived to quell the chaos, his forces had dwindled by nearly a third. Even after he had seized a few small demons from others, Yulian glanced upward, noting that the magical vortex suspended in the air seemed to be repelled by this plane, flickering in and out of visibility, while crimson lightning flashed incessantly. The murky clouds of magic struggled to obscure the sun, heralding the arrival of demonic carnage in this world. Thousands of demons, led by a golden-tier brute demon, surged toward human settlements, seemingly guided by the reports of winged demons surveying from above. The villages on the outskirts had already been ravaged by the advancing demon forces. The low earthen walls could not withstand the onslaught. Regardless of their status, knight, priest, elder, soldier, farmer, whether old or young, man or woman, even infants, all were ruthlessly slaughtered amidst cries of anguish and rage. Even the souls of the fallen were ensnared by the demon officers' spirit-binding artifacts, unable to ascend to the realms of their deities, doomed instead to be harvested into soul crystals. Before long, the thousands of demons encircled the town, which was fortified by a 4-meter-high wall of earth and stone, with stout wooden gates firmly closed. The ramparts were manned by anxious guards and militia. This town was not large, its populace perhaps numbering only in the thousands, and even if all residents were summoned, they would still be outnumbered by the encroaching demons. At most, around 1,000 could take arms to defend the walls, the majority being mere black iron militia. Yulian donned a salvaged iron helm, somewhat battered yet serviceable, though slightly oversized. His short horns proved a nuisance, compelling him to modify the helm with a hammer, creating 2 openings, and wrapping it with burlap pilfered from another small demon. Unfortunately, he had found no armor, only a mismatched leather vest and shorts, which he also customized with slashes to accommodate his wings and tail. Though somewhat unsightly, Yulian's appearance was relatively decent among the demon ranks, in stark contrast to others who donned whatever they could scavenge, regardless of gender or even the bloodied garments of infants. Appointed as a squad leader by Benji, Yulian wielded a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, employing kicks and shoves to drive his obstinate small demons into line, while behind him, another small demon attempted to imitate him, brandishing a spear and mimicking Yulian's fearsome demeanor, zealously assisting in rallying the reluctant troops. Chapter 13. The carnage of the demon army in the skies above. There lingered approximately 100 flying demons, predominantly comprising bronze-tier winged demons and bat demons. The winged demons were tall and grotesque creatures, endowed with large wings and armed with weapons such as crossbows and throwing spears. The bat demons resembled oversized bats, utilizing piercing shrieks to instill terror, and would dive swiftly to seize their victims with razor-sharp claws, subsequently carrying them aloft before casting them down. Additionally, there were several more formidable and fearsome greater winged demons and bloodthirsty demons, which represented the elevated silver-tier versions of their lesser counterparts. These aerial demons incessantly circled overhead, raining arrows and javelins upon the defenders. Their feigned assaults compelled the soldiers below to allocate considerable focus to the skies, yet even with crossbows, inflicting damage from such a distance proved exceedingly challenging, as both range and accuracy were severely compromised. In the chaos, some panicked soldiers hastily released arrows during the demons' feigned attacks, only to be captured by the genuine dive-bombing bat demons, who whisked them into the sky. The captured soldiers cried out in desperation, utterly powerless to resist, and were oftentimes shredded midair, their mangled limbs, entrails, and blood raining down like hail, thereby amplifying the terror among the city's defenders. On the ground, the demon horde surged forward with tumultuous fervor. Several monstrous creatures, transformed into living catapults, hurled basketball-sized boulders toward the battlements. Sorcerous demons such as flame demons, frost demons, and poison demons unleashed chaotic spells, including fireballs, ice whirlwinds, and toxic fumes, which bombarded the walls, often striking the lesser demons amassed below. Bronze-tier melee demons, including claw demons, beast demons, mantis demons, and shadow demons, scrambled and leaped onto the ramparts, unleashing a gruesome slaughter. Most of the defenders were of the black iron tier, with only a handful of bronze-tier knights and sergeants, rendering them incapable of repelling the relentless onslaught of demons. The situation became dire, particularly when stronger silver-tier demons broke into the fray, leading to a swift and one-sided massacre. Fortunately, a few silver-tier champions among the humans joined the battle. Centered around these formidable silver-tier warriors, bronze-tier knights and sergeants rallied their soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers to bravely confront the ferocious demons. Yulian had already made his way to the base of the city, his shield adorned with 2 askew arrows. The multitude of lesser demons crowded below, some attempting to hack at the city gates, while others stacked atop one another in an effort to scale the walls. The demon officers had not anticipated the need to construct ladders, or perhaps they were too impatient to wait. Several hulking creatures, having hastily thrown stones, were directed by the officers to cling to the base of the wall, their towering forms providing a means for smaller demons to ascend. Yulian mused that allowing these giants to smash open the gates might expedite their victory. Yet, as a mere lesser demon, he doubted any powerful officer would heed the counsel of one so insignificant. Initially, Yulian intended to remain hidden for a while longer, as the townsfolk seemed blissfully unaware of the threat, perhaps too accustomed to peace to employ dangerous defenses such as rolling logs or boiling oil. Concealed at the base felt relatively safe, and it seemed that the demon allies posed a greater threat than the human adversaries. However, it was not long before Yulian noticed an unfamiliar demon officer who seemed to have spotted him. The officer's bloodthirsty, malevolent grin sent a shiver down Yulian's spine, instilling a sense of urgency that compelled him to abandon his hiding place and hastily approach the nearest giant. The officer, initially poised to hurl his iron spear at the cowardly lesser demon, was taken aback by Yulian's cunning maneuver. Shaking his head, the officer redirected his spear, which struck a soldier on the battlements, piercing through his neck and violently tearing it apart. The severed head and gushing blood horrified a nearby young soldier. With a round shield raised and a sword that felt overly long for his grasp, Yulian leaped onto the battlements, shouting as he wildly swung his iron blade, inflicting wounds upon several allied demons. He deftly evaded friendly fire amidst a barrage of curses, as new demons surged onto the narrow walls, causing both demons and humans to jostle together. Many were either willingly or unwillingly cast off the 4-meter-high battlements. Silver-tier demons or seasoned warriors would likely emerge unscathed, continuing the fight with a mere shake of their heads, while bronze-tier demons and fighters, as long as they weren't particularly unfortunate, could recover and persist. Yet, the weakest fodder, the lesser demons and soldiers, were not so fortunate, suffering grave injuries from the falls. Those fortunate enough to be agile scrambled away, while the unfortunate were crushed by those who fell afterward, as chaos erupted within the confines of the town. The valiant knights, mercenaries, and adventurers endeavored to stem the tide of the demons' frenzied assaults, while archers rained down lethal arrows from the watchtowers. Yulian hesitated at the front line, yet could not linger at the rear, instead pressing forward with the throng of demons. Ultimately, the human defenders were vastly outnumbered, particularly lacking in strong warriors. The battle swiftly shifted from the walls to the inner city, and as the remaining silver-tier champions were overwhelmed by the demons, the morale of the surviving defenders began to crumble. Even though these soldiers understood that behind them lay their homes, their panic rendered them incapable of fleeing effectively, as fear had utterly shattered their resolve. Once the demon army descended from the walls, indiscriminate slaughter ensued within the town, targeting all, regardless of age or gender. Some remnants of the defenders and civilians engaged in desperate urban warfare from behind the cover of buildings, yet their efforts proved futile. Rather than following the others down from the battlements, Yulian sought refuge within a watchtower. Inside, he discovered several mangled corpses, among which only one injured soldier attempted to lift his crossbow, only to be swiftly dispatched by Yulian, who pierced his throat. Observing the blood staining his blade, Yulian, having taken a life for the first time, found himself devoid of any profound emotion. The youth nurtured in times of peace had now grown accustomed to the brutality of bloodshed. Once he steadied his resolve, Yulian carelessly rummaged through the bodies, retrieving an intact heavy crossbow and a pouch containing over 20 bolts. This heavy crossbow was of superior quality, while it was not enchanted. Its power was not to be underestimated. Despite Julian's modest stature, having ascended to the bronze tier granted him nearly 400 pounds of strength in his arms, sufficient to draw such a crossbow. He attempted to wear the chainmail from one of the corpses, but found it ill-fitting and cumbersome, ultimately deciding to forego it. Chapter 14. The Chaotic Town. However, Julian had acquired a more suitable short sword, still forged from steel, which he sheathed at his waist. He secured his arrows on his back, picked up a small, round combat shield, and collected some coins and jerky from the fallen soldiers, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Standing atop the city walls, he gazed into the town, where the air was filled with the harrowing cries of despair. Occasional flashes of magical light illuminated the chaos, accompanied by the anguished screams of both humans and demons. As flames billowed thick smoke into the sky, this town was doomed. Behind him, demon officers were busy rounding up those demons who had fled the battle. Julian dared not linger atop the walls and cautiously made his way into the town. The enemy of humanity was demons, while the enemy of demons was both humanity and their kind. Julian navigated the potential assaults with caution, ready to retaliate against any threat, be it human or demon. The human soldiers within the town remained unwilling to surrender. Sporadic skirmishes continued, and clad in a rather ridiculous appearance, Julian moved through the streets alongside scattered groups of demons. Blood was everywhere, and corpses lay strewn about. Julian had grown accustomed to such sights. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead as a wounded sergeant with a bushy beard burst forth from a nearby shop. A few small demons were screeching as they chased one another. But the soldier, in a fateful turn, brandished his longsword and charged at Julian. In an instant, a bolt of lightning erupted, catching the unwary soldier off guard and knocking him to the ground at Julian's feet. "Rest in peace," Julian murmured indifferently, his short sword slicing through the air, blood splattering as he shook his head. When Julian lifted his gaze, he found several small demons, armed and glaring fiercely at him, as if he had stolen their prey. The leader, a bronze-tier demon, brandished a black iron fork and began to threaten, and perhaps extort, Julian. After a brief moment of contemplation, Julian took a step back, gesturing to surrender the spoils. The delighted little demons rushed forward to tear the corpse apart, oblivious to Julian calmly loading a bolt into his crossbow. With a whoosh, a shadow darted past. The bronze-tier demon, gnawing at the corpse, collapsed as a short, stout bolt pierced its skull from behind. At the sound of the bowstring, the other small demons finally looked up in shock. Julian smirked as he withdrew his short sword, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned another bolt of lightning, followed by, navigating cautiously through the town, occasionally slaying both demons and humans. Julian also sought to evade those demons who, like him, could not resist attacking their own kind. Such occurrences were too frequent, and unless a demon officer was present to supervise, it was challenging to contain. Unfortunately, those officers were currently indulging in revelry, leaving the chaos unchecked. Having collected a few seemingly valuable trinkets, Julian was uncertain of their utility. Perhaps it was merely the habit of a treasure seeker. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled upon a lavish courtyard, belonging to one of the wealthier citizens of the town. Yet, wealth had not spared their lives. The demons had dragged the family from their refuge and slaughtered them mercilessly. Blood pooled from the living room into the courtyard, where the remains of the owner lay mingled with those of servants and guards, carelessly piled together. Inside the living room, several female corpses had been torn apart by demons. As Julian cautiously entered the courtyard, the demons were still lost in their gluttony. Seizing the opportunity, he methodically picked them off with his crossbow from a distance. Should any powerful demons have been among them, Julian would not have engaged. However, facing only low-tier demons posed no threat to him. First, he targeted a lethargic little demon slumped at the entrance, its thin limbs and distended belly betraying its gluttonous nature. When its dazed eyes met Julian's from 5 paces away, the demon abruptly awoke, about to scream, only to be silenced by a bolt that pierced its throat. The tremendous force ripping its head nearly off, dark blood gushing forth to stain the doorway and ground. The bolt that had claimed the little demon's life penetrated the floor behind it. Another demon, clutching a woman's head and gnawing at it, looked up at the commotion, only to see its fallen companion and Julian, now loading his crossbow outside the door. The demon, evidently slow to comprehend, merely stared blankly until it finally realized. That bastard is going to shoot. With a resounding thud, Another bolt was loosed. The distance was too short. The demon had no time to rise before the bolt struck its skull, sending it crashing to the ground. The head it had been clutching rolling away. A wolf-like demon, resembling a werewolf and of the bronze tier, raised its head from the corpse of a woman, baring blood-stained teeth as it growled menacingly at Yulian. Preparing to launch a ferocious attack, Yulian, maintaining a cold smirk, extended his left hand in the shape of a gun, his lips curling slightly as he added sound effects for his amusement. With a crackle of electricity, an arc of lightning surged forth, striking the leaping wolf demon, which whimpered and collapsed to the ground. Unfortunately, Julian's electric spell was insufficient to obliterate it, merely paralyzing the beast temporarily. Unperturbed, Julian continued to load his crossbow, feeling the strain in his arms from the repeated effort. After a brief moment of reflection on the physical toll of reloading, he aimed from 5 or 6 meters away, releasing another bolt that pierced into the struggling wolf demon's eye. With a final whimper, the creature succumbed to silence. At that moment, the two demons who had been preying on the female corpse finally regained their senses, abandoning their meal to roar and charge at Julian. Discarding his crossbow, Julian extended his right hand while gripping his wrist with his left, channeling his magical energy to conjure a fireball the size of an egg in his palm. "Go, little fireball," he commanded. Although the fireball's flight was slower than a bolt, it met the oncoming demon head-on. The low-tier, bloodthirsty demon collided with the fireball, which exploded in a burst of flames that toppled the demon backward. Alas, the fireball's potency was limited, and despite having scorched half its face, the demon remained alive, resilient against the flames. After releasing the fireball, Julian drew his short sword and, with shield raised, charged swiftly toward another little demon. This demon, a robust black iron tier, was startled by the explosion and hastily attempted to conjure a flame to impede Julian's advance. Without hesitation, Julian gritted his teeth, bracing his shield against the fire tongue and crashing into the demon. Caught off guard by Julian's ferocity, the little demon faltered in its retreat. Julian seized the opportunity, closing the distance and delivering a powerful blow that knocked the demon off balance. With a swift thrust, his sharp blade pierced its throat, a horizontal slice followed, and the strong little demon soon succumbed to the dark crimson pool of its own blood. After dispatching this adversary, Julian turned to face the remaining demon, which was struggling to rise. Though a fireball had maimed its visage, it was not yet dead, and the demon sought its mace. However, Julian would not grant it the chance. Discarding his charged shield, he channeled his magical energy, unleashing a crackling bolt of lightning upon the demon, then swiftly plunging his sword into its neck as it lay paralyzed on the ground. However, the neck of the fiend was thick and robust. After Julian withdrew his short sword and struck repeatedly, he finally confirmed that this burly creature, nearly 2 meters tall, was indeed dead after 4 or 5 thrusts. Breathing heavily, Julian ceased his assault. Not only had the battle taken a significant toll on his stamina, but the continuous casting of 3 spells had also considerably drained his magical energy. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. He absorbed the soul energy from 2 bronze-tier demons and 3 black iron-tier demons. Regrettably, aside from refining it into magical power, Julian possessed no further applications for it. Chapter 15. Firm Kindness. Subsequently, Julian rummaged through the kitchen and discovered an abundance of white bread, honey, sausages, cured meats, and several elegantly packaged bottles of fine wine. After neatly wrapping the food, he ascended to the attic. The attic, surprisingly tidy, appeared untouched by demons. Once inside, Julian moved a few boxes to secure the entrance. As Julian succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber, a slender figure nestled within a concealed compartment above peered cautiously through the narrow gap. A pair of azure eyes watched him intently. After an hour had passed, the figure seemed unable to resist any longer, fixating its gaze on the bundle of food beside Julian. The wooden panel of the compartment was gently nudged open, revealing a delicate visage, a beautiful little girl. Noticing Julian still asleep, she swallowed hard, suppressing her fear and panic, and attempted to maneuver her slender legs in the air, seeking to step onto a nearby box. Alas, Julian had just moved a stack of boxes to brace the attic door, and the girl, hesitant to jump and disturb his slumber, found herself unable to reach the target distance. "I'm done for. Nana has been captured," she grimaced, struggling against her predicament, only to be abruptly pulled down by Julian. Fortunately, the attic was not too high, and the girl tumbled to the ground, cradling her head. and did not collide with any sharp objects. After a painful cry, the frightened girl did not resign herself. She shouted in terror while kicking at Julian's hand, hurling whatever clutter she could grasp in his direction. Julian sneered, his fingertips crackling with energy as the net addiction youth therapy flickered briefly. The girl collapsed in shock, paralyzed with fear as Julian, wielding a blade, approached her. She clutched her shoulders, tears streaming down her face, sobbing quietly. Julian scrutinized the child, noting her exquisite white lace dress and estimating her age to be under 10. Her golden hair was adorned with an adorable hairpin. Indeed, she was the child of affluent parents. Her features were refined, her skin fair, and her form well-proportioned, suggesting regular exercise. He pondered the texture of her flesh, momentarily taken aback by his own thoughts. Though previously indifferent towards children, he had never contemplated harm, yet now he found himself instinctively considering cannibalistic notions. Furrowing his brow, Julian speculated that his prolonged association with demons might have begun to assimilate parts of his being. If this continued, he feared he might transform into a true demon, cruel, savage, and insatiably bloodthirsty. Would I still be myself then? It was a troubling thought. Shaking his head, Julian roused himself from the tumultuous musings, forcing a semblance of warmth into his expression. Though still appearing monstrous in the girl's eyes, he reassured her, "Rise, I shan't consume you, for the time being." The girl, however, could not comprehend his words. She merely gazed up at him, tear-streaked and bewildered, before quickly averting her eyes. Julian then recalled that aside from the language of the Celestial Empire, he only spoke the demonic tongue, having never learned the common tongue of humanity in this world, rendering her unable to understand him. A gurgle emanated from the small girl, revealing her hunger, which had driven her to risk emerging from her hiding place. Julian chuckled, though it appeared more menacing, and tossed her half a loaf of bread and a piece of leftover smoked meat. Observing her stunned expression, he adopted a stern demeanor, gesturing toward the food and then at her, indicating that it belonged to her now. After a moment of confusion, the girl trembled and began to devour the bread and meat, tears still flowing. When she choked, Julian promptly offered her a bottle of wine. Watching her clumsily gulp down a sip, relief washed over her as she managed to swallow her food, her expression transforming into one of salvation. She resumed her weeping while eating. Julian nodded in satisfaction, believing his firm kindness had finally reached her. Despite their linguistic barriers and differing races, the essence of goodwill remained universal. He still possessed a benevolent heart. Unbeknownst to Julian, the true reason for the girl's tears was her dread. Woe is me. Once I finish this bread, the monster will eat me. Oh, how terrifying. Daddy, Mommy, Nana does not wish to be consumed. Julian contemplated the delightful little girl before him, weighing the options of selling her into slavery or keeping her as his own. Perhaps selling her would be simpler, but to whom? Suddenly, he felt a pang of reluctance and shook his head. Chapter 16. The homegrown cabbage. Perhaps it would be prudent to sell the little cabbage to the succubus. It is likely that she would transform and train the little girl into a similarly disreputable creature. However, it would at least spare a life, which is a rare and precious gift in these tumultuous times, arguably an act of benevolence. Or so Julian pondered uncertainly, casting a sidelong glance at the weeping little girl who was choking on her bread and bacon. With a sudden sigh, Julian reflected that his arduous journey from the abyss was not merely one of physical exhaustion, but also of profound spiritual solitude. Gazing at the little girl before him, he felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Perhaps remaining here was not such a bad idea after all. To Julian's surprise, this girl, appearing to be no more than 10 years old, stood over 140 centimeters tall, slightly taller than him. While her height was not apparent as she sat on the ground sobbing, it became evident when she stood at his command, and Julian's expression darkened. Observing the girl, who was now taller than him, he realized that his own height calculations had included the horns atop his head. Without those few extra centimeters provided by his demonic horns, Julian's height would barely reach 140 centimeters. Ordering the girl to sit again to maintain his vantage point, he noted her tear-streaked face, her red eyes beginning to stabilize emotionally. For one so young, she displayed remarkable bravery. The language barrier rendered Julian unable to extract any valuable information, and he surmised that the girl likely possessed little knowledge of use, prompting him to abandon further questioning. During the siege, thanks to the mysterious demon eye, Julian had absorbed numerous soul fragments. Although the bodies scattered across the battlefield were mostly collected by the demonic officer's magical devices, Many residual soul energies still lingered. While these remnants were mere scraps, they sufficed to sustain him. Yulian, still grappling with how to actively control the demon eye for absorption, found that even passively, he unknowingly accumulated considerable soul energy. However, he was not yet adept at refining this energy into soul crystals or soul currency. For now, he could only convert it into magical energy. Consequently, Yulian ascended to the mid-tier bronze rank, experiencing a slight increase in both height and strength. Though he possessed enough soul and magical energy to evolve into a more powerful form of demon, he decided to resist the temptation to transform. Recognizing that even small demons had their advantages, they were inconspicuous. Even a bronze-tier demon attracted little attention, let alone higher-tier demons. This anonymity facilitated easier movement, whether joining a group or departing from one. Peering out the window, Yulian noted that the sounds of battle in the city were gradually subsiding, indicating a dwindling human population. The demonic officers began to rein in their troops' bloodlust, and the large binding magical devices stationed atop the city walls were being dismantled. The corpses strewn throughout the city were gathered into heaps, the air thick with the rancid stench of death. Afterward, the demon army refrained from further action, merely transferring the bodies and souls back to the forest from whence they had come. During this time, the little girl had implored Yulian to take her downstairs to find her family. However, upon witnessing the horrific fate of her kin, she fainted in despair. Yulian subsequently cremated the bodies. Despite the girl's bravery, she remained a child and had since lapsed into a dazed silence. If she could not find the strength to recover, Yulian would have no choice but to abandon her. After spending a day or two in the attic, Yulian resolved to venture out and gather information, leaving the little girl behind with some provisions. Although he had entertained thoughts of selling her, his greed prevailed, perhaps fueled by a lingering sense of compassion or an instinctive perception of her as his possession. This place was destined to become a demonic fortress, a bulwark against the encroaching human forces, which foretold a blood-soaked battleground in the near future. It was likely that many demons of silver rank and above would perish, not to mention the bronze and black iron tier demons. If he did not flee now, he would have no chance once the battle commenced. It was wiser to escape and hunt down scattered remnants of the enemy, hastening his evolution to silver rank, thus significantly improving his chances of survival. After all, she is my first slave. I cannot simply discard her, even if I must consume her flesh. It shall be I who partakes of it. The courtyard was devoid of demonic presences, as many had been gathered elsewhere, leaving several areas of the city relatively safe. The absence of demons equated to safety. The more demons present, the greater the danger. Yet, Yulian's brow furrowed as he noticed that the small door leading to the attic was ajar, with sounds of chattering demons emanating from within. Curse it! Do not let my precious cabbage be devoured by swine. Irritated, Yulian did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he readied his crossbow and ensured his weapon was easily accessible, letting his magical energy surge. With a swagger, he ascended the stairs, muttering curses under his breath, for there was no need for stealth. Yulian took solace in the fact that only 2 small demons occupied the attic, rather than more formidable adversaries. The lack of blood and corpses suggested that his cherished cabbage was still alive. The attic was in disarray, the 2 small demons rummaging through the clutter in search of something, which had evidently hidden itself. One of the demons, upon spotting Yulian's head peeking in, bared its teeth and let out a low growl, brandishing a short knife. Its head was obscured by a large iron pot, and its chainmail bore several gaping holes. Yulian regarded it with indifference, while the other small demon, clad in a diminutive jacket, sniffed the air as if detecting something, twisting its head to survey the surroundings, as if sensing Yulian's presence. Chapter 17. The tragic lowly. Suddenly, the little demon raised her head in excitement, shouting at the ceiling, having finally discovered the delicacy she had been searching for. The little demon, clutching an iron pot, also turned her head upon hearing the commotion, brandishing her short knife and letting out a shrill cackle. Yulian smirked as he lifted his crossbow and fired. The bolt shot forth at an angle, piercing through the little demon's skull from below. The proximity of the shot not only penetrated her head, but also exited through her forehead, breaking through the iron pot, revealing a slightly damaged arrowhead. Damn, the arrowhead is ruined. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds courage. Amidst the chaos, the little demon, brandishing a spear, lunged at Yulian, only to be struck by a bolt of electricity, unleashing a piercing scream. Yulian chuckled. This little demon of black iron rank displayed significantly lower magic resistance than the previous bronze rank wolf demon. After the brilliant flash of electricity faded, the little demon lay convulsing on the ground, charred and lifeless. Yulian nonchalantly pierced the throat of the barely breathing little demon with his sword. Having effortlessly dispatched 2 little demons, Yulian picked up the spear lying on the ground and nudged the partition, but the little lowly did not descend. Growing impatient, Yulian shouted a couple more times at the partition before the small door creaked open. Tears stained her little face, which was marred by fear and anxiety, her lips trembling as if she had yet to recover from the panic. However, Yulian, with a furrowed brow, had little patience. Electricity crackled ominously in his left hand, frightening the little girl to the brink of tears again. Hesitant, the lowly crawled down from the partition, and as she descended, Yulian reached out to catch her. Stealing a glance at the lifeless little demons, the lowly felt an increased dread towards Yulian, fearing to provoke his wrath. Yulian picked up the short knife and contemplated the corpse of the little demon for a while before glancing back at the lowly. He then began to strip off the little demon's armor, as if rummaging through butchered meat, discarding the various trinkets and debris adorning the little demon's body, and began to measure with the short knife. The cautious little girl could not contain her curiosity and watched Yulian. But when he started to peel the skin off the little demon, she recoiled in terror, sitting down with a pale face, lowering her head in silence, afraid to draw Yulian's attention. At that moment, Yulian had no time to care for the girl's fear. He had skinned beasts many times before, but this was his first time skinning a little demon. His movements were inevitably awkward, requiring careful precision, though fortunately, the demon's hide was quite resilient, akin to a leather garment. About an hour later, Yulian finally managed to peel off the little demon's skin relatively intact. He then summoned the shivering little girl over and, in her bewildered gaze, tore away her lace dress. "No, please don't," the girl cried out in panic, trying to shield her tattered dress from Yulian's grasp. Yulian scoffed, his left hand shimmering with light, and the girl collapsed under the electric shock. Although Yulian tried to minimize the voltage, the girl still felt numb and stiff, helplessly allowing him to strip away her dress. Fortunately, Yulian was an upright demon, more honorable than many humans, genuinely only removing her outer dress. "What's the fuss? It's just a flat chest, nothing to see. Even a boy has more to show," Yulian remarked, though the little lowly could not understand, fearing that she too would be skinned. The little girl could no longer hold back her tears. Once that fetid demon's skin was wrapped around the lowly, she realized she wasn't being flayed, but rather layered anew, yet it was still a tragic fate. Uncertain of what further horrors lay ahead, the little lowly, terrified of the electric sparks dancing between Yulian's fingers, dared not resist and simply closed her eyes in fear. After she ceased her struggles, Yulian swiftly enveloped her in the demon's skin. Unfortunately, the lowly was slightly taller than the little demon, and the skin barely covered her, the sticky, bloody residue filling her with despair, the stench nearly suffocating her. However, with a gradually strengthening resolve, the little lowly endured. Then, Yulian's hands glowed with magical light as he muttered incantations. The demon's skin began to writhe and envelop the lowly, and when the magical glow faded, the once little girl had vanished, replaced by a rather peculiar little demon. The peculiarity lay in her lack of horns, wings, and tail, but that was of little concern. A few additional garments would surely suffice to disguise her. After all, no one would scrutinize a little demon too closely. This ruse had been inspired by a tale Yulian had encountered in his past life about a transformation from sheep to human. Had it not been for these 2 little demons presenting themselves, Yulian might have had to seek out another. This simplistic application of magical power posed no challenge. Most demon spells, apart from those inherited through bloodlines, were derived from mere whimsy, easily conjured with a thought, yet lacking theoretical foundation. Of course, such ephemeral magical tricks could only deceive low-tier demons. Those of silver rank and above would easily see through them. The sorrowful little lowly gazed at her now rough, dark red skin, truly at a loss for tears, as the demon's skin rendered her unable to cry. Yulian showed no concern for the lowly's comfort. He gathered the useful items he had acquired and glanced at the damaged armor, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. It seemed impractical for a hasty escape. He donned a set of female leather armor on the little lowly, placed a small pot atop her head, and thrust a spear into her hands. With the skin bag slung across his back and weapons in tow, Yulian set off with his acquired companion, his little slave, and provisions. As they traversed the courtyard, the little loli seemed to reminisce about her family. Despite having wept countless times over the past few days, the sight of familiar objects still brought her sorrow. The two individuals cautiously navigated the chaotic, bloody streets, encountering an increasing number of demons as they ventured further out. Yulian harbored no fear of the lower-tier demons. Most black iron and bronze rank demons merely ignored them. Chapter 18. Extravagance and debauchery amidst the chaos. The demonic officers drove the giants and beasts to topple houses, subsequently sending forth the lower-tier demons to labor. However, the demons, known for their brutal and unruly nature, lacked efficiency, often erupting into petty brawls, resulting in a few being slain by the demonic officers. The golden-tier demon commander found himself regretting his earlier bloodlust, realizing too late that he had not captured any prisoners to perform such arduous tasks, and thus had to dispatch a portion of his forces to hunt for living captives. Seizing the opportunity amid the turmoil, Yulian stealthily mixed into a working party, later finding a chance to join a slave-hunting contingent. Due to the officers' laxity, such changes in teams were commonplace. Hundreds of lower-tier demons of black iron and bronze marched chaotically behind two silver-tier demons. The mid-tier demons leading the group paid little heed to their ranks, and Yulian observed small demons straying from the formation now and then. Hunched over, Yulian led the little girl at the rear of the group, soon recognizing one of the officers as the succubus he had encountered earlier, who had once ridden a baboon. Now, she was no longer the baboon's manic rider, but had transformed into a creature resembling an alien. A frenzy? Yulian felt uncertain, as the creature appeared even more bizarre than the previous baboon-like demon. Nevertheless, this oddity seemed typical of the abyss. Yulian doubted the succubus would remember him, yet being a spellcaster, she might recognize him upon a closer gaze, potentially exposing the disguised little girl beside him, which would spell disaster. The road they traversed was uneven, and despite some bronze-tier demons attempting to maintain order, their efforts were minimal at best. The horde of demons meandered like disorganized soldiers, passing through ruins that were once villages or estates, now mere remnants, with scattered limbs found in the corners. Since departing from home, the little girl clung tightly to Yulian's attire, her head bowed in silence, afraid to speak or breathe loudly, her eyes darting nervously amidst the demonic throng. An overwhelming experience for her. In the beginning, her legs felt weak, and had it not been for Yulian's firm grip, she would have refused to emerge at all. However, as time passed, she gradually relaxed, her limbs no longer stiff, allowing her to sneak glances at the surrounding demons, displaying remarkable courage. Meanwhile, Yulian contemplated when to break away from the group. Escaping was not the challenge. Deciding where to go afterward posed a dilemma. Regrettably, he had not secured a map, even a rudimentary one. As dusk approached, the front of the procession began to halt, and the little girl, exhausted from the day's journey, could hardly endure, even without carrying burdens. Fortunately, Yulian had provisions and had shared some with her along the way. Otherwise, her still-developing body would have surely succumbed to fatigue, especially as the cursed demon officers provided no sustenance. When the cautious Yulian finally reached the makeshift camp, he discovered it was merely an open area with a solitary ramshackle cabin, seemingly conjured by the succubus. The two mid-tier officers were conspicuously absent, and upon entering the camp, Yulian heard a high-pitched soprano emanating from the cabin, which made him comprehend the depths of demonic depravity, particularly that of the succubus. Was it possible for such a creature to engage in such lewd acts? The dilapidated cabin offered no soundproofing or light barriers, as numerous inquisitive demons crowded around the windows and crevices, peering inside, devoid of any authority to manage the camp. The little girl, filled with curiosity and bewilderment, looked up at Yulian with a thirst for knowledge, only to have her curiosity stifled by a swift tap on the head from him. Yulian shook his head, lamenting the primitive nature of the demonic winds, which seemed more innocent than in the barbaric times. Their actions lacked the hypocrisy of later generations. He suspected that the cabin was merely a creation of the succubus, who found the idea of being spied upon amusing. According to the storyline, it was likely that an unrestrained gathering would ensue. Yet, Yulian, possessing a sense of integrity, had no interest in witnessing such vulgar and depraved performances. The demons surrounding the cabin were disgraceful, behaving as if they had never encountered a succubus before. He even noticed a demon unable to resist entering the cabin, never to emerge again, likely drained of vitality or severely weakened. Frustrated, Julian turned away, only to find a pair of inquisitive eyes gazing at him. He instinctively gave the little girl another light tap on the head, finding some solace in her pitiable expression, desiring to shield himself from the sordid and chaotic atmosphere. Julian sought refuge in a secluded corner, retrieving a blanket from his pack, wrapping it around himself, and leaning against a tree to prepare for sleep. Observing Julian cocooned in his blanket, the little girl, feeling neglected, opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, knowing he would not comprehend her words and fearing another reprimand. After glancing at the raucous scene, she eventually nestled beside Julian. As the night breeze brought a chill, the little girl furtively glanced at Julian, who appeared to be asleep. She cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly wriggled in beside him, resting her head against his shoulder, succumbing to slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's tribulations. Julian gradually opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh, muttering about the pesky little imp before closing his eyes once more, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 19. The night attack. At the stroke of midnight, a sudden sharp pain pierced Julian's forehead, abruptly awakening him from his slumber. He quickly sat up and instinctively touched his brow, glancing around. The once gentle forest surrounding him now appeared menacing, as if some imminent danger lurked in the shadows. Without questioning the accuracy of the warning from his magical eye, Julian prioritized safety, swiftly preparing his weapons. The little girl, who had been sleeping soundly beside him, remained undisturbed. Rolling over onto her makeshift pillow, Julian shook her gently, but she did not awaken. Instead, she clung to his arm. With a cold smirk, he covered her mouth, and a faint spark of electricity jolted through her. The little girl opened her eyes wide, her hair standing on end, her bewildered gaze filled with an endless sense of grievance, which made Julian feel a twinge of guilt. Though the electric shock was effective, it was undeniably inhumane. However, realizing that danger was imminent, he had no time to soothe the child, so he delivered another quick jolt to rouse her fully. Just as Julian finished packing his belongings, a flurry of arrows shot forth from the distant woods, precisely striking down several wandering imps that had failed to find rest. These were not sentinels. The two incompetent demon officers had neglected to assign any guards. Soon, the forest echoed with rustling sounds, followed by the sharp twang of numerous crossbows. And then the chaotic screams of demons erupted. The first to break through the trees were a dozen heavily armored knights, charging boldly into the demons' encampment. If one could even call that disorganized gathering an encampment. The scattered demons, sprawled across the ground, were awakened in a frenzy, their cacophony of curses quickly devolving into screams. Caught off guard, the demons were swiftly overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of human warriors. Following those initial bronze-tier knights were dozens of black iron-tier squires and soldiers clad in chainmail or thick leather armor, accompanied by archers wielding various bows and crossbows. The few leading the archers demonstrated remarkable skill, hitting their targets with unfailing accuracy, clearly elite bronze-tier marksmen. The demon's rout continued until a door was kicked open, revealing a bear-skinned succubus stepping out with an air of refreshment. The crack of her three-headed serpent whip echoed, casting a flash of red light that calmed the previously panicked demons. With another crack of her whip, she instilled an unsettling excitement among the gathered demons, their crimson eyes glowing eerily in the night. "Kill them," commanded the succubus, brandishing her serpent whip. The surrounding demons, now invigorated, howled like unleashed wild dogs as they charged toward the human soldiers, completely forgetting their earlier panic. The imposing succubus then perched upon the shoulder of a hulking demon, surveying the battlefield. Whenever she spotted a demon fleeing in disarray, she would strike with her whip, one lash dispelling cowardice, two instilling courage, and three transforming fear into frenzy. Was this not a form of whip technique learned in the Abyss? At that moment, a particularly grotesque demon, even more hideous than an aberration, staggered out through the wooden door. Yet, judging by its disheveled appearance, it seemed unlikely that it could compete with even a bronze-tier clawed demon in a fight. It was no wonder that the demons relied heavily on succubi. Their absence would be keenly felt. Julian then cast a glance at the sluggish aberration and, with a smirk of schadenfreude, muttered to himself about its wastefulness. The human leader was audacious, daring to launch a surprise attack with fewer than 100 against nearly 400 demons. Most of the soldiers in the group were merely black iron tier. Their combat prowess comparable to that of imps, yet their discipline and obedience far surpassed that of the lesser demons. In general, within human armies, ranger knights and sergeants were typically bronze tier, while squires and soldiers were Black Iron tier. Some elite militias could reach Black Iron tier, but most militia members remained unranked. Higher-ranking knights and officers were Silver tier, while Kingdom Knights and Legion Generals boasted Gold tier strength. Champion Knights or Legion Marshals achieved legendary status, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess in the material realm. Apart from those near-mythical demigod-level beings, whose numbers were exceedingly rare, most armed forces consisted of mercenaries and adventurers. Mercenaries pursued war and slaughter, often operating in larger units akin to armies, their numbers ranging from dozens to hundreds. Adventurers, on the other hand, preferred small groups, typically comprising a few to a dozen individuals. Human mages, more esteemed and costly than knights, began their journey as Bronze-tier apprentice mages, advancing to Silver-tier official mages, Gold-tier archmages, and ultimately legendary archmages. Additionally, there were holy servants of the gods, from Bronze-tier priests to Silver-tier clerics, Gold-tier bishops, and legendary archbishops. Even within the ranks of many true deities, possessing a demigod-level champion was not guaranteed. Yet, powerful sects often had high-ranking clergy endowed with divine artifacts, capable of channeling the powers of their gods to exhibit demigod strength when necessary. Moreover, the material realm was home to numerous powerful practitioners of various races, each with their own titles, though they were generally categorized by universal rankings. The little girl beside Yulian watched the human warriors slay demons with unrestrained glee. Though still young, she understood that the malevolent creatures responsible for her family's demise were indeed the monstrous fiends. However, upon witnessing the demons retaliate under the succubus's command, her mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. As the human forces found themselves encircled, her expression fell once more. Yulian, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, pulled the girl aside to a more secluded area, setting up his crossbow to aim at the battlefield. He contemplated whether to take a shot, but after a moment's thought, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene recklessly, deciding instead to observe the situation further. Chapter 20. The Silver Knight among the invading forces. Only the leader of the 10 or so foot knights was a Silver-tier banner knight. The distinction between knights and soldiers fundamentally lies in their status. One is a noble elite trained for martial prowess, while the other is a grassroots officer forged in the crucible of the Legion. This represents the disparity between the aristocracy and the common folk. Furthermore, their methods of combat diverge significantly. Knights typically charge into battle on horseback, while also receiving education in foot combat, rendering them comprehensive and formidable. In contrast, soldiers predominantly engage in foot combat, emphasizing coordination and command. The combat styles of these two groups differ markedly from those of melee professionals within mercenary and adventurer bands, a topic that warrants extensive explanation. However, the knights in this particular unit were dismounted, likely due to the necessity of a stealthy ambush through the wooded terrain. Demon. The knight clad in gray plate armor strode forward, wielding a resplendent two-handed sword that shimmered like a beacon. With the grace of a tempest, he cleaved through the oncoming demons, severing them into halves, thirds, or even more fragments. Under the leadership of this valiant banner knight, a formation of more than a dozen foot rangers and 40 or 50 soldiers was established, successfully obstructing, weakening, and annihilating the frenzied demons. Not far behind this small battalion, around 30 archers utilized the moonlight to unleash deadly arrows upon their loathed adversaries. Regrettably, most of these archers were of Black Iron tier, relying heavily on sheer volume for accuracy. Only 4 elite marksmen could strike true in the darkness, effectively dispersing and diminishing the demonic onslaught, thereby alleviating pressure on their melee counterparts. Just as Yulian believed the tide of battle had decisively turned in favor of the human raiders, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A streak of light burst forth from the shadowy woods. A faint white glow, akin to starlight, illuminated the scene beneath the radiant moon. It was as if a celestial knight descended from the heavens, bearing the silver radiance of the moon upon a gallant steed, his polished armor gleaming with a resplendent brilliance, and a spear blade of 30 to 40 centimeters exuding an ominous aura. Before the succubus stood a mere scattering of 20 or 30 disorganized demons. Sensing a chill in the air, the succubus lashed out with her serpent whip, frantically driving the demons to attack the Silver Knight with a frenzy reminiscent of rabid hounds. The foremost clawed demon, as if under the influence of some stimulant, lunged toward the charging banner knight with bloodshot eyes, its maw agape and its crimson tongue extended, while its black steel claws reached out to ensnare the silver figure. The Silver Knight, silent and resolute, brought down his spear, the silver radiance slicing through the air, and instantly, the clawed demon was cleaved in two, as effortlessly as cutting through warm butter. The advancing demons met the same fate, each dispatched with a single thrust, while even the short-legged imp was sent sprawling by the galloping steed before it could leap. Block him! Quickly block him! You fools, stop him! Since the knight's sudden appearance, the succubus felt as though a great hand had gripped her heart, terror engulfing her like an unforgiving tide. I will die! I will die? No, I refuse to perish. Casting a weakening curse, the succubus, witnessing the ineffectiveness of her minions, hurriedly chanted a brief incantation, a black magic light flashing from her fingertips toward the swiftly approaching knight. To her dismay, the black energy dissipated upon contact with the knight's silver armor, proving utterly ineffective. It was evident that the silver knight's armor was no ordinary gear. Damn it, damn it! Run, you fool! The succubus fluttered her small wings, but failed to ascend. In her panic, she neglected to employ her flight spell and resorted to angrily striking the demon beneath her with her whip. In the name of justice, perish, foul demon! For the first time, the Silver Knight spoke, his voice resonating with clarity and melody from beneath his visor, akin to the luminous silver moon. His steed, as majestic as a celestial horse, surged forward, rendering the succubus unable to flee. In desperation, she swung her three-headed serpent whip, which transformed into three venomous serpents, bearing their fangs at the Silver Knight. Alas, it was futile. The blade cleaved through the serpents effortlessly. The spear, disregarding the succubus's protective spells, pierced her neck, and with a swift twist, the knight severed her head, which soared into the air, wearing an expression of disbelief and defiance as it fell. The knight then charged forward, reversing the spear to drive it into the head of the demon that served as her mount. A single, lethal thrust dispatched the creature, which collapsed to the ground, its grotesque visage frozen in a grimace alongside the decapitated body of the succubus. Silence enveloped the battlefield, followed by the chaotic effects of the spells dissipating. The demons, now regaining their senses, hesitated, their fervor waning as fatigue and fear washed over them. The slaying of their commander further sowed discord among their ranks. When the abomination that had been hunting down the human archers in the woods since the shift in battle, the entire demonic formation had already crumbled, and even the beleaguered abomination could not escape the Silver Knight's spear. From the moment the Silver Knight vanquished the succubus, Yulian understood that the battle was irrevocably decided. The remaining demons were doomed to slaughter. Thus, he took the young girl by the hand and departed, knowing that lingering any longer could seal their fate. Chapter 21. The Tree Hollow Peach Orchard. A glimmer of greed flickered in Yulian's eyes, and he promptly struck the little girl, who gazed admiringly at the silver-armored knight. On the forehead, sparks of electricity danced between his fingers as he met her displeased gaze. Whether she lived or perished, she was his possession. The little girl, intimidated by the flickering electricity, had no choice but to obediently follow Yulian away from the battlefield. Yet, she cast a lingering glance at the silver figure in the fray, for her dream had always been to become a noble knight. Noticing her wistful demeanor, Yulian contemplated her potential. She seemed physically capable and possessed a daring spirit. Clearly enamored with the notion of knighthood, perhaps he could train her as a knight to assist him, thus justifying the burden of her upkeep. However, I, old Yulian, shall not cultivate a righteous knight. She will undoubtedly become a demon knight instead. Indeed, under the great demon, it is only fitting to have a demon knight. He mused. Farewell, little one. Your master has chosen an excellent lifelong vocation for you. You shall reap the benefits for eternity. And do not forget to express your gratitude to me later. Yulian smirked with self-satisfaction, while the little girl, perplexed, looked at the diminutive villain who was shorter than herself, extending her hand to pat her head as he muttered incomprehensible words. The forest was dim, and the mountain path uneven. Ultimately, the little girl was merely a child, her energy waning, particularly after a long day's journey followed by a midnight awakening to witness a fierce battle. Being pulled along the winding forest path, she could barely keep her eyes open and soon dozed off against Yulian's side. As time passed, even Yulian, despite his remarkable stamina, began to feel the strain. The treacherous night paths were not conducive to rest, and thus he resolved to find a suitable place to pause until dawn. After a considerable search, he discovered a rather spacious tree hollow, though it appeared to be claimed, likely a den of some wild beast, Yulian speculated. He gently set the little girl beneath a tree, retrieving a blanket from his satchel to wrap her snugly. Perhaps feeling more comfortable, she murmured softly in her sleep, though her face bore a dry, dark red hue reminiscent of a little demoness skin. Bah, just a mere bed warmer. He chastised himself sternly before affectionately giving her a gentle tap on the head. To the little girl's surprise, even in slumber, she received a light tap. Afterward, Yulian felt slightly better and resolved to confront the beast occupying his hollow. What I desire is mine. How dare a heartless beast sleep in my tree hollow? He muttered under his breath. Perhaps due to loneliness, he found himself increasingly prone to speaking to himself. Cautiously approaching the entrance of the hollow, Yulian initially surmised that it might house a bear. Judging by the size of the hollow, the bear should not be overly large, and therefore, it should not pose a significant threat. The smaller, the better. Bears rely on their size, foolish creatures. A few crossbows should suffice. Suddenly, while preparing his crossbow, he felt a shiver run through him. Without hesitation, he executed a graceful roll to evade the incoming gust, rising to find a robust black panther standing where he had just been. In the moonlight, their reflective eyes locked in a tense stare, neither daring to make a move. Too close. His crossbow had been lost in the tumble, and his sword remained sheathed. The fireball spell took too long to prepare and lacked speed. Yulian's mind raced, and he realized the only option left was. With a crackle, blue-white arcs of electricity erupted once more, startling the advancing panther. It leapt back, but did not lose its composure. Yulian raised an eyebrow. This black panther seemed to possess some degree of magical resistance, complicating matters. However, despite his relatively short time in this new world, Yulian was no stranger to battle and lacked any inclination towards fear. The hasty electric strike lacked sufficient power. The panther merely recoiled in surprise without sustaining injury. Instead of fleeing, it circled Yulian cautiously, emitting a low growl. Its form wavering in the shifting light and shadow, clearly a magical beast. Yulian brandished his sword with his right hand while his left crackled with electricity, both vigilant and poised. The magical beast and the man circled each other, neither daring to initiate an attack. Such intelligent magical creatures are notoriously difficult to contend with, if graded. This robust black panther would surely be classified as a bronze-tier beast. Curse this panther. It has gained sentience, wandering out at night instead of being easily slain for meat. Yulian fumed, momentarily forgetting that panthers are inherently nocturnal creatures. Unlike the unpredictable magical depths, the material realm experienced a clear demarcation between day and night. Fortunately, it did not carry away the little one. She seems to possess some luck. Just like Yulian, who found himself fortunate in a world so cruel. One must possess a modicum of luck to survive. Aside from a foul stench, the tree hollow was surprisingly clean. Yulian had misjudged, as there was no bear. But it mattered little. The outcome was what counted. After all, where there is strength, there lies a paradise. Without it, any place becomes a graveyard. Confirming that the hollow bore no other entrances, Yulian recalled the damnable panther might still be lurking outside, leaving him restless. He ventured outside to gather sturdy branches, sharpening them with his dagger and channeling his magical energy, igniting flames in his palm to roast the sticks before assembling them into a makeshift barrier. Chapter 22. These fools subsequently, they utilized the ropes within the guise to bind them sequentially, forming a wooden structure reminiscent of a barricade, secured at the entrance of the tree hollow. Once the task was completed, the dawn light began to filter through, yet the interior of the hollow remained shrouded in darkness. Yulian yawned and found himself beside the little lowly, who had been transformed from mere provisions into a warm bed companion. Regrettably, his hand met the dry, leathery skin of a demon. Yulian smirked, resolving to peel away that layer of demon skin upon waking. Not merely for his own comfort, but for the little lowly's sake. It is crucial to note that demon skin is toxic. Not only does it damage the skin, but prolonged exposure could lead to irreversible consequences. I am not a coppersmith. I am merely left with a single blanket, a situation born out of necessity. Furthermore, it is but a flat lowly. One would find it rather uncomfortable to touch. Only a pervert would engage in coppersmithing. I am a demon, not a pervert. Muttering to himself, Yulian felt his confidence wane compared to previous days. The forest in the afternoon was alive with birdsong, and distant animal calls echoed occasionally. After sleeping soundly through the entire morning, Yulian gradually awakened, scratching his head. The hollow remained dim, but the sunlight filtering in from the entrance brought a modicum of brightness. He pulled back the plush blanket, revealing the little lowly, who was curled up and still fast asleep, evidently exhausted from the previous day's endeavors. After tucking the blanket neatly around her, Yulian approached the entrance. He inspected the wooden spike barrier he had established. It appeared that some animals had scratched at it, though they seemed to have merely tested the defenses before retreating. Yulian shook his head, realizing he had slept far too soundly to notice, likely that same leopard, perhaps unwilling to relinquish its territory. Untying the ropes and moving aside the wooden barrier, he was momentarily blinded by the bright sunlight outside. Having been away from the abyss for several days, Yulian still struggled to adjust to the intensity of the sun. However, deep down, he found a certain fondness for it. After all, he was a cheerful, sunny boy at heart. Stretching languidly, the little lowly, Nana, opened her eyes in confusion, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly sitting up, she disregarded her aching body and scrambled to her feet, scanning the area until her gaze landed on Yulian outside, whittling wooden spikes. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Yulian, hearing her movement, turned to find the little lowly, her dark red, coarse skin now cracking and peeling, appearing all the more disheveled. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. Noticing the foul odor emanating from her demon skin, Nana pouted in distress and cast an annoyed glance at Yulian, muttering a few incomprehensible words. Despite not understanding, Yulian could infer that she was merely expressing a minor grievance. He beckoned to the little lowly, and as she hesitantly approached, he stripped away her skin, dark magical energy sweeping over her as the demon skin loosened and was peeled away piece by piece. Once completed, Nana looked at her restored self with a mix of excitement and shyness, instinctively covering her unremarkable body. However, Yulian noticed several red rashes on her skin. Fortunately, it had only been a day, for otherwise, the delicate little lowly might have faced disfigurement. Once Yulian finished whittling the wooden spikes, Nana emerged clad in a clean little hunting outfit, a charming and lovely sight indeed. Her features were exquisite and flawless, her skin pale and tender, her golden hair shimmering, and her eyes resembling the vibrant depths of the ocean. Yet she was taller than Yulian. After a thorough appraisal, Yulian's expression darkened upon realizing she stood slightly taller than him. He retrieved bread and smoked meat from his pack, igniting a campfire. After enjoying the grilled food, Yulian spent the afternoon setting up several simple traps around the hollow. Though he did not intend to stay here long-term, it was prudent to prepare for short-term safety. Being prepared is always better than facing unforeseen dangers. As twilight approached, the young Nana had already endured a cataclysmic upheaval in her life. Though her mind remained somewhat clouded, she had learned to be obedient and docile. After experiencing a series of events beyond her comprehension, she even began to entertain the peculiar notion that Mr. Monster was, in fact, a good person. Even though Mr. Monster often teased her and playfully struck her head, sometimes even shocking her, he was still fundamentally a good person. The little lowly mused as she rolled up in her blanket after consuming half a loaf of bread. With food supplies dwindling, hunting became essential, especially with this little lowly who consumed more than she contributed. Pondering her eating habits, Yulian contemplated the customary hunting grounds. The forest was dotted with streams and small lakes, abundant with prey, yet also rife with predators. Some creatures, deceptively resembling prey, could possess strength surpassing that of the hunters. Thus, only those with sufficient skill should engage in such endeavors to avoid becoming prey themselves, as evidenced by the foolish little goblins who overestimated their capabilities and met their demise. The pits they dug were far too shallow, those fools. Yulian perched atop a tree, observing an enraged wild boar pursuing a few green-skinned goblins. The boar was not particularly large, yet it sent the goblins fleeing in panic. Though goblins once enjoyed a glorious lineage, their empire having dominated the land, fortune is a fickle mistress. The once mighty goblin empire inexplicably declined, and its descendants failed to restore its former glory, instead sinking into degradation. Now, they find themselves in this pitiful state, a fate that the proud ancestors could scarcely have imagined, watching their lineage devolve into these savage, crude, brutal, yet timid creatures. Such beings can be easily controlled with a whip and survive on mere roots. Their mere existence allows for rampant reproduction. They do not pose a significant threat primarily due to their inherent weakness, far inferior even to lesser demons. Chapter 23. Longing for others while reflecting on oneself. Update. The the strength of the wild goblins, devoid of any evolutionary mutations, is akin to that of a mere child of around 10 years of age. They do not possess the capability to ascend in rank, nor do they exhibit sufficient intelligence. A single militia member could easily contend with 4 or 5 of them. Despite Julian's height being only slightly greater than that of these wild goblins by a mere 20 centimeters, he could effortlessly slay dozens of them without breaking a sweat, relying neither on spells nor ranged weaponry. The principal challenge lay in their erratic movements, as they scurried about like vermin, making the task of pursuit rather laborious. Beside him, a petite girl cautiously peered down from behind a tree trunk, her brow furrowing upon sighting the goblins, softly murmuring to herself, likely having heard tales of such creatures. It was only after an enraged wild boar trampled a few of the goblins to death that Julian readied his crossbow for a shot. Suddenly, a swift arrow, not shot by Julian, pierced through the air. He quickly halted his attack, crouching down to discern the source of the arrow. A long feathered arrow struck one of the boar's eyes. Such a beast, thickly coated in mud with robust and coarse skin, is notoriously difficult to bring down with a bow unless one is an accomplished archer. Presently, another arrow found its mark in the boar's other eye. Although the archer's aim was precise, the force behind the shot was insufficient. The arrow penetrated the boar's eyeball but failed to reach its brain. The pain, however, incited the boar's fury, causing it to rampage wildly, wreaking havoc throughout the forest. In the meantime, Julian identified the archer, a young lad clad entirely in green hunting attire, including a matching hat. The boy cautiously concealed himself behind a large tree, emerging only when the thrashing boar finally collapsed, panting heavily on the ground. Approaching within 10 meters of the boar, the boy drew his bowstring taut, aiming for the creature's throat. He released the arrow just as the boar, startled by the sound of the bowstring, attempted to leap up. The long arrow pierced its throat, causing the boar to writhe in agony. The boy then fired 2 more arrows, which pierced the boar's throat, and its pitiful groans grew weaker. Yet, the boy's youth rendered him oblivious to the potential dangers surrounding him, such as Julian, who smirked as he aimed his heavy crossbow at the lad, who had drawn a short dagger. "Farewell, poor boy." Suddenly, another arrow zipped through the air, not from Julian. A short bolt struck the boy's calf, and amidst his cries of pain, he rolled toward the boar's lifeless body. Though he could not discern the exact origin of the crossbow bolt, he managed to ascertain its direction, concealed among the dense foliage of a tree. Julian had a clear view of the assailant, a lizard man camouflaged with water plants from a nearby lake. After observing for a while, Julian deduced the situation. The lizard man had seized an opportunity during patrol to engage in this fortunate encounter, targeting both the succulent wild boar and the tender flesh of the human. "Whether pig or man, I shall claim my prize," the lizard man mused inwardly. Julian, with a cold smile, took aim at the emerging lizard man. While the lizardman's hand crossbow lacked the power of Julian's heavy crossbow, it could still penetrate his defenses. Compared to the boy with the hunting bow, it was imperative to eliminate the lizard man first, especially since the lad was already wounded and thus posed a diminished threat. Julian softly emitted a whoosh sound as he cautiously peered around, ensuring no other hunters lurked nearby, before continuing to aim at the lizard man. With a decisive thud, a short bolt struck the lizard man squarely in the forehead. For a fleeting moment, he stared in confusion before he realized he was dead, collapsing backward with a look of disbelief. "Who?" exclaimed the startled boy, who then struggled to shift his cover, though the injury to his leg rendered his movements sluggish. Julian aimed at the boy's youthful visage but hesitated, feeling a twinge of compassion. The fearful expression on the boy's face reflected a shadow of his own, a figure lost and trembling in uncertainty. Since his arrival in this realm, Julian had been enveloped in a cycle of slaughter, his existence a precarious balance between the hunter and the hunted. Yet, he was merely an untroubled urban youth prior to this ordeal, not a remorseless killer or a hardened soldier. The harrowing sights he had witnessed from the abyss to the human realm had nearly dulled his senses, but he was not a true monster, nor was he yet fully transformed into one. His ferocity was but a fade. Perhaps he might become a complete fiend in the future, but for now, a flicker of humanity remained within him. Julian glanced at the small girl nearby, clutching a tree trunk, her face adorned with a look of confusion. After a moment, she smiled at him, her expression radiant with innocence and warmth. What a silly little girl, Julian thought, unwilling to admit that, for a brief instant. Her smile nearly melted the remnants of his soul, perhaps a vestige of memories from his past life. Deep down, I am still human, at least for now. Or perhaps I once was, Julian mused quietly. If the boy had appeared as a monstrous being, it would have been easier. However, in this moment of introspection, Julian found himself momentarily ensnared in melancholy. After a wave of frustration, he turned his gaze back to the injured boy and muttered fiercely, "Very well. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall spare you, but should we cross paths again, I shall not hesitate to end your life and scatter your ashes to the winds." He then attempted to employ the universal language he had been learning over the past few days, exclaiming, You, give, knife, the, payer, I'm, fair, should, you, do not leave, you shall perish. Chapter 24. The Wild Goblin. After calling out 3 times, Julian aimed his crossbow above the boy's head and fired. The boy, visibly anxious, slowly rose. Although he still did not fully comprehend, he grasped a fragment of the other's intent, swallowed hard, and, noticing that the caller had indeed refrained from shooting, limped away, propping himself up with his bow. Once the boy had departed, Julian observed the surroundings for a while longer, then let his satchel drop. From a distance, it appeared as though someone had leaped down. It seemed that no one remained. After a brief pause to ensure there were no lurking fishermen, Julian skillfully descended from the branches and caught the little girl who had jumped down after him. With the satchel secured, Julian led the small girl to the unfortunate lizard man, who had an arrow lodged in his forehead. With shallow green scales and a robust build, the lizard man stood about 1.7 meters tall, though his hunched posture suggested he could reach nearly 1.9 meters when fully upright, not accounting for his tail. He was clad in a decent quality water buffalo leather armor, with several pouches secured at his waist, wielding a hand crossbow and a 2-pronged spear, albeit of somewhat inferior craftsmanship, falling between the categories of subpar and average. Though Julian was uncertain of the name given to this weapon in this world, he deemed 2-pronged spear quite fitting. However, it was not particularly suited to him. Additionally, there were around 30 crossbow bolts and a short dagger, alongside various other trifles that need not be mentioned. After securing the useful spoils, Julian turned his attention to the wild boar. This boar was not excessively large, weighing a little over 200 pounds, likely not very old. Although Julian could carry it, doing so in the forest posed considerable danger. Without refrigeration or ice magic, meat would spoil quickly. Despite Julian's robust constitution, he had no desire to consume decayed food. After a moment's contemplation, Julian gathered some branches and fashioned a frame using rope, laying the lizardman's armor atop it. He then began to butcher the wild boar with his short dagger. The little girl watched in awe. Yet having weathered her share of tribulations, she was not easily frightened. Understanding the situation, she rolled up her sleeves and assisted Julian in his task. Half an hour later, Julian had prepared around 70 to 80 pounds of wild boar meat to take with him, leaving behind about 200 pounds of remains. However, he was too weary to exert further effort. Even if there were more, he could not consume it all before it spoiled. With his belongings packed, Julian effortlessly dragged away all his spoils, leaving the remains for other beasts to clean up. Upon returning to his temporary abode in the tree hollow, Julian first inspected the traps he had set before leaving, ensuring no uninvited guests had arrived before entering with his bounty. He dug a fire pit outside the hollow, slicing the pork into long strips on a clean log. After washing them with fresh water, he seasoned the meat with salt and spice collected from the nearby town, skewering them on thin sticks to roast over the fire. The enticing aroma wafted through the air as he prepared a dozen skewers. The delightful scent soon attracted a black panther that had been prowling nearby. Observing the panther's exquisite black fur, Julian held a skewer of roasted meat in one hand and a crossbow in the other, grinning as he addressed the beast. "Succulent roasted meat. Would you care for a taste? Perhaps in exchange for that splendid coat of yours?" Little girl Nana, clutching a skewer of her own, hid behind Julian, her mouth smeared with grease. Although Julian's culinary skills were not particularly refined, and the wild boar meat was rather tough with rather mundane seasoning, Nana was too famished to be discerning. Having reduced Nana's rations significantly the previous day, fearing that hunting would prove arduous, and after a long day of following Julian, she was both exhausted and hungry, hardly in a position to be picky. As the famished panther finally made its move, tempted by hunger, Julian's crossbow shot narrowly grazed its head as it attempted to dodge. Startled, the panther glared at Julian with indignation before turning and vanishing into the underbrush. Nana, initially curious about the departing panther, had grown bolder from her recent experiences and soon turned her attention back to Yulian, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Yulian rolled his eyes and handed her another skewer. Despite the language barrier, Yulian possessed a modicum of linguistic talent, managing to ascertain the girl's name, Nana, a lovely name, indeed. After all, little Nana hailed from a wealthy family, far better off than the illiterate villager she had once been. Subsequently, Yulian did not remain idle. Though the human world's forests lacked the dangers of the abyssal woods, they were still not without peril. Thus, he proceeded to set numerous simple traps nearby, primarily as a precautionary measure against hunters like the panther and the relentless goblins. Disdainfully, Yulian dispatched several overly ambitious goblins that attempted to assault him, hanging their remains from the surrounding trees. Unfortunately, the quality of goblin flesh was poor, sour, and unpalatable, suitable only for scavengers or other indiscriminate predators. Yet, these goblins were numerous, akin to rats or rabbits, eluding extermination. Ironically, goblins were quite adept at preying upon small creatures like rats and rabbits. While the famished goblins could not contend with many larger beasts, they easily overpowered the likes of rabbits and rats, and as both species multiplied, the balance of nature tilted unfavorably against the hapless small creatures. Help! Save me! Chapter 25, setting off again to Yulian's surprise. Among the goblins vying for the pork, there were actually 2 large goblins. These goblins, standing around 1.5 meters tall, were a more evolved breed, comparable in strength to human soldiers, and were also of the black iron tier. If fortune favored them, they could further evolve into the more powerful bear goblins. Typically, bear goblins stood over 1 meter 80 tall, with robust physiques and considerable strength. They were also known to possess rudimentary magical abilities and exhibited significantly higher intelligence, generally fluctuating around the bronze tier, making them formidable foes. However, the 2 large goblins posed little threat to Yulian. The smaller goblins, measuring only around 1 meter 20, were dismissed by him. These weak creatures typically served as mere experience fodder for novice adventurers. With the pork left outside, the 2 most threatening large goblins were lured away. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 smaller goblins found themselves unable to penetrate the tree hollow, as a brave little girl, whom Yulian had trained, wielded a crude spear and skillfully injured a few goblins attempting to invade. It was amusing to see the girl, standing at just over 1 meter 40, exude an air of valor among the goblins that were slightly taller than her. If one disregarded the tears glistening in her eyes and her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, she could truly be likened to a fierce warrior. After observing her performance with satisfaction, Yulian cast a small fireball, which exploded with a resounding blast, engulfing 1 large goblin and 2 smaller ones in flames. The singed goblins rolled on the ground, howling in agony, startling their companions. The remaining goblins then witnessed a towering little demon charging towards them with sword and shield. In a panic, the wild goblins scattered in 5 different directions. 2 of the goblins charging directly at Yulian seemed to realize too late that they actually wished to flee. Yet, Yulian offered them no opportunity for retreat. A powerful shield bash shattered the nose of the first goblin, while his sword pierced the mouth of the second just as it raised its bone spear, unable to strike. Withdrawing his sword, Yulian calmly placed it against the neck of the dazed goblin, slicing deeply along its throat, causing a gush of foul blood to spray forth. He shielded himself from the splatter and turned to face the large goblin approaching with a hefty club. Observing Yulian's swift dispatch of 2 of its kin, the large goblin hesitated, its steps slowing, though its vocalizations grew more frantic. Subsequently, several more goblins, appearing rather foolish, charged past the large goblin, colliding head-on with Yulian as he surged forward, akin to a coal-laden locomotive crashing into them, resulting in a cacophony of screams and tumbling bodies. As the large goblin was thrown back by the immense force, Yulian's sword thrust forward, piercing its heart. He swiftly withdrew his blade, leaving the remaining goblins no time to hesitate as they scattered in all directions. Having dispatched 1 dazed goblin that rushed at him, Yulian was left powerless against the fleeing ones. However, afterward, he managed to retrieve 2 goblin corpses from a nearby trap. Once he meticulously cleaned his sword with a cloth, the little girl, now composed, moved the wooden barrier aside and joined Yulian. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Yulian felt a sense of comfort and affection, gently patting her head while voicing his complaint about her height. The little girl, now smiling through her tears, assisted Yulian in clearing away the goblin corpses. Burying them? Certainly not. Julian intended to hang the bodies around as a deterrent for other pesky goblins. In the following days, the area grew significantly quieter. While digging traps, Julian discovered a cave that appeared to lead to a goblin lair. He filled it with smoke from a fire, yet no goblins emerged, leaving him uncertain if they had relocated. Reluctantly, Julian filled the cave with earth and planted a small tree atop it, choosing to monitor the situation, remaining vigilant against ambushes. Clad in leather armor, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, a dagger secured to his right hip, and a sword sheathed at his left, along with a compact combat shield strapped to his left arm and a heavy crossbow in hand, Julian was fully equipped. The little girl, Lana, donned a lightweight hunting outfit. Her once fluffy golden hair now styled into practical braids by Julian. No longer wielding a crude spear, she now held a light crossbow obtained from lizard men. Yet, despite its lightweight nature, Lana struggled to draw the bowstring, requiring both feet for leverage and all her strength, for although she possessed significant power, she was still but a child. To prevent her hands from being cut, Julian fashioned a simple string hook from iron and leather. With a snap of his fingers, Julian set off with his beloved companion Lana, who also served as his food supply, warmth, and youthful squire. Chapter 26. Sudden combat. The ascension of demons is predominantly achieved through slaughter. In the Abyss, it is rather straightforward. Mere combat and the defeat of opponents bestow blessings from the Abyss. However, in other planes, one must extract the power of souls through killing to transmute it into demonic energy. Once the souls attain sufficient strength and the demonic energy within accumulates, demons naturally ascend, a trait inscribed in their very genes. Does this sound familiar? Indeed, the fourth calamity operates on a similar principle, merely altering the nomenclature of experience points. Julian recalled his past as a member of the fourth calamity. Now, he finds himself entwined in the demonic disaster, a twist of fate indeed. At this moment, Julian's soul strength had reached the threshold for ascending to silver rank, and unbeknownst to him, his demonic energy had risen to a bronze rank. He merely needed to slay a few suitable prey to harvest their souls and facilitate his ascension. As he vaulted over a fallen tree, he caught young Jean, who had jumped down, only to be startled by a cacophony of frenzied cries and the twang of bowstrings. Instinctively, Julian pulled Jean down to the ground. However, soon he realized that neither he nor Jean was under attack. Curiously, he raised his head to discern the source of the clamor, a distant chorus of battle cries, comprising the roars of demons, the shouts of humans, and the bizarre howls of unknown creatures. This symphony of chaos was further enhanced by the sounds of bowstrings, clashing swords, and explosions, almost as if accompanied by magical visual effects. Was that the sound of gunfire? Did this world possess firearms? Julian was astonished by his fortune. He had scarcely traveled far before stumbling upon a battle. He then guided Jean, crouching low, as they stealthily approached a slope ahead, hiding behind a large rock to peer downward. Before them lay a wide road, where a lengthy line of human supply carts could be seen, likely a military logistics unit. Surrounding them was a horde of chaotic creatures charging down from both sides of the slope. The escorting soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, were compelled to form two defensive circles under the onslaught of the monstrous army. The forward contingent boasted fewer numbers, only around 100, yet they were well organized. Their command unified, and the soldiers exhibited formidable prowess. They resembled a regular army. In contrast, the rear echelon appeared more disordered, comprising over 200 individuals from various factions, their strengths varying widely. Though they were more numerous, they faced perilous conditions, likely a band of mercenaries. The sound of gunfire erupted from the rear formation, accompanied by rising white smoke. Julian could not ascertain the outcome, though he did witness a hapless orc meet its demise at the end of a bullet, yet it did not perish. Astonishingly, despite half of its skull being blown away, the orc continued to charge forward. Julian watched in disbelief as the valiant orc clambered onto a cart, shrieking as it wielded a stone axe to slay a soldier, only to suddenly freeze, seemingly realizing its grievous injury. With a tilt of its head, it collapsed, brain matter splattered everywhere, truly a testament to the resilience of orcs. Julian smirked, refraining from commenting on the combat prowess of these lowly wild goblins. Were it not for the stringent oversight of the demons, these little green-skinned creatures would have crumbled long ago. Thus, true martial strength lay with the larger orcs, those towering, brawny figures with flamboyant hairstyles and fearsome tusks were the real champions of the battlefield. Wielding crude great swords and massive axes, these orcs charged into the convoy, forcing the heavily shielded soldiers to retreat despite being peppered with arrows. Occasionally, a few broken spear shafts could be seen wobbling among them. Yet these orc warriors continued to revel in battle until they were either felled by their adversaries or their life essence drained away. Yulian cast a glance skyward, where he noticed the ominous magic clouds spreading wider. It seemed the demon army's progress over the past few days had been rather smooth. Among the horde below, both demons and a variety of chaotic creatures mingled. It was uncertain whether the wild monsters had pledged allegiance to the demons. Under the shroud of the magic clouds, the will of the abyss gradually extended, and Yulian could vaguely sense the presence of abyssal intent. At that moment, the battlefield underwent further changes. The coalition of demon creatures could no longer contain their impatience, as a giant troll and an ogre led the charge against the two defensive formations. The reckless troll surged forward, relying on its formidable regenerative abilities to withstand volleys of arrows and endure a few musket shots and fireballs, ultimately crashing through to the rear of the convoy. With a roar, it overturned a cart anchored to the ground. The 3-meter-tall troll, wielding a steel mace, swiftly dispatched 6 or 7 human warriors. Behind it, the orcs and goblins cheered and surged into the breach, with the demons following in a chaotic rush. Conversely, the seemingly dim-witted ogre exhibited a surprising cunning. Brandishing a massive hammer, it bellowed incomprehensible curses imbued with peculiar magic, inciting the surrounding monsters to a fevered frenzy. Even the wild goblins, seemingly under a spell, charged heedlessly into the fray, shrieking as they were struck down by arrows but still managing to rise again. Yulian could not help but marvel at how the ogre's curses bore a striking resemblance to the whip of a succubus, both capable of inciting a frenzy among the deranged. Unable to resist the urge, Yulian felt a thrill of excitement at the unfolding spectacle. Within the human ranks, an officer emerged from the front lines. An armored sergeant of silver rank, wielding sword and shield, stood firm against the advancing ogre. Perhaps he was the leader of this contingent. Yulian speculated, though he could not be certain. Chapter 27. The initiative with the crossbow on the battlefield. A strikingly attractive ice mage was providing assistance. Yulian could not help but carefully observe the sorceress, her fair visage framed in a snug, pale blue leather attire that accentuated her alluring figure. A gust of icy wind swept through, as the witch's spells tempered the frenzy of the savage creatures, many of the lesser monstrosities plummeting to sub-zero temperatures. Encased in ice, a shadowy specter, resembling an ethereal wraith, emerged on the battlefield, casting panic and curses upon the human warriors. Occasionally, it exchanged spells with the female mage, though both exhibited caution, refraining from unleashing their full power, as if reserving their strength for a decisive moment. Meanwhile, despite the larger number of troops in the rear, they were accompanied by only a solitary silver-tier fighter, a ranger wielding twin blades, and a robust bow. With agility, he circled a troll, yet neither side seemed able to gain the upper hand. Nearby soldiers valiantly attempted to breach the troll's defenses, but seemed to struggle in vain, the situation appearing dire. Yulian mused that the scent of the battlefield was far more tolerable than that of the wild goblins, yet still paled in comparison to that of humans. Suddenly, a bronze-tier goblin shaman commenced an ominous ritualistic dance, casting voodoo spells upon the human resistance. Unexpectedly, a crossbow bolt struck him squarely in the head, causing him to tumble lifelessly to the ground, his frail legs twitching momentarily before succumbing to death, oblivious to the cause of his demise. At that moment, Yulian could no longer restrain himself. The 2 silver-tier demons and their monstrous counterparts had joined the fray, and the surviving 800 or 900 mixed troops of the demon army had engaged in fierce combat with the human forces. Thus, Yulian ceased to concern himself with the risk of discovery. Though the distance rendered it difficult to gather significant soul energy, Yulian felt compelled to act. The demons had gained the upper hand, and Yulian sought to assist the humans, prolonging the conflict. A brutish orc, brandishing a hefty axe, had just felled a soldier encased in iron. Suddenly, he felt a crushing blow to the back of his head, staggering him as he barely maintained his footing. Dazed and bloodied, before he could recover, a soldier behind the shield-bearer seized the opportunity to pierce the orc's throat with a spear. However, before the soldier could savor his triumph, a flying axe struck him squarely on the forehead, denting his helmet. At this point, the human forces were teetering on the brink of collapse, Yet the demon's notorious habit of leaving no prisoners instilled fear in the soldiers, preventing them from surrendering easily. Even as the demons began to take captives, rampant cases of torture and cannibalism persisted, leading many human fighters to prefer death in battle over a shameful survival through surrender. Yet, even as the human warriors fought with unwavering resolve, victory was inevitably leaning toward the demon army, outnumbered as they were, with the silver-tier champions tipping the scales further. Just as Julian prepared to intervene, he suddenly spotted a silver-tier knight appearing on the western road. That knight again. Julian widened his eyes at the knight, who was hastening his charge, the steed transitioning from a brisk walk to a gallop, culminating in a full charge, the silver lance gleaming with deadly intent. The Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer has arrived. We are saved. Hold strong, comrades. Those who survive shall drink with me. It's a promise. I want to drink pear wine. Fool. That rascal meant for us to treat him to drinks. Ha ha ha. First, let us live to see another day. The silver-armored knight evidently had gained considerable renown, his mere presence on the battlefield invigorating the remaining human soldiers, instilling a glimmer of hope for survival. It was clear he had been actively engaging demon forces to enhance his reputation. Wow. The Silver Knight. The Silver Knight. Nearby, a young girl, akin to a fan meeting her idol, excitedly cheered on Julian's shoulder, causing him to miss his shot, aimed at a werewolf's head, only to strike a goblin instead. Humph. This braggart is merely displaying false bravado, and his feigned camaraderie harbors insidious intentions. He will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our demon race. The general should eliminate him early. Julian muttered sourly before returning to string his crossbow. On the battlefield, that silver figure moved with the grace of a dragon, the shimmering lance striking with serpentine precision. Not only ordinary creatures, but even the renowned frenzied demons fell before the lance, one being pierced through the left shoulder. With a swift twist, the lance severed the entire left arm of the once arrogant fiend, which barely managed to roll away to evade the knight's second strike. Impressive. That lance must be a rare magical weapon. Julian gazed enviously, though he dared not descend to seize it, for now. He could only play the role of a mere lackey, lurking in the shadows and firing cold bolts. The tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of the Silver Knight. He traversed between two adjacent skirmishes, exploiting any opportunity to charge in, almost as if traversing an unguarded realm. Even the most desperate of demons and monsters fell beneath his lance. Virtually none could withstand his might. Wait. Julian blinked in surprise. Although he aimed for the ogre, the two had unexpectedly changed tactics, one attacking, the other evading, leading the sword and shield sergeant to unwittingly intercept Julian's bolt. More alarmingly, it struck true, penetrating the chinks in the orc's armor. The inner layer of chainmail had evidently failed to halt the bolt's blade. Had it deviated even slightly, the heavy crossbow bolt would have struggled to pierce through the chest plate from such a distance. Chapter 28. Mastering the Art of War. Alas, how unfortunate it is for you, valiant sword and shield warrior. Julian sighed as he observed the stumbling sword and shield lieutenant being mercilessly struck down by the rampaging ogre, its roars echoing as it pounded the lieutenant into the ground, nearly crushing his skull. The tide of battle seemed poised to collapse entirely. The silver-armored knight could only watch helplessly as the lieutenant succumbed to a surprise attack, falling victim to the onslaught of the freed ogre, which now turned its fury upon the clustered human soldiers. The beautiful sorceress's expression shifted dramatically as the sword and shield knight fell to his knees. Without a moment's hesitation, a flash of blue light transformed into a raven, soaring away at great speed. The mesmerizing magic user glanced at the still formidable Silver Knight, hesitated briefly, then swiftly pursued the raven into the skies. The Lord of Madness would not retreat until the last of his minions was slain. In truth, Julian merely displayed a polite yet awkward smile after being ambushed. He held no intentions of provocation, for he had much to live for. Why would he intentionally seek confrontation? Perhaps, at most, he would resort to underhanded tactics from behind. However, the Lord of Madness was too enraged to discern whether Julian's smile was one of embarrassment or defiance. With a furious roar, he unleashed a horde of demons to pursue Julian. How could he be thwarted by a mere silver canister? And how could he not crush this rebellious little demon, if not for the fear of losing his own ranks and becoming prey to the Silver Knight? The Lord of Madness would have personally torn the little demon apart to satiate his wrath, a wrath that inadvertently led him to snap a crossbow bolt, leaving the tip lodged in his skull. In his fury, he slaughtered several nearby lesser demons, yet his rage remained unabated. Though the Silver Knight was invincible in single combat, he could not alter the disintegrating battlefield. The number of surviving soldiers dwindled, and the ogre no longer danced around the rangers but turned to the remaining soldiers, killing and feasting as it went. Despair consumed the soldiers, some screaming as they abandoned their comrades to charge at the enemy, while others discarded their weapons, closing their eyes to await death. Even those who still wished to fight succumbed one by one under the relentless assault of the monsters. Amidst the encirclement, a ranger sighed deeply and leaped, treading upon the heads of demons and half-orcs in an attempt to escape. The Lord of Madness sought to command his minions to detain the ranger, but the timely arrival of the Silver Knight, wielding a gleaming spear, scattered the demons attempting to obstruct the escape. Once the ranger successfully broke free from the fray and swiftly retreated, the Silver Knight galloped away from the battlefield, leaving behind the mindless demons who began to feast. Damn, it was just one arrow, Yulian grumbled, dragging the little girl along the mountain path. Yet, he felt no true panic. Should the Lord of Madness pursue them, Yulian would be in dire straits. However, he believed he could easily handle a horde of lesser demons and wild goblins. Yet, alongside the lesser demons, a few bronze-tier demons and half-orcs emerged, far more formidable foes than mere goblins. Nevertheless, Yulian had studied the art of war, knowing that a disorganized mob could not sustain itself. With continuous movement, he could divide and conquer. A wooden arrow whizzed through the forest, piercing the chest of a nosy little demon. Soon, a flurry of rough arrows flew through the trees, some embedding in trunks, others striking the ground, with just two narrowly missing Yulian's head. In the distance, another bolt was fired, though its aim was poor, shot by the little girl under Yulian's command. Following his orders, she shot an arrow in the general direction and then ducked down to retreat, awaiting Yulian's arrival. The wild goblins and half-orcs, responding instinctively to the sound, loosed another volley of arrows. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, a little demon wearing a helmet leaped out, first throwing a small fireball, then brandishing its sword and shield, rushing toward its fiery projectile. The lead little demon was caught off guard by the fireball, which detonated violently, consuming not only the unsuspecting demon, but also a nearby wild goblin and a frail half-orc, who rolled on the ground in agony before succumbing to the flames. The remaining lesser demons and wild goblins, frightened, fled in disarray, save for one brave half-orc warrior wielding dual daggers who charged forward, unafraid of the flames. Yulian, bending low, rushed forward with a swift strike, piercing the throat of a startled little demon. He then turned to face the advancing half-orc, twisting his blade to sever the demon's head before kicking it toward the half-orc. The half-orc, brushing aside the demon's head, roared in fury as he swung his daggers at Yulian. Remaining calm, Yulian evaded the attack. Though his stature only reached the half-orc's chest, Yulian possessed great strength and agility, slipping past the wild swings of the daggers and driving his blade into the half-orc's side. The lack of armor proved ineffective against Yulian's full-force thrust. Ducking to avoid an elbow strike, Yulian twisted and leaped aside, withdrawing his sword to reveal a gaping wound, exposing the half-orc's innards. The searing pain only fueled the half-orc's aggression. Yet, the grievous injury distorted the half-orc's movements, allowing Yulian to confidently advance for a second strike, cleaving into the half-orc's calf. The half-orc, wearing only straw sandals, could not withstand Yulian's onslaught. Suddenly collapsing, he had no time to defend himself before Yulian swiftly ended his life with a slash to the throat. As the lifeless body of the half-orc fell, Yulian, appearing unfazed, glanced at the hesitant enemies who dared not approach. He dashed out of the encirclement and quickly found the little girl, hoisting the sluggish Jean over his shoulder and retreating at speed. 70 pounds was hardly a burden for Yulian, whose strength was formidable. Chapter 29. A trivial injury at this moment. A claw demon and a fierce demon were hot on their heels. The claw demon was swift, but the stout fierce demon lagged behind, its bulk hindering its speed. Behind them trailed over 30 other demons, creating a chaotic pursuit. In the midst of this, Yulian tucked the cowering little Jean into the crevice between two stones, then turned to face the first claw demon that charged at him. The ferocious claw demon lunged at him like a rabid dog. With a sly grin, Yulian raised a light crossbow from behind, the very hand crossbow he had equipped for little Jean. The obedient girl had already loaded it while waiting for him, surprisingly strong for her size. With a resounding thud, the approaching claw demon was struck at close range. Though it did not suffer fatal injuries, it lost its balance, staggering forward before Yulian, who swiftly delivered a jolt of electricity to incapacitate it. Following that, he stepped forward, accurately slicing its throat, blood gushing forth. Yulian lamented the dullness of his sword. Tenderly, he ran his fingers along the blade before sheathing it, handing the loaded hand crossbow back to little Jean for her protection. He then readied a heavier crossbow, a cold smile spreading across his face as the robust, fierce demon approached, wielding a warhammer. Although the fierce demon bore a frightful resemblance to a zombie creature, Yulian, having encountered various terrifying monsters, remained unfazed. Too slow, he scoffed. Clearly, its intellect is lacking. He lifted the heavy crossbow. This fierce demon was even larger than the one he had previously slain, towering over 2 meters, with a bronze-rank physique, glaring bloodshot eyes, and horns sprouting from its forehead. Its gaping maw was intimidating, and its thick hide resembled a suit of iron armor or chainmail, far sturdier than the skin of lesser demons. The hefty layer of fat on its belly also provided considerable defense. With squinty eyes, the fierce demon let out a bellowing roar, charging at Yulian without fear of his heavy crossbow. Yulian merely smirked, raising the weapon, thinking, who would engage in close combat with a crossbow? Foolish creature, face my might. With a loud thud, an arrow shot through the air, embedding itself in the fierce demon's chest. It staggered back, glancing at the purple-black blood oozing from the wound, yet it showed no sign of retreat, roaring once more as it continued its advance. Yulian remained silent, bending down to load the crossbow again, calmly aiming at the demon now just a few meters away. Foolish creature, prepare to meet your end. With a resounding bang, the fierce demon's head erupted, leaving Yulian momentarily stunned as he collapsed to the ground. Taking time to regain his composure, he grimaced, reminding himself to exercise caution with the crossbow. While losing a head was trivial, disfigurement was a far graver concern. Though, in truth, he mused, there wasn't much of his appearance left to mar. Once his mind cleared, Yulian glanced up to see the fierce demon sprawled on its back. The arrow's tip lodged in its right eye, likely having penetrated its brain. He hadn't anticipated such a precise shot. In this realm, devoid of the abyss, Yulian could not gain the abyssal blessing by slaying foes. Instead, he relied on passively absorbing the dissipating soul energy, converting it into magical power. While this method was less efficient than in the abyss, proximity allowed him to absorb a notable amount, particularly from the demons he personally dispatched. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Yulian had already gathered considerable soul energy from the battlefield's edge, and after slaying several bronze-tier demons and beasts, his reserves swelled further. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly ascended to the bronze rank, his stature now nearly matching little Jean's, and his strength had increased to 500 pounds, along with a significant boost in his magical capacity. With more victories, he believed he could soon elevate himself to the silver-tier demon. After a brief respite, feeling rejuvenated, Yulian called little Jean out, preparing to seize the moment to pave his path to advancement using the corpses of the pursuing demons. Discarding the broken heavy crossbow, he noticed little Jean eyeing his bloodied face. She quickly retrieved a small, chipped handkerchief from her pocket, silently indicating her desire to bandage his cheek. A warmth surged within Yulian, realizing his efforts to protect her were not in vain. In a moment of gratitude, he playfully tapped her forehead. This time, it was a gesture of praise, hoping little Jean would grasp the distinction. Despite receiving an unexpected tap, little Jean, lacking the capacity for such understanding, could only stifle her displeasure. Clenching the handkerchief with tiny fists, she pouted, her eyes glaring in discontent. Yulian, unfazed by her silent protest, inspected the hand crossbow to ensure it remained reliable. As for the wound on his face, he dismissed it. A trivial injury, merely a mark of valor. What warrior lacks scars? With a low twang, the bowstring sang, and a field goblin at the forefront crumpled as if struck by an invisible fist, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining minions scattered in a panic. One small demon, hiding behind a rock, concentrated on conjuring a walnut-sized fireball, peering cautiously for the rebellious demon. Suddenly, it felt a tap on its back, nearly launching the fireball in fright. Turning around, it was greeted by a tall little demon, smiling, though the bloodied scar on its face sparked an unsettling hunger in the small demon. The newcomer was, of course, Yulian. With a similar appearance, he seamlessly blended into the ranks of the little demons, unnoticed by any. Before the small demon could utter a word in its chattering tongue, Julian seized the demon's hand, forcing the fireball into its mouth. Caught off guard, the small demon panicked, forgetting to gradually cease its magical output. In a moment of chaos, it abruptly released its power, causing the fireball to explode within its mouth. Boom. Chapter 30. Ascending to silver even though he managed to evade the worst of it. Julian found himself splattered with the remnants of blood, repulsively discarding an eyeball that had hung from his shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a half-orc boy, dazed and staring at him from a short distance away. The boy, standing about 1.6 meters tall, was emaciated and donned only a tattered leather apron, lacking even a pair of straw sandals. He clutched a crudely fashioned short bow, upon which rested a crooked bone arrow. It was no wonder the knights could wreak havoc when faced with such a barbarous foe. Upon catching Julian's fierce gaze, the half-orc boy shivered and, without waiting for Julian to make a move, discarded his bow and arrows, dropping to the ground in a pleading posture, uttering a flurry of desperate pleas. However, Julian nonchalantly unleashed a bolt of electricity, rendering the half-orc boy thoroughly incapacitated, a mere 7 or 8 parts cooked. Alas, poor half-orc, had you encountered him days prior, perhaps your fate would have been different, but now. Julian sighed with a feigned sense of mercy. Having passed through a phase of psychological softening, he had reverted to his indifferent self. Even the earlier diversion was merely a ploy to prolong the battle, allowing him to siphon more soul energy. After dispatching the host of magical creatures, Julian absorbed the soul energy in close proximity, refining it into magical power. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of magic coursing through him, filling him to the brim, a sensation akin to being overflowed. Strange magical patterns began to manifest on his skin, and within his consciousness, he sensed a vague yet profound connection to the distant abyss, where the mother of demons never inquired about right or wrong. Only the strong could survive and gain rewards. Was strength the only path to survival? Julian pondered the will of the abyss, gaining deeper insights. This was the survival law of the abyss, as well as the universal law of existence, in stark contrast to the more orderly and regulated material planes and other factions. Demons were far more raw and unadulterated. A dark golden pattern emerged on his forehead, appearing to open and close, seemingly concealing a demonic eye within. The golden eye radiated a glow, and memories of Julian's experiences since his arrival flooded his mind. Low-level demons struggled for survival like weeds, whereas high-level demons thrived in their dominion, reveling in their desires. Strength was the ultimate commandment. But how does one attain such strength? A tumultuous surge of demonic energy enveloped Julian. For demons, only through slaughter, blood, and souls could they ascend to greater power. He needed to embrace more killing, savor more blood, consume more souls, and abandon any notions of good and evil to ascend to a higher pedestal of strength. I have reached the threshold of ascending to silver, Julian suddenly realized, feeling the magic and demonic blood within him bubbling to a boil. This was an instinctual urging, compelling him to evolve, a force so potent that even his resilient soul could no longer suppress it. The primal instincts engraved in a demon's bloodline relentlessly sought greater power. Julian embraced this evolution, as he felt he could scarcely descend further. The demon's instinct told him that each evolution was a qualitative transformation, a more potent alteration. Of course, it would be even better if he could enhance his appearance in the process. Stripping off his garments and helmet, Julian's muscular form began to visibly writhe and change, rapidly morphing into a new shape. He inhaled deeply, enduring the excruciating pain and discomfort coursing through his body, allowing this transformation to spread and intensify. A powerful wave of magic surged violently within him. His height increased dramatically, with the short, thick demonic horns on either side of his head elongating. Vibrant red and blue magical lights shimmering between the intricate layers of patterns. His demonic wings expanded outward, and it seemed that a trace of dragon blood within him had triggered a transformation akin to that of a dragon's wings. His scales remained a dark crimson, yet were adorned with a dense tapestry of azure magical patterns, resembling serpentine scales. His physique grew robust and towering, with hands better suited for wielding weapons, while still retaining claw-like fingertips. His legs took on a humanoid form, yet his feet were still equipped with sharp claws. A torrent of frenzied magical energy surged within Julian's chest, and his limbs brimmed with boundless strength, his entire being vibrating with restlessness. How he longed for a battle. With his crimson eyes wide open, Julian's half-demon visage broke into a fierce smile. His flared nostrils released a spark of electricity, and the golden eye within the golden pattern on his forehead moved slightly before quietly closing and vanishing. Previously a minor demon, Julian inherently possessed attributes of darkness and flame. After consuming the magical crystal from that monstrous bowl, he had seemingly awakened the power of lightning. This evolution fully developed his electrical abilities, granting him a talent that encompassed darkness, flame, and lightning. While most demons evolved according to the established templates of the Abyss, there existed a handful of unique demons who chose to evolve independently, enriching the Abyss with diverse species. However, such evolution often entailed significant uncertainty and risk of failure. Julian's current evolutionary template was that of a slaughter demon, adept in wielding weapons, mastering combat techniques, and possessing knowledge of certain spells, while also excelling in commanding demonic legions, an indispensable officer within the demon army. Yet, Julian retained notable distinctions from the standard slaughter demon. For instance, most lacked wings and tails, while he maintained both, resembling a winged demon, though the latter lacked a tail. Compared to the impulsive and reckless frenzy demons, slaughter demons exhibited a more composed and cautious demeanor, often embodying cunning and treachery. Upon reflection, Julian fit this mold quite well. His former superior, the demon Benji, was also a slaughter demon, yet Julian's stature now seemed to surpass Benji's. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, when including his horns, he was nearly 2.4 meters without them. Indeed, the evolution of slaughter demons was quite commendable. They could ascend directly to the golden tier brutal demon, who possessed wings, or take a turn to evolve into a horned demon or fire demon. Beyond that lay the legendary realm of greater demons or flame demons. Julian's current form resembled a youthful, miniature version of a greater demon, not a high-level spell of transformation, nor a legendary grade advanced transformation, but rather a mid-level spell, the transformation spell, that allowed for a fixed shape. Chapter 31. Wasting talent. Demons have always preferred to dominate and plunder, engaging in direct violence and slaughter. Most demons disdain and lack the patience for intricate technical maneuvers. However, Julian is quite different, possessing a keen interest in such tactics. The true path to survival lies in both combat and deceit. After all, there is no rule that forbids a violent offender from moonlighting as a con artist. Nevertheless, Julian remains distinct from devils. After all, devils are professional deceivers, while he is merely an amateur. Having scrutinized his demonic form, Julian eagerly cast the transformation spell. An ethereal glow enveloped him, and after a few breaths, the light dissipated. Revealed was Julian, now notably smaller in stature, with long hair tinged with a hue reminiscent of blood, unwashed and carelessly draped over his shoulders. His pale, bare body resembled a masterpiece crafted by a sculptor, with every contour meticulously honed to perfection, embodying an exquisite balance of strength and beauty. His striking visage was nothing short of breathtaking, not in the delicate, effeminate manner, but rather in a rugged, masculine beauty that exuded wild charm. If one could overlook the two demonic horns atop his head, he might well be the dream lover of many women. Or, for some enthusiasts, perhaps those horns would be an added allure. His eyes, a mesmerizing blend of crimson and azure, radiated a bewitching beauty, a strange and eerie charm that rendered onlookers hesitant, yet irresistibly drawn to glance again. With such a physique and appearance, neglecting to pursue affluent patrons would indeed be a squandered gift. However, Julian was not that type of individual, nor that kind of demon. Though his form had diminished significantly, he still towered at 2 meters with horns and approximately 190 centimeters without them. His physique was robust and perfectly proportioned, exuding both elegance and might. Clad in armor, he would resemble a formidable knight, indeed, a demonic knight. With a quick shake of his fist, Julian felt capable of confronting that silver-armored knight head-on, provided his own equipment matched the knight's opulence. As for the frenzied demon he had shot in the head, Julian believed he could easily sever the creature's head now. This thought stirred a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Little lowly, Jean, hid nervously behind a nearby tree, observing the drastically transformed Julian. She had grown accustomed to the slightly shorter demon who often bullied her, only to find that he had now morphed into a towering figure. Moments later, he appeared as a handsome older brother, assuming one could overlook his horns, wings, and tail. Indeed, the world has always been superficial, and even little Lowly was not exempt from this reality. The once frightening monster had now become a charming older brother, and Jean's fear began to dissipate. At this moment, standing at 2 meters tall, Yulian held a distinct height advantage over the petite Jean, prompting him to wave with a sense of pride. "Jean, come here." The little girl, hidden behind the tree, momentarily froze, realizing she understood him. No, it was not that she understood. Rather, he had learned the human tongue upon ascending to a mid-level demon. This newfound knowledge had awakened from his very bloodline, akin to the sorcerer's, with language being just one of the many skills he had acquired. The voice bore an enchanting pressure that left little Jean feeling compelled to obey, causing her to timidly step out, head bowed as she approached Julian's side. Yulian reached out, gently ruffling her hair before playfully flicking her forehead. This time, Jean did not react with anger. Instead, she shyly looked up at him before lowering her gaze once more. However, being shyly bowed, Jean could not help but notice something. With widened eyes, she caught a glimpse of an object that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she turned to flee, her face glowing with heat. Yulian paused, momentarily stunned. Before recalling that he was still in a state of undress, he cast a glance at his impressive endowment. "I possess the qualities of an emperor. I could subdue demons and dragons alike. Even confronting a goddess would be a trivial matter." Clearing his throat, he decided to maintain some decorum. After all, this narrative is aimed at a youthful audience, and it would be inappropriate to stray too far from propriety. Yulian pointed toward his discarded leather armor and helmet on the ground, channeling a surge of black magic that transformed the items into a new form. This magical crafting technique was not without its merits. As Yulian observed the armor morph into a pair of leather pants adorned with iron pieces, albeit cropped, he resigned himself to the outcome, resolving his state of undress. He shrugged off concerns regarding the spell's legitimacy. Magic was, after all, omnipotent. Moreover, his mother from the abyss was notoriously generous. Should he ascend to a fire demon, she might bestow upon him a legendary executioner's sword and an exceptional magical whip. Fortunately, the peculiar leather pants proved quite elastic, likely accommodating his demonic form without issue. After donning them and fastening the accompanying leather belt, Yulian acknowledged that, while it felt like a compromise, the craftsmanship was indeed commendable. Ultimately, Yulian excelled in the art of righteous thievery, an innate passive skill shared among demons, embodying the essence of their nature. After all, how else could demons earn the title of disaster incarnate? Chapter 32. Unwelcome visitors. Yulian was not disheartened. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Not because there was readily available meat to consume, but rather that this mixed horde of monsters had not departed immediately. After a brief contemplation, Yulian anticipated that there would soon be an abundance of scenes requiring censorship, unsuitable for young eyes. Thus, he concealed Lena in a nearby tree and provided her with a crossbow for protection. As the night deepened, a flash of demonic energy illuminated the surroundings. Yulian, having reverted to his demonic form, flapped his wings and glided down from the treetops. It was not that Yulian wished to soar higher. He simply found himself incapable of doing so. Even with the assistance of magical power, he could barely manage this low-altitude glide. A thunderous roar, laden with provocation, pierced the night, rousing the reveling demons and creatures. It also drew the attention of the frenzied demon clinging to a leg, who turned to face the source of the roar. A demon clad in tight leather pants descended slowly, and the frenzied demon, somewhat perplexed, noted that while the newcomer resembled a demon slayer, he possessed a pair of demonic wings and a tail, exuding an impressive presence akin to a smaller version of a major demon. However, the frenzied demon soon abandoned his musings. Even the most bewildering variations of demons were commonplace for the mother of the abyss. The sight of a slightly different demon slayer was hardly shocking. Yet, what irked the frenzied demon was the palpable hostility emanating from the newcomer, who seemed less interested in feasting and more inclined to instigate conflict. Anger surged within the frenzied demon, prompting him to discard the delectable morsel he had been gnawing on and to bellow, rousing the other demons and creatures indulging in their feast. "Who are you? Why have you come here? You have disturbed Lord Luca's meal." The frenzied demon Luca initially planned to respond with force, ready to unleash a brutal warning upon this uninvited intruder. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming surge of thunderous and fiery magic radiating from his opponent, Luca opted for a more diplomatic inquiry, pondering whether this could merely be a misunderstanding. "Me? I am the demon Yulian, sent by my great master to summon soldiers and subsequently march against a human army." Yulian casually fabricated a lie, approaching the frenzied demon at a measured pace. Sent. Summoned? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not know that our troop is under the command of the formidable Lord Burn Demon Stand? Luca's fury escalated. It was absurd for this unknown demon to wish to absorb his army. Or else what? As Luca spoke, Yulian had already closed the distance and, without a hint of decorum, launched a surprise attack. Damn it, you scoundrel! Luca seethed, caught off guard by the audacity of the unknown demon, who showed no regard for the multitude of allies surrounding him. Yulian was indeed aware of the numbers on the opposing side, but he desired precisely that, an abundance of foes. If he could achieve a decisive victory, the entire horde would fall under his command. With a swift motion, Yulian conjured a searing flame from his left hand, isolating the onlookers, while a bolt of lightning coiled around Luca from his right, striking simultaneously. Yet, despite the frenzied demon's lack of magical prowess, his high resistance to magic allowed him to withstand the terrifying electric currents, enabling him to retaliate. Luca lunged forward, claws bared, intent on seizing Yulian. Die, caught off guard. Luca's reflexes faltered. In an instant, he found himself ensnared by a massive grip around his head, and with tremendous force, he was slammed to the ground. Simultaneously, Yulian seized his left arm. Damn it, this demon knows about my injury. Luca realized too late, as the sharp pain surged through his left shoulder, severing his left arm once more. Despite the agony, Luca retaliated, his sharp right claws embedding into Yulian's left ribcage. Yet, Yulian's tail pierced through Luca's right arm, preventing him from plunging his claws into Yulian's heart. The pain ignited a ferocity within Yulian. Relinquishing Luca's left arm, he retaliated by driving his fingertips into Luca's neck, followed by a brutal grip that tore open Luca's throat. The terrified Luca, in a desperate attempt, thrust his claws deeper into Yulian's chest while pleading for mercy with his eyes. Regrettably, though Yulian retained a semblance of compassion from his past life, he had no intention of bestowing it upon Luca. Thus, in a final act of defiance, Luca's throat was wrenched apart, blood and flesh splattering, leaving only a solitary, resilient vertebra to support his head. The tenacious frenzied demon managed to utter a complete curse amidst his demise. However, that vertebra too was soon forcefully snapped by Yulian. Extracting Luca's claws from his chest, the excruciating pain caused Yulian to grimace. Fortunately, the loyalty of the surrounding demons and creatures was limited to mere frantic cheers. As to them, this was merely a struggle for power among demon officers. In a matter of moments, the flames dissipated, and Yulian emerged, holding Luca's head aloft, casting a fierce glare upon the surrounding demons and creatures. His terrifying aura radiated at least 2 meters and 80 centimeters, possibly coalescing into a halo of fear in the future. The cunning ogre, displaying his submission, bowed slightly while the trolls followed suit, acknowledging the strength of their superior. With 2 silver-tier monsters yielding, the remaining creatures naturally bowed in deference. The demons, having already prostrated themselves, were compelled by their very nature to submit to the strong, driven by an innate desire to become powerful and the opportunistic tendencies that characterize their kind. Yulian then meticulously assessed the ranks of the monsters. Among them were over 200 demons, with 30 to 40 being of bronze tier, showcasing a diverse array. The remaining near 200 black iron tier demons were less varied, predominantly comprising lesser demons, with a smattering of insectoid and beastly demons. Chapter 33. The demon equipment. There are over 400 wild creatures in total, with the most numerous being the wild goblins, including some large goblins and a few bear goblins, approximately 300 in number. The remaining 100 or so consist of half-orcs, kobolds, orcs, and wergens, creating a veritable M-lang of monsters. Yulian surmises that the frenzy and phantasmagoria brought forth several hundred demons from their ranks, subsequently recruiting a few wild goblin tribes and orc clans, then mingling them with a smattering of wandering monsters to form a ragtag force of over 1,000. However, the combat efficacy of such a troop is highly questionable. Despite their numerical advantage, they suffered over 500 casualties while ambushing a transport convoy of more than 300 individuals. Ultimately, they were left with barely 700 or 800 demons. Though the human transport convoy boasted the formidable presence of a silver-tier knight, the monstrous horde had Yulian's covert support. After all, the silver-tier officer had met his demise due to Yulian's stealthy assault. Regardless of their shortcomings, Yulian had no room for discrimination, being a newly ascended mid-tier demon with little authority to be choosy. If these were not mere fodder, they would not have been under his command. After acknowledging their new leader, the monsters turned back to indulge in their repast of human flesh. Yulian pondered whether forbidding them from their feast would incite a rebellion. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that the likelihood of insurrection was low, yet the potential for disbandment was quite high. Weighing these considerations, Yulian naturally opted to dismiss his unease. After all, the dead were dead, and their remains should not go to waste. Declining the monster's enthusiastic invitation, Yulian, accompanied by the demon Luca and the body of the fallen sword and shield officer, moved a short distance away. The monsters regarded him with a knowing expression, perhaps believing that Yulian favored the flesh of such formidable warriors, robust and chewy. A little girl, hidden nearby, was brought forth, though Yulian was reluctant to place her in plain sight. Despite feeling somewhat absurd, akin to a protective father, he shook his head, attributing his concern merely to his ownership of his possessions. After setting up a portable tent salvaged from the transport vehicle, Yulian instructed the little girl to snuggle under a blanket inside and rest. Although night had scarcely fallen and she wasn't yet sleepy, the presence of monsters nearby prompted her to obediently crawl into the tent. The 2 corpses he had retrieved were not for consumption, but rather to forge a set of equipment for himself. The military supplies from the transport, including weapons, armor, and rations, were mostly mundane items, with only a few being of superior quality and none reaching the excellence tier. Conversely, the equipment of the sword and shield officer was markedly different. The complete suit of plate armor, while lacking enchantments, was of excellent grade, and the sword and shield were rare magical artifacts. Although somewhat damaged and ill-fitting for Yulian, he had faith in his demonic forging skills to transform these pieces into suitable equipment. Furthermore, the 2 corpses provided commendable materials, particularly the formidable claws of Luca, which would significantly enhance the quality of the weapons. Nothing should be wasted. Yulian summoned his magical energy, enveloping the 2 corpses and the equipment in a radiant glow. To his surprise, the energy expenditure for forging the trousers had been minimal, while this complete set of equipment demanded a staggering amount of power, nearly draining him entirely. This was to be expected, as he was forging a set of magical gear rather than a mere pair of trousers, and the depletion of his strength left him increasingly anxious about the nearby monsters, particularly the 2 silver-tier ogres and trolls. Excessive energy consumption had rendered Yulian considerably weakened, leaving him vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Fortunately, aside from the ogre casting a curious glance in his direction, the remaining demons and wild creatures were preoccupied with their delectable feast, showing little interest in what their new leader was undertaking. They did not disturb him until he completed the forging process, much to his relief. As the magical light dissipated, a fearsome set of black and red heavy plate armor appeared before Yulian, along with a pair of equally menacing sword and shield. The once living bodies had become desiccated corpses, their essence now absorbed into the equipment. The new demonic plate armor had ascended from excellent-grade ordinary gear to rare magical equipment, exuding a design steeped in demonic aesthetics. Featuring a classic black and red color scheme adorned with azure patterns, attributes resonant with Yulian's own essence. The breastplate was etched with a fearsome dragon visage, and the half-helmet bore grim skulls as embellishments. As magical gear, its grade may not have been high, yet it provided substantial enhancements to both physical and magical defenses, along with the ability to adjust its size according to Yulian's physique, though within certain limits, as it could not exceed 3 meters in height or diminish below 1.5 meters. To accommodate Yulian's wings and tail, modifications had been made to the armor's rear. Alas, it was not a legendary-grade piece. Otherwise, with a mere snap of his fingers, it would have enveloped him in a flash of light. Regrettably, while the sword and shield had been fortified and endowed with minor flame and electric effects, they had not advanced to the precious tier of magical equipment, likely requiring more exquisite materials for such an upgrade. The original cross-shaped sword had been transformed into a fearsome single-edged shark-tooth sword, adjustable between 90 centimeters and 1.50 meters, suitable for both one-handed and two-handed use, and imbued with the powers of paralysis and fire damage. Its impact was not substantial, but it remained practical. The glossy, dark claws were a contribution from the frenzied demon Luca, whose claws, being a direct evolution from claw demons, were sharper and sturdier, trustworthy for acts of violence and thievery. Satisfied with his new equipment, Yulian appreciated how it elevated him from his previously shabby appearance. Dressed in this formidable gear, he felt confident that his presence would command respect from the lesser tribes of monsters. clad in the black and red plate armor, wielding the fearsome sword and shield. Yulian was filled with exhilaration, eager to seek out conflict and claim territory. However, he soon realized he was still unfamiliar with the surrounding factions, having previously been a mere fledgling demon fleeing for his life. Acting recklessly could lead to dire consequences, as humanity in this world still possessed a strong sense of martial ethics. As for biding his time, Yulian glanced at the monsters reveling in their feast. He shook his head, recognizing that they would soon exhaust their supplies. Thus it was imperative to sustain conflict and prevent these ruffians from growing complacent. Chapter 34. Geographical powers. Despite suffering a perplexing blow to the head, the little girl still sought solace by snuggling up to Yulian for a nap. Even in his demon form, she could not resist the urge to draw closer, hoping to find a modicum of security. After all, just beyond the tent lay a horde of monstrous creatures that delighted in murder and cannibalism. It was only by clinging to Yulian that little Jean could drift into a peaceful slumber. As Yulian observed little Jean tightly clutching his leg, he silently toyed with her golden braid. After a moment's contemplation, he gently laid her face down across his lap, carefully loosening her clothing to reveal her delicate shoulder blades. Although the little girl shivered at the touch, she did not struggle but instead obediently nestled against him. Yulian's fingertips dripped a single drop of demonic blood, which coalesced into a shadowy arcane light that he softly pressed onto her back. This marked his first attempt at inscribing a magical sigil, derived from that enigmatic magical eye, capable of transforming witches and even demons, provided there was sufficient magical energy. With deliberate precision, Yulian traced the sigil onto Jean's back, and soon a dark red magical pattern emerged, resembling a fierce dragon poised to take flight. Casting a glance over the chaotic battlefield, an unsettling tapestry of yesterday's bloodshed interwoven with the night's revelry, littered with corpses and dismembered limbs, Yulian felt a twinge of discomfort. Even as one accustomed to violence, grasping his fearsome shield and wielding a serrated sword, he let out a resounding roar that roused the slumbering monstrosities. A few grumbling creatures met their end as Yulian swiftly beheaded them, their severed heads awakening the rest from their stupor. Though he did not deal the blows himself, Yulian found it hard to shake off the guilt and instinctively traced a cross in the air, murmuring a few words of atonement. After this small act of contrition, his spirit felt rejuvenated, and he resolved to continue the slaughter. Selecting a usable cart, he opted to have 2 bear goblins pull it in the absence of horses, while he and the timid little girl found refuge in a covered wagon. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Yulian from proclaiming his grand design, summoning and recruiting an army, promising the monsters the liberty to pillage and feast upon humanity. His empty promises roused the creatures into a fervor, though he pondered how many would survive until his assault on human settlements commenced. The time has come for entrepreneurial pursuits. Humanity, demons, and wild beasts all must dance upon the same eggshells. The trolls and ogres were nomadic creatures without tribes, possessing a wealth of experience, particularly the ogre Boro, whose intellect rivaled that of humans. Through conversations with Boro, Yulian gleaned a better understanding of the geographical powers surrounding him. This invasion of millions of demonic troops had been thwarted by the interference of deities and powerful mages of the realm, resulting in their dispersion across various territories. Yulian's location was in the northwestern region of the South Tyrol Mountains, bordered to the southwest by the Kingdom of Talia, to the north by the Duchy of Falcon, and to the east lay the Virile Commercial Alliance beyond the Tyrol Canyon. Little Jean's home, the town they had previously visited, was situated in the southern part of the Duchy of Falcon, specifically in Winston County, primarily engaged in frontier trade. Thus, the Kingdom of Talia had long cast a covetous eye upon Winston County. However, neither the Duchy of Falcon nor the Virile Alliance, nor even the Kingdom of Locust to the north of Falcon, wished to see Talia consume Winston County, should the already formidable Talia annex Winston. Gaining control over the flourishing trade routes, its power would undoubtedly soar to new heights, leading to numerous conflicts and skirmishes within Winston County. The Kingdom of Talia, located on the western side of the South Tyrol Mountains, boasted a population exceeding 10 million, though the exact figure remained uncertain, with potential discrepancies in the millions owing to the numerous hidden households beneath the nobility. The kingdom's regular military consisted of 30 legions, each theoretically comprising 5,500 troops, 2 golden-tier generals, 50 silver-tier officers, and nearly 1,000 bronze-tier soldiers, with the remaining soldiers being of at least black iron rank. Moreover, the kingdom possessed 8 knightly orders, each standard order comprising 6 golden tier knights, over 100 silver tier knights, 1,500 bronze tier rangers, and more than 6,000 black iron rank squires. In total, the kingdom's military strength included hundreds of golden tier knights and generals, over 2,000 silver tier knights and officers, and more than 40,000 rangers and soldiers. This was merely the visible military force, exuding a certain deterrent quality. However, despite the appearance of formidable military might, only 1/3 of these forces were directly loyal to the king. The legions and royal knightly orders labeled as royal guard constituted the king's true power, while the remainder was a coalition of noble forces from various regions. The king and the nobility combined represented the kingdom. Additionally, there were 3 champion knights, 3 legion marshals, the king who bore royal lineage, and the head of the Royal Magic Academy, totaling 8 legendary warriors. Even those legendary figures who did not pledge allegiance to a state were granted the respect and privileges of earls or above. Beyond this, there existed militia groups across the kingdom and private armies of the nobility, as well as various guilds and independent practitioners. Without corresponding strength, Yulian believed he must tread carefully, lest he meet an untimely demise. Chapter 35. Draping the tiger skin. Though the Falcon Duchy is considerably smaller than the Kingdom of Talia, it has established itself as a martial nation, sandwiched between the 2 kingdoms. Its territory is relatively elongated, situated to the west of the northern Tilier Mountains, and its mercenary knights and soldiers are renowned resources. A jest circulates that there are more mercenaries in the Falcon Duchy than farmers, and while it may be humorous, it reflects the local customs. Furthermore, the duchy's relationships with other nations provide a balance of power, enabling it to stand firm against the mightier Kingdom of Talia. In contrast, the Virol trading alliance in the eastern Tilier Gorge appears to lack military strength, but their wealth is unparalleled. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. The wealthy magnates of Virol have even summoned true deities to manifest miracles through their riches. Considering these factors, Yulian understands his choice. He shall bide his time and develop his forces cautiously, allowing the demonic armies to confront the formidable indigenous powers. The northern region is the epicenter of conflict, prompting Yulian to seek refuge in the southeastern mountainous areas. He plans to establish a foothold in the relatively unmonitored mountainous regions northwest of the southern Tilier Mountains, observe the unfolding battles, and seek opportunities to capitalize without recklessly charging in like a protagonist from a tale of adventure. After all, a small fish caught in the tumult of a Leviathan-esque battle would be crushed by even the slightest ripple. It is not shameful to survive. The ultimate victor is the one who laughs last. However, while Yulian is inclined towards caution, his newly acquired subordinates are oblivious to the reality of their situation, boasting fervently as if they could breach the capital city of Blossoming City at dawn. They face the choice of becoming fodder or earning the favor of the powerful demons, thereby being coerced into loyalty as devoted servants. Thus, Yulian fabricates a tale of a demigod lord demon, brandishing the tiger skin to rally support, proclaiming his intention to gather a multitude of wild warriors in preparation for the sweeping conquest of the Kingdom of Talia. Of course, not a single word of this was entirely truthful, or was it? A certain red-haired demon lord by the campfire, roasting black bread, sneezed in confusion. My lord Satania is powerful and terrifying, both fearsome and dreadful, favored by the abyssal depths, and revered by legions of demons. He commands 100,000 demonic soldiers and thousands of demon generals. If you submit early, you may retain your position as chieftain. In the future, as we conquer human nations together, feasting and reveling will surely be delightful, will it not? Yulian's eloquent discourse left the wild tribes in a daze, nearly begging to pledge allegiance, though the orc shaman across from him remained hesitant, his gaze wavering. Yulian then adopted a stern demeanor, stating, "You must understand. My lord offers you this opportunity as a tremendous gift. If you fail to cherish it, the world knows that demons harbor grudges. The mightier they are, the more vindictive. Should my lord recall your disobedience, he will undoubtedly send his armies to annihilate you. When that time comes, where will you flee?" After Yulian's mix of intimidation and persuasion, the elder orc shaman ultimately submitted, aware that the ominous clouds of demonic presence loomed ever closer. The rumors of the demonic army had spread far and wide, reaching even the tribes in the mountains, who had heard exaggerated tales of impending doom. Faced with such terrifying rumors, it seemed wiser to join forces early, for they might enjoy a few hearty meals before their end. Yulian, pleased with his growing army, had successfully subdued 5 small tribes and a mountain village in just a few days, increasing his forces to over 1,000, albeit mostly consisting of commoners. The mountain village was more akin to a bandit outpost, cultivating crops in seclusion and raiding outsiders when necessary, a common plight for tribal settlements in the mountains. In times of famine, these tribes either resorted to bloody massacres or fought against outsiders for survival. The village that surrendered to Yulian was on the brink of starvation. A band of goblins had recently ravaged their fields at night, killing the watchmen. Though the villagers managed to eliminate the goblins afterward, it was too late. At this juncture, Yulian arrived, offering them a lifeline, and the desperate villagers chose to pledge their faith to the demon in exchange for the survival of their village, thus providing Yulian with over 200 unfaithful followers. While this occurrence was somewhat fortuitous, it was certainly not orchestrated by Yulian. Indeed, it was not. Although these followers lacked piety, Yulian found joy in their presence, for this was merely the beginning. With these unfaithful followers, he could begin cultivating devout adherents who would transition from fallen ones to demon followers, and eventually to demon worshippers, among others. He envisioned a hierarchy of demonic servants, warriors, and knights, as those trained from fallen humans would exhibit loyalty far surpassing that of the demons themselves. While their potential might be somewhat diminished, their unwavering loyalty would compensate for it. A warrior had dared to reject Yulian's benevolence, a silver-ranked orc who seemed to possess some hidden strength, thus refusing to surrender and even slaying Yulian's half-orc emissary. Consequently, Yulian emerged from his makeshift carriage, wielding his sharp-toothed sword to sever the orc warrior's axe and arm, ultimately consigning him to the flames of dark red fire. Following this, Yulian coldly commanded, "Eliminate them all." Unbeknownst to him, Yulian's boundaries had subtly shifted once more. A deafening roar erupted as numerous creatures charged into the humble camp, excitedly commencing their slaughter, for preying on the weak had become instinctual for these small tribes. Chapter 36. The power of faith. That's about enough for now. Any more would be difficult to control. This mountainous region, annually swept clean by the private armies of the nobles from Talia, lacks formidable tribes. However, delving deeper into the South Tilia Mountains reveals a different reality, where powerful tribes and magical beasts lie hidden. These formidable tribes and creatures inhabit the depths of the vast mountains, reaching an unspoken accord with the human nations through bloodshed, each establishing their own sphere of influence, while the periphery serves as a buffer zone. Yulian is acutely aware of his own limitations and understands that his current authority is built upon the weakness of the tribes surrounding South Tilia. Otherwise, a single powerful figure of golden rank would bring him to his knees. Having gathered this motley crew, it is time to find a suitable territory to impose some order. A sudden dragon's roar jolts the monsters, who were immersed in their carnage. Looking up, Yulian sees a green dragon swooping down, unleashing a stream of yellow-green dragon breath that engulfs the unfortunate creatures below. Before the poison can take effect, they are shredded to pieces by the ferocious breath. While those who merely inhale the toxic fumes quickly succumb, their bodies turning black, skin rotting, and blood spewing from their mouths and noses, dying in agonizing pain within moments. In an instant, over 20 monsters and demons are obliterated by the dragon's breath, while more than 100 smaller creatures perish from the dispersed poison. In the blink of an eye, Yulian's army has diminished by 1/10. Though most of the casualties are low-level minions, Yulian trembles with rage. Can this world still be salvaged? He has only enjoyed a few days of pride, and now a wretched green dragon has come to assert its dominance. The green dragon circles above for a moment, emitting a resounding roar that conveys both pride and joy, even to those unfamiliar with the dragon tongue. Damn it, whose reckless child is this? Is there no one to contend with the dragon? Yulian realizes that the green dragon is, in fact, a young dragon of silver rank. Yet its breath nearly decimated his forces. Fuming, Yulian gazes at the departing dragon and issues a command to the ogre Boro to investigate whether any orcs in the nearby encampment have survived. If so, he wishes to inquire if the green dragon resides nearby or is merely passing through. Before long, the ogre Boro returns, dragging an elderly orc with him. Yulian raises an eyebrow. It is rare to find an aged orc who is not a shaman. Survival in the wilderness is harsh, and both orcs and wolfmen, as well as wildlings and mountain dwellers, seldom reach old age. In times of scarce resources, These elderly tribesmen likely have little chance of surviving outside their clans, as resources are too precious to waste on the old. Unless one possesses the rights of a priest or wields significant power, one cannot hope to enjoy a peaceful old age. Thus, how has this aged orc, lacking both shamanic powers and strength, managed to survive? My lord, please spare me. Old Jock is useful, truly useful. Before Yulian can pose a question, the frail old orc prostrates himself on the ground, pleading fervently. Fortunately, with the passive skill of language comprehension, Yulian can understand and quickly learn any tongue, provided it isn't a specific magical language or one from another universe. Yes, yes. My lord, please ask. Old Jock will tell you everything he knows. The old orc, wrapped in tattered rags, quivers on the ground. Very well. My inquiry pertains to the green dragon. Have you seen it before? Does it reside nearby, or is it merely passing through? Ah, yes, the old orc begins, hesitating initially, but is swiftly motivated to speak after Borrow lashes him with a whip, tearing the rags and leaving a bloody mark on his back. With a pained cry, old Jock hastily spills forth his knowledge. Yes, the green dragon resides nearby, on the cliffs to the south. It appeared over a year ago and comes to collect taxes every month. Our chief, relying on the green dragon as a backer, has refused to surrender to you. My lord, foolish indeed, to believe that the presence of a green dragon can shield them from me. Yulian grits his teeth, considering the possibility of eliminating the dragon. The inherent disparities between living beings are vast. Even among creatures of the same rank, their combat prowess and lifespans can differ significantly. Such gaps can only be reduced when one achieves divinity. Prior to that, the chasm between a silver-ranked goblin warrior and a silver-ranked dragon is insurmountable, akin to the distinction between a standard template and an elite template. While demons are also high-level beings, different types of demons within the same rank can exhibit considerable variance in capability, representing a growth form of advanced life, unlike the naturally superior dragons and elves. In contrast, humanity is rather mediocre across the board, possessing neither great strength nor longevity, a reproductive rate that is neither high nor low, varying intelligence, and an average willpower. Thus, despite their unremarkable traits, collectively, they have become the most dominant race in the material plane. Although Yulian has been reborn as a demon, he has not succumbed to the will of the abyss and still harbors a certain fondness for humanity, albeit with some trepidation and anticipation. Perhaps I can attempt to cultivate a cult that worships me, thereby establishing a nation devoted to the faith of demons. The power of faith can be refined into divine power, just as crude oil can be transformed into various fuels. Faith emanates from the soul, perhaps comparable to the relationship between an egg and a chicken. A deity protects the chicken from predators, while taking its eggs represents a gentler, more gradual process. In contrast, demons prefer to kill the chicken and consume its flesh, often lurking around humans like beasts, brutishly desiring to feast in one sitting. Chapter 37. The young dragon Yulian surmised that if his party lingered in the vicinity, the green dragon would frequently swoop down to unleash its breath upon them or, at times, devour a few of his subordinates, gradually dismantling his forces. This, of course, was unacceptable. Yulian had exerted considerable effort to prepare for establishing a stronghold nearby, recruiting soldiers in anticipation of favorable conditions. The green dragon had to be eliminated. With a fierce determination, Yulian fixed his vivid red and blue magical eyes upon the old orc. Since you are aware of the dragon's lair, you shall guide us there. The old orc trembled, hesitating to refuse. Yet he was not so senile as to disregard Yulian's authority. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced in a low voice. To confront a formidable creature like the green dragon, who possessed the ability to fly, it was prudent to avoid bringing along too many insignificant troops. Otherwise, they might suffer a preemptive ambush before the battle even commenced. Moreover, the dragon's dwelling was ill-suited for a large contingent. Thus, Yulian decided to forge ahead with a select and capable team. Yulian currently commanded 6 silver-tier subordinates. Aside from the troll Adu and the ogre Bolo, there was a wargen warrior, an elderly orc shaman, a wild goblin shaman, and finally, the leader of a mountain village, an adept archer. After deliberation, Yulian resolved to leave Adu and the old orc shaman behind to guard the numerous wild creatures they had captured. He chose these two for their respective qualities. The troll was rather dim-witted and thus less likely to harbor ill intentions, while the old orc shaman was timid and obedient, unlikely to cause trouble. The young girl, Lena, remained at the temporary camp with over 100 mountain folk, women and children. Recently, Yulian had appointed her as the chief witch of the cult, and she was somewhat dazedly learning to guide the followers, although all her teachings were derived from Yulian himself. Nonetheless, clever Lena managed to play her role convincingly and had begun to establish a modicum of authority among the villagers, possibly paving the way for her to become the cult's high priestess in the future. In addition to his silver-tier subordinates, Yulian also brought 10 black iron-tier minions. Though these men were not particularly useful, they could serve as bait to lure the green dragon into attacking. The forested region of the South Telier Mountains was exceptionally lush, especially as summer drew to a close, with flora and fauna plentiful to the point of annoyance. However, Yulian and his party were unperturbed by the prospect of venomous insects. Snakes, or wild beasts, even magical creatures would merely be inviting their own demise. The old orc was led at the forefront, and they soon caught sight of the cliff where the green dragon resided. However, merely spotting it did not mean they could reach it easily. Although Yulian had the ability to fly at low altitudes, his cautious nature prevented him from recklessly charging ahead. The green dragon had already spotted Yulian's group from above. Yet its pride, coupled with the treasure it had painstakingly amassed in its lair, made it reluctant to abandon its home. As Yulian's party approached along the mountain path, the dragon suddenly swooped down, its jaws agape, prompting the assembled men to hastily seek refuge behind nearby stones and trees. However, the cunning green dragon did not unleash its breath this time. Instead, it skimmed over the ground, snatching 2 of Yulian's minions. After circling in the air, it callously dropped one half-orc from a height of several dozen meters, shattering him upon impact. The other mountain warrior fared even worse, as the dragon tore off his limbs and left him to writhe in agony upon the cliff. Good beast, Yulian seethed inwardly. This young green dragon, nearly 10 meters long, reminded him of the bipedal dragon beasts from the abyss, deepening his disdain for such aerial creatures. Nevertheless, Yulian would not falter merely because he had lost 2 subordinates. While his men appeared to harbor some trepidation, Yulian could not allow himself to retreat. Failure would only jeopardize his already tenuous hold on power. Strength was the only means to earn the respect of the myriad monsters around him. This green dragon represented an opportunity for Yulian to showcase his might once more. Thus, today would either mark the dragon's demise or its ruin. With a resounding roar echoing through the air, the green dragon attempted to repeat its previous maneuver. But at the last moment, it pulled up, causing Yulian's shark-toothed sword, crackling with electrical energy, to slice through empty air. While vigilantly watching the circling dragon, Yulian also surveyed the surrounding terrain. A small waterfall cascaded from the cliff, forming a tranquil lake below, which then flowed out along a river. The cliff, along with the nearby low peaks, created a compact valley that was wide and relatively flat, situated at a reasonable distance from the mountain's robbery routes. Indeed, a rather habitable locale. It seemed the green dragon had an eye for valuable real estate. The more Yulian considered it, the more he appreciated the site, far superior to his previously chosen encampment. As the unwilling former occupant, the green dragon became increasingly irksome in Yulian's eyes. If it was unwilling to vacate, then it should remain. This 200 to 300 meter high cliff was not insurmountable. A rugged, winding path on one side would allow Yulian and his subordinates to ascend with relative ease. The green dragon, realizing the threat posed by the approaching demon and its men, became agitated. Despite its cautious nature, the youthful creature's impetuousness flared as it prepared to defend its horde. Gathering toxic venom, it descended rapidly like a dive bomber. The village leader, Ron, hastily loosed an arrow. Yet the dragon's speed rendered it ineffective, striking only the creature's shoulder without inflicting any significant damage. The goblin shaman, overwhelmed by fear, forgot Yulian's instructions to cast curses and instead shrieked as he scrambled behind a rock, his potential spells rendered useless. In contrast, the Wargen warrior demonstrated remarkable bravery, hurling a throwing axe that struck the green dragon just as it unleashed a torrent of yellow-green poison. Even a silver-tier Wargen was no match for the dragon's breath. The violent gust from the dragon's attack left the Wargen warrior mangled and bloodied, the lethal toxins invading his mouth and nostrils as he screamed in agony. Soon, his body turned black, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, accompanied by 2 unfortunate minions, a mountain archer and a young Wargen. Chapter 38, Slaying the Green Dragon. The ogre, as cunning as ever, sought refuge before the green dragon descended upon him. Yet, in his attempt to evade. He did not forget to hurl his iron hammer at the approaching beast, a gesture of defiance. To his astonishment, his careless toss actually struck true. Meanwhile, the true powerhouse, Yulian, unfurled his magical wings the instant the dragon attacked, launching himself at the beast. The green dragon, having observed Yulian walking on the ground, mistakenly believed his folded wings to be mere ornamentation, underestimating him gravely. Thus, when Yulian suddenly took flight, it caught the dragon completely off guard. In a frantic attempt to halt its dive, the dragon was met with a hammer that struck its head from the side. Though the blow did not inflict significant harm, it momentarily disoriented the dragon, granting Yulian the perfect opportunity. With a fierce thrust, his clawed arm shield shot forth, ensnaring the dragon's wing with its chains. Die, little one. Yulian cackled maniacally as he leapt onto the struggling dragon's back. He then reversed the grip on his shark-toothed sword, driving the blade, crackling with resplendent electricity, deep into the dragon's wing joint. The magical energy surged forth, coursing through the dragon's body like a tempestuous river of lightning. The sudden agony and paralyzing sensation caused the young dragon to panic, inadvertently leading to its crash landing as it tumbled into a cluster of trees, sending debris flying and tragically crushing one of Yulian's minions. Just before the dragon's descent, Yulian released his grip, soaring down to the moaning creature's side, sheathing his arm shield and raising his shark-toothed sword. With a heart-wrenching roar, Yulian pressed down on the hilt, reciting incantations aloud as dark crimson and azure magical light flickered violently on the blade. The dragon's anguished cries echoed through the valley, terror of death compelling it to struggle in vain, yet its body grew weaker amidst the explosive magical energy. Ultimately, when the dragon's soul was completely drained by the magical light, it collapsed, its eyes vacant and devoid of life. Yulian withdrew the shark-toothed sword, blood gushing forth, staining him crimson. The sword seemed to gain a newfound sentience, or perhaps a demonic essence, as it soaked in the scorching dragon's blood, beginning its ascent in rank from rare to precious. Satisfied with the malevolent aura entwining his weapon, Yulian decisively plunged the now sharper sword into the dragon's chest, unveiling its colossal heart. In a moment of triumph, he mimicked a villainous laugh, then greedily opened his mouth wide to devour the dragoness heart. Suddenly, his golden eye flared open, enveloping the dragon's corpse in a magical light that consumed the remnants of its life force. This energy surged into Yulian's body, and moments later, the light dissipated, his golden eye closing to reveal a pair of swirling red and blue irises. An aura of dread radiated from him, instilling fear and reverence in his remaining subordinates, including the previously indifferent ogre, Buello. Yulian now emanated a terrifying power, a blend of demonic and draconic might, compelling lower life forms to submit in fear. What should one call this? Demonic might or draconic might? Surely not a conflation of the two. As Yulian felt the overwhelming strength coursing through him, his skin became more resilient, and even the quality of his armor improved. The shark-toothed sword had ascended to the status of a precious magical weapon. No wonder dragons are said to possess treasures. This was merely a juvenile dragon. What if it were an adult, or even an elder? Shaking his head in regret, Yulian severed the dragon's desiccated head and beckoned to the frightened goblin shaman, who scrambled to his feet, desperately proclaiming his loyalty while attempting to kiss Yulian's feet. With a cold smile, Yulian kicked the sycophantic goblin aside, igniting a magical flame that landed on the shaman's forehead. "Ah, spare me, great lord. I swear I shall never falter again," Bubogo cried, rolling in agony for a quarter of an hour before finally ceasing his struggles, though he remained alive. Yulian was in need of manpower and would not indiscriminately slay his minions. "Thank you, my lord, thank you," Bubogo panted, forehead marked with a seal resembling the character for slave, a symbol unknown to others, viewed merely as a unique curse. Nearby, the ogre Buello and the mountain chief Ron stood submissively, their fists clenched in loyalty. Next, Yulian planned to uncover the treasures of the home-loving little green dragon, hoping not to be disappointed. Leaving behind the desiccated corpse of the headless green dragon, Yulian, accompanied by his remaining subordinates, continued to ascend the rugged path. Upon reaching a broad platform halfway up the cliff, approximately 30 meters in diameter, they discovered a spacious cave at its depths. The cave entrance was adorned with numerous plants, from which vines cascaded down. With a surge of enthusiasm, Yulian exhaled a fiery breath, igniting the vegetation surrounding the cave. The previously dormant plant sprang to life, writhing seductively in the flames. However, Julian's fire consumed them swiftly, leaving the area around the cave pristine. He instructed the remaining 3 minions to escort the old orc, who had miraculously survived the dragon's onslaught by cleverly hiding. In a good mood after dispatching the green dragon, Julian allowed the orc to continue leading the way. Chapter 39. Disappointment. Julian, accompanied by the cautious ogre Boro and the mountain chief Ron, advanced carefully at the rear. The cave stood approximately 5 to 6 meters in height and 4 to 5 meters in width. Its walls, though not entirely smooth, were evidently hewn by human hands. It resembles an abandoned mine, but can a mine be this vast? Could it be the handiwork of dwarves? The cave was shrouded in darkness, which posed little challenge to Julian and the ogre, yet significantly affected the others. To alleviate this, Julian summoned a fireball, illuminating the surroundings with its glow. To everyone's surprise, the green dragon had not laid further magical traps within the cave, although it extended deep into the earth. The dragon's spacious lair was not located at its deepest point. Julian and his companions quickly followed the remnants of the dragon's claw marks to find its lair. Inside, they were greeted by a vast accumulation of gold and silver treasures, forming a small mountain that covered much of the floor. It must be noted that a pile of riches substantial enough to serve as a dragon's bed was indeed awe-inspiring, leaving Julian and his bumbling subordinates utterly astonished. However, something felt amiss. Julian's eyes fixated on the treasure, yet a sense of unease lingered in his mind. Despite the allure emanating from the wealth, he pondered, how could a fledgling dragon possess such an abundance of riches? If it did, it would have to trap the entire cave, and besides, these treasures feel insidiously enticing, akin to a succubus's seductive allure. Thus, this treasure trove must harbor some deception. Julian swiftly deduced the underlying issue, yet he refrained from warning his entranced subordinates. Perhaps the ogre's interest in gold and silver was relatively low, allowing it to regain its wits before Julian. Unexpectedly, the old orc also regained his composure quickly. Though he could not resist glancing at the treasure, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation, as if sensing something was off. To Julian's disappointment, Ron, the typically composed mountain chief, displayed an uncharacteristic level of excitement, akin to a man discovering his partner engaged in a scandalous affair. Fortunately, a more reckless subordinate lunged toward the pile of treasure, likely intending to swim through the bounty. However, as 3 hapless minions excitedly dove in, the treasure disintegrated like bubbles, revealing a mass of awakened poisonous vines. The trio, instead of embracing beauty, found themselves ensnared by the vines, which not only kissed them forcibly but also released a toxic gas. Soon, the unfortunate souls collapsed, their bodies turning black as they ceased their cries and struggles. Dragged into the depths by the vines, Julian let out a mocking chuckle before casting a fireball at the vines. The size of his fireball had grown larger than his fist, no longer qualifying as merely a small flame, though it did not represent his full power. With a resounding explosion, the flames erupted, incinerating the poisonous vines. Amidst the raging fire, the vines seemed to writhe with a consciousness of their own. Yet the demonic flames were not easily extinguished. Julian then led the remaining few away from the lair, the flames also consuming the toxic smoke. Though Julian was immune to such levels of poison, he found the smoke unpleasant, lacking the aromatic qualities of the noxious mists from his homeland. Upon re-entering the lair, Julian found the aftermath of the fiery destruction chaotic. As a demon, he possessed a greater resistance to such environments than others. His red and blue eyes soon discerned an anomaly in what had once been a smooth rock wall. After a crackle of electricity, a hollow appeared, revealing a charred wooden chest, measuring about 2 meters in width. Julian approached, ensuring no traps lay in wait, before pulling the chest out. It was unlatched, and he pried it open with his sword to discover it was filled with a significant amount of gold coins, scattered atop with various elemental gemstones. These gems, formed from elemental power, were not only visually striking, but could also serve as valuable materials for spell research even after their elemental essence was depleted. Inside the chest, he found 4 scrolls and several potions. Upon inspection, one scroll contained a mid-level spell, Chain Fireball, while another held the spell Stone Skin for groups. The remaining 2 were elementary spells, Featherfall and Magic Missile. Most potions were basic, intended for energy restoration and light healing, but one stood out as a special mid-level potion, a highly effective breath-holding elixir. Julian wondered from where the green dragon had acquired such treasures. Despite the considerable value of these items, Julian felt a twinge of disappointment. While they were indicative of the fledgling green dragon's industriousness, his greed overshadowed his appreciation, especially in light of the previous illusion. Losing its life for such trivial wealth seemed unjust. Perhaps the dragon had not anticipated its own demise. Reflecting on the folly of sacrificing its life for such meager treasure, Julian hoped it would learn from this experience in its next life. Alas, young dragon, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Reaching into the chest, Julian unearthed several tomes, surprisingly containing records of spell theory and foundational spells. This discovery delighted him. Although his magical abilities had naturally evolved through his lineage, it did not diminish his passion for learning. As evening fell, Julian's main force finally arrived, though the numbers had dwindled by 1/10, totaling a 20% decrease in his ranks. Julian briefly lamented the loss of the valiant Wargen warrior, struggling to recall his name. Subsequently, he addressed the seemingly beleaguered group, announcing that by the orders of a certain demon general, they would establish a base here in anticipation of the demon army's arrival. Chapter 40. The Assembly of the Clan. Though there was a slight discrepancy between the previous fervent proclamations of Julian to immediately assault the human settlements and the current situation, it mattered little. The astute among his ranks chose to maintain a judicious silence, while the less intelligent simply failed to recall Julian's prior declarations. As for those who possessed a modicum of cleverness, their fate was to lose their heads, hanging alongside the dragon's head at the precipice. 500 to 600 goblins were reallocated into several smaller tribes, each appointing a bronze-tier bear goblin as their chieftain, ultimately unifying under the leadership of the silver-tier goblin shaman, Bobogo. Although these goblins lacked formidable combat prowess, they served adequately as a perimeter defense. At the slightest disturbance, these little green-skinned creatures would become alert, sacrificing their lives as a warning. Over 100 orcs and half-orcs were consolidated into a single tribe, residing in the valley, while dozens of wargs gathered as a unit. The orc tribe was led by the elder orc shaman, Blair, while the warg pack was commanded by the strongest bronze-tier warg. Any stray orc or warg recruited in the future would be assimilated into these two tribes. Additionally, a few scattered wilderness creatures, due to their meager numbers, were incorporated into the warg tribe, as it was hoped they could learn to coexist peacefully. The nearly 200 mountain dwellers continued to follow their original leader, the Archeron. Julian intended to recruit more mountain dwellers in the future. Compared to those residing in the valleys, these mountain folk, accustomed to harsher conditions, possessed a more rugged appearance and a fiercer temperament. However, in comparison to demons or goblins, they were still relatively peaceful. The presence of women and children among these mountain dwellers reduced the likelihood of insurrections. Aside from these amalgamated wilderness tribes, there were also approximately 200 demons, subdued by Julian's might. These demons were directly commanded by Julian, as he neither trusted nor wished to delegate their leadership. Although most of these demons were low-tier black iron grunts, there were still dozens of bronze-tier ones, including claw demons adept at ambush and the robust brute demons. Additionally, there were over 10 mantis demons and shadow demons. The former resembled a mantis and excelled in dealing damage, while the latter, dark and faceless, could stealthily strike from the shadows. There were also a few candle demons and frost demons, easily identified by their names as spellcasting demons proficient in fire and ice, albeit with limited casting power. Within the abyss, demons generally possessed a degree of magical resistance, making it challenging for spellcasting demons to thrive initially. Thus, melee-focused or hybrid melee spell evolution was more common, with spellcasting demons only finding their footing as they advanced to mid-tier. Regrettably, Julian's demon army lacked the flying demons he desired, such as winged demons and bat demons. Had they been present, aerial reconnaissance would have alleviated many troubles. The ogre Bolo and Trolladu served as Julian's formidable subordinates. Though Bolo was a seasoned trickster, Julian found his experience valuable, filling gaps in his knowledge. Adu, towering at 3 meters, was a brawny fighter with remarkable recovery abilities. Obedient yet not particularly loyal, driven by the principle that might makes right. Julian did not mind. A truly loyal follower could prove troublesome. In the heat of battle, he could simply direct them into the fray, and if they fell, so be it. Once the initial arrangements of the camp were in place, Julian faced the dual challenges of constructing the camp while managing his unruly demons and monsters. Comparatively, the mountain dwellers proved far more useful. Although these mountain folk were perceived by human nobility as unruly and free-spirited, Yulian found them remarkably compliant in contrast to demons and beasts. There was no need to threaten them with a whip. A few heads could be lopped off to instill fear. They understood not to unleash their dogs when sent to catch chickens and were mindful not to harm their comrades during skirmishes. They recognized the benevolence of their demon lord, making them an ideal populace. Yulian fervently wished his demons and monsters could display such obedience, but he recognized this as a mere fantasy. With the rudimentary camp established, Yulian commenced the search for native inhabitants of the mountains while dispatching the mountain leader Ron to gather intelligence. The decision to send Ron was based on the need for a suitable envoy. Among Yulian's followers, only Ron seemed fitting, especially since his entire family was in Yulian's hands, ensuring he would exercise caution. To Yulian's surprise, he discovered that the most educated among his subordinates was neither Blo nor Ron, but rather the resilient old orc, Jock. "My lord," Jock began, "when I was young, our tribe was overrun by human mercenaries from the valley. I was captured and sold into slavery. I have toiled as a serf, labored in mines, tended livestock, and even traded goods alongside merchants. Yet, I was young and unwilling to live my life as a slave. During a merchant caravan ambush, I seized the chance to escape, hoping to utilize my knowledge for a better life, only to find." Yulian interjected, "You did not anticipate that the leaders of the wilderness tribes lacked foresight, prioritizing immediate strength over the gradual enhancement of tribal capabilities, did you?" "Indeed, my lord. Your wisdom shines as brightly as the sun," Jock replied hastily, earning a nod of approval from Yulian, who gestured for him to continue. "Well then, in light of your suffering making my afternoon tea delightful, I graciously appoint you as my, deputy administrator. But do not let me down, or else." "My lord need not worry. Old Jock shall not disappoint you. Should I err, I shall accept your punishment," the old orc exclaimed joyfully, promptly kneeling and bowing deeply. "Is it only when you err that I can punish you?" Yulian smiled gently, then flicked a translucent magical flame from his fingertip, which spiraled and imprinted itself upon the still bewildered old orc's forehead. Chapter 41. Taking the initiative. Wah. Just like the wild goblin shaman Bobogo before him, old Jock rolled on the ground, clutching his head in agony. After a considerable while, drenched in sweat, he finally ceased his wailing, removing his hands to reveal a dark red slave mark emblazoned on his forehead. "Consider this a forewarning. Henceforth, attend to your duties with diligence. Should you receive counsel and yet err again, this brand will not merely hurt for a fleeting moment," Yulian remarked nonchalantly, his tone laced with coldness. "Why, yes, my lord. Old Jock shall not err again, I assure you," old Jock stammered, trembling, yet inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped with his life. "Very well, you may take your leave and rest. Shortly, I shall send someone to instruct you on what must be done. Do it well. I am known for my generosity and mercy." Yulian lazily waved his hand, dismissing the old orc. Once old Jock had departed, Yulian surveyed the vast cavern, his brow furrowing slightly. He mused to himself that once the workforce increased, it would be necessary to adorn this place with grand sculptures and murals, inevitably depicting his own illustrious feats. Certainly, if no significant accomplishments exist, I shall fabricate some, such as tearing apart a crazed demon, which could be embellished to slay an adult green dragon. Art allows for a touch of exaggeration, after all. Of course, it was also possible that he would not reside here for long. After all, he had only spent a few days in that small tree hollow. Who could predict how long he might dwell in this cave? Ultimately, it was merely a temporary abode. Yulian then rose and ventured deeper into the cavern. The dim light cast by 2 rows of torches distorted and warped his figure eerily. "Little Jenna, it is time to dine," Yulian called as he entered a deeper chamber, devoid of torches. However, with his keen eyesight, he could see clearly within the small cavern. In the modest space stood a cocoon more than a meter high. Its dark red, almost black hue was entwined with countless fine red threads leading to the ground. Beneath it lay a complex stone platform inscribed with magical runes, seemingly crafted from gold and silver, with grooves filled with bubbling, dark red viscous blood. Yulian gently patted the cocoon, murmuring softly, "Excellent. It seems the transformation into a witch will be complete in a few days." He then turned, emerging from the opposite passage, and seized 2 bound and helpless imps. Without the need for his shark-toothed sword, he easily twisted off their heads with his hands, pouring their demonic blood into the blood channels of the magical array. The entire array shimmered with a scarlet light as it refined the blood into its essence, which coiled around the cocoon in delicate crimson threads. My lord, I gathered some information from a place called Oak Town near the Talia border. The news is chaotic. Word of a demonic army numbering in the hundreds of thousands descending upon the Winston County of the Falcon Duchy has spread, causing upheaval throughout the region. There are even rumors that Winston County has fallen to invasion, though this is likely exaggerated. Nevertheless, it seems only a matter of time before Winston County does indeed succumb. Furthermore, the demonic array outside the former castle town appears to be completed. Reports say that the massive demonic gate can be seen from miles away, and the entire area is shrouded in ominous clouds of magic for dozens of kilometers. Oh, and what movements have been made by the Kingdom of Talia? Yulian inquired, maintaining his human form while reclining in a simple stone chair, his languid posture slightly askew. He rested his chin on his left hand, the elbows supported against the armrest, while his right hand held a glass of red wine, his eyelids half closed. Feigning indifference as he listened to Ron, who knelt nearby, trembling as he recounted the intelligence gathered from Oak Town. Beneath Julian's stone chair lay a platform over 2 meters high, comprising 9 tiers of stone steps. From his elevated position, Julian could survey the area below, where 2 campfires burned on either side, complemented by torches lining the walls, casting the entire cavern in a decidedly sinister hue. Ahem. The reality was that Julian himself had hewn these features. Despite his imposing presence, he had painstakingly labored with his shark-toothed sword to craft this ambience, reducing himself to a state of disarray in the process. Alas, his lack of skilled labor left him no choice. Even a stonemason was beyond his reach. He had initially hoped to carve skulls into his chair to enhance the effect, but his limited craftsmanship resulted in heads that appeared rather childlike, forcing him to abandon the idea. Nevertheless, the lack of skill could be compensated for with light and shadow. The cavern's uneven surfaces and jagged formations, illuminated by dim flames, created an atmosphere both eerie and mysterious, achieving the effect Julian desired. As a leader of mountain dwellers, Ron, though of silver-tier strength, possessed limited insight and knowledge, lacking even the understanding of the Ogre Boro. Faced with the formidable and far superior Julian, Ron could not help but feel intimidated, particularly under the atmospheric conditions Julian had deliberately set. Were it not for Ron's prior experience as a leader, he might have been rendered speechless by fear. However, despite his trepidation in the face of Julian's imposing aura, Ron managed to gather his thoughts and continued, "My lord, I have procured important information from the Constable of Oak Town. The eastern war front of the Kingdom of Talia has begun to muster forces. Marshal Beryl has issued a call to arms, and many mercenaries are preparing to enlist. Additionally, the Mother Earth Church has allied with other churches to organize priests and paladins in response to the demonic incursions, and martial law has been enacted along the border." Upon hearing Ron's report, Julian closed his eyes in contemplation. Such a large-scale war was not one to be entered lightly. With his limited stature, an encounter with a squad of elite professionals would spell certain doom. Yet, remaining passive and doing nothing was equally unacceptable to Julian. He preferred to take the initiative. "Very well, you may withdraw." As Julian raised his hand to signal Ron to leave, he suddenly paused, leaving Ron, who was preparing to rise, momentarily bewildered. "Perhaps I could disseminate some false information to lure the Talian forces outside the mountains into an assault. Yes, care must be taken not to attract too many at once. Akin to leveling up by defeating monsters, if the enemy is too strong, I shall lead my subordinates of bronze rank to retreat elsewhere." Chapter 42. Seekers. After a thorough contemplation, Julian opened his eyes and spoke solemnly to Ron. "You shall rest for a day. Then take several of your men disguised as adventurers to spread word down the mountain that there are disturbances in this region, suggesting the presence of demons. To the west lies Count Rave's domain in the Doran County of the Kingdom of Talia, my lord." Ron promptly replied. Julian nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, you will go to the Rave domain and its surroundings, disseminating news of minor demonic appearances. It must neither be overly exaggerated nor too understated. It should incite the noble lord's desire for glory through conquest without instilling so much fear that they hesitate to come. Do you understand?" Yes, I comprehend. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Ron responded eagerly, a semblance of enlightenment flickering across his face. Julian inwardly shook his head, recognizing Ron's lack of finesse in his performance. It was too forceful. However, there was no choice but to make do for now, and perhaps in the future, he could cultivate a more skilled sycophant. Very well. Now that you understand, you may leave. Yes, my lord. He bowed respectfully before gradually rising. As he lifted his head, the mark of servitude on his forehead flickered twice and then vanished silently. The South and North Tyrol Mountains, originally a single range, are also known as the Lesser Hungduan Mountains. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, during a divine war, a god cleaved it in two with a single sword strike, thus forming the Southern and Northern Tyrol Mountains. The western side of the South Tyrol Mountain borders the Kingdom of Thalia, while the east faces the Veral Commercial Alliance and the Veral Sea. The range spans over 400 kilometers in width, with its broadest point reaching 700 kilometers, extending more than 1,500 kilometers in length. For narrative purposes, specific descriptions may slightly deviate from the illustrated map. The South Tyrol Mountain resembles a beast's paw, extending southwest and narrowing into a peninsula. Towns and territories lie on either side of the mountains, with one side belonging to the fiefdom of Thalia and the other to the southern territories of the Veral Commercial Alliance. Yulian's mountainous region is located in the northwestern outskirts of the South Tyrol Mountains, bordered to the north by Winston County of the Falcon Principality and to the west by Doran County of the Kingdom of Thalia. South of Doran County lies the heart of Thalia, the Eastern Thalia Plain. The Eastern Thalia Plain boasts fertile lands and abundant water resources, serving as the Kingdom of Thalia's primary granary. The capital, Blooming City, is situated near the western center of this plain, characterized by a dense population and rich resources, making it a coveted prize for any demonic army. If an army were to invade, slaying the millions of souls inhabiting the Eastern Thalia Plain, even a minor demon could swiftly ascend to legendary status. Legendary demons, in turn, may aspire to become demon lords, an enticing prospect for those leading the demonic legions. In contrast to the demon gods and lords coveting the entire realm, the invading demonic forces possess a more straightforward motivation: sheer slaughter and consumption. Much like ravenous wolves entering a sheepfold, their insatiable greed seeks to annihilate all living beings within sight. It is likely that once the demons ravage Winston County, they will turn southward to continue their massacre. Yulian, lacking the strength to confront them directly, must act like a spider weaving a web, enticing prey into his carefully laid traps to consume them piece by piece. Doran County, being a border territory and a noble fief, possesses a few significant fortresses and county towns under royal control, while the remaining towns and lands are divided among 3 earldoms, over a dozen viscountcies, and more than 30 baronies. The county is marked by rolling hills and forests, with agriculture being passable and commerce hampered by the more affordable river transport to the west, resulting in a lackluster trade. Nevertheless, the population enjoys relatively ample land, allowing them a decent quality of life. However, in comparison to the northern Winston County, Doran County falls short, leading many young individuals to venture into Winston County, as the geographical and cultural proximity renders significant barriers negligible. Furthermore, due to the Kingdom of Thalia's repeated aggressions against the Falcon Principality, both counties bear the scars of war, fostering a sense of shared suffering. In taverns, curses directed at the Thalian royalty often resonate, as the military discipline of the Thalian forces has been less than commendable, with troops from the mainland plundering the citizens of Doran County. The nobles within Doran County are not particularly loyal to the Thalian crown, as gatherings among these local lords frequently feature jests at the expense of the royal family. The county's council often expresses its dissent towards the royal decrees. This tranquil yet fulfilling existence was shattered with the alarming news of the demonic army's sudden arrival, bringing disbelief and chaos, as nobles, refugees, mobs, and scattered demons flooded into Doran County. Despite the incessant proclamations by idlers and soothsayers warning of encroaching darkness and impending doom, the nobility seems to regard their greedy, duplicitous neighbors as more demonic than the external threat. However, the tide of incoming information forced the populace of Doran County to accept the reality. Yet the sheer volume and variety of reports rendered it challenging to discern truth from fabrication. Some claimed only small bands of demons appeared in Winston County, while others spoke of an overwhelming horde of countless demons. Rumors spread that Winston City had fallen, with the entire population of 100,000 slaughtered, and that the county was devoid of life. Consequently, throngs of families began migrating towards Doran County, creating a chaotic scene on the roads, with rampant banditry occurring amidst the turmoil. Although Marshal Beryl had arrived, the main forces of the kingdom's army were still en route. Each noble acted in their own interest, with some even concealing their identities to partake in the looting. Along the roads from north to south, one could frequently witness the corpses of refugees, victims of various misfortunes. Yet, amidst this chaos, exceptions arose. As news spread, many came from the west and south, driven by various motivations. Some sought faith, others justice, some adventure. Yet many more pursued wealth. Most were adventurers, mercenaries, priests, paladins, and free knights, undeterred by the rumored horrors of the demonic army as they journeyed against the tide. Chapter 43. The glory of the past. After ascending to the bronze rank, Shauna departed from her homeland to embark on a journey of adventure. She is not Italian, nor even a human. She is a beautiful half-elf with a rare mane of short purple hair. Unlike those half-elves born of the union between humans and elves, Shauna hails from a tribe of half-elves. It is said that the ancestors of these half-elves were primarily descendants of the hedonistic silver elf nobility, with a few arising from other circumstances. During that era, elves reigned supreme across the continent, having established their dominance after vanquishing formidable giants and dragons. The Elven Empire faced no rivals, while the human tribes and other races were mere vassals, existing like ants beneath their feet. The Silver Elves, the second largest noble lineage within the Elven Empire, were renowned for their decadence and sensuality. Humans, who bore striking resemblances to elves in both appearance and form, became the favored servants of the elves. The interactions between masters and servants fostered a multitude of half-elves, which subsequently became a societal concern for the elves as their numbers grew. Utilizing their beauty and longevity, these half-elves gradually supplanted humans in certain roles, becoming favored attendants of the elven nobility, while humans were relegated to a status of secondary servants. As the once magnificent elven nobility succumbed to decay and corruption over millennia, internal strife erupted due to issues of faith, power, and wealth. Ultimately, the fragmentation of the celestial elven pantheon led to conflict, causing the Elven Empire to teeter on the brink of collapse. Legends speak of the pantheon's division not only resulting in the downfall of the Elven Empire in this realm, but also precipitating the decline of elven forces across various material planes, leading to a widespread deterioration of elven kingdoms. Following the complete disintegration of the Elven Empire in this world, various races and factions rose in rebellion, seizing the opportunity to vie for dominance after the elves retreated or chose to live in seclusion. The Silver Elves, transformed by issues of faith, became Dark Elves, while the noble faction led by Golden Elves evolved into High Elves. These two major factions ventured overseas, continuing their conflicts abroad. Additionally, some lesser elven factions aspired to restore the Elven Empire, though most efforts ended in failure. Some, like the Northern Snow Elves and Southern Wood Elves, established their own nations under their respective leaders, yet they remained confined to their territories and could no longer influence the continent's hegemony. The splendor of old faded away, giving rise to new powers and races eager to write their own legacies, ushering in an era of great conflict. Deities from other realms, newly ascendant powers from the homeland, and emergent empires such as the gnome, dwarf, orc, and human empires, along with dragons seeking to reclaim the continent, malevolent gods eyeing opportunities, and wandering demons, all participated in this tumultuous stage, each vying for their moment in the limelight. After millennia of intermittent conflict, each faction penned its own tale of glory, culminating in the human empire's eventual triumph. Yet, just as the humans reached the zenith of their power, their once unified empire inexplicably fragmented. Although the entirety of the human empire was dismantled, the hegemony of human influence endured, giving rise to successive formidable kingdoms over the subsequent millennia. The deities revered by humans accompanied their followers, casting their divine light over much of the world. Whether the collapse of the first human empire was a result of divine conspiracy remains a mystery. Yet it is undeniable that the human supremacy in this realm owes much to divine favor, leaving one to ponder the intricate balance of benefaction and consequence. During the turmoil, half-elves, viewed as humans by elves and as elves by humans, became objects of disdain from both sides. The elven nobility retreated overseas to lick their wounds. But with limited passage available, they could not take even the average elves with them, let alone the impure-blooded half-elves. Except for a few fortunate or favored half-elves who managed to secure passage, the majority were abandoned. The newly ascendant tribes, observing these erstwhile oppressors, were not inclined to show mercy. Some fortunate half-elves found themselves stripped of their possessions by emerging human nobility, while others could secure minor protection by integrating into human society, eventually losing their elven traits over generations. Conversely, those less fortunate faced dire fates, reduced to servitude, with some regions rife with deep-seated hatred leading to relentless bloodshed and even massacres. Consequently, many remaining half-elves fled to the wilderness, opting for seclusion, gradually forming half-elf tribes. Time has the power to erase all. As millennia passed, the natural lifespan of half-elves, merely 2 to 3 centuries, paled in comparison to the nearly 1,000-year longevity of pure-blooded elves. The enmity, weathered by the passage of time, inevitably dimmed and faded. Many restless young half-elves ventured out from their tribes to participate in adventures, seeking wealth. No one can live without sustenance, elves included, and half-elves even more so. Where there is demand, trade follows, and trade necessitates currency. Your half-elf ears are surely a fade, a well-dressed youth remarked, stowing away his spellbook with a hint of mockery on his face. Although the youth harbored a certain infatuation for the striking Shauna, his lack of experience with women led him, almost by instinct, to heed the advice of a similarly single friend. Thus, the newly graduated mage, Bert, suppressed his urge to approach her, resorting instead to a scornful retort. Indeed, he excelled in the art of ridicule, having often mocked his classmates during his time at the academy. Though this penchant for derision brought him a fair share of trouble, his commendable prowess left him unperturbed by any sense of wrongdoing. Chapter 44. The Adventurer Squad. Indeed, upon hearing those words, the half-elf maiden's countenance darkened, her grip tightening around her coin pouch as she fought the urge to draw her curved dagger and eliminate the brooding, sharp-tongued, freckled boy opposite her. After several deep breaths, she stowed away the pouch and resolutely turned her head, opting to ignore him. Ah, it seems effective. She must be quite vexed with me now. But no matter how irritated she may be, once I perform my gallant act of heroism, her feelings will surely undergo a dramatic transformation, mused the young mage, lowering his eyelids to conceal his excitement. The other two companions exchanged glances. The beautiful girl, Sivia, who rested a sword and shield beside her, furrowed her brow in irritation. After casting a quick glance at the young mage, she hurriedly whispered words of comfort to the half-elf maiden. Meanwhile, the earnest boy seated next to the mage opened his mouth to offer some advice, only to find the mage engrossed once more in his book. Is it true that those who enjoy reading are all fools? Rain scratched his head, his innocent face etched with confusion, though his emotional intelligence was not particularly high. The situation before him. Come. The new quest list is out. Everyone, quickly find something suitable so we can seize it before someone else does. A slender boy rushed over, clutching several sheets of inexpensive paper, his steps light and nimble. So much so that the passing maidens failed to notice a piece of meat had vanished from their trays. The raucous tavern served as the Adventurers Guild in Treetown. The distinction between the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenaries Guild was quite significant. Adventurers typically operated in small teams of no more than 10, undertaking modest tasks such as scouting enemy movements, exploring ancient ruins and graves, assisting wealthy nobles with errands, or eliminating minor threats from weaker wild beasts. Conversely, mercenaries engaged in large-scale operations, often comprising teams of dozens, with seasoned companies numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. However, such large mercenary groups faced many restrictions. Due to their frequent large-scale deployments and the varied quality of their members, mercenaries often found themselves embroiled in disputes with locals, sometimes resulting in violent confrontations. Consequently, the general public held a relatively favorable view of adventurers, while mercenaries were often met with hostility. Even many nobles shared this sentiment, likening adventurers to hunting dogs and mercenaries to hyenas or wolves, though for the nobility, comparing them to hunting dogs was already a compliment. This. Lord Rabe's pet cat has gone missing again. I'm familiar with this. Let us go find the cat. Lord Rabe is usually quite generous. Finding the cat could earn us 10 silver thalers, exclaimed the slender boy. Lord. It is worth noting that Lord Rabe was not the same as the noble Lord Rabe, but rather the mayor of Treetown and the current uncle of the noble Lord Rabe, possessing the strength of a grand knight. Hence the title of Lord Rabe. The thaler is one of 3 currencies issued by the Talia Kingdom, consisting of gold thalers, silver thalers, and copper thalers. Given that the Talia royal family controls several precious metal mines, the material used for the thalers is substantial, and their market value has remained robust, facilitating trade with neighboring countries. We are here to embark on adventures, to journey forth, accumulate experiences, and elevate ourselves, not to serve as lackeys for trivial matters. I wield a staff, not a walking stick, the young mage declared, lifting his gaze with a look of disdain. Humph, Lord grumbled, his face displaying irritation. Yet he refrained from speaking further, aware of his lower social standing as a thief compared to the mage. That is no staff. It resembles more of a dragon-slaying rod, retorted the half-elf maiden across from him, a cold smile gracing her lips. Surprisingly, rather than growing angry, the mage felt a surge of delight at her words. Rummaging through his mind for friendly terminology, he prepared to counter her remarks, all in an effort to leave a lasting impression on her, regardless of the outcome. However, the mage failed to engage in a quarrel with the half-elf maiden. Instead, the human girl, Sivya, interjected, "What about this? How about this task? A sea-level mission. Investigating the Eastern Mountain region, with rewards ranging from 50 to 500 silver thalers, with the final compensation adjustable based on the accuracy and severity of the information." Upon hearing this, Sharna ceased her attention on the mage and turned her focus to the task list in Sivya's hands. Suspected demonic activity? This. Sharna hesitated. The eastern mountains of Rabe were typically safe, having been cleared annually by military forces, mercenaries, and adventurers. However, dealing with demons posed a different risk altogether, given their unpredictable nature. "What? Are you afraid now?" Sharna's voice, laced with annoyance, broke the silence. In her heart, she had already concluded that Bert, the mage, was an extreme racist, incapable of communicating properly with anyone outside his race. Cowardly. Enough. Stop the bickering. The boy next to her, possessing a large sword and a gentle, earnest demeanor, suddenly admonished in a low yet firm tone, clearly displeased. Both the half-elf maiden and the young mage huffed in unison, ceasing their verbal sparring. Clearly, the leader of their adventuring party held some degree of authority. Observing the cessation of hostilities, the young captain, Rain, spoke softly. "I believe this task is worth pursuing. I have visited the Eastern Mountains several times and am somewhat familiar with the area. The number of participants should be considerable, so the danger shouldn't be too great." "Yes, I agree. It seems worth a try," Sivya chimed in promptly. "Well, if Captain Rain thinks it's feasible, I have no objections," Lord the Thief concurred. "I have no problem with it either. But what of our half-eared friend?" Bert squinted at Sharna, taking a deep breath. Sharna coldly replied, "I have no objections." With that, the half-elf maiden readied her longbow, strapped on her curved dagger, and slung her pack over her shoulder, casually taking the remaining sandwiches from the table as she did so. Chapter 45. The intruders' demise. The others gradually rose, gathering their belongings, while Ren and Lord proceeded to the task counter, where they queued to accept their assignments and log them onto their team's task card before stepping outside to locate the others who had emerged earlier. The eastern mountainous region posed little danger to most nearby adventurers. The pressure from humans had compelled stronger tribes to migrate deeper into the mountains, leaving only weaker clans to scrape by on the outskirts of Tillier. Suddenly, a diminutive goblin, crouching mischievously in a tree, was seized by a wiry boy who appeared behind it. Before the creature could utter a cry, Lord swiftly slit its throat with a dagger. The goblin bore some resemblance to those from larger tribes, yet the eastern mountains were routinely cleared by military forces, making the existence of substantial goblin clans improbable. Ren frowned as he scrutinized the goblin's attire. Its equipment was subpar, consisting only of a solitary short bow and a rusted dagger. Yet it was astonishing that these goblins had ventured far from their lairs to stand watch so obediently. Clearly, there was some foul play afoot in the eastern mountains, though it remained uncertain whether demons were involved. Sharna appeared somewhat anxious. A disquieting instinct gnawed at her, leaving her unable to articulate the source of her unease. Yet her demeanor remained restless. Regardless of whether demons were at play, those who resorted to underhanded schemes were likely not overly formidable. Even if they were outmatched, gathering intelligence should pose no significant challenge. The young mage, Bert, radiated confidence, exuding an eagerness for the forthcoming confrontation. The group exchanged glances, resolute and undeterred. As adventurers, they could not afford to flee at the first sign of trouble. Despite their youth, with Ren being the most mature at merely 20, all except Bert, who had just graduated from the academy, possessed at least 2 or 3 years of experience. A frail half-orc was suddenly pierced by an arrow shot from behind, stumbling forward a few paces before dropping its wooden club and clutching its throat in a futile struggle for breath before succumbing to death. This was a band of half-orcs attempting to ambush Ren and his team, but they had been discovered before the assault commenced, leading to their swift defeat by the strategically positioned adventurers. Bert refrained from casting spells, though newly graduated. He understood the limited mana available to a bronze-tier apprentice mage and recognized the necessity of conserving his power for critical moments. Thus, he wielded a light crossbow instead. Earlier, he had used it to dispatch a howling half-orc, a first taste of killing that stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Despite his reluctance to classify the half-orc as a being deserving of such a term. Humph, Sherna scoffed, stowing her bow and casting a disdainful glance at the pale-faced Bert. Meanwhile, Ren cleaned the blood from his broadsword with ragged fabric discarded by the half-orc, while the ever-gentle Sivia stood by his side, vigilantly gripping her shield and single-handedly brandishing her sword, exuding an air of a devoted wife, albeit one whose blade bore the stains of battle. "Ren, come quickly. There's something amiss," Lord's voice echoed from a distance. The group exchanged glances before swiftly arranging themselves into a battle formation and advancing with purpose. Soon, they arrived at the base of a grand tree where Lord stood, but their eyes were first drawn to several corpses dangling from its branches. Their attire indicated they, too, were adventurers, though none were known to Ren's group. "By this mark, the intruders shall perish. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you." Bert paused, momentarily stunned, glancing at the impassive Sherna. Clenching his teeth, he swallowed his instinct to feign ignorance. The language used here, he thought, was draconic, surely not, perhaps resembling that of demons. Bert hesitated, concocting an explanation, yet when he noticed the growing mockery on the half-elf girl's face, he quickly altered his course, asserting, "Cough, it bears some resemblance, but it is certainly not the language of demons. What could it be then?" "The orderly and systematic arrangement suggests it is not mere doodling," Sivia queried while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. "Nor could it be celestial. The human tongue evolved from a simplified elven dialect, which in turn descended from celestial language, leaving open the possibility of entirely distinct scripts." Bert's mind raced as he began to weave a narrative, knowing full well he lacked mastery over linguistic spells. Yet he pressed on, for the others were even less knowledgeable than he. Oh, the others were surprised to discover Bert had some inkling of knowledge. Ahem, this possibility may stem from ancient civilization script. A friend of mine, an archaeology enthusiast, once mentioned that during excavations of ancient ruins, remnants older than the Elven era have been uncovered, revealing a plethora of writing systems entirely dissimilar to modern ones. Unfortunately, such sites are exceedingly rare, leaving most unaware, save for those of us mages dedicated to the pursuit of expansive knowledge. The more Bert spoke, the more convinced he became of his own fabrication, leaving the others in a state of astonishment. "So, Bert, are you suggesting? Is this true?" "No. It cannot be." The group of youths was taken aback, their expressions transforming into eager anticipation as they peered ahead. Chapter 46. The Perils of Adventure in Contrast to Malevolent Demons. The enigmatic ancient civilization ruins conceal not only unknown dangers, but also numerous treasures of considerable value. Under Bert's persuasion, a sense of greed began to stir within the hearts of the group. Merely deciphering these inscriptions seemed insufficient. If they were merely inscriptions on a tree trunk, the guild members would undoubtedly be skeptical, perhaps even suspecting fabrication on their part. At this moment, Bert appeared to genuinely believe in his own fabricated narrative, his words flowing with a conviction that stemmed from his own conjectures. After a brief discussion, they resolved to press onward. After all, what is the essence of adventure? While some may harbor dreams of traversing the world or entertain peculiar notions, the vast majority of adventurers pursue profit, striving to enhance their strength in pursuit of greater rewards. And those corpses? Sivia hesitated, glancing at the bodies suspended from a nearby tree, apprehensive about potential traps. With a sudden cry, the elven maiden drew her longbow taut, her aim instinctively locking onto the rope from which a corpse dangled, without the luxury of careful targeting. Swish! The arrow sliced through the rope. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, orange flames radiating outward, sending debris flying, splintering trees, and creating shockwaves that nearly toppled the group. Fortunately, they had maintained a modicum of caution and were positioned at a safe distance, emerging somewhat disheveled but largely unscathed. Indeed, a trap lay in wait. Yet this suggested that the so-called remnants of the civilization lacked formidable strength. Otherwise, they would not resort to such subterfuge. After rising and brushing off dirt and leaves, Bert encouraged the others, fearing that they might waver in resolve. However, Bert underestimated the resolve of Rain and the others. Having made the decision to continue, they would not falter in the face of danger. After all, adventure inherently accompanies peril. Sivia thrust her round shield against an orc. Her broad-bladed sword concealed behind the shield, poised like a venomous serpent ready to strike. Simultaneously, not far behind, Sharna knocked 3 arrows in her right hand and released them in rapid succession, each arrow pursuing its target with unwavering precision, swiftly dispatching 2 younger orcs armed with crude weapons who were rushing to assist. Bert merely cast a slow spell on the foremost orc before picking up his crossbow. Opting to remain passive, the spell rendered the orc's movement sluggish, akin to a frame rate drop in animation, severely diminishing its combat prowess. Soon, the bronze-tier orc fell to the coordinated efforts of Rain and Sivia. Despite their youth, each possessed commendable talent, having attained bronze-tier strength at such a tender age, and were already gaining recognition as rising stars. Sivia wiped the sweat from her brow with a strip of cloth tucked into her waist, seemingly absent-mindedly offering it to Rain. Their hands brushed against each other, and even through their leather gloves, time appeared to momentarily stand still as their hearts raced. Rain, blushing slightly, accepted the cloth and clutched it tightly, yet he hesitated to wipe his brow, his innocent face flushed, uncertain whether from the fierce battle or the fleeting contact they had shared. "Sivia, be careful." "What?" Just as Sivia heard Sharna's urgent cry, an ominous gust swept past her, and she was struck down by a heavy object hurtling through the air. It was an ogre. "Wizard, how were you not on guard?" Sharna exclaimed, flustered and enraged, as she raised her longbow for another volley. Though hurried, her shots remained precise and powerful. Unfortunately, the heavily armored ogre deflected the arrow aimed at its eye with its braced arm, while the 2 arrows aimed at its chest seemed to have no effect whatsoever. As anticipated, Sharna's 3 arrows struck the ogre's arm and chest, yet they failed to inflict any significant damage. The ogre, Boru, was clad in a heavy chainmail fashioned from several captured human armors, standing over 2 meters tall like a towering iron fortress, with nary a vulnerable spot to be found. Save for its face. Even with Sharna's utmost effort, her arrows could barely pierce the ogre's armor, and beneath its skin lay a layer of thick fat providing additional protection, rendering its defenses comparable to that of heavy armor. Damn it! Bert had grown complacent, assuming that Lord's reconnaissance would suffice, and after his initial spell of vigilance waned, he had forgotten to renew it. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he hastily discarded his crossbow, raised his staff, and began reciting incantations at a rapid pace. Rain, disregarding the condition of Shilvi and Lord, raised his great sword in anger, determined to buy Bert time to prepare his spell, even if it meant risking everything. Though the foe is a silver-tier ogre, it shall not withstand the might of magic. Bert, drenched in sweat, concentrated on conjuring his most powerful spell. Chapter 47. A daily act of kindness. The orc, having evaded the swing of Rain's great sword, charged forward in fury with his axe, only to be pierced in the arm by a sharp arrow. In agony, the axe clattered to the ground. Despite Rain's valor, he found himself powerless against the silver-tier ogre. The heavy warhammer, accompanied by a thunderous roar, came crashing down. Rain, hastily raising his sword to defend himself, felt as though a mountain had struck him. His great sword twisted in the air, and he was sent reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. The ogre Boro scoffed disdainfully, severing the arm that once belonged to Lord with his teeth. He approached Rain, raising his warhammer high, ready to claim Rain's life. The arrows raining from afar could not impede Boro's advance, but then a fireball erupted. Suddenly, a ball of flame shot towards Boro, startling him. He swiftly turned, and the warhammer that was aimed at Rain was hurled toward the incoming fireball. However, Boro's aim faltered this time. The warhammer missed its target, colliding instead with the fiery projectile. In a bellow of rage, Boro barely had time to shield his face with his arms before the fireball struck him squarely. The explosion was deafening. "Is he dead?" Bert watched anxiously as the flames erupted. The explosive fireball was a mid-tier spell, one that Bert, as an apprentice, should not have been able to master. Yet, thanks to his wealthy father, who provided substantial funding for his education, Bert's teacher had taken the time to impart a reduced version of the explosive fireball spell to him. Now, despite its diminished power, Bert's spell was still significantly more potent than a mere fireball, enough to inflict serious damage even on an ogre. Boro lay sprawled on the ground, half his body engulfed in flames, his arms a bloody mess, and his chainmail shattered. The smell of charred flesh was overwhelming. In a fit of rage, Boro's subordinates, who had initially scattered to evade the fireball, rallied together, their eyes blazing with fury. Rain, bloodied and struggling to rise, disregarded the flames licking at him, desperately hoisting Sivia and Lord over his shoulders as he fled. Sharna continued to shoot arrows, fending off the orc and goblin pursuers. Meanwhile, Bert remained paralyzed by panic. "Hey, wizard, stop dawdling and attack." Sharna, exasperated, could hardly contain her frustration at Bert's apparent paralysis amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, Bert remained oblivious, his gaze vacant. "You worthless fool." In a fit of anger, Sharna discarded her longbow and drew her curved dagger, charging at the oncoming monsters. An erratic arrow whizzed past Bert's ear, jolting him back to reality. With a twisted expression, he hesitated for a moment before turning to flee, his ring glowing as a whirlwind enveloped his legs, propelling him away with the speed of an elf. Is this what it means to turn into the wind? Yulian, fluttering his wings in midair, glanced at the fleeing wizard before losing interest and focusing instead on a half-elf struggling against several monstrous attackers below. A half-elf, quite beautiful, he mused, a devious grin spreading across his face. Sharna, agile and far from weak, showcased her strength as she wielded her longbow. However, she excelled in deftly dodging and swiftly dispatching foes with her dagger. At that moment, Sivia awoke, regrettably finding her broadsword lost. Armed only with a shield in one hand and a short blade in the other, she joined Rain in their retreat. This isn't going well. These wild orcs may be fierce, but their lack of coordination is evident. They merely flail about, often turning on each other in their bloodlust. They need proper training. Yulian observed disdainfully as he watched his subordinates bumble through the fray, while Boro, caught off guard, found himself in a pitiful predicament. Though enraged, Boro hesitated, receiving orders from his leader to refrain from killing, leaving him frustrated as he oversaw the battle from the rear. Sharna skillfully parried an attack from a tusked orc, then spun around, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the skull of a half-orc attempting to ambush her. The tusked orc, undeterred, cleaved through a nearby goblin, but upon doing so, found himself scrambling to block Sharna's incoming dagger strike, just as it seemed Sharna would deliver the final blow to her opponent. A bolt of lightning struck her from above. A violent jolt of paralysis coursed through her body, and with her hair standing on end, Sharna collapsed onto the muddy ground mixed with blood. As the grinning orc raised his long knife to deliver the fatal blow, another flash of lightning sent him tumbling. One might say orcs lack intelligence. Their leader had merely wounded, not killed, intending to capture for interrogation later. Such foolishness explained their stagnant promotions. Yulian scoffed while gliding down, lifting the incapacitated half-elf girl. To his surprise, this half-elf still had the strength to struggle after being struck by the lightning. Her resistance to electricity was commendable. Yulian summoned another crackle of electricity, ensuring she would finally succumb to unconsciousness. Devil. It must be the work of a devil. Rain and Sivia gasped in alarm upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the demon snatching Sharna away, momentarily halting their escape. Yulian turned to them, flashing a sinister grin. At that moment, he had transformed into a towering demon, a sight that would make even an ogre seem endearingly clumsy in comparison, striking terror into the hearts of Rain and Sivia. Then, Yulian swooped down, easily knocking out Rain, before seizing Sivia. Upon examination, he found her to be a gentle and attractive beauty. A flash of electricity coursed through her, rendering her helpless and causing her dagger to fall from her grasp. Perhaps I should capture those two men as well, but let us not kill them just yet. I could use them as materials for my transformation experiments. Yulian mused, recalling that he had yet to perform a good deed that day. Yulian thought, the old adage of performing a daily act of kindness shall not be broken. Surely, the merits accumulated will one day grant him a halo of virtue. Chapter 48. How can this be? Sharna, you are awake. How do you feel? Are you all right? Sharna's vision dimmed, and the first sight that met her eyes was the delighted face of Sivia. Cough, cough. Where's this? With Sivia's assistance, Sharna sat up, glancing at the iron shackles binding her hands and feet, before furrowing her brow to observe her surroundings. She found herself in an irregular cave, with only one exit, barred by a fence made of thick, sturdy wood. Beyond the fence, a roaring bonfire cast a dim light throughout the cavern. Apart from Sharna and Sivia, There was another person present, but it was neither Rain nor Lord. Instead, it was a stranger, a woman. Noticing the gaze of Sharna, Sivia lightly brushed her neck-length hair aside and gently introduced her. Well, this is the lair of that demon, and this is Senia, an adventurer like us. Also a poor soul captured by that damned demon. The woman, who had been lying on a pile of straw, suddenly sat up. With the flickering firelight, Sharna could clearly see the features of the woman before her. She appeared to be quite young, likely not yet 20, but she was tall, well endowed. With shoulder-length azure hair and matching blue eyes, her beauty striking. Sharna's heart raced, and she turned to Sivia with a stiff expression, causing Sivia to look at her in confusion. What's wrong, Sharna? In contrast, the tall beauty before them surveyed the two girls and chuckled lightly. She must have realized that the common thread among us three girls locked together is that we are all quite beautiful. One can only assume that we are destined to be, well, you know what I mean, haha. As she spoke, Senia sported a rather lewd smile. Yet, one could argue that beauty is indeed a compelling truth. Even a lascivious grin could possess its own charm. Sharna's expression darkened, her light purple eyes swirling with anger and fear, while it took Sivia a moment to comprehend Senia's implication. This is unacceptable. Sivia's face paled, panic evident in her voice. Unacceptable? You truly are naive. Have you never even kissed anyone? Senia could not help but continue her teasing. Although she appeared nonchalant, Sharna noted the way Senia's fingers tightly gripped her own arm, revealing that she, too, was not as unconcerned as she seemed. Perhaps she was merely using humor to deflect her own emotions. Sivia's lips twitched, her face flushed, wanting to protest, yet found herself unable to voice her thoughts. The contrast between her bashful demeanor and the decisiveness she exhibited while slaying an orc was stark. Well, perhaps it is not as you envision. Maybe that demon merely desires 3 maidens as sacrifices for a blood offering? Sharna remarked pointedly, emphasizing the word maidens. Taken aback by the jest, Sivia paused, then curiously looked up at Senia. What nonsense are you spouting? Senia awkwardly chuckled, then patted her ample bosom, saying, Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. I have encountered countless individuals and possess significant experience. Even if it comes to that demon, it matters little to me. However, you two are still quite young. If possible, I shall plead with that demon to see if it can release you both. How? Sivia stammered, her expression complex and hesitant, unsure of how to respond. A demon is not human. Why would it heed your words? It may very well devour you afterward. Sharna stood, inspecting the sturdy wooden fence, pondering whether it could be broken. Do not look at it. While the wood could easily be snapped, doing so would summon that demon, and then we would be in for a shock. Curse it. That demon neither kills nor fights. It simply relishes in shocking people. I wonder if it was raised that way. It was Senia speaking again, her words laden with resentment. So, you have been shocked before? Sharna cast a sidelong glance at Senia, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Indeed, several times. I feel as if I am almost developing an immunity to electric shocks. Senia replied languidly, leaning against the cave wall. So you have been captured for quite some time? Sharna continued her inquiry. No, just 4 or 5 days, really. Then, do you know where the other captives, are? It was Sivia who spoke this time, recalling how the demon had ordered the capture of Rain and Lord as well. Though she understood that Senia might not possess much information, her heart was heavy with concern, prompting her to seek as much knowledge as possible. Sivia's face fell as she hung her head. Upon hearing this, Sharna angrily struck the wooden barrier with her fist. I am telling the truth. I am not lying. In the eastern mountainous region, there exists an ancient civilization site, and the remnants of that civilization have been revived, commanding numerous wild tribes. The many adventurers who have recently gone missing are victims of this. Bert glared at the guild staff with reddened eyes. Listen here, kid, you certainly have a talent for exaggeration. Let me see. The most absurd claim currently is that a great fire demon is sleeping in the eastern mountains. Your story, while creative, is still far-fetched. Fine. This mission has been upgraded to a B level. Although your information is lacking, considering your team's heavy casualties, here are 200 silver tallery. Just sign here. The bald guild officer, smoking a cigarette, handed over a form along with 2 silver coin cards, each about the size of a palm. These cards, issued by the National Bank, can be exchanged for 100 silver coins and are fortified with magical anti-counterfeiting technology, making them difficult to forge. What I want is not money. What I seek is Bert shouted in frustration. Hey, listen, kid, there will be no additional payment. If you continue to cause a scene, you will lose even this money. Do not think that just because you are a mage, you can cause trouble here. With that, the bald officer pulled out a double-barreled magical firearm from beneath the counter. The firearm was already loaded, its power fierce enough to kill an adult rhinoceros with a single shot, making it an essential tool for both home and travel. Chapter 49. The campaign against the demons. Bert clenched his teeth in anger, signed the document, and took 2 monetary cards before turning to leave. At that moment, a female knight entered the guild, flanked by 2 attendants, causing the previously bustling adventurers' guild to fall into an unexpected silence. The strikingly beautiful knight strode directly to the counter, handed the application form to the gentleman who had risen to greet her, and then addressed the adventurers who had turned their gaze toward her. This recruitment order, signed by my uncle, the esteemed Count Rabii, calls for the eradication of the demon minions in the eastern mountainous region. Selected applicants may receive an advanced payment ranging from 100 to 1,000 silver thaler. Additional rewards will be granted based on the strength of the slain monsters. Adventurers applying must possess at least mid-level black iron status. Her voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, resonated through the air. Her silver hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, and her flawless features combined with a chilling elegance evoked admiration, yet also a sense of inferiority. Her fitted armor accentuated her alluring curves, and her long, athletic legs captivated the attention of onlookers. Bert stood entranced, gazing at the indifferent yet stunning knight, as if his very thoughts had been consumed. The half-elf girl he had secretly admired seemed to fade from his mind. Mother, I have fallen in love again. The knight, Layla Andres, was not merely recruiting adventurers. She had emerged from the nearby mercenary guild. However, due to the escalating conflicts in Winston County, many mercenary groups had been drawn away, leaving Layla with no choice but to seek out adventurers. Although the town of Tree Town appeared modest, it was actually one of the 3 major hubs for adventurers and mercenaries in the eastern region of Dolan County. Important quests from surrounding towns were dispatched here before being issued by the local guild, making Tree Town a sanctuary for those seeking adventure and fortune. Thanks to the myriad of exotic races and wild forces in this world, a martial spirit thrived among the populace, and organized adventurers and mercenaries flourished. The royal courts and nobility found it challenging to impose strict control. After all, this was crucial for maintaining public order, employment, and even survival. Moreover, even kings and nobles sometimes relied on these forces, as they proved to be a more economical option. The recruitment order, originally intended to be led by another cousin of Layla's, fell to her as he sought glory on the northern front. Seizing the opportunity, Layla volunteered for the task, leveraging her status as the Count's daughter to acquire the mission. As the youngest of the Andres family, Layla had 3 older siblings, making her unlikely to inherit the title. In a typical noble upbringing, she would merely need to await a suitable marriage that aligned with her family's interests, without the need for rigorous training in martial arts or other noble pursuits. Yet, Layla's proud spirit yearned for distinction. She refused to be a mere ornamental figure waiting for a transaction. Thus, she diligently honed her skills in combat, horsemanship, etiquette, and literature. By the age of 18, she had ascended to the rank of silver tier, becoming a knight under the watchful eyes of her mentor and father, gaining some autonomy in her marital prospects. Yet, Layla remained unsatisfied. Merely being an ordinary knight was not her aspiration. She sought to prove herself as a formidable and capable knight, to forge her own legend in the annals of the kingdom's history. As the bordering regions of Winston County faced the impending threat of a demonic incursion, Dolan County had entered a state of heightened alert. Nobles dispatched their most promising young heirs and non-combatant relatives to the city of Bloom, ensuring the continuation of their bloodlines in case their families faced annihilation. Marshal Bierol had arrived in Dolan County to oversee defense preparations, and the royal legions would gradually be deployed. Under Bierol's command, nobles began organizing their forces, ready to follow orders, while renowned mercenary groups and adventuring parties received a compulsory recruitment summons from the kingdom. At this juncture, rumors of demonic sightings in the eastern mountainous region emerged, instilling unease. Even if these were mere whispers, clarity was essential, as the northern demon army posed a terrifying threat. However, the noble houses in eastern Dolan County were reluctant to expend their carefully cultivated military might. Yet, the specter of a demonic invasion compelled several families to allocate funds to hire disposable forces for the campaign, hoping for victory, and at the very least, to ascertain the extent of the threat. 2 days later, Layla, accompanied by 4 mercenary groups with which she had signed agreements, set forth. Her standards for selection were high, ensuring she chose capable and reputable teams, supplemented by a mage squad and over a dozen adventurer parties, alongside her own private military. Together, they formed a formidable force of over 1,000. Although the numbers seemed modest, the quality of Layla's troops was impressive. With nearly 300 bronze-tier professionals equivalent to knights and soldiers, while the remaining soldiers were seasoned mercenaries and adventurers at mid to upper black iron levels. In addition to Layla, 9 silver-tier professionals rallied to her cause. Based on current intelligence, she believed it would not be difficult to eliminate the small faction of demons hiding in the eastern mountains, and her confidence soared. Layla felt fortunate, as ambitious and powerful young nobles in Dolan County were preoccupied with plans to join the royal legions in their campaign against the demon army in Winston County. Thus, this modest yet significant achievement was within her grasp. All that remained was to sever the head of the mid-level demon, and with her preparations complete, she felt little concern. With unwavering resolve, Layla mounted her beloved steed, her gaze fixed firmly ahead toward the cliff where the demon lurked. In the dim cave, an eerie demonic magic circle surrounded a black-red cocoon approximately 1 meter high, pulsating rhythmically as if alive. Yulian recited an incantation, slicing open his wrist, allowing his crimson, magic-infused blood to transform into swirling magical sigils that imprinted upon the cocoon. As the cocoon devoured his magical marks, a benevolent smile spread across Yulian's face as he anticipated the rebirth of the little girl within. Chapter 50. Never deceive after a brief moment. As the magical patterns were entirely absorbed by the cocoon, it fell into a temporary stagnation. Shortly thereafter, the cocoon began to shrivel and wither. Yulian sighed softly, remarking that while the magical patterns were indeed effective, they were excessively taxing on one's blood. He pondered the origin of the magical eye, which appeared lifeless and silent. After a moment's hesitation, he muttered to himself, "Perhaps it is better that it remains inanimate." With a rip, the desiccated cocoon was torn open from within, and a delicate, pale arm emerged, followed by another. Soon, a small head peeked out, adorned with short, ashen hair that framed her face. Her amber eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion. Upon spotting Yulian, the little girl's exquisitely charming face broke into a smile, reminiscent of a fledgling recognizing its parents. In that instant, a profound sense of familiarity and admiration surged within her soul, akin to encountering an unwavering belief. The little girl sprang to her feet, her flawless skin exposed to the outside world, revealing a claw-like mark of a magical dragon on her back, from which many eerie magical patterns spiraled into intricate designs. Even in the dimness of the cave, Yulian could see everything clearly, yet he mused, it's merely an upgrade from a flat surface to something with slight contours. Cradling the girl in his arms, Yulian remained as tranquil as still water, even wishing to jest about this naive little one, for he too was clad in plate armor. Was this a clash of steel against steel? Perhaps the softness of her skin was uncomfortable against the armor. As she gently furrowed her brow and ceased to act coy in his embrace. Noticing her growth in height, he contemplated that at only 10 years old, she might well reach over 1.70 meters in the future. She might indeed develop into the tall and elegant figure that Yulian favored. Wait. I am raising her as a daughter. Such nefarious deeds cannot be the realm of demons, can they? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that such actions might indeed fall under a demon's purview, and at worst, could be considered minor mischief. Master, what constitutes great evil? And what of minor mischief? Holding Yulian's hand, the little girl, Lana, gazed up with wide-eyed curiosity. Well, these are matters only the reclusive would engage in. I am a legitimate demon. What is a recluse? A recluse is one who hides in dark chambers all day, engaging in unspeakable activities with magical devices that transmit messages and images, yet upon stepping outside, they strive to conceal their identities, attempting to blend in as normal individuals. Yulian reminisced with a squint. Isn't that somewhat akin to a necromancer? Lana inquired curiously. Indeed, somewhat, but they prefer paper dolls and figurines over skeletons and corpses. Consider them puppeteers, if you will. Puppeteers? Why does Master smile so peculiarly? Do I? Where's the peculiarity? How dare you suggest that? Such audacity. Suddenly, Yulian's demeanor shifted to seriousness, causing Lana to feel a pang of anxiety. She lowered her head and stammered. Then, Then I apologize, master. To speak ill of the master was no mere act of rebellion. It demanded punishment. Speak. Do you wish for electric therapy, or perhaps? What do you mean by choose quickly. Then I shall opt for a light smack on the head. Yulian shook his head in disappointment. Such cowardice, only daring to ask for a light smack. Yes, master. Observing Lana's shyness as she realized her lack of clothing, Yulian smiled softly, draping his cloak around her before carrying her outside. Well, it seems you are quite comfortable here. Sharlna and her companions quickly lifted their heads, finding the villainous demon grinning at them. What do you want, demon? What has become of Rain? Can you release me? I am willing to pay a ransom. Three women posed 3 questions, exchanging glances before simultaneously turning their gaze to Yulian. It seems you have forgotten. I am a demon, Yulian retorted, a smug and audacious smile spreading across his face as he snapped his fingers. A surge of electric energy crackled through the cave. The 3 women cried out as they were struck by the currents, collapsing in pain. Yulian realized he was becoming increasingly twisted, deriving pleasure from inflicting such torment upon others, truly malevolent. Should he adopt a nickname like Thunder Brother? After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it too irreverent, unbefitting his serious persona. You scoundrel! Sharlna's purple hair stood on end, her garments singed, and veins bulging on her forehead, feeling this was the most egregious injustice she had suffered in years. Though greater grievances might yet await. You have 2 choices. First, submit to me and become my slave. Second, face death and be transformed into a figurine. Yes, a doll. Yulian adopted the demeanor of a villain, his cold and alluring smile instilling fear. Never. Very well. Sharlna glared fiercely at the traitorous Cynia, who sheepishly turned away, yet puffed out her ample chest, declaring, I choose the first option. I submit. However, may I take a bath first? There are so many bugs in here. Could you also release Rain? I too wish to submit. I choose the first option, Sevilla murmured, her voice barely audible as she lowered her head almost to her chest. Sharlna gritted her teeth, glaring at Yulian, her eyes filled with defiance. Yulian chuckled softly, addressing Sevilla. Very well, the one wielding the great sword is Rain, correct? I shall release him in a few days. Really? Is that true? Sevilla exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Yulian. Of course it is true. We demons are straightforward beings, never deceitful, unlike those effeminate devils, Yulian boasted, thumping his chest in assurance. As for Rain, should he endure Yulian's modifications, it had always been his intention to set him free. Chapter 51. The Fitness of the Demon. Thank you, Mr. Demon. Sylvia expressed her gratitude with a bow to Yulian. However, the thought of submitting to this fiend and the potential for unthinkable actions left her breathless, and her eyes grew misty. Mr. Demon, may I bathe? She inquired hesitantly. Of course. I have a pristine pond nearby, perfect for bathing. Let us go together, Yulian replied with an inviting and carefree demeanor. Wait, does together mean? Cynia stammered, her expression frozen in uncertainty. Precisely, it means we will bathe together, Yulian clarified with a grin, waving his hand dismissively. That is rather shameless. I don't think that would be appropriate, Mr. Demon, she protested. Crackling like silver serpents, another bolt of electricity danced through the air, and the 3 female adventurers convulsed and collapsed once more. Yulian had become increasingly adept at controlling the current, ensuring it neither harmed nor left them uncomfortably numb. Why do you fail to comprehend the adage I am the fish, and you are the knife? Yulian lamented. 3 lovely young women, yet lacking in wit. Was he a notorious villain, truly one to reason with? Moreover, he was no longer human. Curse you. Just wait. Sharlna fumed, struggling to rise, her eyes blazing with fury directed at Yulian, her heart seething with intense hatred. Why don't we simply forego the bathing? Cynia suggested. Though she had endured the shock the most, she leaned against the wall, wavering. Do you think you can dictate when to wash and when not to? Am I a mere plaything? Or do you believe I am easily swayed? Yulian scoffed. But, they stammered. What do you mean but? If you continue to prattle on, I might just require an inflatable doll, specifically, a beautiful one. First, I extract your soul, then drain your blood, and then... Yulian elaborated on the grotesque process of crafting a ghastly version of an inflatable doll, leaving the 3 women pale with terror. Once completed, your soul would be imprisoned within the doll. Such obedient dolls possess formidable combat capabilities and can transition from battlefield to bedroom without a care, and should they be damaged, it matters not. Rumor has it, some necromancers seek to acquire such dolls to create stitched monstrosities. You know what those look like, right? Quite a sight to behold. Yulian continued, relishing his role as a sinister storyteller, nearly sending the three Navi maidens into a swoon. You, how could you be so vile? You, demon! Sharna exclaimed, finally realizing that the figure beyond the bars was indeed a demon. That, Mr. Demon, please forgive Sharna, she would also be willing to serve you, Sylvia interjected, gritting her teeth as she chose to submit on behalf of Sharna. Although she recognized the risks of making decisions for others, she could not bear the thought of Sharna becoming a doll. Sharna opened her mouth but lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. She feared not death itself, but the prospect of a wretched demise. Although unsure of the truth behind Julian's words, she dared not take the gamble, given the demon's notorious reputation. The demon's infamous reputation lent an unsettling authenticity to Julian's threats, for demons were synonymous with malevolence across countless tales of lore. Julian, pleased to witness the three lovely maidens submit, though he understood their compliance was superficial, smirked at his cleverness. After all, time was on his side. In due course, they would yield completely. For now, I have no intention of consuming you. Why hide so far away? Julian remarked, shedding his armor and reclining against the smooth stones of the pond. The crystal-clear water shimmered with warmth, while the three reluctantly edged towards the far side, clinging to their rough cloths. Yet, Julian was not lying. He indeed did not plan to devour the three women in every sense of the word. Rather, he aimed to transform them into witches, hoping to keep their purity intact, thus enhancing their potential for transformation. I have an allergy to men. My apologies, Mr. Demon Master Demon. Sinia managed a nervous laugh, fabricating a feeble excuse. I have an allergy too, Sylvia chimed in, curling up tightly within her cloth. Though she felt guilty for following suit, her gaze fixated on her own figure in contemplation. Julian chuckled coldly and extended his right hand, eliciting a startled reaction from the three women. A thin line of fire leaped from his fingertip, slithering across the water's surface toward them. What is that? No, please, they cried, splashing water in a futile attempt to extinguish the flame, which proved impervious to their efforts. The fire wrapped around them, igniting their damp cloths, forcing them to discard their coverings in a flurry of embarrassment and indignation as they glared at Julian. Unfazed by their murderous glares, Julian reveled in their discomfort. Displaying a remarkable talent for villainy, his audacity and shamelessness were commendable. After admiring the three blushing maidens for a moment, Julian offered some critique, perhaps due to their rigorous training. Their figures were athletic and appealing, much to his satisfaction. However, their skin could use improvement, though they likely took measures to protect it. The rigors of their adventures had left it somewhat coarse. Naturally, this comparison was made against his beloved little Lowly, not against any other alluring figures. Nevertheless, Julian was confident he possessed top-tier skincare products. Chapter 52. The Demoness Gift. After admiring the enchanting scene for a while, Julian noticed that the three maidens were too flustered to move. Thus, he closed his eyes, resting his head upon a stone, seemingly in slumber, as if deliberately granting them a semblance of privacy. Initially, the trio was in a state of panic, huddling together in embarrassment and anger. But once they perceived Julian's apparent slumber, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Sarna fixed her gaze upon Julian for a considerable time, convinced he was genuinely asleep. With gritted teeth, she slowly rose, her eyes glinting with hostility, yet was halted by Sania's restrained gesture. Observing Sania's serious expression and slight shake of the head, Sarna was left feeling rather disheartened as she resumed her seat. She resorted to envisioning, in her mind, inflicting grievous harm upon the demons seated before them. However, reason swiftly reminded Sarna of the futility of such thoughts. Julian's seemingly unguarded demeanor was nothing short of a ruse. Suppressing her reckless impulses, she and Sevilla hastily aided each other in cleansing themselves. By chance, Sevilla lifted her gaze and spotted Julian, who, unbeknownst to her, had taken to the edge of the pool, holding a bottle of rum and a glass, sipping leisurely while observing them. He even raised his glass in a silent toast to her. Sevilla's mouth opened in shock, a scream nearly escaping her lips, but she stifled it, biting her lip and choosing to avert her eyes, knowing that avoidance, while not a solution, was preferable to the embarrassment of confronting the situation. Soon, Sania and Sarna, too, realized that Julian had been openly watching them, but one shrugged in resignation while the other clenched her teeth in frustration, both deciding to act as though they had not seen him. After the trio hastily washed themselves, they hurriedly donned their garments, disregarding the discomfort of wearing wet clothes, all yearning to cloak themselves for a sense of security. However, there were still matters left unfinished. A crackling surge of electricity startled the three young women once more as they clutched their garments. Though they were not struck again, they froze, turning to behold the demon lounging upon a large stone at the water's edge, clad only in leather pants, beckoning them with a casual wave. They exchanged glances. And ultimately, it was Senia, gritting her teeth, who draped her outer garment over her shoulders and approached Yulian. Standing before him with closed eyes, she recited a silent mantra to herself, convincing herself that it was akin to being nibbled by a dog. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Being gnawed upon by a dog was hardly preferable to being devoured by a demon, which left her feeling despondent. Yulian, however, was not preoccupied with such considerations. He regarded these young women as his possessions, and his current aim was to have them recognize their status as such. Do not worry. I harbor no immediate intentions of mistreating you. As long as you obediently assist me with certain tasks, I promise to keep you comfortable. Yulian stated with an air of nonchalance. Really, is that true? Senia queried, a mix of surprise and skepticism lacing her tone. Of course it is true. You are merely my slaves now. Even if I wished to do something untoward, would you be able to resist? Yulian replied with a mocking sneer. Very well. Then what do you wish for us to do? Senia pondered, her mind racing with speculations about Yulian's intentions. Could it be that he desires us to act as traitors? She mused, torn by the moral dilemma of betraying her kin, uncertain if the demon would offer sufficient compensation to alleviate her guilt. Now, turn around and kneel, Yulian commanded. Back-facing kneel. ISNT that Senia's face stiffened at the implication, realizing the posture he expected was rather compromising. Just sit back on your heels, Yulian continued impatiently. What are you thinking? I'm merely going to mark you. Stop letting your imagination run wild and hurry up. Senia's expression darkened, aware that Yulian was indeed a demon, and such treatment was uncalled for. Yet, despite her internal grievances, she dared not voice them. Obediently turning around and awkwardly kneeling while striving to maintain her modesty, Yulian, growing impatient, yanked Senia's shirt aside, exposing her elegantly curved shoulders. Such a fine back, it would be a shame not to etch a mark upon it, he mused, his fingers grazing her skin, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The other two maidens, wide-eyed, momentarily forgot to dress themselves amidst the unfolding scene. Now what should I grant you? Yulian pondered. The mark of the demon dragon has already been bestowed upon little Janna, so I shall give you the mark of the demon bull instead. A bull suits you quite well, he decided, the golden glow in his eyes materializing as dark magical energy enveloped his fingertips. A drop of dark crimson blood merged with the magic, coiling around Senia's back as if alive. In stark contrast to the meticulous care he had exercised while marking Janna, Yulian felt his skill had significantly improved. Given that Senia was a fully developed woman, he anticipated her to be resilient. Ugh, I thought I might just die. It feels as if I'm being torn apart, Senia thought, her gaze towards Yulian tinged with fear. The sensation of being marked was overwhelming. It felt as though her very essence was being siphoned away, followed by an onslaught of dark power flooding into her being. The agony was unbearable, rendering her immobile, and in mere moments, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Her arms weakened, collapsing onto the ground as her shirt slipped away, revealing her voluptuous form, prompting Yulian to reflect that he had indeed chosen wisely. Ah, splendid. The color of the headlights is indicative of a brand new vehicle, he remarked. Now, it is your turn, you two. Who shall go first? This is my gift to you, after all. I'll go first. Allow me. Very well, Sarna shall go first. Sevilla, please assist Senia to the side, Yulian nonchalantly designated. Chapter 53. The absence of demons. Sarna and Sevilla exchanged a glance, and then they discarded the garments covering their chests, boldly approaching Yulian, their alluring eyes fixed on him, seemingly unwilling to concede, yet it was merely a facade of bravado masking their inner fragility. What are you glaring at? Turn around if you wish to have your chest engraved. Yulian scrutinized Sarna's form, then shook his head. Though not as ample as Senia's, it was still considerable. The unevenness posed a challenge for craftsmanship. It would be far easier to inscribe from behind. Without further ado, he urged her, hurry, turn around. Your master is quite busy. You. Sarna huffed, her face flushed with indignation. She pressed her lips together and turned away, while Sivia cast a concerned glance at her, having supported Senia aside. "Do you like eagles, Sarlna?" Julian's fingertip grazed her snowy back, noting that among the trio, Sarlna's skin was the most exquisite, only slightly surpassed by Genus. "What?" Sarlna hesitated. "Given your disposition, you should choose the eagle, a falcon for my hunting pursuits." Julian's eyes glimmered with an ethereal light. "Humph, who would want to be your—" she began, but the words faltered as she gasped in pain, cutting her sentence short. A dark red magical glow was etched onto her smooth spine. Perhaps the magic eagle was more complex to inscribe, or perhaps Julian was intentionally prolonging the process. It took considerably longer than when he engraved Senia. By the time Julian finished, Sarlna was drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse. TSK, the half-elf constitution really is lacking, Julian remarked with a sly grin. He then embraced Sarlna and pressed a finger to her forehead, inducing a deep slumber. However, both Senia and Sivia were oblivious to the fact that Sarlna's weakness stemmed from Julian's deliberate torment. "Sivia, it's your turn. So, what animal do you prefer?" Julian beckoned Sivia closer, his sharp nails tracing her shoulder, prompting a reflexive urge to evade. "Animal? Perhaps a dog," Sivia replied, seemingly attempting to divert attention. Her brow furrowed. "Oh, why's that?" Julian inquired, intrigued. Upon hearing her response, Julian burst into laughter and pulled Sivia into his embrace, causing her to panic and attempt to squirm away, yet she was paralyzed by the flickering electricity at his fingertips. "Do not fear. I assure you, I have no immediate intentions of, well, you know. However, Sivia, I intend to brand you with the mark of the magic hound. You must be obedient, vigilant, and ready to hunt. Otherwise, your master might very well roast you for dinner." After this declaration, Julian ceased to torment the trembling Sivia, settling her on his lap. His fingertips dripped with magical blood, shimmering with arcane light, eliciting a soft moan from Sivia as she lay against him. Moments later, as Julian withdrew his hand, Sivia lay against him, drenched in sweat, her skin flushed a delicate pink that stirred Julian's desire. "Indeed," he mused, "I am quite the lecher, yet patience is prudent. I shall wait until they are transformed into sorceresses before indulging fully. Otherwise, it would lead to a dreadful headache, compounded by the nagging thoughts of the detrimental marks inscribed upon their backs." "Indeed, it seems so," Sivia replied with a wry smile. However, she continued, "The master has left behind quite a bit of smoked meat and sausages, along with a few bottles of wine. So we need not subsist solely on stale bread any longer." Senia was easily swayed. A mere offering of slightly better food had already sparked signs of betrayal. Sarlna rolled her eyes and turned to Sivia. "Did he mention releasing us? Have we not already surrendered?" Well, the master said there is still a procedure to follow." Sivia replied, shaking her head helplessly. What procedure could possibly remain?" Sarlna's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction, her delicate features betraying her irritation. Sivia remained silent, shaking her head. Julian had not divulged this information, leaving Sarlna seething with impotent fury. Alas, to transform 3 sorceresses simultaneously, Julian found himself lacking sufficient materials. The same went for the demonized soldiers, which also required resources. Where could he possibly procure more materials at this juncture? The materials Julian referred to were, indeed, the demons. Aside from the bronze-tier demons, the black iron-tier demons were regarded merely as resources by him. Frowning at the expansive demon summoning circle he had constructed, Julian lamented. "Only when the need arises do we regret not having enough. 200 demons have already been expended for my experiments, nearly 100 consumed. Among the remaining, there are still dozens of bronze-tier demons, vital for combat, not to be squandered as mere resources. Yet now, where could he possibly acquire another batch of demons? My lord, it is perplexing. The tribes in this region have vanished without a trace. To date, we have only captured a few scattered goblins." A large-winged demon reported in a deep voice to another humanoid demon. Had Julian been present, he would have recognized this humanoid demon as his former superior. The demon, Lord Benji. One could only imagine how much Julian yearned for the opportunity to confront his old superior, a confrontation destined to descend into chaos. Are you all such useless winged demons? In such a vast area, you can only manage to capture a handful of pitiful goblins that hardly suffice as sustenance? Benji's ire was palpable, his frustration mounting as the recruitment efforts fell short of expectations. Although many cities and fortresses in Winston County remained unconquered, the demon generals were already embroiled in disputes over their routes. Some sought to advance northward to attack the Falcon Principality, reasoning that it was small and sparsely populated. An easy target. Once the Falcon Principality was subdued, they could slaughter its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants for sacrifices, enabling the existing demons to ascend in power while also hatching more lesser demons to bolster their ranks. Conversely, another faction advocated for a strike against the Talia Kingdom, driven by the belief that its vastness and populous nature would better satiate the demon's bloodlust. The notion that the Talia Kingdom was stronger? Surely, those harboring such thoughts were cowardly demons themselves, sharing the same sentiment as the demons. They ought to feel ashamed. Thus, at the Demon Council, one could witness two furious generals embroiled in a heated exchange, hurling insults at one another, calling each other fools as they descended into chaos. Chapter 54. Advancing Southeast, Additional Update. Furthermore, a faction of demons seeks to venture eastward, traversing the Telier Gorge, intent on storming into the Veroal Commercial Alliance, a region teeming with inhabitants, predominantly merchants, whose souls are rife with delectable corruption, a veritable feast for demons. For these fiends, mundane souls are deemed the least desirable. Yet whether pure or tainted, all souls signify a more appetizing and nourishing bounty, with the most extreme variations being the most coveted. Consequently, the 30-odd legendary demon generals commanding an army of over 1 million demons find themselves embroiled in incessant disputes, often resorting to physical altercations to resolve their disagreements. Meanwhile, the demon lords overseeing this chaos are preoccupied with combating the gods and deities beyond the plains. For the time being, these overlords cannot directly intervene in the internal strife of the realm, leaving the various demon generals to act on their own volition. Their objective is simple: to slaughter the indigenous populace of this plane and establish a plethora of foul magical formations, thereby transforming this realm into demonic territory. Fortunately, the demon's subjective initiative has always been remarkably, exceptionally pronounced. Even under the command of a demon lord, various factions tend to indulge in their whims, let alone in the absence of such oversight. Thus, following a discordant meeting, the demon army prepares to pursue their individual strategies, exemplifying their reckless audacity, free-spiritedness, and indeed, their astonishing nature. Meanwhile, Benki's superior, a brutish demon overseer, has been dispatched to summon the tribes nestled within the mountains. However, unwilling to engage in such trivial matters, he has cast Benki aside, tasking him with rallying expendable forces to charge into Dolan County, contributing lives and flesh to the demon army's conquest. Is what the shaman said true? Those demons are, pondered a one-eyed orc, sitting hesitantly in the center of a leather tent, glancing at the shaman adorned with feathered headgear. Chieftain, I too understand that the words of that ogre shaman are utterly untrustworthy. Demons are creatures unworthy of faith. Yet, we find ourselves with no choice. The conflicts atop Mount Telier grow increasingly brutal, the number of newborns rises, and the larger tribes have even more younglings. To secure sustenance for these fledglings, we require a greater number of robust orcs to fight. If this continues, our entire tribe may face extinction. However, we have no alternative. If we do not strive, other tribes will raise more younglings, and those ever more formidable tribes will annihilate us. Since death is inevitable, it would be better to descend the mountain and fight for our survival. Alas, the aged orc sighed heavily. The orc chieftain remained silent, reminiscing about the time he ascended to leadership when their tribe comprised only a few dozen mouths to feed, with merely a handful of bronze-tier warriors. Yet, over the decades, his tribe has flourished to 500 mouths, with over 100 bronze-tier warriors, alongside 200 slaves, marking them as a significant, albeit still minor, power. However, they remain a small force, as the great powers within the mountains have commenced their great conflicts. After the battles, while the larger factions may not face obliteration and defeat, smaller factions are destined for annihilation. The struggle for survival does not allow for evasion. Neutrality does not guarantee safety. The most likely outcome is to be swallowed by those formidable forces unless one hides in some obscure corner, where the cost outweighs the benefit, thus evading demise. Perhaps I should lead some warriors down the mountain to ascertain the truth of that ogre's words? The one-eyed orc proposed solemnly. The orc shaman shook his head, gazing sadly outside the leather tent. The circumstances are dire. Should you descend with warriors, our encampment may be vulnerable to attacks from other tribes. If we do not secure new territory, our home may become a hunting ground for others. If we are to leave, we must all depart together and swiftly. Seeing the shaman's resolute gaze, the one-eyed orc sighed. He too was not as young as he once was, and faced with an uncertain future, he found himself hesitating. A stark contrast to the more aged shaman. Orcish lifespans are comparable to those of humans, albeit with a more robust physique. However, due to their harsh living conditions, most orcs achieve Black Iron tier combat prowess upon maturity, with some particularly gifted individuals reaching Bronze tier strength. Yet, once they surpass their prime, their abilities decline significantly. Though theoretically, orcs might live slightly longer than humans, the harshness of their environment and scarcity of food and medicine often prevent them from reaching even half of their theoretical lifespan. Even the silver tier one-eyed orc, who could theoretically live to 120, experiences a decline in strength by the age of 80 or 90. However, years of battle have left him with numerous ailments, and at merely 60, he already feels the weight of waning vitality, rendering any hopes of advancing to gold tier strength a distant dream. May the war god grant us protection, the elderly orc shaman lamented. Having seen his lifespan diminish due to his study of curses and poisons, he now hopes only to assist the tribe in surviving this wave of slaughter. Is this a prearranged game of mahjong? Thought Yulian, considering the orc tribe summoned by Boro, the one he had just renovated his golden toilet for. Oh my god! Are these loathsome creatures here to usurp my freshly adorned throne? Truly, I am beset by misfortune. I swear, I shall unleash my size 52 boots upon them. Frustrated, Yulian contemplated fleeing. No, retreating, or rather, advancing southeast to confront the nefarious orc tribe's intent on invading his territory. However, upon regaining his composure, Yulian refrained from a hasty retreat. With a human army dispatched to quell the demons in the west and another demon army emerging from the north, it seemed fortuitous. Despite the presence of two rival factions, the enmity between them presents an opportunity for manipulation. Yulian began to strategize on how to lure both parties to the predetermined battlefield, confident that once they converge, conflict will inevitably ensue. In this moment, Yulian transformed into a cunning weaver, skillfully concealing himself, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare his trapped prey. Chapter 55. Dismal and dull, the forest, though lush, exuded a certain dryness rather than dampness. The early autumn sun filtered through the trees, casting a pleasantly warm glow, creating an environment quite suitable for habitation. The only drawback was, if only the various tribes from Mount Tyrrell would cease their incessant descents, it would be splendid to establish a manor nearby, inviting friends to revel in the beauty of the autumnal woods. Although Layla was fully armed, her demeanor remained relaxed, for she had selected several reputable mercenary companies, which, albeit somewhat costly, were undoubtedly worth the investment. At the very least, she would not be burdened by the trivial conflicts among the teams daily. Most of her entourage was indeed hired, yet their combat capabilities and qualities were commendable, whether it was the adventurers scouting ahead or the mercenaries progressing along the mountain paths. They exhibited remarkable expertise. Of course, Layla would not be foolish enough to rely solely on the mercenaries and adventurers. She also had several handmaidens who had trained alongside her since childhood, and her father had dispatched a personal guard of over 100 family retainers, along with a private militia of 200 men. Andre's family emblem was a silver lion, thus the personal guard was known as the Silver Lion Guard. These warriors were all of bronze rank, while the commander was a silver-ranked officer named Rune, who had previously served in the Kingdom's 6th Legion and was an old subordinate of her father. After retiring alongside him, he joined the Andres family and was bestowed with the title of knighthood. Sir Rune's daily duties involved training the personal guard, and he possessed considerable practical experience, serving as the true commander of this expedition. Is something troubling Sir Rune? Layla observed the seriousness etched on his face. It seemed that an unfortunate or unexpected event had transpired. Her expression tightened, yet she maintained a calm composure as she continued to confer tasks with Lawrence, the leader of the Hound Mercenary Company. The Hound Mercenary Company was a mid-sized group, boasting over 200 members, and Lawrence had brought nearly the entirety of his company, making it the largest contingent. Among them were over 50 bronze-ranked warriors, with the remainder being soldiers of upper Black Iron rank. Additionally, both Lawrence and his vice-captain were of silver rank, representing a formidable force. Their motives transcended mere monetary compensation, if it were solely about earning. Lawrence would have preferred to lower his fee rather than risking his entire fortune. His dedication stemmed primarily from Layla, his employer. She was young, beautiful, exceptionally talented, and hailed from a noble lineage, renowned throughout the Doran County as a captivating flower. Apart from her slight aloofness, she possessed no significant flaws. Although Lawrence understood the chances were slim, who could resist the allure of ambition, especially in the presence of such beauty? What if his valor, gallantry, or other qualities captivated this noble lady? In that case, he would not only win her heart, but might also gain entry into the noble circles through marriage. For love and status, taking risks was undoubtedly worthwhile. Further away, Bert, riding a travel horse, gazed adoringly at Layla, who, though clad in armor, retained a graceful and enchanting demeanor. Unfortunately, being merely from an ordinary merchant family, Bert found himself worlds apart from her in both status and strength. Yet, this very disparity only deepened his infatuation. What irked him most was the incessant presence of that detestable old man, always hovering near Miss Layla. Cursed be it, he lamented, for it impeded his chances to leave a lasting impression on her. I must devise a plan, something to capture Miss Layla's attention. Clenching his staff, Bert sank into deep contemplation. Regrettably, his lack of experience rendered him incapable of formulating a brilliant strategy. Could the intelligence be flawed? Layla's face betrayed a flicker of anxiety. This was her first battle, a pivotal one at that. A loss or a fruitless endeavor could shatter her dreams. The prospect of being compelled to adhere to her family's plans, marrying a wealthy and handsome suitor, and leading a life of luxurious idleness devoid of martial training and adventure filled her with dread. The mere thought of such a dismal and dull existence made her heart race. However, the intelligence was relatively accurate. According to the adventurer's reconnaissance, a band of demons had gathered a horde of monsters in the vicinity, but perhaps due to their lack of strength, they fled upon learning of the approaching army. Rune understood that Layla's ambition was to achieve military merit. Yet, the demons behaved more like cowards than fiends, choosing flight over confrontation, an unusual behavior for such arrogant beings, who typically would engage before retreating. They could march swiftly, but catching up would prove challenging. Given the demons' hasty escape, even if they were pursued, only low-value creatures like goblins might be slain, and such pursuits were fraught with the risk of ambush. Rune shook his head, dispelling Layla's inclination for a reckless chase. Then we must take action, Sir Rune, or else this will merely amount to a well-armed patrol, spoke Lawrence, who had remained silent until now. He was the second person, after Layla, reluctant to withdraw. Layla turned her hopeful gaze toward Rune. After a moment of contemplation, Rune replied, "We can temporarily establish camp in that valley, destroy the demon's lair, and send all adventurers to scout whether the demons have retreated far. If they linger nearby, we can attempt a swift strike with our elite forces. However, if they have indeed fled, I do not recommend pursuing further." Layla pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. "Very well, we shall heed Sir Rune's counsel." Chapter 56. Unrivaled. After reaching a resolute decision, the large contingent of over 1,000 individuals swiftly mobilized. Upon their arrival at Yulian's stronghold, the unnamed valley, they discovered it devoid of demonic presence. However, due to Yulian's hasty departure, the rudimentary encampment that had been constructed within the valley remained intact. Layla's forces promptly appropriated it, making necessary adjustments to establish a temporary base for the expedition. They also conducted a cursory inspection of the demon's lair atop the cliff, regrettably yielding minimal findings. Yulian had long since relocated any valuables, dismantling the gems and precious metals from the demonic altar, leaving only debris behind. What surprised Yulian was the unexpected presence of humans lingering in his former lair. He had initially intended to send expendable minions to harass them, ensuring that they would not retreat, yet they had instead chosen to settle in place. Rubbing his hands together, he instructed a transformed human subordinate, "Go inform Ron. The plan has changed. The main force should not withdraw too far." Once the subordinate departed, Yulian summoned several minor demons, incapacitated them, and ascended into the night sky with their bound forms. With a sudden thrum, a crossbow bolt pierced the skull of a sluggish little demon, which fell lifelessly to the ground. A seasoned adventurer cautiously emerged from behind a tree, surprise flickering across his face as he regarded the fallen creature. Having spent considerable time in the mountains, he had scarcely encountered demons. Even goblins were a rare sight. The beasts and magical creatures were more frequently seen than these wilderness monsters. To his astonishment, he discovered a sneaky little demon not far from the camp at the break of dawn. Although the demon's head bore little value, it could still exchange for several silver thalers, a welcome gain. In addition to this adventurer, many in the expedition who had risen early and gone without sleep had captured several foolish little demons outside the encampment, thus netting a tidy profit. News of this quickly spread throughout the camp, compelling the otherwise idle adventurers and mercenaries into action. The demons had not completely vacated the area since morning, for separate adventuring teams had successfully hunted down little demons lurking around the camp. Ron, furrowing his brow, reported the adventurers' findings to Layla, though concern was evident on his face. Did this imply that the demons were unwilling to flee? Layla's expression shifted, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. It is also possible they are attempting to deceive us, Ron stated bluntly, voicing his apprehensions. Layla responded, taken aback, but after a brief silence, she inquired, "Are you suggesting that these little demons are deliberately allowing us to discover them?" "Indeed, and it is highly probable," Ron replied. Having participated in the war between the Talia Kingdom and the Falcon Principality, he was a genuine battlefield veteran, particularly experienced in small-scale skirmishes. Julian's intent to lure them into a trap was all too apparent. Demons are not the foolish goblins. We must not let arrogance cloud our judgment. These little demons serve as bait, and those fiends must harbor a significant conspiracy. At that moment, the leaders of several mercenary groups were absent from the makeshift meeting room, and Ron spoke without reservation. "So, are you suggesting we retreat?" Layla asked hesitantly, her expression tinged with uncertainty. "We must retreat. Lingering any longer may render escape impossible," Ron declared resolutely. Although he had previously advised remaining, the peculiar appearance of the little demons had heightened his sense of danger. Layla furrowed her brows deeply, pondering gravely for a considerable time, before reluctantly nodding. "Very well, I cannot allow my personal desires to place so many lives in peril. I will notify the group leaders immediately. I shall go. Some may require my elder persuasion," Ron replied as he donned his helmet and grasped a warhammer, preparing to convince the mercenary leaders. Traveling at night posed greater risks. Humans were not like demons who could traverse the darkness with ease. Nighttime movements rendered them vulnerable to ambush by lurking demons. As night fell, Julian continued his machinations. Several captured humans were unceremoniously tossed near the front lines of the demon forces arriving from the north, to ensure the inattentive demons would not overlook them. Julian had thoughtfully drawn some blood from the captives. The scent of blood would attract not only beasts but demons as well. "My Lord Benji, the captured humans have divulged that a group of humans seeking to vanquish demons has encamped in a small valley to the south. As for why they suddenly fell unconscious and appeared nearby, they themselves are unaware," reported a particularly grotesque demon, humility evident in its tone. Benji paused momentarily, glancing at the blood and flesh remnants smeared about the demon's mouth, before responding, "So, someone intends to lure us to devour those humans? Let those capable of flight go first. Do not engage recklessly, just keep a close watch on those humans." "Understood, my Lord Benji," the demon replied, cleaning its teeth before turning to leave, only to be halted by Benji. "You fool, do I need to inquire myself? Where's my share?" Benji demanded coldly, striking the feigning demon on the head. "And no, my Lord Benji, your share is just outside. The finest cuts of meat have been prepared for you, medium rare, served on a silver platter, complete with knife and fork, and a bottle of wine infused with vengeful spirits." It was difficult to imagine a hideous, fearsome demon could muster a fawning expression. Not bad. Go." Benji finally revealed a semblance of satisfaction. Though he could not discern who wished to lure them into an ambush against the humans, ultimately, it mattered little. The demon army was unrivaled. What fear had they of insignificant vermin? As dawn approached, before the sun had risen, the light remained dim in the forest, the air cool, and the dewdrops upon the leaves yet to fall. Chapter 57. The mob, however. Their irritation was soon replaced with a sense of dread as the first light of dawn broke, revealing a horde of grotesque demons. Nearly 100 winged fiends and bat-like creatures circled ominously in the sky, occasionally dropping obsidian-tipped javelins or unleashing their piercing shrieks that echoed with terror. Curse it! These demons indeed harbored sinister intentions. Rune watched the circling winged fiends, unable to descend, his frustration mounting. With those aerial sentinels looming above, the squad dared not advance, especially along the mountain paths, where even a fully armed march could be ambushed at any moment. Once human forces fell into chaos, they would find it nearly impossible to withstand the demons, who thrived in disarray. Suddenly, a gleaming bolt whistled through the air, seemingly enhanced by magic. As a stout crossbow bolt soared over 200 meters, piercing the skull of a low-flying winged fiend. There was no scream. The creature fell silently to the ground, shattered upon impact. The other fiends and bat demons seemed taken aback, retreating to a safer altitude to evade further shots. Fortunately, it did not land within the camp. Otherwise, a hapless soul might have met a grim fate. Rune silently acknowledged this, before turning to the skilled crossbowman who had taken down the fiend. The archer was a woman of striking figure, yet her visage was unsettlingly horrific. The left side of her face appeared as if it had been ravaged by decay, contrasting sharply with the delicate beauty of the right side, creating a disconcerting dichotomy. Her left eye socket housed a glass eye, while a deep scar marred her nose and cheek, tracing down her neck and across her collarbone. During a past mission, an undead sorcerer had assaulted them, and she was grievously injured by a curse that disfigured her. Though she had survived, her beauty was irrevocably lost. The cleric who saved her life could not restore her face. Only a bishop with extraordinary power could accomplish such a feat, and that was beyond her means then, and even now. It is said that true gods do not save the impoverished. Consequently, the once cheerful and talkative woman transformed into a reticent ranger, a masterful crossbow shooter. The crowd instinctively averted their gazes from her scarred cheek. Although some suggested she wear a mask, she refused, seemingly unwilling to conceal her scars or show her vulnerability. Perhaps it was through the fearful, disdainful, or pitying glances of others that she felt her own existence. Truly, she was a resilient and solitary warrior. Layla gazed at the archer with a hint of sympathy, admiration swelling within her as she whispered her praise. Rune merely shook his head, asserting that she was merely a fragile girl. Perceiving Layla's defiance, he smiled but chose not to elaborate, instead turning back to fortify the squad's defenses. With no option to retreat, the pressing need was to strengthen the camp's defenses before the main force of demons arrived. Fortunately, the mountainous terrain was narrow, suggesting that the number of demons bypassing the Dolan defense line would be limited. From the northern slope of the valley emerged a ragtag army of grotesque beings, gradually multiplying as they crested the hill, a chaotic mass spilling down the incline. How infuriating, so many. Rune stood atop the low wooden wall of the encampment, surveying the approaching legion of demons and monsters. This motley army, numbering nearly 3,000, included approximately 1,000 demons, of which only a third were directly under Benji's command. The remainder belonged to 3 other silver-tier demons. The reason for Benji's leadership was his formidable prowess, while the other silver-tier demons included a fierce fire demon, a massive winged demon, and a serpentine fiend, each commanding around 200 lesser demons. Additionally, there were the forcibly conscripted goblins, orcs, half-orcs, gnolls, and kobolds, collectively numbering around 2,000, along with 8 silver-tier monsters. Following Yulian's merciless campaign against the wild beasts in the northwestern mountainous region, their numbers had significantly dwindled, reducing the security threat to Dolan. However, the threat posed by these demons was evidently far greater than that of the previous beasts. Although this haphazardly assembled army could be deemed a rabble, it mattered little. Demons excelled at commanding such disparate forces, operating under a simple code: kill those who disobey, reward those who comply. The chaotic throng of monsters lacked any semblance of organization, a situation exacerbated by the rugged terrain. Trees had been felled and brush flattened, resulting in a tumultuous blend of diminutive goblins, towering orcs, lanky imps, and corpulent brutes. In the midst of this disorder, Benji, clad in black armor and astride a sparking nightmare steed, brandished a demonic battle standard in one hand and a massive black trident in the other. He bellowed toward the human encampment, the flag casting a crimson aura that enveloped the horde. At his command, the demons and monsters responded in a frenzied uproar. Even the most timid goblins, eyes blazing with madness, frothing at the mouth as they charged forward, as if under the influence of a potent drug. Amidst the chaotic roars, the expendable throngs of monsters surged toward the designated human encampment, their lives abandoned in the face of overwhelming bloodlust. Meat, meat, meat. A goblin, its eyes aglow with crimson fervor, was fixated solely on the notion of flesh, brandishing its crude spear as it barreled down the slope. However, fortune did not favor it. Before it could reach the range of human archers, it stumbled into a small pit. Before it could rise, a hefty brute behind it trampled down upon it, breaking ribs and caving in its frail chest. Yet, even amidst the blood and foam, the goblin continued its frenzied cries for meat. Chapter 58. Facing the battlefield. As the monstrous beings surged forward chaotically, drawing within 100 meters, a command was given, and a cacophony of bowstrings reverberated through the air. The archers in the camp hailed from various mercenary bands, some even from adventuring parties. Despite Lieutenant Rune's efforts to assemble them, he could only ensure their alignment for the initial volley. After the first barrage, he instructed them to shoot at will. Fortunately, these frenzied creatures exhibited no semblance of defense, recklessly charging through the rain of arrows, allowing the archers atop the encampment to fire without the need for precise aim. The rampaging monsters were fearsome in their approach. Thanks to their thick hides, only a handful of feeble creatures, such as goblins and imps, were felled along the way, alongside a motley assembly of half-orcs and kobolds. The larger Orcish warriors and the robust wolfmen, provided they were not struck in vital areas by the heavy arrows, continued their relentless advance, arrows protruding from their forms akin to the bronze-tier demons. In bolstering defenses, Lieutenant Rune had excavated numerous pits and trench traps outside the camp, alongside strategically placed wooden stakes to impede the demons' advance. Meanwhile, the mages within the contingent had laid various magical traps. A particularly unfortunate claw demon triggered one such trap, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated him and several nearby imps. Due to the terrain, the monsters poured down the slopes from the valley's edge, often trampling or rolling over one another in the chaos. However, from the vantage of a small hill, one could oversee the valley's depths, where even a silver-tier fire demon could leverage the landscape to unleash spells upon the encampment. Had the situation not arisen so suddenly, such a battle camp ought not to have been established within such a confined valley, or rather, it should not have been solely situated there. Lieutenant Rune lamented his greed for the demon's abandoned encampment, suspecting it might have been a cunning ploy by those vile creatures. The 3-meter-high camp walls, constructed of timber and rammed earth, appeared modest, yet they offered significant protection in a confrontation of this scale. While towering creatures like the 3-meter giants posed a challenge, the average height of the orcs, ranging from 1.8 to 2 meters, made climbing the walls feasible, albeit perilous, as they would be vulnerable to the defenders' attacks during their ascent. Although the defenders could exploit their elevated position to shoot down upon the foes amassed at the base of the walls, they were not without their own concerns. Demons such as claw demons, shadow demons, and wolf demons could swiftly scale the walls, inflicting chaos upon the defenders, though they would soon be overwhelmed by concentrated retaliatory fire. While the skirmish may not have been extensive, the madness of the monsters escalated the conflict to a fever pitch in a remarkably short span of time. This could be seen as a tactical maneuver by the demons, maximizing their charge strategy to leave the defenders no moment for respite, tearing through their lines with unrelenting ferocity. Though brutal, one could not deny the efficacy of such tactics for demons, as overly intricate maneuvers would only hinder their execution. The accumulated corpses at the base of the walls quickly formed a sloped ramp, facilitating the monsters' assault. The mercenaries were compelled to gather, creating a congested area of death. However, the narrowness of the walls simultaneously constrained the defenders' ability to regroup, forcing both sides to engage in a grim exchange of life for life. Just as a multitude of monsters and defenders grappled upon the widened camp walls, a sinister fire demon, accompanied by dozens of candle demons, approached the fortifications. The mages stationed above soon detected this cadre of spellcasting demons, yet their warning came too late. The candle demons, humanoid figures wreathed in flames from the shoulders up, bore a striking resemblance to candles and excelled in rudimentary fire spells. As a chain fireball, followed by a deluge of smaller fireballs, struck the walls, a thunderous explosion ensued, sending flames erupting violently. The entire section of the wall collapsed, engulfing numerous mercenaries and soldiers in the inferno, while an equal number suffered severe burns. Amidst the harrowing cries of the wounded, the shrieks of the monsters intermingled, as many of their own perished in the flames unleashed by their allies. Yet, aside from those consumed by the flames, the other monsters, ablaze yet undeterred, charged through the collapsing walls, howling in a blend of agony and exhilaration as they traversed the fiery chaos. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air, causing panic among the unprepared soldiers behind the walls. 2 silver-tier mercenary captains, their bodies scorched, shielded the remaining wounded as they retreated, while the frenzied monsters, under the influence of several silver-tier beasts, forced their way through the flaming rubble of the walls. Outside the burning fortifications, a formidable male serpent demon wielded a long blade, roaring fiercely to urge the monsters to penetrate the camp with haste. "Quickly, form up," Lieutenant Rune commanded, his expression grim as he directed over 100 members of the Andres family's Silver Lion Guard to swiftly advance and reinforce the position. He had kept the Silver Lion Guard in reserve, and despite the dissatisfaction among the mercenaries, he remained resolute, unwilling to deploy the reserves so soon. Layla, pale-faced and fully armored, stood alongside several maidens serving as her guards, observing the monstrous figures breaching the walls. Though she had experienced a few adventures and slain bandits and wild beasts, this scale of battle was unprecedented for her. The encampment bore scars of fire, but these were not the handiwork of the candle demons. Rather, they were the result of the fire demons stationed behind the monstrous onslaught, relentlessly casting flames into the camp without a hint of desperation. Miss Lieutenant Rune said that if the situation becomes dire, please do not hesitate to flee. One of the maidens whispered to Layla. Startled by the suggestion, Layla resolutely shook her head, drawing her magical longsword from her waist. "I shall not flee, but I permit each of you to escape. Go." With that, Layla donned her helm, embodying the honor of a knight, facing the battlefield rather than turning her back upon it. The maidens exchanged glances, then, in silence, donned their own helms, clad in similar armor to Layla's, armed with weapons and shields as they followed her into the fray. Chapter 59. Personally overseeing the battle in the sky, a colossal silver-winged demon circled above, accompanied by 100 lesser-winged and bat-like demons. Initially, their screeches served only to distract the defenders with occasional feints. However, as the onslaught intensified, the pressure on the defenders escalated, and the demons grew increasingly audacious. The bat-like demons swooped down with terrifying shrieks, snatching away a few unfortunate souls before draining their blood or tearing them to shreds, discarding the remains into the encampment. Prepare, shoot. At this moment, Lieutenant Rune could no longer afford to focus on defending against the aerial assaults. The walls had been breached, and it was imperative to halt the relentless tide of demons pouring in. Despite a foreboding sense of doom, he maintained his icy composure, raising his great sword and swinging it down with fervor. The front lines of the Silver Lion Guard unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts almost simultaneously. Those demons rushing through the still-burning wall were instantly pierced by the bolts and fell, howling in agony. The Silver Lion Guard, as the direct private force of Count Andres, boasted commendable strength and equipment, their weapons and armor of exquisite quality, while the junior officers wielded superior gear. Though not enchanted, such armaments were ample for bronze-tier soldiers. After all, an entire unit equipped with magical gear was a luxury even a duke could scarcely afford. These battle-hardened heavy infantry, also skilled crossbowmen, wasted no time admiring their handiwork. Instead, they swiftly reloaded their crossbows, and soon these brawny men had their weapons ready once more, just as the flaming demons charged closer to the front lines. With a resounding thud, the crossbows fired again, sending another dozen monsters crashing to the ground, while the remaining wounded demons howled until they were trampled into silence by their comrades. At Lieutenant Rune's command, the soldiers of the Silver Lion Guard discarded their crossbows and rapidly formed a shield wall. The front line crouched in a half-squat, wielding their long iron shields, while the rear held 3-meter-long polearms, prepared to meet the enemy's charge through their comrades' shields. A fire-scorched werewolf howled ferociously, attempting to leap over the front line to smash the heads of the humans with its iron axe, only to be impaled by the polearm of a rear soldier. This was merely the beginning, as more monsters furiously crashed against the wall formed by the two rows of defenders. Occasional thrown axes and hammers rained down, yet they failed to inflict significant harm on the heavily armored warriors clad in chainmail and wielding large shields and polearms. At that moment, mercenaries and others retreating from the camp timely flanked the Silver Lion Guard. An elderly wizard with a grizzled beard arrived with his apprentice and guards, his expression grim. He had just dispelled the thought of fleeing. Unlike the mercenaries and adventurers, he had been invited by Count Andres, a costly engagement that meant he could not simply abandon the fight. He had to give it his all. The wisdom of age proved advantageous. Though the old wizard lacked exceptional talent, his extensive experience allowed him to quickly discern the most suitable spell for the situation. He cast a spell that transformed the ground before his guards into a quagmire, impeding the enraged demons that surged into the camp. The surrounding mercenaries rejoiced at this turn of events, as arrows, crossbow bolts, and thrown axes rained down, while several apprentice wizards in the camp unleashed their signature spells. In no time, the demon's momentum seemed to falter. However, this 1,000-man camp was not vast, and the muddy area was limited. The swarming demons soon used their fallen comrades to create a path, and the snake demon, seemingly impatient with the situation, led several silver-tier wild chieftains straight through the carnage. Simultaneously, dozens of candle demons, under the command of a fire demon, scaled the camp walls to strike again. Although the fireball spells cast by the bronze-tier candle demons were rudimentary, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Dozens of small fireballs were hurled at once. And even the Silver Lion Guard, wielding large shields, suffered casualties. In the explosion of flames, numerous soldiers fell wounded or lifeless. Lieutenant Rune, holding a rare enchanted steel shield, braced against the impact of the fireballs, shouting, "Mages, mages, please, help." Seeing the dire situation, the old wizard gritted his teeth and, with visible reluctance, retrieved a long-preserved scroll. Without hesitation, he unfurled it and began chanting a high-level spell, a reinforced ice storm. He knew that using this scroll would exhaust his favor with the Count, and he had already resolved to flee afterward. A howling gale surged forth, carrying shards of ice that struck the oncoming demons, freezing them into statues. The raging ice storm swept over the snake demon and several brutish wild chieftains, heading toward the candle demons who were preparing to cast spells. The fire demon atop the camp wall, witnessing this, wasted no time and leapt down into the fray. While the candle demons, caught off guard, were swiftly encased in ice, their flames extinguished, leaving behind bizarre frozen forms. In an instant, hundreds of demons perished, causing the demon army's attack to falter. The remaining demons, awakening from their bloodlust, nearly fell into disarray until the commander, Benji, rallied his forces. The Silver Lion Guard and the mercenaries erupted in cheers, seizing the opportunity to counterattack under the leadership of Lieutenant Rune and several mercenary captains, encircling the snake demon and wild chieftains, who were barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the winged demons, who had been attempting to disrupt the camp's order, sensed the tide turning. Under the leadership of the colossal silver-winged demon, they ceased their skirmishes with the silent female ranger and her elite archers, hastily retreating after leaving behind a dozen shattered corpses. "You fools, dimwits, cowards, more timid and inept than the worms of the abyss. You cannot even conquer this insignificant camp." Benji's furious tirade echoed, and he resolved to take matters into his own hands, to oversee the battle personally. Chapter 60. The Undead Creatures. Upon hearing the words, Benji's expression improved slightly as he nodded, coldly remarking, "Continue to disrupt those humans. I have already sent someone around to the other side. Soon, we shall strike from both flanks." With that, Benji, visibly excited, clasped his hands tightly together, as if grasping the throats of the human soldiers still resisting within the camp. Simultaneously, a rather peculiar troop had circled around to the opposite side of the camp, led by a headless knight and a skeletal mage. This company was comprised of a host of undead beings, remarkably capable of moving in daylight. As the evening sun cast a slanted light through the valley, the trees hid in the shadows, shrouded in a misty haze. This eerie troop seemed to be enveloped in a chilling fog, appearing both ethereal and substantial, evoking an unsettling sense of obscurity. The headless knight, surrounded by eerie blue flames, bore a head concealed within a steel helmet at his waist. He wielded a long-bladed lance and a kite-shaped bone shield, riding a spectral warhorse, also engulfed in ghostly blue flames. The skeletal mage, adorned with a golden crown and clad in a black robe, sat upon a bone litter carried by several towering skeletal warriors. The skeletal mage's bony staff radiated a chilling mist, instilling an involuntary shiver in those who beheld it. Accompanying the headless knight and the skeletal mage were over 200 undead creatures, including zombies, ghouls, skeletal soldiers, and skeletal archers. Typically, black iron and bronze-tier undead could not move in daylight, as they would be exorcised by the sunlight. Although silver-tier undead could walk under the sun, their combat abilities were significantly diminished. Only undead beings of golden tier and above were entirely immune to sunlight. However, the skeletal mage had mastered the spell Shadow Mist, which obscured sunlight and shielded these lower-tier undead from its harmful effects. Regrettably, the skeletal mage's power was limited, allowing him to sustain only around 200 undead creatures for a short duration. Any more would prove untenable. Both the skeletal mage and the headless knight were outcasts in the realm of the living, lacking a formidable force. Thus, they resorted to petty murder and soul harvesting in the mountains. Driven by a thirst for blood and souls, they accepted Benji's recruitment to join the demonic army, aspiring to expand their meager endeavors into something more organized and substantial. During the fierce battle at the camp walls, seeing the breakthrough stalling, Benji commanded the waiting skeletal mage and the headless knight to exploit the distraction of the battle concentrated in the north and storm into the camp from the defensively weak south, catching the guards off guard. As the skeletal mage and the headless knight maneuvered through the woods and reached the southern side of the camp, it became evident that the fierce fighting in the north had drawn nearly all the guards away. Only a handful of archers remained atop the camp walls and towers, but their meager efforts were futile against the skeletal mage's magic. The 3-meter-high wooden walls could not withstand the headless knight, who surged through, dispatching the spear-wielding mercenaries stationed at the camp gate with ease. The headless knight then severed the latch, flinging the gate wide open. An eerie, frigid mist seeped into the camp, obscuring the dimming evening light. The grotesque undead creatures, armed with rusted weapons, surged forth behind the headless knight and the skeletal mage, striking from the shadows. "Hey, headless demon, look here," cried Claus, the leader of the Iron Tree mercenaries, clad in heavy plate armor. This silver-tier greatsword warrior appeared somewhat disheveled, smeared with the foul stench of blood, accompanied by thin layers of ice and mud. Moments ago, he had slaughtered several creatures alongside his comrades at the mud pit conjured by the mage, narrowly avoiding injury from an ice storm. Just as he began to regroup, an alarm suddenly rang out from the camp's south. While others were preoccupied with the ferocious serpent demons and several monstrous chieftains, Claus wasted no time. He rallied a group of injured soldiers to intercept the skeletal mage and the headless knight at the center of the camp. "I will kill you, you go first," the headless knight rasped, and the skeletal mage nodded, preparing to bypass the blockade. "Humans, perish," the headless knight thundered, charging like a tank, bulldozing through obstacles and mercenaries alike, heading straight for Claus, who stood ready with his greatsword. With a thunderous crash, the moment of collision sent Claus' sword spiraling through the air. Exhausted from battle, Claus felt his hands tear at the impact, narrowly evading the undead warhorse's charge, only to be blindsided by the head that hung from the knight's waist, which suddenly opened its eyes. 2 dark arrows shot forth, striking Claus unawares. A groan of agony escaped Claus' lips as his body stiffened with fatigue, the world around him dimming. A malevolent gust of wind surged past, and without hesitation, Claus bolted, though he could not entirely evade the impending doom. The gleaming lance pierced through Claus' shoulder, the armor failing to withstand the force. The tremendous momentum of the lance tore off one of his arms as he desperately dodged the undead warhorse's crushing hooves. A sudden gust of wind rushed in as the headless knight turned away from his prey to deflect a bolt aimed at his hanging head with his kite shield. "Damnable undead," the crossbowman Leah cried out, though only a few gasps emerged. The pent-up hatred within her surged, fueling her determination. Despite having shot countless bolts, her aching arms felt invigorated by her loathing for the undead. The headless knight pivoted his warhorse, emitting a low, sinister chuckle. The massive undead steed charged towards Leah, who had discarded her crossbow and drawn her longsword. As dusk descended, the sudden onslaught of 200 undead creatures sent the already precarious human soldiers teetering on the edge of collapse. Previously, the humans had managed to stabilize the situation after dispatching 2 silver-tier beast chieftains amidst the remnants of a powerful ice storm. Yet, as Benji rallied the beleaguered monstrous forces, the tide of battle once again turned ominous, for the number of foes was overwhelming. Chapter 61. Utter regret amidst the cacophony of anguished cries. The beleaguered serpent demon tenaciously withstood the onslaught. This malevolent creature possessed a head akin to that of a python, its upper body humanoid, while its lower half extended into a serpent's tail measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Adorned with scales as formidable as heavy armor, it wielded blades with adept skill, yet lacked any magical prowess, a fortunate circumstance for humanity. At this moment, the serpent demon was riddled with arrows, revealing ghastly wounds that exposed its pallid bones. Its tail had suffered a severance, and numerous scales hung in tatters, stained with blood and flesh. Nevertheless, it clung to life with remarkable resilience, enduring until the monsters launched another counterattack. When the skeletal mage, accompanied by the undead, ambushed from the veil of mist, The mercenaries and adventurers could no longer hold their ground. The line between steadfastness and collapse blurred in an instant. Neither the demons, nor the monsters, nor the undead exhibited any inclination to spare captives, prolonging the chaos of battle. Arrows flew erratically, striking individuals with inexplicable precision, while sporadic bursts of magical light illuminated the carnage, blazing flames, crackling lightning, or icy blades. The camp had devolved into a grotesque wasteland, saturated with blood and flesh. Breathless and numb, Layla felt her arms grow heavy, her labored breaths misting against her visor. The scene before her darkened, and it appeared that the demons and monsters had succumbed to madness. Her shield had been discarded, likely lost in the fray while fending off an orc. It seemed her retainers had all perished. Two fell victim to a fierce fire demon, one slain by an orc chieftain, and another, the young lady of the Count's house, the most beautiful knight of Doran County, was on the brink of becoming a lifeless husk in the mire. How utterly laughable. Layla's heart brimmed with remorse, not solely for the death that loomed, but for the dream she had yet to realize, now severed, and for the valiant warriors who perished due to her inept leadership. Perhaps she should have contented herself with the role of a noble lady, rather than overestimating her own strength. Bitter regret consumed her. She longed to confront these demons in a final act of defiance, escaping the anguish of failure. Then, rising with determination, Layla gripped her sword with both hands, leaning back and thrusting the blade upward into the gaping maw of an approaching wolf demon. The sharp steel glimmered as it pierced the creature's brain, resulting in its utter demise. In its final moments, the wolf demon's claws left mere scratches on Layla's silver armor, but they were inconsequential. As Layla stood up, gasping for breath, she found no respite. The infernal chaos enveloped her. Surrounded by monstrosities, only relentless slaughter could grant her fleeting survival. The instinct to live compelled her to wield the sword, refusing to succumb to despair. "Die!" Bert exclaimed, his eyes wide as he pinned a diminutive demon beneath him, driving his short sword desperately into its chest. Blood smeared his face, and the aftermath of drained magical energy clouded his mind. Yet, the fierce will to survive propelled him. He could not bear the thought of being slain by such a minor demon, or any creature, for that matter. He preferred to remain alive. The little demon that had ambushed Bert from the collapsed tent was not particularly strong, possessing merely mid-tier black iron strength. Even as a mage, Bert could have dispatched it, but being discovered in the ruins filled him with dread. Summoning all his strength, he plunged the short sword into the demon's chest, watching its grotesque visage fade into lifelessness. Finally, Bert gasped for air, his body marred by claw marks, leaving him regretting not donning sturdier armor. Given the choice, he would never have foolishly joined this expedition. As he emerged from the fallen tent, Bert encountered a wolf demon that had tracked him by scent. Gazing into its drooling maw and bare, dark red skin, he could only manage a single cry of denial before being pounced upon, torn apart. His short sword clattered to the ground, and moments later, silence enveloped him, save for the maddened sounds of feasting. Lawrence was filled with profound regret. Had he known they would face such a multitude of demons and wild monsters, no amount of coin from Layla would have enticed him to come, even if she had promised him her hand in marriage. Yet, hindsight is a cruel master. Yulian had ensnared them, orchestrating the trap as the local kingpin, swiftly absconding with vital information. Meanwhile, the Doran County expedition remained blissfully unaware of the overwhelming number of demons converging upon them, hesitating for an entire day only to be ambushed by Julian's horde. Otherwise, the mercenary company's compensation would have bankrupted Lawrence, who feared the imminent arrival of lone enforcers from the bank, armed and ready to collect. To avoid a lifetime as an indentured warrior, he felt compelled to flee, if escape were even possible. Compared to dying in battle, the prospect of becoming a lone slave was not entirely unacceptable. Yet, escape was no simple endeavor amidst the tumult of battle, where demons and monsters roamed freely, and the number of resisting human warriors dwindled. Although Benji's forces had suffered greater losses than the humans, their numbers were still formidable. With over 1,000 lost, they retained another 1,000, while humanity was reduced to a mere handful, perhaps no more than 100. The old bearded mage appeared to have vanished amidst the chaos, and Lieutenant Rune had met his end, slain by Benji after having fought valiantly alongside another silver-ranked swordsman against a silver-tier wild boar chieftain. It was ironic. Benji and Yulian bore a resemblance beneath their brutish exteriors, both concealing duplicitous hearts. Chapter 62. Settling accounts afterward. The silver-ranked swordsman met his demise at the hands of Benji, who gleefully skewered him with a steel fork, his head becoming a trophy for Benji, displayed before the night beast. Benji then devoured the swordsman's heart, while his lifeless body was torn apart by a horde of imps. Yulian felt a deep sense of regret, chastising Benji for such wastefulness. Such a robust corpse should not have been squandered on these small demons, even if not utilized for crafting equipment or converting into demonkin. At the very least, it ought to have been offered to a beautiful succubus. Time advanced slightly, and the fierce battle captivated Yulian, who was watching from a distant mountain. Ah, truly, what a valiant warrior from our demonic kin. His relentless charge was unmatched, akin to a well-coordinated assault. However, it seemed to align perfectly with the nature of demons. Concealed in the shadows, Yulian observed the battlefield with keen eyes, while the obedient Jean nestled beside him, engrossed as if watching a grand spectacle, occasionally voicing her critiques. Alas, there were no popcorns to accompany this viewing. Yulian absent-mindedly scratched Jean's small face, who resembled a little cat, as she curled up in his arms. Since her transformation into a witch, Jean had grown increasingly fond of clinging to Yulian, perhaps due to his consistently charming and devilishly handsome older brother persona. The influence of physical appearance remained significant. Snapping back to reality, Yulian furrowed his brow, pondering the whereabouts of his allied reinforcements. The sun was nearing its descent, surely. The orcs should have crawled closer by now. The flowers blooming at the center of this valley were on the verge of wilting, and it was implausible that these orcs would take an eternity to arrive. At present, Yulian had nearly 1,000 warriors at his command, alongside the Grey Wolf tribe's orcs numbering 1,500. Though many of them were mere cannon fodder, they were still fresh troops. As long as Yulian unleashed his demonic prowess, their chances of victory remained promising. What? The orcs demand payment. Upon hearing this, Yulian was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold chuckle. Very well, after this battle, apart from this valley, the surrounding mountains will belong to them. Inform them that I intend to lead my men down to plunder. If they wish to join in the looting, they may accompany us. Humph, regardless of their terms. I shall initially concede, and we will settle accounts later. Yes, my lord. Boro, whose forehead had sprouted a demonic horn, grinned slyly, his face betraying his nefarious nature. Wait. Yulian narrowed his eyes, sensing a chill. Jean, nestled in his embrace, seemed to detect the sudden coldness, awakening with a curious gaze directed at Yulian. Merely having carrots will not suffice. We require a mighty stick as well. Yulian then instructed Boro, have ado, and Ron lead the way with you. If those orcs continue to dawdle, threaten them with force. If necessary, let go of that Benji fellow and eliminate this bothersome group of orcs first. Yes, my lord. A knowing expression crossed Boro's pudgy face as he promptly turned to summon his comrade, the ogre Adu. While Jean was dozing in Julian's arms. She heard this and frowned, hesitantly whispering, Is it all right? All right is not sufficient. You are the foremost saintess of my holy order. How can all right suffice? Julian's countenance turned stern, his authoritative presence causing little Jean to stiffen, her lips pouting and her eyes dimming. At this moment, the leaders of the Grey Wolf tribe, who had been invited by Yulian, gathered together, observing the grim battlefield with hesitation. Father, elder, are we truly going to aid that demon in battling another demon? Spoke a robust young orc with bronze tier strength, his scarred chest revealing the marks of a seasoned warrior. The one-eyed orc fell silent for a moment before turning to the elder shaman, his gaze filled with inquiry and uncertainty. Turning back, the one-eyed chieftain and several other orcs displayed expressions of agreement. Compared to the densely packed mountains, where every advantageous spot was claimed by more powerful tribes, they, as a smaller tribe, could only survive in the crevices. Such fertile mountain terrain would never belong to them. The elder shaman sighed once more, lamenting the short-sightedness of his people. The mountains before them, perceived as prime arable land, were but a mere illusion. The true fertile ground lay below, as smooth as a lake's surface. Ah, if this land were ours, we could sustain our younglings. In time, we could conquer several tribes, and our Grey Wolf tribe could rise to prominence, perhaps even producing a golden tier chieftain in the future. The silver tier warrior, the younger brother of the one-eyed orc, could not suppress his aspirations. Indeed, but all of this hinges on this land belonging to us. The elder shaman spoke softly. But can that red and blue-eyed demon truly be trusted? The young orc asked, bewildered. The elder shaman shook his head with a wry smile. He could not affirm nor genuinely believe, yet at times, one had no choice but to place their faith in unlikely circumstances. A silence fell over the orcs, and just then, a hunter with a bow rushed in, breathless. "Elder, chieftain, that ogre has returned." After a brief pause, the hunter added with a hint of indignation, "This time, that ogre has brought many followers." The expressions of the orcs changed dramatically, instinctively gripping their weapons at their waists. Only the shaman remained composed. After a moment of silence, saying, "Do not panic. Please, Lord Boro, no, let us all go together." Chapter 63. A trivial skill after a cordial conversation between Bolo and the orc shaman. The Grey Wolf clan's orcs were greatly astonished by Lord Julian's generosity and expressed their willingness to serve as his loyal hounds. Despite the presence of hundreds of armed soldiers on both sides, the atmosphere of the meeting remained amicable, devoid of any profanities. With Julian's assurance, the warriors of the Grey Wolf clan officially pledged their allegiance to him, and without delay, Yulian led the mixed forces into the fray of the ongoing battle. The winged demons and bat demons, who had been circling above, descended upon the battlefield like vultures, drawn by the enticing corpses of fallen humans. The ethereal souls drifting amidst the chaos were swiftly captured by Benji using a specialized soul-harvesting artifact. As Benji extracted a freshly crafted soul crystal from the artifact and consumed it, a euphoric expression overtook him, akin to a drug addict in ecstasy, until a sudden cacophony of battle cries jolted him back to reality. "Who dares disturb me?" Benji fumed as he stood atop his mount, witnessing a disordered band of wild tribes surging over the hill and charging towards the feasting demons. Although the chief and shaman of the Grey Wolf clan intended to proceed with caution, such restraint proved challenging for the Orcish warriors. It wasn't long before the fervent orcs, wielding stone axes, horn knives, and ironwood bludgeons, let out wild war cries and breached the unguarded camp walls, launching themselves at the unsuspecting demons and beasts. Even before Julian's forces could engage, these robust Orcish warriors, adorned with an array of bizarre hairstyles, collided with the equally bloodthirsty demons not for lofty ideals, but for a piece of land where they could thrive. Among the 500 soldiers of the Grey Wolf clan, over 100 were bronze-ranked orc warriors, predominantly male, with a few exceptionally strong female orcs embodying a blend of simplicity and ferocity. Additionally, there were more than 300 black iron-ranked warriors, comprising adult orcs, numerous young and elderly orcs, and female orcs, alongside several dozen slaves fighting for their freedom. The Grey Wolf chief had pledged that should they prove their courage in battle, these slaves would be granted their liberty, free to leave or to remain as members of the Grey Wolf clan. These slaves, largely captured during conflicts with other mountain tribes, included orcs, half-orcs, and even a few human adventurers. Their spirits were high, driven by the desire for freedom, as the life of a slave was fraught with hardship. And in times of famine, they risked being butchered for sustenance. The leader of the Grey Wolf clan, known as Wolfroar, despite many years as chief, retained his valor and fervor, coordinating with his brother, Wolf Claw, to plunge into the fray, roaring with fury. Wolfroar crashed into a similarly formidable demon, wielding a massive axe with surprising agility, cleaving the demon's skull in a single stroke. Though he held a rank above the demon, his swift execution spoke volumes of his prowess. The ensuing clash saw the orcs, invigorated by bloodlust, charge headlong into the fray, reigniting the battlefield with chaotic slaughter. Severed limbs flying amidst a sea of fresh corpses, warm blood mingling with the congealed remains of the fallen. Where did these damned greenskins come from? Why have they launched a sudden attack on us? And those demons and mutated beings? Where did they all emerge from? Benji stared wide-eyed at the unexpected arrival of the hostile forces, his silence shattered only by the instinct to engage in battle, a fitting display of demonic bravado. Beside him, the fire demon feigned contemplation, his expression grave, until Benji slapped him across the face. "Fool, this is not the time for pretense. Go reinforce the right flank against those orcs." With that, Benji, filled with righteous fury, brandished his steel fork, rallying the giant winged demon and the serpent demon, even kicking the barbecue-obsessed brown-furred wolfman chief into action. "Stop eating, you imbecile." A strange and maniacal laughter echoed across the battlefield, capturing the attention of those yet to engage in combat. Who was that, laughing so? Suddenly, a formidable demon clad in menacing armor, with massive wings unfurled, floated above. Towering over 2 meters, his half-covered skull helmet concealed much of his face, while his arm shield and shark-toothed sword flickered with flames, surrounded by crackling electricity, creating a strikingly fearsome presence. Yulian felt a pang of regret. Had he captured a dragon and crafted a magnificent demonic throne upon its back, making a grand entrance to the roar of the dragon, it would have been far more imposing. He suddenly regretted slaying that green dragon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yulian's demons roared as they clashed with Benji's forces. The two armies, comprised of similar units, inevitably caused collateral damage amidst their skirmish, though such issues were trivial in the grand scheme of things. Notably distinct were Yulian's mutated beings and Benji's undead, as nightfall enveloped the battlefield, rendering the skeletal mage's dark mist unnecessary. Yulian, flapping his wings, descended onto the battlefield, where the nearest headless knight abandoned its pursuit of an injured female ranger, charging toward Yulian instead. In perfect synchrony, the skeletal mage launched a dark purple spell at Yulian, causing him to feel sluggish, as if ensnared in a mire. Just as the white-bladed lance darted toward him, Yulian, momentarily hindered, abruptly regained his speed, his magical wings propelling him forward. He deflected the lance with his shield and retaliated with a strike against the headless knight. Wretched soul, the headless knight's severed head suddenly opened its eyes. Ignited by ghostly blue flames, a spectral wail erupting as it lunged at Yulian. Humph, a mere trick. Yulian's eyes flared with crimson magic as he opened his mouth wide, devouring the vengeful spirit before it could reach him. Are you attempting to curse a demon with a wraith? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 64, Steady to Win Well. The opponent's head had been absent for an indeterminate length of time. Perhaps the effects of the curse were indeed taking their toll. As Yulian reflected on the potency of this curse, a surge of magical energy enveloped him, and the shark-toothed sword in his grasp radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a blinding flash of electric white, he struck at the headless knight. With a thunderous crash, the shark-toothed sword, infused with lightning, cleaved through the headless knight's bone shield, subsequently embedding itself into the knight's shoulder armor. Cackling maniacally, Yulian pressed forward atop the undead steed. Realizing the imminent danger to the headless knight, the skeletal mage hastily rushed to provide support. However, the curses and dark energy spells that the skeletal mage wielded would be significantly less effective against Yulian, who was of demonic lineage. Additionally, spells of electric and fire nature would likely prove ineffective as well, forcing the skeletal mage to resort to a mid-tier spell he had mastered, Acid Blast. Yulian scoffed dismissively, delivering a swift kick that sent the headless knight tumbling from his mount. With his demonic wings unfurled, he soared into the air, evading the acid blast. Although a direct hit would not have been lethal, injury was inevitable. Fortunately, the velocity of the acid blast was insufficient. Yulian deftly dodged it, allowing the spell to only claim a few unfortunate magical creatures. The toppled headless knight regained his footing, discarding his lance and damaged shield before drawing his longsword, prepared to engage. After dispatching the undead horse charging from behind, Yulian ignored the 3 magical arrows aimed at him and charged once more at the headless knight. His wings engulfed in fierce flames. While the flames bore no practical effect, the visual spectacle was indeed striking. Amid Yulian's boisterous laughter, which exuded a formidable intimidation, the magical arrows failed to inflict significant harm, and the headless knight's resistance crumbled within mere seconds, pierced through the chest by Yulian's blade. In swift succession, another stroke of his sword pierced the head that hung from the knight's waist, and after devouring the remnants of the knight's soul with a soul-draining spell, Yulian turned his gaze toward the seemingly dazed skeletal mage. The headless knight had become a motionless corpse. Even the eyes of the head that dangled from his waist had lost their eerie glow, signifying a true demise. Such profound bonds of camaraderie? Yulian was unfazed. First, he hurled a fireball to scatter the zombies and skeletal warriors obstructing the skeletal mage. Then, he surged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow, only to find the eerie glow in the mage's eye sockets deepening ominously. A sudden surge of trepidation gripped Yulian, leaving no room for hesitation. His wings flared dramatically as an explosive surge of dark energy erupted from the skeletal mage, instantly consuming the skeletal warriors carrying the bone litter, while simultaneously propelling Yulian backward. Though the account may seem lengthy, this entire sequence of combat transpired in a remarkably brief span. Yulian landed with gritted teeth, having narrowly evaded a heavy blow. Yet his breastplate bore the brunt of the explosion, and his wings sustained some damage, causing a twinge of pain as he unfurled them. What ferocity! What connection did the skeletal mage share with the headless knight? Yulian seethed at the thought, nearly reduced to severe injury by the blast, grateful for his timely evasion. Layla struggled to open her blood-soaked eyelids, only to be met by utter darkness. After a gentle cough that expelled clotting blood, she adjusted her sight to discern the equally disheveled female ranger nearby. It seemed she had slumped against the side of an overturned cart, surrounded by a multitude of corpses, varied and grotesque. Leah managed a faint smile. She too bore considerable wounds. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of another horde of magical creatures and that arrogant demon, she might have fallen to the headless knight's blade. Regrettably, the valiant Captain Cross had not survived the tumult. However, presently, mere survival was the priority, as the ongoing battle involved demons, regardless of who emerged victorious. Neither would find respite. Yet, Leah felt little bitterness, her expression betraying relief and resignation instead. Layla observed Leah, wishing to speak, but her throat felt parched and hoarse, ultimately yielding only a bitter smile. With the skeletal mage's self-detonation, the remaining undead lost their command, resulting in indiscriminate chaos as they began to attack friend and foe alike. Meanwhile, Yulian, now unfettered, directed his gaze towards the rampaging Benji. There was Benji, mounted on the abyssal nightmare, carving a path of destruction, having already dispatched dozens of magical creatures. Yulian's silver-tier allies kept their distance from Benji, and even the brutish ogre, Adu, nearly met his demise at Benji's hands had it not been for the timely intervention of the ogre Boro, who saved his comrade. As for Ron, the ogre leader, being an archer, wisely refrained from engaging Adu, recognizing the futility of such a confrontation. The orc shaman Blair and the goblin shaman Popo remained in the rear, offering support and ready to retreat at a moment's notice. The Grey Wolf tribe also refrained from reckless assaults. The Wolf Chief, the brother of the One-Eyed Wolf, Wolf Howl, attempted to engage but was halted by his elder brother. Of course, while Yulian remained hesitant, Benji's subordinates were equally cautious. The most formidable serpent demon lay severely wounded, and the 4 silver-tier beasts that had charged alongside him were now battered and diminished in strength. Frustratingly, the cunning fire demon and winged demon, having sustained only minor injuries, began to slack off. How infuriating! Benji considered himself one of the few demons with a modicum of patience, managing to refrain from impaling those 2 useless demons. Yet, despite his mounting frustration, he knew he must endure, for the moment called for calmness. There would be another opportunity. Steadiness could lead to victory. Then, he beheld Yulian soaring toward him with his wings unfurled. As Yulian engaged Benji in combat, the ogre Baro rallied his spirits, wielding his warhammer to push aside the magical creatures that obstructed his path, bellowing a fearless charge. Yet, Baro did not charge at Benji. Instead, he directed his assault against the injured leaders under Benji's command. Adu, momentarily taken aback, regarded his suddenly courageous comrade with hesitation, as if he scarcely recognized him. What further perplexed Adu was the sudden bravery exhibited by the shaman Blair and Popo, who had previously cowered in the rear, now barking and rushing forward, even outpacing their subordinate minions. With good intentions, Ron tugged at Adu. The Lord is engaging that formidable demon. We must also strive to prove ourselves, lest we incur his wrath post-battle. Chapter 65. The loss of the demon faced the previously subdued battle erupted once more, centering around the battlefield of the 2 commanders, Yulian and Benji. On one side, Burrow and Adu led their forces against the serpent demon, the fiery demon, and the giant winged demon. On the other side, the Grey Wolf faction confronted 4 injured beast chieftains. However, these beast warriors, having been forcefully summoned, seemed to engage in a lively skirmish without exerting their full strength, their eyes frequently darting toward the central battlefield, seemingly waiting for the commanders to determine the victor. Clearly, without the presence of their leaders to bolster their morale, their loyalty was rather lacking. Fortunately, both sides were relatively evenly matched. The battle among the demons appeared significantly more intense. Though the fiery demon and the giant winged demon held back, the severely injured serpent demon showed no signs of retreat. Once its condition improved slightly, the courageous serpent demon charged to the forefront, engaging fiercely with Burrow and Adu. The mountain archer Ron, having undergone demonization, not only experienced a tremendous increase in strength, but also enhanced vision and perception, now skillfully targeting the giant winged demon, causing it to hesitate in flight. Meanwhile, the fiery demon urged the lesser demons to attack, occasionally casting minor fireballs to support the serpent demon. "Is it you who has been scheming in the shadows?" Benji inquired, retracting his battle standard and fixing his gaze intently on Yulian, who stood a mere distance away. In that moment of locked eyes, a murderous intent surged between them. There was no need for further communication. They both understood the lethal determination in each other's hearts. Only one demon could emerge alive from this confrontation, leaving no room for negotiation. With a fierce cry, the nightmare beast charged towards Yulian, its hooves igniting flames as it galloped forward. Benji first hurled a short spear, which Yulian deflected with his shield. Without missing a beat, Benji swung his massive steel fork at Yulian, who was also advancing with his sword drawn. Bang! The clash resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the battlefield. After a brief, jarring sound of metal on metal, the nightmare beast raced past, and Benji landed deftly on the ground. His black steel fork spinning in a circle as he coldly regarded Yulian, whose demon wings flared ominously. In that fleeting moment of their fierce exchange, Yulian had been struck heavily by the steel fork, yet he had managed to unseat Benji from his mount. Impressive, not bothering to call upon the nightmare beast again. Benji's expression turned grave as he willed a surge of demonic flames to rise from his steel fork. Although the demon slayer excelled in close combat, demons inherently possessed magical powers, their bloodlines etched with spells. Yulian glanced at his shattered armor and the numbness spreading through his arm, letting out a cold laugh. He summoned his own magical energies, surrounding himself with a tempest of lightning and fire, radiating an oppressive aura reminiscent of a golden-tier demon. The two figures collided suddenly, creating a thunderous uproar that commanded the attention of all present. The fierce clash drew the gaze of every demon, and those nearby were swiftly caught in the carnage, their shattered bodies spewing forth a deluge of foul blood and flesh. "Is this all you have to offer? Benji, if this is your strength, then prepare to meet your end," Yulian roared, growing more exhilarated and powerful with each exchange. His sword, shield, legs, and even his demon tail and wings became instruments of his assault, pressing Benji back with relentless ferocity. The skills that had once felt somewhat unrefined were now honed through the practice against the seasoned Benji, allowing Yulian to rapidly master and integrate his techniques. With his already formidable physical attributes and the augmentation of lightning and fire magic, Yulian's advantages grew exponentially. The once superior Benji found it increasingly difficult to keep pace with Yulian's relentless onslaught. Despite his armor absorbing many attacks, an ominous premonition began to gnaw at Benji. "Damn it, who are you really?" Benji, who had initially felt confident, struggled to suppress his anxiety. He was indifferent to Yulian's name, attempting to use words to rattle his opponent or buy himself a moment to regroup, hoping to find an opportunity to counterattack amidst the chaos. However, Yulian, now blinded by rage, paid no heed to Benji's inquiries, intensifying his assault and exploiting Benji's distraction to further his advantage. The dust and ashes stirred by their battle clouded the surroundings, causing many of the fighting demons to halt and watch the confrontation with bated breath. After a moment, the clanging of weapons ceased, and before the smoke could clear, Yulian emerged, holding a gruesome demon head aloft, his wings unfurling as he ascended into the air. With a resounding roar that echoed through the valley, his formidable presence intensified, instilling dread among the demons on both sides of the battlefield. Surrender or perish. After a brief silence, it was the fiery demon under Benji's command that first capitulated, undoubtedly influenced by his ongoing skirmish with the ogre Burrow and the Trolladu. Following suit was the giant winged demon, who, with several arrows embedded in his body, awkwardly fluttered over to surrender, appearing quite disheveled. Yulian turned slightly, suddenly feeling reluctant to accept their surrender. These two were indeed a disgrace to demons. Next came the three beast chieftains, barely holding on against the Grey Wolf faction. The reason there were only three was that one unfortunate soul had been slain by the wolf's howl. What Yulian lamented was the demise of the serpent demon, who had been crushed by Burrow and Adu. Among the three silver-tier demons under Benji's command, the serpent demon had displayed unwavering loyalty in battle, only to meet such an untimely end. Indeed, even in a different world, the honest souls always seemed to bear the brunt of suffering. Subsequently, Yulian commanded his subordinates to recruit the remaining demons. Once Benji was slain, the lesser demons, sensing the tide had turned, wisely chose to surrender. The Grey Wolf faction discreetly recruited several orcs from the recent battle, along with a number of slaves, swelling their ranks significantly compared to before the conflict. Yulian chose to turn a blind eye for the moment, allowing the 3 surrendered silver-tier beast chieftains to approach. He did not scrutinize the other demon captives too closely, as they could still be of use for the time being. There was no need to dispose of them immediately. Additionally, there were a number of human wounded prisoners. Yulian planned to conduct some demonization experiments, instructing Ron to secure these individuals and ensure the demons did not devour them all. In a hidden corner, Layla and Leah were discovered. After valiantly dispatching several low-tier demons, the 2 women, barely able to stand, beheld a towering figure descend before them. A demon smeared with blood, clad in tattered armor, yet radiating an overwhelming aura. The intangible demonic pressure left Layla gasping for breath, an instinctive fear welling up within her. Beside her, Leah seemed to tremble, as if this indescribable dread stemmed from their very bloodlines, their souls, akin to the legendary might of a dragon. Chapter 66. The altar of demons staring blankly at the broken sword in her hand, Layla felt a deep desire to raise it against the demon, to unleash a torrent of coarse curses that might provoke a swift demise. Yet, she found herself unable to do so. Her cracked lips trembled incessantly, but the words remained unspoken. Her gaze darted about, filled with confusion and hesitation. Her once charming face, now marred by blood and dirt, reflected her inner turmoil. Her knees felt weak, as if she could no longer endure. The broken sword slipped from her grasp. With a swift motion, Yulian caught an arrow mid-flight, snapping it with curiosity as he observed the woman before him, her body riddled with scars. One of her artificial eyes was missing, leaving behind a hollow socket, and her face bore a deep scar, the flesh peeled back to reveal glimpses of bone. A broken spear was lodged in her chest, making breath a laborious task, while blood dripped continuously from the corner of her mouth. Injuries adorned her arms and legs, hindering her movements and distorting her actions. Slowly, she managed to retrieve an arrow and awkwardly knocked it onto her grimy bow. Weary as she was, she could barely draw the string back a fraction. The arrow flew slowly yet precisely, prompting Yulian to catch it once again. After a moment of silence, he approached her, gazing coldly into her murky eyes, and uttered, "The fallen shall." With a sudden motion, the woman cast her bow at Yulian, managing a feeble smile before shaking her head in exhaustion, her appearance disheveled yet striking. Yulian remained silent for a moment before grasping her neck and lifting her up, softly declaring, "What a beautiful woman you are." The disheveled hair, dulled eyes, and the pitiful sight evoked a sense of pity within him as he regarded Layla with indifference. In the name of the night, Layla bent down to retrieve the broken sword she had discarded. Despite her face being smeared with grime and bearing scars, the weariness that threatened her stance only accentuated her radiant beauty. What a bountiful harvest today. Yulian coldly ended her life with his sword, granting her the knightly name she sought, before hoisting the 2 corpses. BOLO, ensure the spoils are thoroughly examined, and have Old Jock register and inspect them for any treasures. He then cast a glance at the monsters and continued, "And see to it that the materials I require are delivered to the cliffs without delay. Let there be no mistakes." "As you command, my lord," BOLO replied with a respectful bow. After Yulian decisively eliminated Benji, the loyalty of his subordinates visibly soared, much to his satisfaction. Oh, and one more thing. Just as he was about to take flight, Yulian called out to BOLO, speaking softly, "Keep an eye on the surrendering demons and the wolfkin, and report any developments to me promptly." "Yes, my lord," BOLO nodded vigorously, feeling a renewed sense of duty as he believed himself to be the most loyal of Yulian's followers. Though Yulian did not genuinely think BOLO's loyalty was so steadfast, among his subordinates, BOLO might indeed be the most devoted, perhaps rivaled only by Ron and Old Jock. As for Adu, he was naive rather than loyal, and Jean was more of a personal attendant than a subordinate. As for Blair and Babogo, they were likely a bit stronger than the 3 beast men and the fiery demons. The cave on the cliff lay in disarray, as the mercenaries, unable to locate the demon's treasure, vented their frustration, even smashing the platform and stone seat Yulian had painstakingly crafted. This prompted Yulian to chastise the mercenaries for their lack of decorum, though considering how few had survived, he graciously forgave them. At that moment, with abundant materials at hand, over 2,000 lives lost, both human and demon, their bodies needed to be utilized rather than wasted by those who could never get enough. Shortly thereafter, Old Jock delivered the materials Julian requested, along with a dozen audacious and cunning demonkin to serve as assistants. Meanwhile, a grand barbecue had commenced in the valley, the enticing aroma wafting into the cave, causing Julian to frown. His kind heart could not bear the scent of roasted meat, prompting him to seal the cave entrance. Diverse ingredients were available, with few restrictions, save for the demonkin who did not consume their own kind, and the wolfkins similarly abstaining. The demons and goblins, however, were less discerning. Truly remarkable, my lord, you have requested so much meat. Will it all be consumed? Adu, clutching a bloodied leg, inquired of Bolo as he placed ingredients onto the grill. Bolo hesitated momentarily, initially wishing to explain that their lord did not partake in human flesh, yet reconsidered. Who has to say? Perhaps Julian might indulge in secret for experimental purposes. After all, demons often spoke one way and acted another. As for Julian's motives for concealing such actions, Bol's eyes widened in realization. His lord was merely being considerate of Ron and the others, including Miss Jean, thus necessitating discretion in his consumption of flesh. Bolo solemnly warned Adu that while they could eat freely, they must not speak carelessly of their lord's secretive habits regarding human flesh, lest they incur his wrath. Eventually, after considerable time, Julian finally gathered his subordinates to arrange the new altar. Unlike the previous rudimentary formation, this one truly resembled a demon's altar, adorned in a distinctly infernal style. In essence, it was constructed from bones and flesh, with stones forming the base, skins serving as banners, and sinews as ropes, all painted with blood and engraved with precious metals, embellished with gemstones, creating a grotesque and sinister tableau. As the altar took shape, a chilling, ominous aura of the abyss arose, coalescing into a dark energy that bore Julian's demonic insignia. 600 black iron heads adorned the cave walls. 60 bronze heads formed a pile beneath the altar, and 6 silver heads were arranged in a star pattern atop it. In truth, Julian possessed a dozen silver heads, sourced from demons, humans, and various beasts. However, adhering to the demon's lucky number of 666, he preserved a few of notable significance or potential utility. Ordinary individuals would likely succumb to overwhelming terror upon a mere glance. And even the demonkin who usually reveled in bloodshed, and had even consumed human flesh in dire times, now stood quaking in fear. Chapter 67. Self-Deception. Julian gazed with satisfaction at his masterpiece, marveling at his remarkable craftsmanship and the wonders of magic. However, upon observing the reactions of the transformed beings around him, he suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing that he felt no fear in the presence of such a scene. Admittedly, this thought seemed rather peculiar. After all, it was his own altar. Why should he be afraid? Yet, the truth was undeniable. Oh, I am no longer the person I once was. The once useless youth has increasingly morphed into something more demonic. A wave of melancholy washed over Julian. Although he had long since attained enlightenment, he couldn't help but lament the diminishing humanity within him, replaced by a growing affinity for darkness. Am I still the same person I used to be? Regardless, whether human or demon, as long as I remain myself, I shall strive to live on. Only by continuing to exist can I grapple with the complexities of humanity and monstrosity. Shaking his head, Julian temporarily set aside his philosophical musings and gestured for the trembling transformed beings to disperse. The altar was a culmination of the essence from the Ascendant's magic array and the necromancy array, further enriched by the results of his prior experiments with transformation, theoretically ensuring its success. However, Julian remained uncertain about the actual outcome. Yet, he was not daunted by the prospect of failure. After all, failure is the mother of success. The corpses were well preserved, still warm, and their souls intact. The next step was to see if they could be perfectly transformed. If successful, he would gain 2 absolutely loyal Spectre Knights. Placing the 2 blood cocoons at the altar's center, their souls locked within, he awaited their metamorphosis. The aura of the abyss thickened as Julian chanted his incantations, drawing upon the will of the abyss that accompanied the invading demonic forces. Thus, the magic array he had set up would soon respond. Next came the deathly energies from the underworld. While the underworld's reputation was indeed fearsome, it posed a significantly lower danger than that of the abyss. Much like a graveyard may seem intimidating, it certainly does not compare to the perils of a riotous district. Moreover, the reapers of the underworld, though they managed death, were not inherently evil. Their notoriety arose primarily from their association with numerous necromancers among their followers. If arranged correctly, attracting the deathly energies from the underworld was far simpler than summoning demonic energies. Being merely a mid-tier demon of silver rank, Julian's ability to draw upon these energies was limited, preventing any unfortunate summoning of bizarre and powerful entities. After a brief moment, Julian seamlessly connected the summoned demonic and deathly energies to the altar, infusing them into the blood cocoons. As the cocoons began to shimmer with a profound demonic light, the magic array commenced its operation. Julian exhaled in relief. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the cocoons to hatch on their own. With the preparations complete, Julian emerged to inspect his expanded forces. He had tacitly allowed his minions to indulge their cravings for sustenance. After all, constructing an altar from corpses was not significantly better than directly consuming humans. It was merely a distinction between direct and indirect consumption. A self-deception, if you will. At this moment, Julian's forces, excluding the vassal Grey Wolf tribe, numbered around 2,000 capable fighters. The goblins, once the most numerous, had dwindled to over 500 after the battle, suffering the heaviest losses, even more than the humans. The two groups of demons remaining numbered nearly 500, including the cunning fire demon Berg and the winged demon Meyer. Although Julian had compelled them to reveal their true names under duress, he still harbored no trust for them. Possessing a demon's true name allowed for binding, restraining, banishing, or even slaying them. Yet the unpredictable nature of these chaotic and malevolent beings made it difficult to ensure their loyalty. Julian could only extend a cautious and limited trust toward them. Thus, for the time being, Julian assigned Bolo and Adu to supervise the two demons, Berg and Meyer. Commander Ron, overseeing the transformed mountain folk, now commanded over 300 individuals, including the old, young, and women. The 200-strong wolfmen were led by the surrendered silver-ranked wolfman, Sol. Additionally, there were over 300 orc warriors under the command of the orc shaman Blair and the newly surrendered silver-ranked orc warrior, Goro. Furthermore, there were over 100 scattered wilderness dwellers consolidated into a mixed unit commanded by the newly surrendered silver-ranked lizard man, OM. The over 500 wild goblins remained divided into several small tribes around their lair, acting as scouts under the supervision of the goblin shaman, Babak. Unfortunately, among the wild goblins, he was the only one with any semblance of intelligence. The rest were rather dim-witted. These wild goblins were also quite suited for free range. Releasing a few hundred in spring could yield thousands by autumn. However, even a goblin tribe numbering in the thousands would be no match for a few hundred soldiers, relegating these goblins to mere fodder. The Grey Wolf tribe remained a vassal for now. Although Julian had some calculations in mind, he had not yet severed ties formally. The Grey Wolf tribe, which originally numbered over 700, had expanded to nearly 1,000 after the battle. Following Julian's fulfillment of his promises, the Grey Wolf tribe prepared to leave the valley, intending to establish a new village not far away. Julian pondered for a moment. He was in no rush to absorb the Grey Wolf tribe, especially since he was not yet prepared to deploy his forces. Thus, he suppressed his desire to act and amicably solidified a plan with the Grey Wolf tribe to raid together in the future. The three leaders of the Grey Wolf tribe, who had been wary of Julian's potential betrayal, sighed in relief and respectfully bid him farewell. The chieftain, Wolf Howl, even left his son, Wolf Fong, as a hostage. Julian glanced at the stout orc youth, Wolf Fong, and offered a few lackluster words of encouragement before sending him to report to Goro of the orc tribe. When will these days come to an end? I long to venture outside. Master, I genuinely surrender. I am different from those two who feign surrender. Give it up. You are a cow that has already been forgotten. No matter how much you plead, it is futile, sneered Sharna, casting a derisive glance at Sonya, who clung to the bars, gazing longingly outside. Meanwhile, Sivia sat on a small bed, mending a piece of clothing by the light of an oil lamp. Don't you two ever feel bored? Sonya lamented, her restlessness growing after having been led around by that demon for several days. Chapter 68. The three women in prison. Sarna harbored a lingering resentment towards surrendering to Julian. Remaining imprisoned here seemed far preferable to being commanded by that demon to commit heinous acts. Thus, despite her desire to escape, Sarna restrained herself due to her conflicting emotions. On the other hand, Sivia, possessing a naturally tranquil disposition, complied obediently as long as she was not forced to engage in the slaughter of innocents after Julian had released her companions. Only the boisterous Cynia found the monotony of this oblivion-like confinement unbearable. Not originally from the Talia kingdom, she hailed from the northern kingdom of ice and snow, belonging to the Villiers tribe. At the age of 16, due to her excessive appetite and reluctance to marry, she had idled away her days at home, wielding a hefty axe as she roamed aimlessly. Ultimately, her mother had expelled her from their home. Although Cynia believed she consumed far less than her mother, she was unable to win arguments, for in the north, might made right. The harder the fist, the greater the authority. Thus, with an empty stomach and after a failed attempt to return to her old ways, Cynia escaped capture and joined a makeshift adventuring party in the eastern mountainous region, only to be captured by Yulian. Had it not been for Julian's meager food supplies, Cynia would not have attempted to break free multiple times. The rations provided were insufficient, barely filling her to 20%, and after several protests, her food allowance was doubled, yet it still fell short of her needs. Yulian, however, showed no inclination to address her complaints, resorting instead to electric therapy for further disturbances. Consequently, Cynia bore little aversion to working for the demon, as long as the tasks did not venture too far into inhumanity. After all, she was a wanted criminal in many northern locales, and being captured would merely result in her hanging as a pirate, much to the amusement of onlookers. After learning of Cynia's colorful past from her boastful narratives, Sarna found herself engaging in playful banter, for idleness offered little else to occupy their time. Meanwhile, Sivia had recently been assigned numerous tasks. As Yulian discovered her remarkable dual proficiency in wielding shields and swords, alongside her sewing skills. "Sivia, dear sister, is the clothing ready?" came the bright voice of a little girl. "Nana has arrived." "Yes, it's all done and right here," Sivia quickly replied, her tone warm and welcoming, far more endearing than Yulian. A delightful little girl entered, clutching a lunchbox, the enticing aroma wafting towards Cynia, who leaned against the bars. "How fragrant! What is this? Haven't we already dined today?" Cynia exclaimed, opening the partially closed bars and stepping outside to accept the lunchbox from Nana, placing it on the wooden table outside. "Oh, this prison seems designed to deter gentlemen, but not little rogues. Yet, the 3 women bear marks that ensure they cannot escape," she mused. "Wow, what is this?" Cynia gasped, stepping back in fright, her face pale against the wall. "Is it roasted bugs?" Sarna inquired nonchalantly, peering through the bars. Indeed, the master ordered the excavation of a mine below, hoping to extract some ores, but unearthed numerous peculiar items, including these insects. Upon hearing they might be edible, the master had some roasted, and they taste quite good. "I was instructed to bring some," Nana explained gently, unperturbed by the sight of the plump, shelled creatures. For Nana, having witnessed various monsters and tragedies, such trivial insects posed no threat. "They are edible, and the flavor is commendable. Our village once raised such insects, though typically only the timid cannot stomach them," Sarna noted, glancing at Cynia when mentioning the timid. "Hey, why are you looking at me? Do I seem timid?" Cynia retorted defiantly. "You are not timid. You merely happen to fear insects, correct?" Sarna replied with a teasing smile that ignited Cynia's ire. Who says I fear insects? I merely find these plump, white creatures somewhat revolting," Cynia insisted, casting a sidelong glance at the golden-brown morsels within the lunchbox. "Very well. If you are unafraid, then come and try one," Sarna challenged, leaning against the bars with a mocking expression. "I'll taste it, but you must partake as well." "Do you dare, impoverished long-eared one?" Cynia declared, crossing her arms and accentuating her ample bosom, her hands failing to conceal the disparity. Sarna fell silent, lowering her hands, her piercing gaze revealing her resolve. Clearly, Cynia had provoked her ire. The two exchanged cold smiles before piercing roasted insects onto wooden skewers and placing them in their mouths. "Wow, this is surprisingly delicious," Cynia exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, while Sarna appeared equally taken aback. "Indeed, it is quite good. The chef's skills are commendable," Sarna remarked, reluctant to refer to Yulian as master, yet unable to articulate a more disrespectful title. "Indeed, the master's culinary abilities are rather impressive," Nana replied proudly, her chest puffing slightly with enthusiasm. Due to his lack of trust in his subordinates, particularly regarding their culinary skills, Yulian had insisted on preparing his own meals throughout this time. In truth, his culinary prowess was not particularly remarkable, nor did he enjoy cooking. Had he a gentle and charming maid to attend to the kitchen, he would have gladly left it to her. Regrettably, His subordinates were creatures who could eat but not cook, and even the mountain folk like Ron were clumsy and impoverished. Sarna huffed softly, her eyes glinting with hostility, though not directed at Nana, but at Julian, who was absent. Cynia, her eyes darting, leaned closer to Nana and softly inquired, "Nana, do you know what the master has been up to lately? We haven't seen him for several days." The master? Aren't you a bit fearful of him?" Nana replied, her gaze curious as she looked at Cynia. "The master has been setting up some altar and organizing those creatures outside." Chapter 69. Layla, additional update. Cynia shook her head and, with a solemn expression, remarked, "I was once a bit frightened of my master, but that is no longer the case. Now, I hold immense admiration for him and am eager to serve him. Therefore, Nana, could you kindly convey this to our master?" Charlana scoffed disdainfully, her gaze towards Cynia brimming with contempt. However, Cynia pretended not to hear and continued to look at Rana with eager anticipation. "Very well," Rana replied, observing the sincerity in Cynia's eyes. After a brief contemplation, she decided that merely speaking a few good words on Cynia's behalf was a trivial task and nodded in agreement. In contrast to the previous array used to transform Rana into a witch, the present demon undead hybrid transformation array utilized ample and high-quality materials, coupled with Julian's enhanced proficiency. The transformation process was expedited considerably. Approximately a few days later, 2 blood cocoons approached maturity. Julian infused his demonic blood into the cocoons, inscribing magical runes that intertwined with the souls within. Soon after, the blood cocoons began to wither, and the surrounding magical and necromantic energies gradually dissipated. With a tearing sound, the 2 blood cocoons shattered, and 2 bewildered women emerged. Layla's mind was in disarray. Had she not been killed by that master? Why was she alive again? Layla's once bright silver hair had transformed into a silvery gray hue, and she bore a pair of demonic horns on either side of her head. Her eyes had turned a blood red, with a haunting flame flickering within her pupils. Her skin had grown considerably pale, and her unclad form seemed markedly altered. Gently touching her chest, Layla hesitated, recalling a mortal wound that should have been there, yet found no trace of it. As she raised her gaze, her eyes inadvertently avoided Julian's, instead shifting to the woman beside her, as if evading something. The woman beside her appeared to be of a similar age. Her previously unrecognizable features now restored to exquisite beauty, exuding an air of coldness akin to that of an ice queen, despite her own state of undress. Not only had the scars on her face vanished, but even her lost left eye had been restored. She possessed the same silvery gray hair, demonic horns, pale skin, blood-red eyes, and the mysterious flames flickering within her gaze. Upon seeing the woman, Layla felt as though she were gazing upon herself. A wave of trepidation surged within her, trembling. She reached for her own nose, realizing she could no longer breathe, nor feel her heart beating. Had she truly perished? The tumultuous emotions and fear rendered Layla unable to raise her eyes to the figure before her, the very being that had taken her life, whom she should have loathed, yet inexplicably felt drawn to. In contrast to Layla's inner turmoil and resistance, the woman beside her fell silent for but a moment before breaking into a soft, raspy laugh, as if struggling to adapt to her own voice. She stepped out of the cocoon with a slightly unsteady gait, but quickly regained her composure. Despite her lack of clothing, she exhibited no discomfort or shyness as she gracefully approached Julian, kneeling before him without hesitation. Leah pays homage to the Supreme Master and expresses gratitude for the gift of new life. Lifting her head, Leah's previously serene demeanor morphed into something peculiar, a blend of fervent adoration and anguished sorrow. "My master, why did you not arrive sooner?" Layla stared, dazed, at the girl who had once defiantly aimed her bow at the malevolent master, now kneeling in submission. An emptiness settled in her heart. Staggering to the girl's side, Layla's gaze fixated on the ground before her. If she were to raise her eyes just slightly, she would meet that figure's gaze. Yet her neck felt as if burdened by an immense weight, preventing her from looking up, perhaps due to a lingering resistance deep within. Julian observed the honest exchange between the 2 girls, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips. It was a success. He took a few steps forward, gently stroking Leah's hair as he turned his gaze toward the downcast Layla. "What? Do you hesitate to address me as your master?" Julian's proud, yet subtly oppressive voice instilled genuine fear in Layla. "No. I simply..." Layla's expression became disoriented. Despite her supposed hatred, A tide of affection and longing surged within her soul. This is absurd, utterly absurd. I should not. I must not. Layla seemed to admonish herself, urging her not to submit to the demon before her. However, Julian's next words caused her inner resistance to crumble like sandbanks. Come now, dear. Call me Master. I shall fulfill your desires, great knight. The demon's gentle whispers intensified Layla's visible struggle. Before him, she felt utterly exposed. Her innermost desires laid bare. And Master, as she opened her pale lips, her eyes glazed over, and when a dark red hand caressed her face. The word Master finally escaped her lips. Master. Weakly, her knees buckled to the ground, and Layla felt her soul exulting in pain, rejoicing, weeping. Then ultimately twisting into a warped laughter, her tearless eyes and rigid cheeks contorting into a smile. With an expression straddling the line between laughter and tears, Layla prostrated herself before Julian. In that moment, the Countess of the Andres family ceased to exist. Only the demon knight Layla remained. At that instant, Julian erupted into a joyous, fierce laughter, a smile that radiated something distinctly demonic. Though he was already a demon, this moment encapsulated a true essence of malice. Unlike Rana and the three novice witches, Leah and Layla had been transformed into hybrid beings of half-demon and half-undead. While their power remained at the mid-silver level for now, they possessed the capability to rapidly enhance their strength through slaughter and soul consumption. With proper cultivation, their potential was boundless, and their loyalty was unwavering, far superior to the other monstrous beings outside. Moreover, they held numerous other advantages. Oh, nearly forgotten were the three novice witches yet to be fully transformed. Julian shook his head. These past few days had been overwhelmingly busy, and he had overlooked the necessity to complete the transformation of those three women. Chapter 70. Ambitions of the Heart. Julian languidly reclined on the humble wooden bed, uttering words of unabashed audacity. The dim light flickered weakly, illuminating his silver-gray hair that danced in the shadows. At this moment, Layla paid no heed to Julian's strange ramblings, lacking the energy to refute his words. She could only emit a faint grunt through her nostrils, seemingly expressing dissent. Noticing Layla's apparent discontent, Julian flashed a mischievous smile and halted her movements. With a bewildered gaze, Layla turned her head, her damp silver strands framing her face, while confusion clouded her features, leaving her utterly oblivious to Julian's intentions. Taken aback by his words, she felt a rush of shame and grievance, the shame stemming from within, and the grievance for her current state, which she attributed to Julian. Although Layla let out a soft grunt in an attempt to brush it off, Julian was unrelenting, his iron-like arms binding her, rendering her immobile. Unable to withstand it any longer, she finally murmured, "Yes, what you say is true." "Huh, what is it? Are you admitting that you are indeed quite captivating?" Julian sat up with a wicked grin, continuing to probe. Reluctantly, Layla whispered, "It is. That you, my master, have my best interests at heart. Thanks to your guidance, I have the opportunity to ascend to legendary heights. Do you not wish to be even greater?" Julian leaned closer, his voice a mere whisper against Layla's ear. Startled, she turned to him with a look of confusion in her ruby-red eyes, unsure of his meaning. Imagine a great queen, no, a magnificent dark empress. One must set lofty goals. Achieving them would signify high aspirations. I have set my sights on becoming a demon lord, and your ambitions must be equally grand. What? Layla gazed at Julian in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, appearing particularly endearing. The extent of your heart determines the breadth of your world. Do not allow your vision to confine you. This world, which is on the brink of chaos, no, it has already descended into turmoil, brims with opportunities. Whether your name finds a place in the annals of high legends depends solely on your choices. Do not concern yourself with notions of good and evil. For the dust that has faded into history, such distinctions hold no meaning. His words, akin to a demon's whisper, pierced Layla's heart, igniting the ambitions that lay dormant within her. Once engulfed by despair, she now felt as though she could hear her heart resuming its rhythm. Can I? Truly? Layla hesitantly inquired, her cheeks flushed with uncertainty. Of course you can. As I sense the excitement radiating from the depths of your soul, I smile gently and say, as long as you can cast aside the dichotomy of good and evil and heed my guidance, nothing is impossible. Though Julian himself was but a small player in this grand scheme, he embodied the spirit of ambitious aspirations, capable of reshaping divine realms. His words were not mere seduction. They articulated the burgeoning ambition within him. Layla gazed adoringly at Julian's handsome, alluring visage. The allure of his words and the pull of her soul caused her to succumb quickly, the last remnants of her inner resistance melting away. Her once twisted will transformed into voluntary submission. After a moment of joy, Layla was the first to initiate a kiss upon Julian's lips. "Love me, master." The flames of passion blazed hotter, the battle reignited. "Hey Sharna, do you think that our master has summoned us here to offer us as blood sacrifices?" Sainia quivered in fear as she beheld the terrifying skeletal altar surrounded by blood-painted symbols and skulls, instinctively drawing closer to Sharna and Sevilla. At that moment, Sharna too lost her composure, her throat tightening as she forced out, It shouldn't be the case after all, even if we were sacrificed, as long as we aren't turned into those figurines. It would be bearable." Despite Sharna's attempt to maintain her facade, her wandering gaze and pale complexion betrayed her inner turmoil. However, the somewhat proud Sharna was reluctant to openly confess her fears. Sevilla, equally frightened, clung tightly to Sharna's arm. Unable to lift her gaze at the altar built of bones and filled with flesh, let alone the 6 horrifying flags adorned with skulls that loomed ominously above. The trio, once as carefree as ever, sat confined within their cage. Sainia was responsible for complaints, Sharna for sarcasm, and Sevilla for smiles. However, the server, a slender and coldly beautiful woman, was delayed in arriving until she appeared. With silver-gray hair, blood-red eyes, and demonic horns adorning her head, anxiety surged within the trio. Yet, fortunately, despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor, the woman addressed them with a degree of warmth. "I am Leah, the masteress, slave, and I have been commanded to escort you." The trio paused momentarily, then realized that the master referred to Julian. While they were surprised by her self-identification as a slave, they understood her intention. What does he want us for?" Sharna inquired, her tone a blend of confusion and exasperation. Upon hearing this, Leah's expression turned frosty, her eyes flashing with displeasure, evidently perturbed by Sharna's lack of respect. However, considering that the three had yet to undergo their transformation, she refrained from expressing her irritation, her words growing even colder. "If the master summons you, you should comply without question." Sharna raised an eyebrow, astonished by Leah's unwavering loyalty, which clearly surpassed their own. Though a sense of dissatisfaction arose within her, Sharna, having ventured into the world alone, was not one to disregard the gravity of the situation. Previously, she had approached Julian with a sense of resignation, but after his intimidation, all that remained was her stubbornness, akin to a petulant kitten. Chapter 71. The Holy Teachings of Destiny. At this moment, Sharna, not wishing to court death, observed that the opponent's strength far exceeded that of the three of them. Realizing the potential danger, she remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation. Soon, the three women were led by Leah into a cave where the altar was situated. It seemed that, perhaps out of discontent with Sharna, Leah unceremoniously left them there. "But I do not wish to be a blood sacrifice," Sainia thought, desperately not wanting to meet an untimely demise. She felt she had yet to live fully, even willing to serve as a minion of the demon. After all, she had already pledged her loyalty to Julian through Janna. Surely, they could grant her at least an opportunity for allegiance, could they not? Sevilla, attempting to offer some consolation, remarked, "It should not be a blood sacrifice. Perhaps they intend to transform us into witches." Hearing this, Sainia's spirits lifted, as if she had exhaled a sigh of relief. Yes, they must be planning to turn us into witches like Nana. It seems my loyalty has indeed reached our master through Nana. After all, the master appreciates my attributes. How could he possibly sacrifice me so easily, right? Sharna let out a disdainful huff, clearly embarrassed by Sainia's demeanor, wishing to distance herself from her. Although they had all surrendered, Sainia's submissive capitulation made it uncomfortable for everyone. Could she not exhibit a bit more dignity, providing some semblance of pride for them all? At that moment, a tall figure sauntered in, Julian, clad only in leather pants, maintaining his human form. His bare torso bore remnants of love bites. If one disregarded his demonic horns and other features, he appeared as a debonair nobleman. Sharna cast a fleeting glance at Julian before swiftly turning away, while Sevilla shyly stole a few glances before lowering her gaze. In contrast, Sainia, as if spotting a savior, promptly released Sharna's arm and eagerly approached. "Master, your little slave Sainia has missed you dearly." Julian, reflecting on the situation, mused, Are all the women of Vilius this bold? If so, Vilius certainly holds strategic value. Despite Senia's height, standing at nearly 1.8 meters, she seemed just right before the towering Yulian, who was 2 meters tall. He casually placed his hand on Senia's hip, assessing her form with a slight nod, acknowledging that the flesh had developed appropriately. Having reviewed his skills on Layla, Yulian's previously rusty techniques had been revitalized. If he possessed a system, peculiar skills would likely manifest on his skill panel. "What is it, my little slave? Why the silence?" Yulian inquired nonchalantly, as if his hand bore no significance. Senia, realizing her grip on Yulian's arm, hastily withdrew and attempted to escape his embrace. Yet, how could a lamb easily extricate itself from the jaws of a tiger? Yulian's hold was not so easily evaded. After a few playful teases, he led the little lamb Senia toward the altar. The 2 other women shivered at his words, shaking their heads in denial. Even Sharna dared not protest, as she and Sevilla closely followed Yulian, stepping in tandem behind him. "Regrettably, your strength is insufficient. Killing you to create demonic knights would be too ambitious. Let us instead transform you into witches, and later you can accompany Janna to spread the glory of my holy teachings of destiny," Yulian remarked casually, uttering words that sent shivers down the spines of the 3 women. Fortunately, he had no intention of scaring them further. The 3 exhaled in relief. Although they had no concept of the holy teachings of destiny, it was of little importance. At least they would not be slain and transformed into horned monstrosities. However, the notion of becoming witches was also daunting, as capture by the church would inevitably lead to purification. This dark thought clouded their minds. Noticing their distress, Yulian expressed his displeasure. "What is this? As future holy maidens of the holy teachings of destiny, you seem rather reluctant." The holy teachings of destiny was, in truth, a mere fade crafted by Yulian. This world ought to be termed the teachings of fate, yet, despite the divine title being vacant, many deities could be indirectly linked. Yulian, wishing to avoid an early demise, would never directly invoke fate. Though he currently resembled an insignificant insect, he understood that even a mere name could attract the attention of a true divine church, a fate he was keen to evade. While he might be inconsequential before the gods, to Senia and her companions, he appeared as an immensely powerful demon. "Of course, I am willing," Senia exclaimed. I am willing too," Sevilla echoed. Yulian nodded in satisfaction, releasing the pliant Senia. "Very well, since you all consent, do disrobe. I shall bestow upon you the honor of becoming the holy maidens of my teachings." Though typically a sect would have but one holy maiden, Yulian's teachings were different. There could be many. The exact number remained uncertain. The 3 women could only grimace as they removed their garments, awaiting Yulian's incantation. Once aboard this treacherous ship, there was no turning back. If this fledgling demon church were to be dismantled in the future, they would all face purification. Who would pity 3 unwilling little witches forced on such a path? Once the transformation array was set, Yulian left behind 3 blood cocoons as he exited the cave, noticing Janna and Leah quietly guarding the entrance. A smile graced Yulian's face as he thought, "Janna is still young. I can afford to wait. However, I must not neglect Leah. I have already caused her much disappointment by indulging Layla. As a master, I cannot overlook my devoted little slave." Chapter 72. Steady yourself while it is permissible to indulge in enjoyment. One must not succumb to perpetual leisure, lest one finds oneself bereft of the very pleasure one seeks. It is essential to regain composure, for the glory of the demons requires the revitalization brought forth by Yulian. As he opened his eyes, Yulian contemplated the rocky walls of the cave, lost in thought. The cool, supple forms of 2 bodies coiled around him like a great white python. Yet this did not deter him from pondering his next course of action. Leah, originally a swordswoman, had been compelled to transition to an archer due to injury. Crafting her a blade would be far more fitting. With her tall and graceful stature, she would embody the perfect spirit swordsman. Although Leah's bosom may not be particularly ample, her figure is undeniably pleasing, complemented by her long, alluring legs that captivate endlessly. As for Layla, she exemplifies the prowess of a knight, possessing a curvaceous form and a slender yet strong waist, which is particularly striking when viewed from behind. As for Jean, being still youthful, she could remain by Yulian's side as a mere talisman for the time being. However, the 3 women undergoing demonification also required magical weaponry. Were it not for Yulian's mastery of demonic refinement and his ample resources, sustaining them would indeed prove challenging. Once they are sufficiently armed, They could descend the mountain and seize opportunities amidst the chaos. Yet, the demon horde has yet to breach the Doran defenses. Truly, they are a feckless lot, causing impatience among the demon ranks. Though the Doran region is under strict martial law, the presence of numerous scoundrels makes it relatively easy to acquire less critical intelligence, provided one has sufficient funds. The crude process of demonification inflicts significant distortion upon the soul and damage to the body, with the risk of transforming individuals into mindless monstrosities. Its only advantage lies in its affordability and efficiency for mass transformation. Naturally, the side effects of being demonified are of no concern to Yulian. After all, should he be expected to provide comprehensive benefits for those serving him? For them to risk their lives for Yulian is a considerable favor in itself. What further benefits could they possibly desire? Ahem. With his head bowed, Ren donned his hood with an expression of indifference, followed closely by the similarly stoic lord. The two appeared rather disheveled as they passed through the town's guard, gaining entry with the mere presentation of 2 silver coins. Gazing upon the streets that seemed both familiar yet considerably colder, Ren and Lord felt as though they had traversed through time. This is the life of an adventurer. Wealth arrives swiftly, yet at the cost of one's very existence. An expedition in the eastern mountains had led to the disintegration of their small adventuring party. Sivia and Sharna had fallen prey to that accursed demon, and Bert was nowhere to be found. Now, the two had become minions of the demon, unable to seek vengeance while meticulously concealing their true identities and serving the very fiend that had caused them such grief. The thought of Sivia being subjected to the demon's cruelty sent Ren into a spiral of despair. The agony inflicted by demonification paled in comparison to the torment within his heart. Only the words of Ron, the leader of the demonified, offered a glimmer of hope for Ren to cling to. Should he achieve great merit for the demon lord, he might be able to request a favor that was not unreasonable. Though Ron's words might not be entirely trustworthy, they represented Ren's sole lifeline. If he could earn significant favor with the demon, perhaps he could ask for Sivia's return. Just the restoration of an arm seemed trivial to the lord. As long as one performed diligently and accumulated merit, the lord would grant such a boon. Born into poverty, Lord had relied solely on his deft hands to earn the chief's favor and escape the slums. He could not accept a fate of disability. However, the nobles and ecclesiastical powers throughout Doran had no time to pursue the demons in the eastern mountains. The army of countless demons had pushed the Doran defenses to the brink of collapse, and even more alarming was the continuous influx of demon forces. Were it not for the constraints of planar transportation, the denizens of this world would stand little chance against the relentless tide of demons, who would undoubtedly overwhelm it. Fortunately, aside from the limitations of spatial transport, the demons from the abyss could not fully consolidate their forces. Even this current coalition of demon lords in their interplanar conquest may not endure for long. In addition to the reinforcements from the abyss, the demon nests they had constructed were perpetually hatching lesser demons, crucial components of the demonic army. The importance of these lesser demons cannot be overstated. Any seasoned demon general recognizes their irreplaceable value. Under the relentless assault of the demon horde, Marshal Belorel could only hold the Talia Kingdom's forces within their fortress, struggling to defend as troops from various fronts were still some time away. Moreover, the internal strife among the nobles had never ceased. Not everyone comprehends the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. The kingdom's army does not solely belong to the king, and transferring those assembled by the noble factions to Doran would likely, if not certainly, result in their total depletion, a notion that deeply unsettled the other nobles. Even the king himself harbored reluctance. However, the reality remained that if Doran fell to the demon horde, the entire bountiful eastern Talia plain would be laid bare to the demon's fangs. Thus, the war must be contained within Doran. The demons must not be permitted to tread upon the eastern Talia plain until the last Doran citizen has perished. Chapter 73. Shattering obstacles at last, the king, having delivered a stirring address in the royal parliament, managed to persuade the majority of the council members. These representatives, composed chiefly of nobility from various counties, were notoriously difficult to sway, their loyalties as fragmented as the populace they represented. Had it not been for the robust support from several churches led by the Earth Mother, the king might have faced prolonged contention. It remained uncertain whether Marshal Belair and Grand Knight Cold would endure such delays. Fortunately, the resolution had been passed. The royal legions and knightly orders stationed on the eastern Talia plain would be the first to march towards Doran County. followed by contingents of troops and private soldiers from other regions of the kingdom. However, this assistance would arrive too late for the beleaguered Doran County, which was already in turmoil, besieged by countless demons. The northern defenses had not yet been breached, with Marshal Belair and Grand Knight Cold steadfastly holding several key fortresses. Nevertheless, the multitude of smaller strongholds surrounding these fortifications had been eradicated by the demon horde. Impatient with the siege, the demons opted to circumvent the fortresses and surge directly into Doran County, a tactical blunder for human forces. Even the nomadic Khanates of the vast steppes would not engage in such reckless assaults while their adversaries remained capable of open-field combat. Yet, for the demons, this was a wholly logical strategy. The casualties from storming the fortifications and the demons' internal strife were comparable, and thus, eliminating the smaller strongholds to clear a path for their rampage into Doran County was deemed the most prudent course of action. The garrison within the fortresses was of little concern to them. Should the defenders dare to sally forth, the demons would not shy away from battle, indifferent to the outcome. While the defenders could not afford such nonchalance, this situation epitomized the disdain of order. A chaotic scenario where the unpredictable actions of the demons thwarted the garrison's efforts to intercept and inflict casualties. Despite the defenders' valiant attempts to repel the invaders, the demons successfully bypassed the strongholds, leading to the gradual downfall of what was once a stable Doran County, all while the kingdom's reinforcements had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Yulian could no longer indulge in leisure. The moment had come. Delay would only allow the locust-like demons to ravage all in their path, leaving him with no opportunity. He could not afford to diminish further. Action was imperative, even if it meant facing death with some semblance of purpose. A battalion of over 2,000 monstrous troops was assembled, clad in black and crimson demon armor and mounted on a formidable nightmare steed. Yulian observed with satisfaction as the various creatures struggled to form a semblance of order. He contemplated delivering an inspiring speech, but, upon seeing the bewildered expressions of his troops, let out a resigned sigh and simply commanded, "Descend the mountain." A cacophony of chaotic responses erupted as the monstrous horde excitedly shouted in a medley of dialects. A true spectacle of pandemonium. Yulian cast a disdainful glance at the now disordered ranks and turned his attention to Layla, who rode a towering, demonized spectral warhorse. Swathed in purple-black bone armor that obscured her features, a pair of dark crimson horns extended from her helmet, resembling natural extensions of the headgear. Grasping a black and crimson-thorned lance, she exuded an ominous aura tinged with lethal intent, creating an atmosphere so tense that even the air felt charged. Yulian was taken aback. After his guidance, Layla seemed to have entered a peculiar state, while she had not appeared affected during their previous encounters. Donning the armor he had forged for her transformed her entirely. "Layla, are you ready?" Yulian inquired softly. "I am prepared, my master," Layla replied, her expression hidden behind the mask, though her eyes glimmered with a fierce, radiant light. Yulian leaned back slightly, nodding with satisfaction. "Excellent, my knight. Now, please clear a path for me." "As you wish. I shall shatter all obstructions," she affirmed. With the rhythmic pounding of hooves, the imposing spectral steed bore the tall Nidus, unfazed by the sunlight, only gaining strength under the cover of night. The autumn sun appeared dimmer than before, and Yulian gazed contemplatively at the dark clouds on the horizon, sensing an ominous portent. "What a pity, transforming into a witch doesn't seem to change much," Sonya remarked nonchalantly, seated in a cart drawn by a mountain beast, clutching a gleaming silver two-handed axe. Sharlna rolled her eyes and habitually retorted, "Oh, who was it that knelt on the ground with a mournful face? Lamenting the loss of divine protection? Who said I lack faith, you bovine? Humph. Do you have any now, little crow?" "You." Sivya chuckled softly, opting not to engage in their customary banter. Instead, she sat pensively, observing the monstrous troops ahead, unable to suppress a sigh. The transformation into a witch had not directly distorted her will. Aside from her absolute loyalty to her master, little had changed. Thus, as she watched the impending descent of the monstrous army, a pang of compassion welled within her. Regrettably, she could not intervene. If her master commanded, she would be compelled to wield her sword against the innocent. The mark of the demon hound signified her identity and the unavoidable nature of her master's commands. The mountain path was treacherous. The road once constructed by the kingdom had deteriorated into a bumpy trail, occasionally requiring the monsters to hoist the cart over obstacles, causing it to sway precariously. In contrast to the differing thoughts of the three women, Jean and Leah at the front of the cart were devoid of such distractions. As the first to be transformed into a witch by Julian, Jean, clad in a finely crafted black armor, stood on the cart, excitedly waving a battle flag emblazoned with a black dragon emblem. Having begun to harness her inner magic, Jean's abilities now rivaled those of a bronze-tier apprentice sorceress. Additionally, her physical prowess, enhanced by sword training alongside Leah and Layla, hinted that she would emerge as a formidable warrior adept in both magic and martial arts. Seated beside Jean, Leah donned a red and black lightweight armor, cradling a sheathed longsword, her gaze fixated on Julian, the rider ahead. She appeared lost in thought, perhaps entranced by a chaotic reverie. Chapter 74. Assault on the town as the demons, disregarding martial ethics, circumvented the fortress and recklessly plunged into Dorian County, which was already rife with panic. Chaos erupted instantly. The nobles abandoned their picturesque estates and sought refuge in sturdy castles, while the towns and villages hastily rallied militias and every available force, sealing themselves off with heightened vigilance. By this point, those who could flee Dorian County had already done so, leaving behind only the nobles bound to their lands and the common folk whose livelihoods were tied to the region, all fervently praying for divine intervention to purify the malevolent beings. The town of Great Tree, situated near the eastern mountains, had entered a state of strict preparedness. Lord Count Rabe entrusted the town's defense entirely to Sir Moore Rabe, an elderly knight of silver rank, who was seldom addressed by his name and generally referred to with respect as Lord Rabe. At this moment, the silver-haired Sir Moore, fully armored, was inspecting the town with his attendants while assigning defensive tasks to the soldiers. The mercenaries and adventuring parties that usually roamed the town had nearly vanished. First, a number had been conscripted by Marshal Beryl, followed by another group taken by Layla's recruitment. The few remaining were swiftly integrated into the town's militia by Sir Moore. The entire town mobilized thousands of its inhabitants, with able-bodied men and women armed with weapons and armor, while the elderly, weak, and children engaged in logistical support. Even Sir Moore's family was not exempt. Rain and Lord were also incorporated into the guard, under the command of a former mercenary captain named Lawrence, the leader of the Hound Mercenary Company. This pale, weary-looking man, dressed in disheveled attire, had miraculously escaped from the chaotic battlefield. After thorough questioning, it was confirmed that Lawrence had fled only after the situation had collapsed, and Count Rabe, recognizing the need for manpower, spared his life, allowing him to redeem himself through service. Now serving as one of the 4 captains of the Great Tree Militia, Lawrence was tasked with assisting Sir Moore in defending the town, with the hope that valorous deeds might enable him to repay his debts. After expansion, the Great Tree Militia comprised just over 400 members, and when combined with all capable of wielding arms, the total barely exceeded 1,000. Whether they could endure until the royal army arrived for rescue remained uncertain, especially with a band of demons lurking in the adjacent eastern mountains. The morale among the townsfolk was exceedingly low, necessitating Sir Moore's constant rounds of encouragement to uplift their spirits through his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Julian's army had finally emerged from the mountains. Although Dorian County featured its own share of hilly terrain, it was far more favorable compared to the relentless mountains, especially with the roads constructed by the kingdom. After uniting with the 500 tribesmen from the Grey Wolf Division, Julian's forces swelled to 2,500. In contrast to Julian's near-complete mobilization, the Grey Wolf Division had only deployed half its strength. Nevertheless, the quality of these troops was commendable, surpassing that of Julian's orc contingent. However, Julian had begun to regard the Grey Wolf Division with less importance. The trio of Sharana had ascended to silver rank upon completion of their transformation, and alongside Layla and Leah, they formed a formidable core of reliable combatants. Additionally, with 10 silver-ranked monstrous subordinates, though their loyalty, combat prowess, and even intelligence were in question, they nonetheless provided a respectable FAAD. With Julian commanding 16 silver ranks, the original ambitions of the Grey Wolf Division had considerably diminished, with their leader, Wolfhowl, adopting a cautious demeanor, treating his forces as direct subordinates to Julian. Remarkably, in the course of marching nearly 100 kilometers, the losses amounted to just over 100 minor creatures, a commendable feat indeed. Although Julian found the situation somewhat absurd, he acknowledged that such losses were minimal for an army of demons, and he could not expect more. Pleased by Julian's praise, the monstrous leaders beamed. particularly the fiery demon and the giant winged demon, who felt they had done their utmost to maintain discipline among their ranks. It was all thanks to the brilliance of their master, Yulian, that they could triumph over formidable foes. The diminutive goblin shaman Babogo leaped forward, his grotesquely green face contorting into an ingratiating smile. Indeed, it is your might and wisdom that shield us, the weak servants, enabling us to vanquish powerful enemies. The orc shaman Blair joined in the flattery, both he and Babogo epitomizing the shame of silver rank. Had it not been for their knack for uttering words that pleased Yulian, they might have found themselves subjects of his experiments. Yulian modestly nodded, lightly tapping his golden whip against his left hand before shaking his head. Not at all. You have contributed some effort, otherwise I would have to exert a bit more effort myself. After exchanging a few humble words, Yulian gestured toward the town of Great Tree, which was now in view, and continued speaking to his monstrous leaders. Enough idle chatter. The forthcoming assault on Great Tree will depend on your capabilities. The monstrous ranks erupted in loud cheers, their spirits soaring, reminiscent of fierce warriors ready for battle. Yulian nodded in satisfaction before issuing orders. Meyer, take your winged demons to harass and deplete the defenders' arrows. Yes, my lord, with me here, I will surely exhaust the defenders' strength and arrows, declared the giant winged demon Meyer, feigning bravery. If not for Yulian's awareness of his true nature, he might have been deceived. Suppressing a chuckle, Yulian next ordered the fiery demon Borg to lead a contingent of spell-casting demons to provide cover for the siege. Following them were the shaman duo, Blair and Babogo, tasked with bolstering morale, while the transformed human Ron and the lizard man Alm were assigned to advance the archers to suppress the defenders. Finally, the siege team was formed by the ogre Burrow, the troll Adu, the orc Garo, the Knoll Soul, and the Grey Wolf Division's Wolf Howl and Wolf Claw brothers. Burrow, assuming command of the siege operations, declared, "All right, lads. I hope to enter Great Tree by evening for dinner. Surely, you are all enticed by the food and treasures within the town." Yulian mused that his current demeanor was reminiscent of a figure with a pipe and numerous cameras. And perhaps a pair of sunglasses would complete the image. Chapter 75. Unbeknownst grief, eh? Then, Master, what about us? Sonia was the first to break the silence as the various monstrous leaders, filled with fervor, took their leave. Yulian cast a sidelong glance at Sonia, who stood tall in her silver female plate armor, and with a dismissive huff, remarked, "What? Do you wish to be part of a suicide squad?" At his words, Sonia could only manage an awkward yet polite smile, stammering, "Well, as your precious possession, I cannot afford to risk my life. Otherwise, wouldn't you suffer a great loss, master?" With a scoff, Sharna turned her head away, though the mockery in her gaze only fueled Sonia's resentment, leading her to silently take note of Sharna's disdain. Yulian then beckoned for the previously hidden Jean, lifting her onto the nightmare beast, while tenderly stroking her hair and surveying the other girls. Leah stood upright, her hand resting on her long blade, her expression cold and detached. Only when gazing at Yulian did she display a hint of infatuation, otherwise devoid of emotion. Layla, armed and mounted on a demonic steed, remained silent, her blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent, having seemingly succumbed to darkness. Sharna and Sivya, however, still exhibited a shred of pity for the soon-to-be besieged Tree Town, clearly struggling to acclimate to their new identities, requiring further adjustment. As for the eager Sonia, she paused, then, meeting the scrutinizing gazes of Sharna and Sivya, felt compelled to defend herself. But even the aloof Leah displayed an understanding expression, thus Sharna and Sivya were unlikely to believe her excuses. Resigned, Sonia ultimately conceded, "Yes, master. Since the town is destined for destruction at your hands, I merely wish to salvage some treasures to prevent them from falling into the grasp of those monsters." Unexpectedly, Yulian, unlike Sharna's disdainful gaze, nodded in appreciation, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is quite reasonable. Those clumsy monsters would undoubtedly ruin the treasures. Thus, Sonia, you." Pausing momentarily, Yulian's eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. "You, along with Sharna and Sivya, should oversee the operation. Once the town falls, enter with Ron and the others. Raise the banner of my divine destiny sect, and those willing to convert may keep their lives. As for those who refuse to join, let those monsters decide their fate. Regarding the treasures," with a smile, Yulian declared, "they shall be unified and preserved in the sacred vault." As numerous thoughts swirled in his mind, Yulian gently scratched Jean's head, musing about the potential for establishing a maid brigade of sorts. While Julian contemplated the style of maid outfits to choose, the battle for Tree Town had already commenced. The colossal winged demon Meyer maintained a cautious approach, or at least one could loosely describe it as such, as he led the cacophony of shrieking airborne forces to harass the panicked defenders. Nearly 400 archers armed with rudimentary crossbows, under the guidance of Ron and OM, unleashed a barrage upon the town's walls, suppressing the feeble resistance of the Tree Town militia. Subsequently, 2 assault teams, haphazardly carrying makeshift wooden ladders, charged towards the town's 4 or 5 meter high walls, their cries echoing amidst the chaos. The armored soldiers and leather-clad militia, beset by aerial assaults and arrows raining down, were further threatened by the terrifying monsters advancing upon them, naturally pushed to the brink of anxiety. Archers positioned atop the arrow towers and walls, shielded by barriers or leather drapes, strained to shoot arrows at the monsters that had reached the foot of the walls. Yet, the skilled archers were too few. Although they managed to slay numerous lesser creatures, they inflicted minimal damage on the more formidable foes. As the monsters clumsily propped their ladders against the walls, the fierce melee combat began. However, it was somewhat amusing to note that some ladders appeared too short, leaving several monsters unable to fully scale the walls, only to be met with a piercing thrust from the soldiers above. A handful of elite archers and heavy crossbowmen, previously concealed by Sir Moore, were finally unleashed to deliver powerful volleys that felled some of the climbing bronze-tier monsters. However, these casualties failed to deter the monstrous horde, spurred on by their leaders. They fervently scrambled up the walls, engaging in brutal combat, as blood quickly rendered the battlements slippery. Bear-like goblins and robust orcs, brandishing clubs, knives, and axes, valiantly ascended the walls, while the clawed demons charged forward, undeterred by the threat of death as they clashed with the defending militia. Before long, the predominantly black iron tier soldiers could no longer withstand the onslaught until Sir Moore and his guards arrived to provide support, only for the situation to deteriorate again as silver tier monsters joined the fray. Ultimately, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, and before noon, the battle shifted from the walls to the streets, the defenders' resolve bolstered by their fear of the monsters. Soon, a great fire erupted. It wasn't until the corrupted individuals, accompanied by Sonia and her companions, entered the town to demand surrender that a few desperate souls attempted to yield. However, the town's mayor, Sir Moore, staunchly refused to abandon his faith, calling upon the name of his deity as he fought to the death against the ogre, ultimately perishing in the fray. By evening, the nearly obliterated Tree Town had only ceased sporadic skirmishes, with approximately 1,000 individuals having undergone a blasphemous rite to pledge allegiance to the demonic church. Julian exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful not to have collapsed beneath the banner he had raised, while the revelry now unfolding within the town piqued his curiosity. Naturally, the trio, somewhat overwhelmed, joined Jean outside the town to enlighten the bewildered new converts about their doctrines, which essentially boiled down to the glorification of Julian as the formidable demon chosen by fate. "Layla, Leah, what are your thoughts?" Julian inquired, glancing at the 2 women who stood with him atop the town walls, observing the frenzied celebration below. "I feel the same, as if witnessing humanity slaughtering livestock. It's a strange sensation, as though I should feel sorrow, yet I cannot comprehend how to summon it," Layla murmured, a hint of confusion lingering in her voice. Julian nodded, realizing he was not alone in this sentiment, thoughtfully gazing at the now slaughterhouse-like Tree Town, and softly lamented, "Alas, which fool kindled this fire? It is likely to consume many fine treasures." Chapter 76. The Abyss of Demons. Lawrence, having narrowly escaped, leaned against a tree trunk and gradually sank to the ground, his countenance increasingly desolate. Though he had once again evaded death, his spirit waned further. Accompanying him in his flight were a dozen others, including Rain and Lord. They had not fled at the onset. Indeed, they had bravely vanquished several monsters. However, as the town's walls fell, and they retreated into the alleys, Lawrence's instinct for survival prevailed, compelling him to lead his trembling subordinates to escape through a different side of the town's defenses. Fortunately, Julian's forces lacked cavalry, and the airborne demons were few, unable to thwart the fleeing soldiers. Yet, now that they had escaped, Lawrence could not help but feel a wave of sorrow for his family, trapped in the fallen Tree Town. Anguish and resentment surged within him, a duality of hatred directed both at the merciless demons and at Sir Moore, who had held him back. He nearly wept in despair, Rain stared vacantly at the sky, recalling that just before their escape, he had glimpsed Sylvia on the town walls, seemingly allied with the very demons they fought against, leaving him disoriented. Technically, he and Lord had been traitors, but before they could find an opportunity to open the town gates, the defenses crumbled. Instead of achieving glory, they were forced to resist valiantly alongside the militia in the chaos of battle, where monsters recognized no traitors. Amidst the swirling black smoke, Tree Town lay in ruins. With a heart heavy with guilt and vengeance, Lawrence raised his sword and declared, "I shall fight the demons to the bitter end." With that, he strode purposefully towards the castle of Count Rabe. A group of soldiers, still reeling from their ordeal, exchanged uncertain glances before Rain and Lord rose to follow him. Before long, the majority chose to accompany Lawrence. After all, given the current perilous situation, nowhere seemed safe. Perhaps by following him, they might find refuge within the Count's castle. As deep night enveloped the land, the demons' revelry showed no sign of abating. Many among them advanced in power, becoming more formidable, especially the demons themselves, who could evolve through relentless slaughter and consumption. Other creatures, albeit constrained, also required battle and sustenance to ascend. Even human melee fighters needed ample food and rigorous training to build a strong physical foundation, breaking through their bloodline limits in combat to unleash greater strength. Though lacking the flamboyance of battle energy, their robust physiques and resolute wills rendered these formidable fighters akin to human beasts. Ah, how splendid is the abyss of demons! There are no class barriers, and the path to ascendancy is unobstructed. The customs remain as simple as ever, and every demon possesses the freedom to pursue strength, even choosing their appearance and gender without despair over temporary inadequacies. By the flickering light of the campfire, Yulian stood upon a hastily constructed wooden platform, extolling the virtues of the abyss to over 1,000 newly bereaved converts, guarded by 100 transformed soldiers. Behold me, the mighty Yulian, commander of a terrifying army of demons. Yet, who among you knows that mere months ago, I was but a humble imp, scrounging for survival in a cramped cave? But now, I command your fates. Yulian gestured passionately, his brow slightly raised, eyes gleaming as he gazed into the night sky. His voice resonated with charisma, and coupled with his strikingly sinister appearance, the congregation below found it hard to reconcile him with the demon that had destroyed their homes. And you, who once lived in comfort and stability, were merely deluded. When I approach you with violence, you will be forced to grovel before me, pleading for my mercy to survive. Such is the tragedy of the powerless, and the protection of the gods is but a laughable illusion. When you are slaughtered, pillaged, and humiliated, where are those false deities? They hide in their divine realms, reveling in your offerings, indifferent to your cries of despair, unable even to safeguard your souls. With a wicked smile, Yulian produced an oil lamp infused with the essence of the abyss, within which wailed a tormented soul, instantly recognizable to many as that of the deceased Knight Moore. Observe, this valiant knight was not guided by his god, but was seized by a demon as vile and powerful as I, imprisoned within this lamp to suffer torment. Yulian's arrogance and cruelty struck terror into the hearts of the ignorant masses below. In truth, Yulian's words were a fabrication. In the material realm, only a handful of devout souls are directly summoned by the gods into their divine realms. Such occurrences are miraculous. Most faithful souls, upon death, are carried by the river Styx into the underworld, where divine messengers escort them to the gods, while the majority find eternal rest in the realm of the dead. Yulian's deceit seemed as though he had wrested souls from the grasp of the gods themselves. Had there been a priest or scholar present, they could have refuted Yulian's lies. But alas, the audience consisted mainly of ordinary folk, unaware of such truths. In their fear, they easily believed Yulian's words, marking the first step towards their downfall. The only reality in this world is the power of strength. Only with such power can you dictate your own destiny. My divine mandate church seeks to seize this power to govern our fates. Destiny is with me. Having concluded his speech with clenched fists and an air of superiority, Yulian departed in the ensuing silence, carrying the soul lamp, leaving behind a group of pitiable souls who dared not even show their hatred. Yet, Yulian was unconcerned that their animosity would turn against him. As long as there is hatred and a yearning for power, they will succumb to the temptations of demons and descend into the abyss. Alas, I am truly wicked, utterly inhuman, Yulian sighed, lamp in hand. If only there were a beautiful nun to hear my confessions. Chapter 77. Castle Labe, alas, armor breeds lice, and myriad people face demise. White bones are exposed in the fields, and for 1,000 miles, no rooster crows. Of the living, 1 in 100 remains. The thought pierces the heart. Under the crimson moon, Yulian recited poetry, moved by his own words. Jeanna, curled up in his arms like a kitten, couldn't comprehend Yulian's verse. But he didn't require her understanding. He merely needed her to serve as a warm, soft cushion. Yulian's spirits were somewhat low tonight, so he refrained from engaging in nocturnal games with Layla or Sharna. Since the demonic incursion, the once pristine moon had been veiled in a blood-red shroud, deepening with each passing day, a grim omen for the world. Jeanna, he began, then hesitated, glancing at the dozing girl. With a playful tone, he murmured, "Nothing. I simply wish for Jeanna to grow up quickly, so Master can show you some amusing games." Jeanna was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head shyly, nestling into Yulian's chest, leaving him momentarily stunned. Did she understand? Who corrupted my little darling? Yulian thought, swiftly identifying the culprit. It must be Xenia. I'll have to discipline her tomorrow. Several days later, many of the coerced converts had begun to embrace Yulian's roughly hewn doctrines. Certain progressive elements had grasped the essence. Yulian is not at fault. The world is, for lacking power, thus becoming the fallen. Such talent merited cultivation. After brief contemplation, Yulian concluded that this demon cult had potential. He resolved to establish a base in Big Tree Town while considering the impending demonic legions from the north and the human armies potentially advancing from the south. Big Tree Town remained precarious. The eastern mountains could not be abandoned and required development. Moreover, leaving only Old Jock in the eastern mountains was risky. Of course, pillaging could not cease. Labe territory possessed 3 other towns. Before the arrival of the demonic and royal armies, Labe territory would be swept clean. The situation in Labe territory deteriorated rapidly. Within a fortnight, 3 affluent towns and over 20 villages were massacred and plundered. Only the western town of Ebonywood remained unscathed. But this good news concealed a darker truth. The fearsome monster army was advancing towards Labe Castle, casting a pall of death. The castle's inhabitants were filled with trepidation. Baron Labe was a seemingly refined and amiable middle-aged man. In fact, his character was not malicious, even considered virtuous among nobles. Alone in his study, he had been silent for half a day. Since Lawrence brought news of Big Tree Town's fall and Sir Moore's death, Baron Labe had fallen into a somber mood. And Labe Castle had entered a state of tense preparedness. Unlike his father, who had spent his life in military campaigns and adventurous travels, the current Baron Labe had rarely ventured beyond Doran County, save for a visit to the royal capital, Flora City. He had little experience in combat and lacked the confidence to weather the demonic calamity. Moreover, in addition to the monster army ravaging the territory, a demonic legion of over 500,000 was reportedly advancing from the north. Even if the kingdom survived this demonic incursion, the Labe family would likely fall. Although the Baron had sent his son to the capital, the family's estate would be seized, leaving the family's noble status an empty shell. Lost in despair, Baron Labe was roused from his reverie by the guard captain's knock. He composed himself, regaining his composure with difficulty, and stood up. "My lord, the demons have arrived," the guard captain said gravely. "I understand. Prepare my armor." Yulian's monster army had swelled to 3,000, with over 1,000 newly converted young men. After conquering 3 towns and over 20 villages, Yulian had recruited over 7,000 individuals in addition to the carnage. Unfortunately, there were few militiamen, let alone bronze-level professionals. However, there were many able-bodied men, along with the elderly, weak, women, and children. Yulian was not picky, every little bit helped. He selected over 1,000 of the stronger men and crudely demonized them. Dozens died from the process, but the survivors resigned themselves to their fate. This was their pledge of loyalty. Yulian not only promoted the bright, or rather, dark future after joining the cult, but also threatened them, claiming that the Church of the Gods would burn them at the stake if caught. The crude demonization had no immediate side effects, and Yulian could not afford to worry about them. He used the old demonized subordinates as officers, barely controlling these men as cannon fodder. Lacking even cannon fodder, Yulian realized that he could no longer expend lesser demons as he had before. Even goblins had to be conserved, or who would fill the trenches. Arriving at Labe Castle, Yulian frowned. Although the baronial castle was not large, it was constructed of stone, a professional military fortress, both tall and sturdy, partially built on a hill. with a stream flowing down the hill as a moat. It would be difficult to breach, even with only a few hundred soldiers. They could hold the castle until their supplies ran out. However, Yulian calculated that if he joined the fray, he could force an opening. "Master, allow me to see my uncle," Layla said softly, riding her horse to Yulian's side. "Oh, you want to persuade him to surrender? Are you confident?" Yulian's eyes lit up. He was not purely demonic. Persuasion might be a viable option. "I want to try." After a moment, Layla added, "If I cannot persuade him, I will help Master breach the castle." Chapter 78. Layla's persuasion. Hastily ascending the outer walls of the castle, Count Rave beheld a throng of monstrous armies intermingled with humans. Though their formation appeared somewhat disordered, an aura of lethal intent emanated from them, a palpable desire to annihilate all within the castle's confines. Count Rave pondered silently. Should these fiends breach the castle, it would not merely result in utter devastation, but rather a total eradication. Of course, this was a reflection of Count Rave's limited understanding of Yulian. Unlike typical demons, Yulian was a creature who understood the concept of sustainability. He was a benevolent demon who would not slaughter indiscriminately. As long as one was willing to surrender, Yulian would offer them an opportunity, for if all were killed, there would be no one left to exploit. Indeed, Yulian's nature diverged significantly from that of the capitalistic devils. He could be likened to a feudal slave master, coupled with the head of a cult. He belonged to a more primal breed of demon, distinct from those who would hang from lampposts. Regrettably, the notorious reputation of other demons, those chaotic and destructive entities, tarnished Yulian's image, hindering his ability to disseminate his compassion. Consequently, as the city fell and lives were lost, the number of those willing to surrender dwindled. The deceased lost their lives, while Yulian lost his slaves, an unfortunate scenario that resulted in mutual loss. The weight of this reality pressed heavily upon Yulian's heart. Why was it so arduous to cultivate a win-win situation? When would humans and demons ever truly understand one another? Regarding Layla's attempts at persuasion, Yulian harbored great anticipation, even promising Count Rave that should he surrender, the safety of his family would be assured, and he could retain his status as a lord, merely swearing fealty to a new sovereign. "Sir, look," the voice of the captain of the guards suddenly echoed, snapping Count Rave from his reverie. He quickly turned his gaze to see two silver-tier knights emerging from the ranks of the monstrous horde. The foremost knight, clad entirely in dark purple armor, appeared to be a lady, while the knight behind her rode a skeletal steed, exuding an air of dread and malevolence. The two knights halted not far from the castle, and the lady knight lifted her visor, revealing a visage that Count Rave recognized all too well. "No, it cannot be. How is this possible?" Count Rave gasped in shock, utterly unprepared to see his niece alive and in the company of demons. After a brief silence, Layla spoke. "Uncle, I have submitted to my master and embraced a broader future. I urge you to make a wise choice, lest the Rave family vanish into oblivion." "This is impossible. The Rave family could never ally with demons. Never," Count Rave shouted in fury. "Layla, how could you choose to side with demons? You bring shame upon the entire Andres family. If the Rave family is slaughtered today, what will the kingdom do for you?" "Uncle, offer a moment of heartfelt remembrance," Layla retorted sharply. Count Rave's face darkened as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Layla's words pierced his heart like venomous arrows. Should the Rave family be wiped out today, the nobles of the kingdom would shed not a single tear, and the Rave family would be swiftly forgotten. He silently shook his head, pondering whether his son, whose qualifications were far from exceptional, could ever bear the weight of restoring their lineage. Yet, even with this knowledge, surrendering to demons remained a profoundly difficult decision. Count Rave shook his head slowly, addressing Layla. "No, Layla, I cannot sell my soul to demons. I cannot allow the Rave family to be shamed." A flicker of compassion crossed Layla's eyes, but it swiftly hardened as she gazed at her uncle, seeking to pierce through his resolve. "Uncle, do you not recognize this knight?" Taken aback, Count Rave followed Layla's gesture, looking at the undead knight. A vague sense of familiarity washed over him, but the skeletal visage beneath the helmet offered no clues. He hesitantly shook his head, looking back at Layla. "Lord of Dawn, bestow a modicum of mercy upon your bewildered followers." Why do these demons persist? Why is Miss Layla also? Lawrence's eyes brimmed with red, filled with an unquenchable rage directed at the monstrous army beyond the castle walls. Faintly, he could discern a tall dais within the ranks of the monsters, where the figure of the malevolent demon leader likely stood. though Lawrence remained unaware of the demon's name. It did not hinder him from channeling all his hatred toward this adversary. Meanwhile, the undercover agents, Ryan and Lord, shared a complex expression, caught in a web of uncertainty. Lord hesitated, glancing at Ryan, wishing to voice something, but Ryan's gaze silenced him. Shortly after their arrival at Castle Rabe, they were reintegrated into the defending forces. The castle was home to over 100 of the Count's guards and more than 200 soldiers, fortified by its sturdy, perilous design, seemingly capable of withstanding tenfold the enemy's numbers. But what if the enemy was indeed 10 times more numerous? Moreover, many of the demons were silver tier. Could they truly hold the line? Both Ryan and Lord instinctively shook their heads. Be cautious. Do not let those monsters slay you. If the situation worsens, we must open the gates amidst the chaos, Ryan said dejectedly, feeling increasingly despondent, as though the naive country lad he once was had vanished entirely. Lord nodded silently, burdened by fewer psychological weights, yet still rife with concern, worrying not only about finding the opportunity to open the gates, but also whether he could locate their superior amidst the tumultuous assault of the monstrous horde. To report their accomplishments. Chapter 79. Exquisite seasoning constructed from a multitude of white bones and precious metals, a towering platform stands majestically, resembling a lofty altar. Upon its 6-tiered steps rests an ostentatiously grotesque throne, a striking tableau fashioned from black iron, white bones, blood silk, gold, silver, and gems. To put it plainly, Julian's aesthetic sensibility has consistently aligned with the tastes of the masses, rather commonplace, devoid of any pretentiousness or highbrow flair. Adorning the throne are 2 heads, that of Julian's former superior, Baron Benji, and the humble serpent demon, both of which Julian feels complement the throne's imposing design. Additionally, 7 more heads of wild creatures and humans, all of silver rank, have been enshrined at the foot of the throne, a lavish display that, while extravagant, is undeniably impressive. To the left, standing closest, are Leah and Sanya, while to the right, after an empty space, stand Sharna and Sivia. The vacant position is occupied by Layla. Naturally, little Jean sits comfortably in Julian's lap, playing the role of both cushion and talisman. Despite their relatively modest power and influence, Julian places great emphasis on corporate culture and image promotion, striving to cultivate a profound cultural foundation. The entire platform is mounted atop a colossal war chariot, drawn by 6 formidable bronze-tiered beasts captured from the mountains, their imposing figures exuding a sense of grandeur. Seated upon the throne, Julian surveys the battlefield, a feeling of invincibility washing over him. This is the essence of a true man. My lord, Count Rabe has yet to surrender. Please, punish him. Layla kneels before him, a single knee on the ground, seeking forgiveness. No matter, we can always recruit another Death Knight. Rise, Julian responds, albeit with a hint of disappointment. He finds himself in need of managerial talent. With the ongoing slaughter, his accumulated soul energy is nearing a breakthrough. The demonic army sweeping southward has ravaged the northern towns of Doran County, and soon it will reach this very place. Meanwhile, the Royal Army in the south has begun fortifying defenses in Doran County, heralding the onset of a great war. Julian contemplates a strategic retreat, yet the thought of not capturing Rabe Castle lingers in his mind. Very well, after this battle, I shall withdraw. And there's also the town of Ebony. He decides, appointing Layla as commander. Leah volunteers for the fray, prompting Julian to allow Sanya and the others to join in practice as well. As Julian's forces approach Rabe Castle, the town of Ebony, located over 10 kilometers to the west, has already succumbed to flames. Chaos reigning as demons unleash a frenzy of slaughter. The town walls have crumbled, buildings are being consumed by fire, and the church has been desecrated. Men, women, the elderly, and children alike are mercilessly slaughtered. A cackling flaming demon wreaks havoc. Reveling in the destruction, he serves as the overseer of this demonic horde. Since circumventing the fortress, the demon army has scattered like wild dogs, spreading terror in their wake. Yet, ironically, the rampant assaults of these demons have resulted in the spread of news that is yet to match their pace of devastation. The nobles, having imposed strict curfews, have hindered communication, leaving Julian unaware of the unfolding chaos as he prepares to assault Rabe Castle. The Golden Tier Flaming Demon, unlike the fire demons known for their lack of close combat prowess, can hurl fireballs while wielding a blade, epitomizing the duality of magic and martial skill. Earning the moniker Little Flame Demon, this demon delights in mayhem, preferring to exploit resources unsustainably, indulging in excesses, slaughtering souls, tormenting them, and ultimately consuming their anguished essences. The clarion call sounds, accompanied by the chaotic drumbeat, as the mixed demon army springs into action. Goblins and imps, as always, charge ahead as expendable fodder, followed by the fallen humans wielding ladders and shield carts, and finally the main forces of various demon types. Layla, impassively astride her demonic steed, wields a thorned lance that glimmers ominously with the sheen of blood, seemingly eager to devour life itself. Leah strides with cold detachment behind the ranks of demons, her fierce intent unsettling even the most intimidating creatures. Sonya, armed with her battle axe, stands ready alongside Sivia, poised to lead a critical assault when the moment arises. Meanwhile, Sharna has taken on the role of commander for the demonized archers, succeeding Ron in the task. These women have grown accustomed to navigating through the ranks of demons, establishing their authority through sheer ferocity, a testament to Julian's guidance. Within Rabe Castle, Baron Rabe gazes upon the advancing demon forces, his heart a tumult of relief and regret. A true imlang of emotions. Archers atop the arrow towers commence their precise assault, yet Sharna's remarkable marksmanship swiftly suppresses a cadre of elite shooters, transformed into a witch. The magical eagle mark etched upon her back endows Sharna with formidable power and skills, while her physical form has been greatly enhanced, allowing her to effortlessly draw a powerful magical bow. Her heightened perception and refined eagle eye technique elevate Sharna's capabilities beyond those of her peers, and she has mastered several potent archery techniques and auxiliary spells. This newfound strength fosters a flicker of gratitude towards Julian within her. However, the proud Sharna would never admit such feelings. Even when bested by Julian in private encounters, she would grit her teeth and manage a sarcastic remark, inviting Julian's more vigorous retribution. Of course, this might be one of Sharna's little tricks. She is not a fool. In fact, she harbors a certain apprehension towards Leah, perhaps due to their less than favorable first impression. Though Sharna's arrogance wins Julian's favor, Leah perceives it as a sign of disrespect, and given her superior strength, she shows no mercy when provoked. This naturally instills a measure of trepidation in Sharna, prompting her to adopt a more demure demeanor in Julian's presence when Leah is around, adding a different kind of charm to the dynamic. However, for Julian, it is merely a game of wits among women, one he sees through yet willingly engages in, finding delight in their playful exchanges. Just like Jean's innocence, Leah's obsession, Layla's restraint, Sonya's laziness, and Sivia's gentleness, each is a delightful spice that enriches his life. Something Julian truly cherishes. But alas, the battle is underway. Chapter 80. Sudden onslaught. The monstrous horde surged forth like a relentless tide, overwhelming the archers stationed atop the castle, who could only retaliate under the protection of their shield bearers, greatly diminishing their effectiveness. The few scorpions and catapults set within the castle, however, proved formidable. Although their accuracy was lacking, the massed monsters facilitated ample targets. A handful of shield bearers stood guard before the scorpions and catapults, rendering it difficult for the archers below to hit their marks, except for the sharpshooter, Sharna. With a keen eye, Sharna observed the scene before her, then drew her bowstring. Her arrows shot forth like meteors, effortlessly piercing through the gaps between the castle's parapets and shields, striking down the operator of a scorpion in the rear. With a casual hum, a smile graced Sharna's lips as she silently counted the ninth. She continued to scan for her next target. The wooden barricade was riddled with arrows, yet sadly, they could not penetrate. The catapult's lack of precision rendered it ineffective, while the scorpions could indeed destroy the barricade. Yet Sharna remained focused on the few scorpions atop the castle. Boom! A blazing alchemical fire oil grenade crashed into the throng of monsters, igniting several werewolves and orcs who frantically scattered, spreading flames to their companions, only to be slain by the commanding Leah. Advance! Even if you burn, do not flee. Leah commanded coldly, wielding her blood-red serpent blade. Crafted from the spine of a serpent demon, this exquisite weapon could extend like a whip at her will, ruthlessly cleaving through all foes within a 10-meter radius. The monsters were not incapable of heeding advice. Rather, it was that most individuals lacked the skill to counsel effectively. Once the technique was mastered, these creatures could be surprisingly obedient. For instance, when Leah cleaved a hesitant goblin, it encouraged others to press forward. Similarly, when she beheaded a wavering monster, it instilled the importance of focus in others. The demons, too, responded best to such direct counsel. Even the silver tier leaders quailed beneath Leah's cold, bloodthirsty gaze, with the siege hammer moving too slowly under the urging of the monster leaders. The various creatures and transformed beings howled as they surged forward. At the moat, the monsters hastily constructed wooden ladders across the water's surface, with some, driven by fervor, leaping directly into the river, flailing desperately. A few might drown, but it was of little consequence. Upon reaching the castle walls, which towered nearly twice the height of town walls, the monsters soon realized the challenge of scaling them. Aside from clawed demons, others were unable to ascend directly and had to retrieve the wooden ladders. The castle's defenders seized this opportunity, raining arrows, stones, and fire oil upon the monsters as they struggled to set up their ladders. Finally, a throng of resilient beasts, fortified against arrows and stones, began to ascend. The flying demons, previously circling without engaging, began their assault in earnest. The mighty winged demon Mire led an aerial force, selectively targeting the defenders, interfering with the siege, piercing them with arrows or spears, or seizing a few soldiers to rend them midair, scattering their remains to instill terror among the defenders. The fire demons hurled fireballs onto the castle's ramparts, exploding in flames both above and below, while several melee demon leaders, clad in heavy chainmail, climbed the walls, striving to breach the defenders' ranks. The battle devolved into fierce hand-to-hand combat, as Count Lab and the captain of the guards joined the fray. Alongside Lawrence, the 5 silver-tier defenders within Lab Castle fought valiantly to prevent the monsters from gaining a foothold. As Count Lab decapitated an orc with his long sword, blood splattering across his visage, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Perhaps surrender would be the wiser choice, preserving his estate and life, enduring a temporary humiliation with the hope of future redemption. Yet the notion of capitulation conflicted with his ancestral values, and the indecisive Count found himself wavering. Meanwhile, Rain and Lord, seizing the opportunity, stealthily approached the castle gate. With the battle raging fiercely atop the walls, a portion of the guards had been reassigned, leaving only 2 bronze-tier sentinels and 10 soldiers, along with several servants busily moving supplies to fortify the gate. Exchanging a determined glance, the 2 nodded vigorously. Rain assisted a soldier feigning a broken leg toward the few remaining guards at the gate. As the monsters began to solidify their position atop the walls, Yulian nodded in satisfaction, his hand encompassing the diminutive Jean. Transformed into his demonic form, Yulian appeared even more imposing, rendering Jean all the more petite, as if he could cradle her in a single hand. Just as Yulian reveled in his newfound stature, Mire, the winged demon, rushed toward him in panic, as if encountering a specter. My lord, there is a demon army approaching." Startled, Yulian quickly set Jean down and soared into the air, gazing in the direction Mire indicated. Indeed, he spotted a demonic legion encircling the small hill behind Lab Castle. After laboriously clearing the clutter behind the gate, Rain and Lord dismantled the barricade and, with combined effort, pulled the gate open. However, the duo stood agape as they witnessed the monsters retreat unexpectedly. Even the siege hammer lay abandoned at the gate, discarded like refuse, along with the 2 of them. Amidst the hasty arrival of the demonic army, a towering demon engulfed in flames stood out prominently. Yulian immediately recognized him as a golden-tier demon, who, in turn, locked onto Yulian's throne. The demon then regarded Yulian, and unlike the satisfaction he had shown toward the throne, his gaze toward Yulian was filled with malice, brimming with murderous intent, as if he intended to slay the demon and seize the treasure. While Yulian appreciated the demon's taste, willing to offer his throne as a gesture of friendship, it was clear that this being was a pure demon, intent on claiming both the throne and the life of its current occupant. Without delay, the flame demon surged forward with a swift strike, and the other demons charged forth like wild dogs, disregarding the fact that their forces were not fully assembled. Sighing, Yulian felt the magical energy flicker across his forehead, contemplating the difficulty of ascending to the golden tier in peace. Chapter 81. Fiery Battle. After repeatedly inflicting pain upon his allies, Yulian now finds himself on the receiving end of his comrades' wrath. Though he could choose to abandon his army, fleeing with his wives and a handful of subordinates, the flame demon cannot fly and is not particularly swift. Escape might indeed be possible. After all, as long as the verdant mountains remain, one can rise again. However, as trepidation began to creep into Yulian's heart, a mysterious magical eye suddenly flashed in his mind, as if encouraging him. The essence of the message was, do not fear, advance boldly. Victory is attainable. Victory? How can one achieve that with such a significant gap in power? Yulian gripped the hilt of his sword, muttering in anger. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards the nearby flame demon and quietly inquired, is victory truly possible? Victory leads to ascension. And what of defeat? The corners of Yulian's eyes twitched as the enemy demons clashed with his own forces. Lia, alongside Sonya and others, was overseeing the battle from the rear, while Layla kept a close watch on the flame demon, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Even Nana, standing beside him, clutched the battle standard tightly. It was time to act. Though the magical eye's presence was subtle, Yulian understood that his swift advancement was largely due to its support. Moreover, the true power of the magical eye had yet to be fully realized. To achieve his lofty ambitions, he could not afford to be without it. At least not at this moment. With unwavering determination, Yulian's demeanor shifted. The cunning aura that once enveloped him receded, replaced by a burgeoning ferocity. As if he were beginning to embody the essence of a demon. He reached out and playfully tapped Nana's head, then coldly instructed, go follow Lia and slay 10 bronze-ranked demons, or you shall go hungry tonight. Upon hearing this, Nana's expression turned solemn, yet she nodded earnestly, yes, master. With a powerful flap of his demonic wings, Yulian ascended into the air, the magical eye on his forehead slightly opening, though devoid of visible emotion. A spark of lightning and flames ignited within its depths. In an instant, a torrent of magical energy surged around him, the power of thunder and fire radiating brilliantly. Boom! He descended abruptly into the enemy ranks, unleashing a fierce storm of lightning and flames that spread in all directions, obliterating the unsuspecting demons caught in the indiscriminate assault. Yulian's mouth curled into a menacing grin, revealing his sharp fangs as an overwhelming aura of demonic power surged forth. In that moment, he realized this was his true calling. A demon must engage in battle and slaughter, wielding blades to carve a path to supremacy, rather than relying solely on cunning. He was no mere schemer. Plots and schemes were but auxiliary tools. The flame demon, who had initially underestimated Yulian, now regarded him with growing seriousness as he bellowed, you, yes, you, kneel and offer your true name. I, the great flame demon stander, shall grant you the title of war slave. How laughable. Lightning and fire sparkled in Yulian's eyes as he pointed his sword at the flame demon, declaring, my throne is still missing a flame demon's head, and you have arrived just in time. Stander appeared taken aback, surprised that his offer had been rebuffed. What audacity! Yet, it was not entirely unexpected, after all. He was dealing with a demon. Foolish slaughterer, I will sever your head and adorn my throne with it. Then that throne shall belong to me. Stander seemed particularly enamored with Yulian's throne. Even while exchanging barbs, his gaze frequently drifted toward that seat, mentally preparing for the decor he would apply once he had dispatched this bothersome adversary. Yulian, while smirking, felt a hint of absurdity and a touch of pride. It appeared his sense of aesthetics was indeed superior to that of the Abyss. The fashionista Yulian. After enough banter, Stander unleashed a torrential downpour of fire upon Yulian, charging forward with a flaming longblade. Although Yulian's demonic form was already considerable, Stander towered over him at over 3 meters, his crimson skin ablaze with searing flames, continuously radiating fiery damage. Even a common imp would be reduced to ash if it lingered near the flame demon for too long. Despite Yulian's impressive resistance to fire, he was still at a disadvantage against a demon of a higher tier. Using flames against Stander would yield no favorable outcomes. Thunder roared as Yulian transformed into an embodiment of lightning, channeling all his magical energy into electric power. The area engulfed in fire not only affected Yulian, but also many of the enemy demons. However, Stander remained unconcerned, as did Yulian. Thus, when gods clash, mortals suffer. The first to be ignited by the firestorm were those unfortunate demons, followed by Yulian's unleashed lightning, which proved exhilarating. Engulfed in the flames while discharging electricity, Yulian battled Stander, the searing flames igniting his demonic wings, while his armor grew unbearably hot. Even with Yulian's resistance, the pain pierced deep into his soul. Yet, in the throes of agony, Yulian chose to attack with even greater ferocity. Stander was astonished to discover that this slaughterer possessed strength only slightly inferior to his own. Though his combat techniques appeared somewhat unrefined, the destructive power of his lightning managed to penetrate Stander's flames and harm his very essence. Moreover, despite enduring Stander's scorching heat, Yulian was still able to launch powerful counterattacks, indicating that his resistance to fire was far from ordinary, leaving Stander in disbelief. "You wretched creature, this is impossible." As Stander swung his long blade, his left hand conjured a fiery whip, a testament to the flame demon's mastery of fire magic. However, unlike the magical whips of fire imps, Stander's flame whip was merely a condensed spell, far inferior in potency. Yet, the long blade in Stander's grasp was an exceptional magical weapon, each strike infused with explosive flame damage. Coupled with the ability to damage the opponent's weapon, Yulian quickly noticed that his sharp-toothed sword was sustaining damage. Despite his best efforts to avoid direct clashes between blades, cracks had begun to emerge. He was left with no choice but to use his arm shield to actively block Stander's onslaught, while the sharp-toothed sword, imbued with the power of lightning, sought every opportunity to pierce Stander's body. The fierce battle created a wide expanse devoid of demons, an area bereft of the demonic presence. The unfortunate demons had already been reduced to charred remains, likely incinerated first by lightning before being consumed by flames, or vice versa. The intensity of their clash resembled a battle between two golden-tier demons, yet few would suspect that one of them was merely a silver-ranked contender. Chapter 82. A renewed strength. The long blade, twisting like a serpent's fangs, mercilessly tore the approaching demons into shreds. Lia, with an expression of icy indifference, led Jean along the periphery of the chaotic battlefield, indulging in unrestrained slaughter. Except for the silver-tier demons, which required Lia's cautious attention, the others fell effortlessly to the serpentine blade. Occasionally, Lia would allow a bronze-tier demon to escape, granting Jean the opportunity to hone her skills. Despite being only 10 years old, Jean was the esteemed first saintess of the Holy Church of Destiny. Under Julian's guidance and bolstered by superior equipment, along with Lia's protection, Jean was capable of single-handedly vanquishing a bronze-tier demon. The Mark of the Dragon granted Jean a robust physique and mastery over fire spells, transforming her from the delicate girl she had been just months prior. In her grasp, Jean held a precious tier battle standard, a refined version of the one Yulian had seized from Benji. After the refinement, it became significantly more compact, allowing her to cast group enhancement spells and serving as a sturdy polearm. Conversely, her one-handed sword was merely a rare-tier magical weapon, given that Jean had limited battlefield experience. It would be wasteful to equip her with something of higher caliber, especially since Yulian himself was still utilizing precious tier gear. In truth, apart from Jean, both Layla and Lia were equipped with suitable precious gear, while Sonia and her companions were outfitted solely with rare-tier weapons, as they lacked sufficient materials to forge superior equipment. Particularly, Layla's thorn spear had been reforged from Benji's trident, thus lending credence to the gratitude owed to their superior. Yulian expressed his appreciation with a pat on the armrest, acknowledging, "Benji, this demon is commendable. He can be trusted." Regrettably, after Julian's conquest of 3 towns, he amassed a wealth of ordinary supplies, yet high-value treasures were scarce. There was no sign of mithril, fine gold, or elemental crystals, only a modest collection of items such as dark steel, magic crystals, and common gemstones, along with some beast hides. Originally, Julian had intended to capture Count Laby's fortress in hopes of discovering valuable goods, but just as he was about to breach the stronghold, he was struck hard by allied forces. Jean extracted her flag from the lifeless body of a demon, the foul demon blood spraying onto the ground. This tainted ichor, inherently corrupt, necessitated purification. Otherwise, over time, it would transform the area into a foul wasteland. Such tasks were typically undertaken by clerics, though mages could also perform them. However, if both warring parties were demons, naturally, no one would intervene. Lia urged Jean to avoid the heart of the battle, where they could easily fall victim to a vicious mob. Though the clash between Yulian and the infernal demon was distant, its intensity was still undeniable, causing Lia great concern. Layla charged in, her thorn spear piercing and shredding the demons that dared to obstruct her path. Unfortunately, she was accompanied only by a single undead knight. Had there been a battalion of undead knights, she could have cut through the demons with ease. Silver-tier undead were significantly hindered during daylight, suffering a 30% reduction in combat prowess, and Layla had yet to master the spell of Shadow Mist. Nor did she have enough undead knights to mount a proper charge. Suddenly, her demon warhorse reared up, and with urgency in her eyes, Layla glanced at Lia. swiftly dispatching a frenzied little demon with her spear. Do not complicate matters further. Let us gather the tribal warriors. The demon soldiers are of no concern. Though Leah felt an equal sense of urgency, she remained resolute in executing Julian's orders, knowing full well the ferocity of the ongoing battle made intervention perilous. With no other option, Layla pressed forward with her undead knight, clearing a path and assembling the recognizable tribal wildlings and corrupted individuals. At last, Salvation, Sonia, bloodied and wielding her battle axe, emerged from the demon encirclement under Sevilla's cover. Sarlna, with her longbow, unleashed a flurry of arrows, piercing several demons that lunged at them. Scolding, "Who told you to charge recklessly? Had Layla not arrived in time, you would have become a dead cow." Sonia retaliated by cleaving a clawed demon in two, retorting, "I would rather die than be outdone by you. Enough with the bickering. These demons are attacking like rabid beasts. We should retreat at once." Sevilla's steel shield had been struck by a frenzied demon. Though it remained intact, it had cracked, and her left arm bore a wound. The three women combined their efforts to slay the demon, but they were left somewhat drained, relieved that Layla had arrived just in time. Having recently ascended to the silver tier, the three women had yet to fully adapt to the power of the mark, making them less formidable than their silver tier counterparts. Their ability to collectively defeat a single demon of the same rank was already an extraordinary feat. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, they dared not exert themselves further. In stark contrast to Layla and Leah, who were originally silver tier and had significantly enhanced their strength upon transforming into demon riders, showing no fear of facing individual demons of their tier. As they fought and retreated, fortunate circumstances arose. The demons were engaged in fierce combat amongst themselves, blurring the lines of friend and foe. Eventually, they converged with the gathering tribesfolk, gradually retreating towards the battlefield's edge. A faint crack echoed, resonating like a tolling bell, startling Julian, whose eyes flickered with alarm. The shark-toothed sword seemed to be nearing its limit, his claw shield battered and scarred, and the armor encasing him was on the verge of melting away. Were it not for the enhancement from the magic eye, bolstering his physique and magic, he would likely have faltered by now. Yet, even with the magic eye's support, the weapon in his hand was failing him, prompting Julian to silently curse his fate, vowing to seek a powerful weapon when the opportunity arose. "Haha, feeble demon slayer, you shall pay dearly for your defiance. Prepare to meet your demise." The infernal demon, sensing Julian's weapon faltering, unleashed a frenzied barrage aimed at his vitals, forcing Julian to parry with the shark-toothed sword. With each block, more cracks marred the surface of the sword, and Julian felt as though his insides were being scorched by the intense heat. The destructive power of lightning not only inflicted harm upon the infernal demon, but also weighed heavily upon Julian. The passive flames of the demon emitted relentless heat, almost engulfing him entirely. "Magic eye? Is this what you call victory? You could at least muster a bit more strength." Julian's mind screamed in desperation, his dark golden magic eye brimming with azure lightning, as if a world-ending divine thunder were coalescing within. Chapter 83, Promotion to Gold Crack. The shark-tooth sword shattered. "Die, foolish demon slayer." The flame demon cackled maniacally as he swung his blazing long knife towards Julian, envisioning the moment he would cleave his opponent in two. Suddenly, a furious thunder erupted, and amidst the dazzling lightning, Julian appeared as though he had become the embodiment of thunder itself. In a flash of electric brilliance, he evaded the flame demon's lethal strike and materialized behind him with a sinister grin. "And no. How is this possible?" The flame demon stared blankly at his chest, where a hand, nearly incinerated by flames, had pierced through, grasping a vast heart that seemed to burn with fire. That appeared to be his heart. The nearly charred armor lay in shambles, fused to Julian's body, which was still ablaze with flickering flames. His demonic wings and tail were almost entirely burned away, and at this moment, Julian was beyond mere disarray. Sensing the rapid transformation of his body, Julian wasted no time. He thrust the flame demon's heart into his mouth, tearing into it as if it were made of fire. The scorching blood seared his throat, yet the magical energy surging within him continuously mended his form. Instantly, flames erupted from within, enveloping Julian entirely. His once numb flesh was revived with excruciating pain, the sensation of burning his very soul driving him to the brink of madness. Amidst the raging inferno, Julian's body transformed into a blazing torch, molten magic coursing through him, as his skin erupted with mysterious demonic runes. His entire being felt as if it were being refined, with muscles, bones, organs, and blood all igniting. The wings and tail that had been consumed by flames regenerated, but soon the tail abruptly severed, as if discarded. The demon horns upon his head grew thicker and harder, while his upper face appeared to be enveloped in a rugged bony shell. In the center of his forehead, a dark golden magical eye shimmered brilliantly, intertwining with the radiant lightning and fire. His fangs sharpened, and 3 razor-like bone spines sprouted from his chin. The fire-red demonic skin became as tough as enchanted steel, while the searing magical flames within him threatened to burst forth through his skin. His scarlet eyes flickered with blinding lightning, seemingly housing an ultimate force of annihilation. Ha ha! I am invincible. Cough cough, ha! Elated by his ascension to the gold rank, Yulian was about to proclaim his unmatched supremacy when a sense of foreboding silenced him. He decided instead to unleash a villainous laugh. Yulian had not ascended as a flame demon. Although he had consumed the flame demon's soul and heart, he had transformed into a variant of the berserk demon, empowered with many of the flame demon's core abilities. Perhaps he could be dubbed the flame berserk demon, or the blazing demon, Yulian mused. With the combined might of both the berserk and flame demons, Yulian's strength soared. If the other demons were elite templates, then Yulian was an exemplary hero template. Standing over 3 meters tall, he now resembled a small giant surveying the battlefield. His massive wings unfurled, releasing scorching flames that distorted the very air around him. An overwhelming aura of magic emanated from him. Even the demons engrossed in battle were struck with fear. The newly acquired terror technique infused his magical presence, amplifying the fear that enveloped the battlefield. Demons across the field trembled before Yulian's might, many succumbing to fear and kneeling in submission. After pausing his maniacal laughter, Yulian cast a sidelong glance at a few demons still defiant, a cruel grin spreading across his face. He summoned a colossal exploding fireball with a surge of magical energy. Though the exploding fireball was a mid-tier spell, its potency varied greatly in different hands. Yulian hurled the fireball towards a defiant, frenzied demon, whose arrogance often led him to challenge authority, even when outmatched. Such a disposition rendered the frenzied demon an excellent high-level cannon fodder, charging fearlessly into enemy ranks and meeting a glorious demise. Boom! In the violent explosion, the frenzied demon, caught off guard by Yulian's oppressive aura, was struck directly by the fireball amidst the orange flames. Its chest was obliterated, and it was engulfed in roaring flames. Despite its remarkable vitality, the frenzied demon was launched into the air, struggling to rise, but soon succumbed to the all-consuming fire, as flames licked at the corpse of the frenzied demon. The remaining silver-ranked demons, still under Yulian's magical pressure, chose to kneel and surrender. Yulian erupted into triumphant laughter once more. Once his elation subsided, Yulian summoned the tail that had fallen from him, and with a surge of magic, it transformed into a precious-grade flame whip. Not entirely satisfied, he glanced at the still warm body of the flame demon, intending to refine its essence and enhance the whip to an exceptional level. Subsequently, Yulian lifted the flame demon's fiery long knife, inspecting it closely. The material was commendable, yet the crafting technique was crude and required refinement. With that, he severed the head from the flame demon and infused the essence from its body into the whip, before brutally kicking the charred remains aside. Chapter 84. Are we to perish? Subsequently, Yulian turned his gaze towards the several girls who appeared somewhat apprehensive of him, letting out a dismissive snort. What's the matter? Now that I have ascended a tier, do you no longer recognize your master? With a derisive chuckle, Yulian first hung the head of the demon he had vanquished above his throne. After meticulously adjusting the angle, he channeled his magic to meld the severed head with the throne itself. Then, with a clap of his hands, he pivoted and seized Cynia into his embrace, causing her to gasp in surprise. Silence. After Yulian's sharp reprimand, Cynia, trembling, sat stiffly in his arms, averting her gaze in submission. Fortunately, this throne was designed with ample space. Otherwise, it would not accommodate me at all. Yulian, now towering over 3 meters, had indeed grown significantly larger. Although he could sit comfortably, it felt somewhat cramped, indicating that further expansion was necessary. Perhaps it would be wise to design it to be expandable. Amused by this thought, Yulian glanced disdainfully at the frightened Cynia, who resembled a quail, although she possessed a curvaceous figure that could be quite pleasurable to hold. Her current attire of feminine plate armor left little room for such sentiments. With a huff, Julian pushed Sainia away, prompting her to cover her mouth in embarrassment. But it was too late. With an impassive expression, Julian unceremoniously kicked her off his throne. Go, lead the assault on Rab Fortress. If it is not captured by nightfall, you shall face my wrath. As Sainia, who had just regained her footing, heard this, a pained expression crossed her face. She wished to express her utter exhaustion, but, seeing Julian's stoic demeanor, she could only mumble a reluctant agreement. At that moment, the ever-observant Sivia produced a silk cloak to drape over Julian's form. Earning a nod of satisfaction from him, he gently lifted her chin, remarking, "Well done. As a reward, I shall allow you to serve me tonight." Sivia's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and bashfully lowering her head, she murmured in consent. Then, as if seeking to divert attention, she added, "Master, Sainia has also fought for an extended duration. I shall go assist her." Julian gave a slight grunt of acquiescence, and Sivia respectfully bowed before taking Sainia's distracted companion, Sharna, along with her. Next, Julian cradled the obedient Gina in his arms, caressing her gently as he addressed the waiting Leah and Layla. "I have temporarily intimidated those demons. You are to lead a group to subdue them, and also tally the casualties while identifying the fallen leaders." "Yes, master. However, what if those demons refuse to comply?" Leah inquired softly after acknowledging her orders. "Then eliminate them. An example must be made." "There is no need for further consultation." Julian waved his hand dismissively. Then, after a moment's thought, he handed Leah the newly elevated magic flame whip. "Don't wait for insubordination. Wield this whip and strike down anyone who defies you. If you encounter any you cannot subdue, I shall intervene." "Yes, master," Leah nodded, preparing to depart with Layla. "Layla," Julian suddenly interjected, prompting the perplexed Layla to glance back at him. "What would your opinion be if, at a later time, I were to slay your uncle and transform him into an undead knight?" Taken aback for a moment, Layla replied softly, "As you wish, master. I have no objections." "Very well, proceed." "Yes, master." Watching Leah and Layla depart, Julian nodded noncommittally, then turned his gaze to Gina, who was peacefully asleep in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Are we to perish?" Rain's spirit was waning, his face marred by numerous scars and the absence of a tooth. Beside him, Lord appeared even worse off. They had just stealthily dispatched the guards at the city gate and opened it, only to be stunned to discover that the demon horde was retreating. Shortly thereafter, they were apprehended by the vigilant captain of the guards, who had intended to execute them. However, for reasons unknown, Count Rab ordered their imprisonment instead. Why is it so difficult to be a traitor? Why did the overwhelming demon army suddenly withdraw? What could possibly be the reason? Lord stared blankly at the dark stone ceiling, murmuring, "Rain, are you still a virgin?" Rain, taken aback, let out a frustrated grunt as Lord continued with a mournful expression, "If only I had visited the academy back in Tree Town. I even had a discount voucher. Alas, Tree Town has been decimated, and the academy students are likely no longer among the living." "Bah," Rain scoffed, shifting away from Lord despite being bound. Signaling his disdain for Lord's company, Lord forced a bitter smile, about to speak again when suddenly a cacophony of footsteps approached. The oak door swung open, revealing the captain of the guards, his face a mask of fury as he entered, sword in hand. "Are we to perish?" Rain and Lord both despaired at the same thought. Chapter 85. The spoils of war, my lord. Do we truly have to? The captain of the guards asked in a grave whisper. Count Lab's face was etched with despair as he replied weakly, "What shall we do if we do not surrender? That demon has grown even stronger. With Layla here, we may yet preserve our lives. Surely, you do not wish to perish only to be transformed into a wretched undead by that fiend." The captain fell silent, contemplating the terror of death, compounded by the dread of being unable to escape it. The flicker of hope that had briefly illuminated the castle amidst the clash of demonic factions had now been extinguished. The demon had inexplicably slain a Golden Tier demon, ascending to become a new Golden Tier adversary, thereby drastically diminishing the fighting spirit of the castle's defenders. Moreover, the cunning demon outside had chosen to offer terms of surrender. Once a path for retreat is established, the resolve to fight becomes precariously fragile. As the demon army outside regrouped to prepare for a renewed assault, Count Lab could no longer hold out. Consequently, Ren and Lord were brought before Count Lab. Initially fearing execution, the two exhaled in relief upon learning of the Count's intent to surrender. Lord nearly collapsed from his overwhelming emotions. Count Lab then released them, allowing them to convey his desire to surrender. Concurrently, two Silver-tier practitioners led a group of soldiers, equally unwilling to capitulate, stealthily escaping through a back entrance of the castle along a treacherous path up the hillside. Lawrence, looking haggard, fled once more like a lost dog. Repeated escapes had rendered him numb. His hatred had morphed into an obsession, yet the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Clinging to his stubborn refusal to surrender to the demons, he chose to depart yet again. Accompanying Lawrence was a knight who yearned to return to his home in Ebony Town, fully aware of the grim foreboding that the terrifying flame demon had emerged from that very direction. This realization only fortified the knight's resolute rejection of surrender. As he left Lab Castle alongside Lawrence, with assurances of safety, Count Lab opted to surrender along with nearly 200 remaining soldiers in the castle. In addition to over 1,000 non-combatants, including servants and families of the guard, along with villagers from nearby settlements, all of whom anxiously filed out of the castle. Yulian observed Count Lab, kneeling before the imposing carriage, hesitating momentarily before choosing to honor his promise, for he was in urgent need of someone to assist with internal affairs. Breaking his vow could be addressed later. With a snap of his fingers, a fiery mark emblazoned the Count's forehead, a symbol of control that, while unrecognizable to outsiders, was understood to signify subjugation. Simultaneously, Count Lab felt a surge of relief, as this indicated his survival. After the two Silver-tier knights accompanying the Count received their slave marks, Yulian too sighed in relief, as his modest power grew slightly stronger. Of course, the most significant gain for Yulian was his own ascension to the Golden Tier, followed closely by the incorporation of so many surrendered humans and demons. Originally boasting a following of 3,000, Yulian now commanded just over 1,000. As 500 demons had become indistinguishable amid the chaos with the flame demons' forces, the 500 goblins had nearly been eradicated, leaving merely a handful of large and bare goblins, while the goblin shaman Babogo remained unscathed, having clearly evaded conflict amidst the turmoil. Yulian ordered that Babogo be mercilessly whipped as punishment. The orc contingent suffered significant losses, with the orc warrior Glow gravely injured and the orc shaman Blair sustaining minor wounds, though he had exhausted his magical abilities. The Jackalman forces experienced similar casualties, while the mixed unit fared poorly, dwindling to just a few survivors. The Lizardman warrior OM met his end, a lamentable loss as he had been notably loyal and diligent. The fire demon Berg and the giant-winged demon Meyer, predictably, had avoided significant harm, though their injuries appeared suspiciously self-inflicted. Yulian did not conceal his doubts, promptly commanding Lia to administer a severe punishment to both, sparing them for now, but warning that any future transgressions would result in confinement within the magical workshop. The number of demon-possessed individuals dwindled to just over 300, most of whom were neither soldiers nor even militia, thus lacking substantial combat prowess. On the battlefield, their delectable souls made them secondary targets for the demons. The primary targets, of course, were the demons themselves. The flame demon had brought nearly 4,000 demons, and following the battle, only a little over 2,000 remained. Among the 2,000 that perished, it was estimated that half fell victim to infighting, while the remainder succumbed to the aftermath of battles between Yulian and the flame demon. With approximately 500 slain by other humans, including those dispatched by Lia and Layla. Thus, the greatest adversary of the demon army remained the demons themselves. Yulian sighed in resignation. Such collateral damage stemmed from their own internal strife. Had they faced humans, even with the possibility of friendly fire, the losses would not have been so staggering. Yulian warmly welcomed the 6 surrendered Silver-tier demon officers, requesting their true names and subsequently casting a binding spell to establish a master-servant relationship, a bittersweet victory. With Berg and Meyer included, this constituted the formidable 8 demon champions. Yulian chuckled, contemplating the potential addition of titles such as Envoy, Guardian, and Elder within his ecclesiastical hierarchy. Count Lab's lineage had not produced any mages, thus yielding few treasures of interest to Yulian. However, as a longtime local power, he possessed several magical artifacts of varying quality, alongside a considerable amount of gemstone crystals and even a small piece of pure gold. This was not entirely disappointing for Yulian, as it suggested the possibility of forging a new set of magical armor. At that moment, the decisive battle in the southern region of Doran County determined the fate of the Talia Kingdom. Should Talia face defeat, It was likely that millions would become fodder for the demons before reaching the capital of Blossoming City. Chapter 86. An ordinary morning. Once again, it was an ordinary morning. Aside from the encroaching dark clouds outside, everything seemed much the same as before. However, there were subtle differences. Yulian opened his eyes and rose from the embrace of soft limbs, his nostrils flaring slightly. The air retained a peculiar scent, a remnant of pleasure, mingled with a hint of nostalgia from his homeland. Not the homeland of his former life, but the essence of the abyss, indicating that the corruption of the abyss was deepening, even tainting the very air itself. Yet, on the brighter side, the concentration of magical energy had increased slightly. Should the abyss invade this realm to a significant extent, it would forcibly draw the entire plane into its depths, resulting in the demise of most creatures within. Their souls twisted into new demons. Only a select few, either powerful or fortunate enough, would survive, transforming into aberrations of the abyss. The abyss Yulian had previously traversed was once a material realm, and it was only due to the protection of his demon eyes that his soul remained untainted, allowing him to be reborn as a minor demon, bypassing the initial stages of corruption. However, the influence was undeniable. Whether from the demon's essence or the sights and sounds he had encountered, Yulian swiftly shed the cowardice and kindness typical of an ordinary man, evolving into a cunning and devious demon. With a soft sigh, he pondered the melancholy of the day, lamenting the many innocents destined to perish at the hands of beings like himself. The thought filled him with a sense of guilt, as if his hands were stained with blood, branding him as nothing less than a butcher. Yulian dutifully traced a cross and offered a silent prayer to the unknown deity, Jehovah, hoping to share some of his burdens. He needed to do something to atone for the slight guilt within his heart. Perhaps he could take in more lovely maidens, forming a charming maid brigade, along with a female guard and a cavalry. After all, unlike other demons, he was not one to disregard the value of life. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, he mused, patting himself on the back for his benevolence, confident that his deeds would accrue merit. If sin could be borne by the likes of Yego, then perhaps his merits could elevate him to the esteemed status of a joyful demon Buddha. Truly, what a noble aspiration. Once the sluggishness of sleep faded, Yulian regained his vigor, preparing to leave the comforts of his sanctuary and embark on the day's endeavors. As the newly appointed leader of a burgeoning enterprise, he could not afford to indulge in leisure. Striving for success was essential. After all, even the highest demon lords must have fought for their positions. And the abyss was known for its freedom, vitality, and indomitable spirit. As he rose, Yulian inadvertently pressed against a soft mound beside him. Without needing to look, he recognized it belonged to Sonya. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps he should venture northward, for something seemed to beckon him from that direction. Perhaps the fate of the celestial church awaited him in the enchanting realm of ice and snow. He had heard whispers of a kingdom of snow elves in the north. Surely, those ethereal beings would be receptive to his teachings, their hearts longing for salvation. Even amidst the tender moments with his companions, Yulian could not help but envision the future of his church. With a driven spirit such as his, the abyss surely had room for him. The bed was not occupied solely by Sonya. His other companions, Sharna and Sivia, were also present, as they shared in every joy and sorrow. As he absent-mindedly touched their forms, Yulian marveled at the quality of such half-elven beauty. He pondered how many more like Sharna might exist, and whether they too could be potential vessels for his message. While Sivia appeared somewhat ordinary among the group, lacking standout features, her beauty and poise exuded a sense of balance that Yulian found appealing. Her gentle and considerate nature endeared her to him, and he recognized a resilient spirit within her. Perhaps he would appoint Sivia as the captain of his guard in the future. Yet, Yulian reminded himself that a demon must not be overly sentimental. His focus needed to remain on his goals. Gradually, his demeanor shifted back to seriousness as he reluctantly released Sivia from his grasp. Moments later, Yulian finally rose from the bed, casually donning a pair of leather trousers. Since his ascension to the golden tier, his transformation abilities had strengthened. He could now retract his demon wings and horns, though he chose to keep the horns visible as a symbol of his identity. Upon exiting the luxurious tent, the three young women stirred awake in unison. Sonya, revealing her frustration, quietly complained about Yulian's apparent lack of gentleness. Sivia, still shy, struggled to adapt to Yulian's unrefined ways, yet found herself unable to refuse his commands. Meanwhile, Sharna sat with a forlorn expression, lost in her own thoughts, her eyes betraying confusion and hesitation. Julian strode out into the morning light. The exquisite tent, a magical creation belonging to the Count Rabe, was now his. Originally acquired by his father during his adventurous years, the Count had little interest in travel and had kept it unused. Now, the tent, along with the wealth accumulated by the Rabe family over centuries, belonged to Julian. As he emerged from the splendid tent, his gaze fell upon the dejected figure of Janna, who sat on a wooden barrel, her delicate legs swinging listlessly. With arms crossed and a vacant expression, she stared into the distance, her hair drooping in disarray, lost in her own reverie. Julian, with his keen insight, quickly understood the reason for her melancholy. The previous night, he had been unable to resist temptation, leaving her to sleep alone in the adjoining room. Though the magical tent provided excellent soundproofing, she had hardly slept, awakening early to sit in contemplation at the entrance. Chapter 87. The Infusion of Reason. Good morning, Nana. Julian felt no embarrassment. Having experienced the most vulnerable moments, nothing could faze him now. Humph. Nana turned her head away, remarkably refraining from immediately leaping into Julian's arms, which presented him with a slight challenge. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. She was merely a flat-chested girl. Julian moved closer to Nana, lifting her into his embrace despite her sulky demeanor. Indeed, Nana may have turned her head, but she did not resist Julian's hold. Even with the lingering scent of other women on him, her delicate nose twitched, and her amber eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. However, once nestled in Julian's arms, she succumbed to drowsiness. Such a pitiable little kitten. Cradling Nana like a small cat, Julian gently caressed her hair as they patrolled the camp together. Fortunately, with the reliable assistance of Leah and Layla, Julian managed to maintain order among the chaotic demons outside. If he had faltered, the over 2,000 demons would have devoured the captives entirely. The over 2,000 demons were assigned to the 8 demon commanders, while Leah and Layla were tasked with supervising these commanders to prevent any foolishness. Additionally, Count Rabii was to establish a separate camp for the surrendered soldiers, along with the remaining tribal warriors and the remnants of the transformed beings. Through isolation and supervision, they avoided further internal strife. Yet, despite these precautions, several violent incidents occurred throughout the night, resulting in the deaths of a dozen demons. Julian mused that the name demon cult was quite fitting, succinct, and straightforward. However, its simplicity hampered its dissemination. Thus, he decided to temporarily adopt the name Destiny Cult, even if it felt somewhat awkward. Is there truly such a thing as destiny? He pondered, reflecting on his unexpected arrival in this world. Was it merely a twist of fate? Uncertain, a sardonic smile crept onto his face as he muttered, I am Destiny. Although the Destiny Cult was merely a fade for now, it was said that great edifices rise from humble foundations. As Julian's strength grew, so too would the Destiny Cult, potentially spreading across the multiverse. First, he needed to establish a stronghold in the eastern mountainous region, serving as the base for the Destiny Cult, with future plans to create a demonic lair as well. Yet, Julian could not afford to rest. While engaging in warfare was fraught with danger, it was in perilous situations that one could advance swiftly. If he remained in a safe haven without taking risks, he would not ascend rapidly. Julian began to grasp the benevolent intentions behind the demon eye, gently tapping his forehead. He contemplated how to fully harness the power of this magical artifact. Alas, after much deliberation, he concluded that he must first enhance his own strength. Otherwise, all his thoughts would be but empty words. Fortunately, he had yet to discover any flaws in the demon eye, so he resolved to make do for the time being. Layla's undead forces were not well organized. Lacking the ability to command the mist of darkness, the undead struggled to operate during the day. Even silver-tier undead saw a significant reduction in their combat effectiveness, while lower-tier undead were utterly incapacitated by sunlight. He could not convert them all into demonic spirits. Julian considered the immense cost of such an endeavor. Transforming Leah and Layla had already depleted a considerable number of demons, proving to be a loss. However, given Leah and Layla's high potential, beauty, and loyalty, they were far more useful than mere demons. In that sense, it was still a gain. Indeed, as a powerful demon, I am in need of an alluring succubus, though not of the kind that is overly promiscuous. Contemplating this significant matter, Julian's expression darkened, causing Berg and Meyer, who had approached, to feel somewhat apprehensive. No, I must personally transform a succubus for peace of mind. Perhaps I should seek out a beautiful nun to convert. The purer, the better, especially if she possesses a rather alluring figure. Julian nodded thoughtfully, his demeanor slightly softening, which relieved Berg and Meyer. Upon lifting his gaze, Julian was met with two unappealing faces, prompting him to lean back slightly in distaste as he shot a glare at Berg and Meyer. "My lord, thankfully. Berg chuckled nervously, while Meyer nodded in agreement, both exuding an air of inadequacy that Julian noted with a raised eyebrow. However, this was to be expected. The demons had established their status through combat, and since these two were incapable of fighting, they naturally held no position of authority. Julian glanced at the 6 demons trailing behind, 2 berserkers, a butcher, a scorpion demon, an assassin demon, and a poison demon. All appeared rather compliant, showing no signs of rebellion. This was undoubtedly due to the lingering authority from Julian's defeat of the burning demon, which kept them relatively subdued for the time being. Then, before the astonished eyes of the demons, Julian struck all 8 of the demons simultaneously, including Berg and Meyer, who could not escape his wrath. Following this, he growled in the demonic tongue, "To prevent any potential mischief from you rascals that may provoke my ire, consider this a warning. I hope you scoundrels can comprehend." Amid the blazing inferno, the fierce and menacing Julian instilled fear in the hearts of the demons. If there were a system in place, it would register a significant increase in the demons' loyalty, assuming they possessed any to begin with. Observing the demons' fearful expressions, Julian nodded in satisfaction. For the time being, these ruffians would maintain a semblance of reason. In a few days, he would infuse them with a touch more rationality, allowing for a few more days of order. However, this method of infusing reason could not be overused. Over time, the demon officers who had endured Julian's wrath might vent their frustrations by harming their subordinates. Thus, Julian needed to act swiftly. Once the stronghold was properly established, he would take these miscreants to the battlefield to unleash chaos. Chapter 88. The farming endeavor. The human encampment was evidently well ordered, thanks to the management of Lord Libe. Although he initially appeared rather disheartened and haggard, after a night of profound contemplation, Lord Libe managed to regain some composure. However, whether it was due to shame or the fear that his allegiance to the demons might jeopardize his son's safety, he insisted that no one refer to him as Lord Libe anymore. "Sir Howard, you seem to be in good spirits," Julian remarked, his bare arms lending him an air of casualness, reminiscent of a street urchin. Yet, Libe? No, he had resolved to distance himself from that name. Howard, as his subordinates now referred to him, could not dare to show any disrespect. The title, pronounced by Julian, particularly with a hint of arrogance, carried a tone of mockery. Howard's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly set aside his feelings, recognizing his position as merely a servant to the other. "My lord, may I ask?" Howard suppressed his tumultuous thoughts, bowing slightly in a gesture of humility, as if addressing a king. "I came to see how you were faring. You appear well, which brings me some relief," Julian continued. "You are aware of the massacre at Ebony Town, I presume?" "Yes, my lord, I have been informed," Howard replied, a flicker of anguish crossing his features, yet he forced himself to suppress it. "Approximately 40 to 50,000 souls," Julian stated. "That is indeed a significant number, surpassing the typical holdings of a viscount. It seems you are quite capable." As Julian traversed the crude encampment, he was met with fearful, averted gazes. A few children were hastily shielded by their parents, as though they feared being seized by Julian for some nefarious purpose. "Well, it appears the demon camp and the wild creature camp do indeed have their share of culinary delights," Julian said, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Moving forward, the fate of these people rests in your hands." "My lord," Howard gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground. Confusion etched on his face as he looked up at Julian, who towered nearly 2 meters tall. "Relax. I do not intend to slaughter you all just yet. I am a merciful demon. Your survival hinges on your ability to please me." Julian spoke with a gentle tone, masking the cruelty of his words. "However, I can always change my mind. After all, I am a demon, and it is not unusual for demons to retract their promises." "Ha ha, do not be frightened. I am merely jesting," Julian teased, giving Howard a light pat on the shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. "My lord, I implore you, cease your intimidation. We servants are at your command," Howard stammered, genuinely perplexed by the intentions of his superior, unsure if Julian would indeed retract his words. "Simply follow my directives, and as long as you satisfy me, you shall all live," Julian concluded with a cold smile, offering no further instructions as he strode away. leaving Howard looking even more haggard. After having frightened Howard with his jest, Julian made his way to the wild creature camp. Adu had yet to fully recover, and other leaders bore wounds. Even the goblin shaman Bobo was barely clinging to life. The lightly injured orc shaman Blair and the wolf leader Wolfhowl were managing the camp. Wolfhowl, still somewhat dispirited, had suffered considerable losses during their recent raid, though they had plundered a fair amount of food and treasure. They had also lost a brother and nearly half of their tribe's strength, rendering their efforts a great loss. Moreover, with Julian's ascension to the Golden Tier, Wolfhowl had decisively chosen to pledge complete allegiance, having not consulted the Grand Shaman. However, it was too late for such deliberations, as the mark of slavery now bound him, stripping him of his freedom. Yet, the wild creature camp offered little of interest, merely a collection of lightly and heavily wounded soldiers. However, the morale remained commendable, bolstered by the fact that their leader Julian had emerged victorious. Their loyalty was also notably high. Naturally, Julian intended to delegate these mundane matters to his subordinates. Framing it as a test, he planned to retain the wild creatures under his command, assigning Bolo and Adu to defend the home front, while the magically transformed Howard undertook the tasks Julian assigned, with Ron serving as his assistant. Although it would have been advantageous to leave Layla or Lia behind, Julian opted to take them along to gain experience, not merely to upgrade, but to engage in battle. As half-demons, they could swiftly accumulate magical energy on the battlefield, and if they survived, they should soon ascend to the Golden Tier. As for the three women, Cynia and her companions, their loyalty was not a concern. However, they still lacked the individual strength and capabilities to stand on their own and would require Julian's guidance to develop further. There were, of course, inherent dangers. But as their master, Julian was bound to take risks, and they would inevitably share in these trials. Should they meet misfortune and perish before him, Julian would mourn for them, for they had shared a bond akin to that of a husband and wife, and he would need to nurture new allies. The town of Great Tree was nearly emptied, with thousands of enslaved humans. Aside from a select few young and beautiful individuals chosen by the benevolent Lord Julian as maids, the rest had been relegated to laborers, but there remained a shortage. The ogre Bolo had even refrained from indulging in theft, having slimmed down considerably to fulfill Julian's orders. Which touched Julian's heart slightly. What a commendable employee. If only all his people exhibited such diligence, he would surely be able to upgrade to a luxury carriage sooner. Recently, Julian had felt the inadequacy of his current carriage and yearned to transform his throne into a flying magical apparatus. Alas, his small faction was yet unable to fulfill such a modest desire, but the future held promise. How delightful. Well, the farming tasks will be entrusted to my subordinates. If they succeed, it will be a testament to my discerning eye for talent. If they fail, they shall be placed upon the grill. Chapter 89. Undermining dignity. The cacophony of cawing crows adds a touch of melancholy to the winter landscape. While the southern regions of the Talia Kingdom enjoy a temperate climate, the northern winters are notably damp and cold. Although winter has only just begun, temperatures have already plunged to levels that are profoundly uncomfortable for the average person. Each year, the harshness of winter costs many impoverished families their loved ones. However, this winter is particularly dire for the people of Dolan County. The chilling winds are no longer merely to be cursed. Those who remain have exhausted their time and energy lamenting the ferocious demons that plague them. Although demons consistently rank high on the list of scorn, they are often overshadowed by the avarice of noblemen and the cunning of merchants. Yet, when demons descend upon the land, they swiftly draw all animosity towards themselves. Most of Dolan County has succumbed to desolation, save for a few isolated strongholds and the southern regions led by Count Andres, which remain unscathed. The once majestic castles of the nobility lie in ruins. Towns and villages have been reduced to ashes, and both nobles and commoners alike have met with merciless slaughter. Corpses have accumulated into foul circles of necromancy, the essence of the abyss steadily corrupting the land, with flora and fauna increasingly becoming monstrous. This is merely the beginning. As time progresses, the land becomes ever more tainted. Once a certain threshold of corruption is reached, the demons' lairs will spontaneously breed swarms of abyssal worms, which, after a brutal struggle, will evolve into lower-tier demons that will emerge from their nests to spread their menace, continuing the cycle of violence to evolve into even more formidable fiends. If the demon horde is not swiftly vanquished, their power will only grow, ultimately reaching a point of despair. Initially, The royal army aimed to hold the demons at bay in northern Dolan County, but circumstances have shifted, and now they can only hope to contain the fiends within Dolan itself. Marshal Bierol and the champion Knight Colder, who had previously refused to fortify the northern line, have now led their remnants out of the besieged fortress, crossing the Arrow River to enter Arrow County. They have been tasked with rallying the nobles and legions of the northern regions to form the Northwest Legion, deploying defenses along the Arrow River to threaten the demons from the flanks. However, it is uncertain whether the demon horde even possesses flanks to contend with. In the face of the chaotic onslaught from the demons, the Talia army has prudently adopted a defensive counterattack, establishing numerous encampments and fortifications throughout southern Dolan County. Infantry shall hold the line while cavalry strikes to intercept the disorganized advance of the demon forces. The Royal Legions have already dispatched over half their strength to the Dolan defenses, supplemented by numerous noble private armies and local militias. Although the quality of these auxiliary forces varies, they remain invaluable for defending the strongholds. Currently, the combined forces at the southern defense of Dolan County exceed 100,000, bolstered by noble private armies and mercenaries summoned from various regions, bringing the total to over 150,000, a number that continues to rise. Furthermore, several knightly orders have also arrived alongside the king, suggesting a stabilizing situation for the Talia kingdom. While the demon army vastly outnumbers the royal forces, their ranks are marked by disorder and infighting, suggesting that their combat capability may not be significantly superior to that of the Talia army. The most pressing issue for the demons is the need for a true commander. Indeed, although the demons have been invading for 2 to 3 months, the disruption of their coordinates and scattered arrival has led to disarray among their original command structure. This confusion resulted in demons in Winston County unexpectedly fracturing into 3 separate assaults, catching both the Talia Kingdom and the Falcon Duchy off guard. Only the Demon Legion heading east through the Tiller Gorge was afforded time to prepare due to the greater distance traveled. However, those battlefronts are too distant for Julian's immediate concern. He remains focused on the offensive and defensive maneuvers within the Talia region, accompanied by his loyal retinue of over 3,000 demons safeguarding the rear flank of the vast demon army. The increase in Julian's forces to over 3,000 is attributed to his consolidation of several smaller demon factions along the way, raising the number of his elite demon generals to 10. When Julian departed from the Great Tree Town, his numbers had dwindled below 2,000. As he journeyed westward, he gathered a few hundred low-tier demons wandering aimlessly, and through persuasive means, he convinced several minor factions to join his cause, including 2 silver-tier demons, a bloodthirsty fiend, and a male serpent demon. With over 3,000 demons, 1,000 pave the way, another 1,000 serve as the rearguard, and the remaining throng around the center, while dozens of flying demons patrol the skies, presenting a formidable sight. At the forefront, 16 towering fiends bear a throne constructed of piled bones, adorned with an array of skulls, and a massive burning skull hangs above the seat, all embellished with intricate gold and silver patterns and gemstones, exuding an aura of both menace and grandeur. Yet, the most striking feature is the demon perched upon the throne, a colossal figure clad in heavy armor that is both extravagant and fearsome, with black and red motifs. The armor is adorned with the skulls of savage beasts, and the partially concealed helmet does little to mask his malevolent visage. The demon rests his elbow on the armrest, his hand supporting his face in a semblance of slumber, while arcs of electricity and flames flicker intermittently around him, revealing the pulsating magic that emanates from his being. In every sense, he embodies the archetype of a formidable villain. That is, unless one were to notice the little girl nestled in the demon's embrace, dressed in an exquisitely crafted blacklight armor. She dozes off in the arms of the demon, her petite form resembling a delicate doll, presenting a stark contrast to the fearsome creature. It somewhat undermines the aura of authority. However, it matters not. A demon cradling a doll remains an intimidating sight. Just in front of the elevated throne, a brass war chariot is drawn by 4 nightmare beasts, a battle banner fluttering atop it, driven by 3 armored women. Sonya, wielding a battle axe, lifts her visor and leans against the chariot, exclaiming in exasperation to her companion, "Sharna, I have never seen such a pompous demon." Cough, cough. The amount of copper melted to create this chariot is simply wasteful. Sonya haughtily straightens her posture, declaring, "Such mere insults do not frighten me." Chapter 90. Shared perspectives amidst the rhythmic sound of footsteps. A nightmare beast traversed the chaos of demons, bearing upon its back a strikingly cold woman clad in dark crimson armor. A long blade hung at her waist, while in her hand she wielded a somewhat unwieldy magical flame whip. As the nightmare beast moved through the throng, those demons possessing intellect recoiled as if from a venomous serpent, indeed, akin to how mortals would shy away from such danger. A few of the lower-ranking, less discerning demons, engrossed in their merriment, would occasionally find themselves struck atop the head by the whip. The formation of the demons, while not entirely reminiscent of a disciplined army, exhibited a significant improvement compared to their previous disarray, albeit still lacking the meticulousness of human military ranks. The woman was none other than Leah, appointed as the military judge, wielding the power of life and death. In recent days, dozens of demons had met their demise at her hands, courtesy of her magical whip, while the count of those who had been whipped exceeded all measure. The demons, it seemed, responded well to such authority, for they were creatures that revered power over virtue. Under Leah's stern command, the demons under Julian's leadership swiftly adapted to a semblance of discipline. Meanwhile, Layla was designated as the vanguard commander, overseeing 4 of the most formidable demon officers along with the strongest soldiers. Additionally, 2 Death Knights served directly under her command, ensuring that as long as they did not encounter a formidable foe of golden rank, the vanguard would be adequately equipped to face any adversary. Julian had no intention of thrusting himself into the heart of the battlefield, becoming mere fodder for war. Yet, he possessed a boldness to seize opportunities amidst the chaos of conflict. The barony of Viscount Beers, situated to the east of Count Andres, was currently under siege by a demon army. The Beers castle, strategically perched upon a hillside, was notably expansive, in contrast to the newly elevated Viscount Labe. Viscount Beers was a veteran among his peers, wielding considerable influence in the southern region of Doran, second only to Count Andres. However, the relationship between Viscount Beers and Count Andres was less than amicable, perhaps owing to the ambitious nature of the Beers family. The demon army posed a formidable challenge to Viscount Beers, recently ascended to golden rank. Should he achieve a significant feat in this conflict, elevation to Count would not be beyond reach. Assisting Viscount Beers in his defense were a cadre of court mages, a cavalry detachment, and an infantry unit dispatched by the king. Yet, Viscount Beers felt disgruntled that command of this military force did not reside with him. The castle was constructed from exceptionally sturdy rock, reportedly designed by a renowned architect and fortified with the involvement of mages from the Magic Academy, capable of withstanding the assault of heavy catapults and dwarf artillery, at least for a limited duration. Though the demons lacked heavy siege weaponry, they compensated with other forms of ranged firepower. At the heart of the demon army stood a colossal magma demon, capable of converting consumed life into magical energy, unleashing devastating lava projectiles that could reach 2 kilometers away, their explosive force exceeding that of dwarf artillery, though somewhat less effective against fortifications. Its accuracy may have been lacking. Nevertheless, the demon commander, a horned creature with 2 pairs of prominent horns upon its forehead, deemed it inconsequential. He believed that a slow bombardment would suffice before commanding the demons to charge forth and slay. The magma demon, with its cumbersome form, found movement challenging, but the area surrounding it was teeming with human captives. By extending its tendrils, it could effortlessly consume those who cried and wailed, sending them into its gaping maw below. Once satiated, it would belch forth sparks, positioning itself for another fiery projectile, which would be launched skyward with a resounding thud, hurtling towards the castle like a meteor. Amidst the booming cacophony, the projectile deviated by mere dozens of meters before striking the castle wall. The front of the castle was shattered by the orange-hued lava bomb, which fragmented into countless fiery shards, scattering in all directions. Regrettably, no infantry were present to capitalize on the debris. The defenders within the castle gazed in terror at the charred crater left in the ground, their hearts heavy with fear as they prayed for divine protection. All women and children had been evacuated to safety, while 3,000 soldiers nearly filled the castle, comprising 1,000 private soldiers from the Beers lands, along with 2,000 royal troops dispatched for support, and a sizable contingent of knights. Among them were several silver-ranked knights and military officers, alongside 2 silver mages and 2 golden-ranked warriors, though they remained vastly outnumbered by the demons outside. Julian and Layla took refuge on a nearby hill, discreetly observing the battlefield, where the view was unobstructed, allowing them to survey the forces within the castle. Of course, the demons had aerial units, rendering such a vantage point somewhat unnecessary. What do you think, Layla? Who will prevail? Yulian, having assumed a smaller humanoid form, inquired after assessing the opposing forces. Without reinforcements, the demons will triumph. If assistance arrives in time, the humans stand a chance, Layla calculated thoughtfully, her military training guiding her judgment. Indeed, your assessment aligns closely with my own. Yulian nodded in agreement, displaying a calm demeanor. He then posed another query. How do you propose we act, Layla? Lowering her gaze, Layla traced a rudimentary map in the dirt with her sword. As a military noble of Doran, she possessed an excellent grasp of the surrounding geography. Master, perhaps we could intercept the human reinforcements, she suggested after a moment's contemplation. Intercept the reinforcements? Yulian raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. That is precisely my line of thought. Now, how shall we execute this ambush? Layla rolled her eyes in response, her blood-red irises reflecting exasperation. The reinforcements will undoubtedly approach from the southwest, likely having departed from Count Andre's territory by now. However, I doubt they will launch an immediate assault. They will likely wait until the demon forces have sustained significant casualties before making their move. Thus, the reinforcements will pause to observe. Here. With a decisive jab at a point on her crude map, Layla caught Yulian's approving nod once more. Just as the mantis catches the cicada, we shall be the hidden sparrow. Acknowledging Yulian's metaphor, Layla nodded in agreement. Yet, we must be wary, for the royal army will likely anticipate an ambush. The troops dispatched for support will certainly be elite forces. Chapter 91. Preparing for the night raid. Although Layla felt that Yulian might have a misunderstanding regarding the concept of righteousness, she hesitated momentarily before choosing to maintain silence. Thus it was decided. However, the ambush must be managed carefully, ensuring that the demons do not prematurely reveal themselves. Yulian swiftly made his decision to ambush the enemy reinforcements with the aid of his allies. Yet, as he contemplated the allies, a sudden thought struck him. After surveying the battlefield, he turned to Layla and inquired whether, after ambushing the human reinforcements, they could possibly. He gestured towards a distant group of demon allies beginning their siege, then pointed decisively, emphasizing his intent. Upon hearing this, Layla's expression grew subtly complex. Yet after a moment's thought, she asked, but that demon army contains 3 golden ranks? 3. No, it is 3 ones. Yulian replied with a sinister smirk as he met Layla's puzzled gaze. As long as we strike while the demons are engaged in the castle, entangled with the defenders, we can take them down one by one. In truth, had it not been for the fact that many of the golden-ranked demons were bound by their generals and lords, their true names restrained, making surrender nearly impossible, Yulian had considered showcasing his talent for recruitment. But would this not offend that powerful demon general? Layla gazed at Yulian in astonishment. Unlike the chaotic infernal demon from before, this horned demon was clearly on a mission, a creature with a master. Blame it on the formidable demon, Lord Satania. I am merely a humble commander executing orders, Yulian resolved. When the time came, he would initiate a surprise attack and then proclaim it was for Lord Satania. Protected by the demon artifact, Yulian felt unperturbed by prophetic spells, confident that as long as he was not apprehended on the spot, he would be fine. As for whether it would implicate anyone else, impossible. My fictitious lord could never truly exist. As for that horned demon, Yulian chuckled. He had grown arrogant, no longer regarding the mid-tier golden demons with any respect. Even against the upper-tier golden, he believed that with his own strength and a modicum of assistance from his demonic eyes, victory was assured. Demons must possess such confidence. To be timid would render them akin to effeminate creatures. At this moment, Yulian completely forgot how much he had previously admired the operational style of demons. Boom. At last, a lava shell struck the castle wall, catching several complacent defenders off guard. In the instant of the explosion, they were engulfed. As debris from the lava shell and fragments of the battlements flew in all directions, resulting in the gruesome demise of over 10 defenders. Amidst the chaos, the cries of the wounded echoed painfully. The soldiers' emotions fluctuated from fear to indifference and back to fear again, akin to a roller coaster. Following the initial hit, the accuracy of the lava shells markedly improved, yet the trajectory was indiscernible, leaving the defenders unable to defend themselves effectively. As the demon army commenced their assault, the defenders, even if they wished to take cover, could do nothing but remain steadfast at their posts, guided by their commanding officers. The siege engines and crossbows atop the walls relentlessly bombarded the attacking demons, while the spellcasting demons retaliated with flames, frost, lightning, and poisons, unleashing a riot of colors in the magical barrage. The cacophony of screams filled the air, as the ranks of demons included numerous spellcasters, alongside a few who could both cast spells and wield blades. Though these demons thrived on their innate talents, the depths of the abyss provided ample resources. And aside from rationality, they lacked nothing, including intellect. However, having intelligence did not necessitate its application. If brute force could resolve a matter, why resort to cleverness? Shaking his head, Yulian quietly departed with Layla, preparing to play the role of the unsuspecting prey. Dear, the ambush at Dole has been set. Should those cowardly humans dare approach, they will surely suffer heavy casualties. The succubus's voice was mature and alluring, even when discussing serious matters, imbued with a hint of seduction. The horned demon cast a sidelong glance at the succubus's beguiling smile and scoffed. Understood. Those foolish humans will certainly be caught unawares by the ambush waiting for them. Darling, you are simply wonderful. The succubus radiated charm, causing even the horned demon commander to relent, and after a moment's reflection, he realized it was still too early for him to take action, allowing a smile to grace his features. The Battle of Beersburg raged from morning until night, with the relentless assault of the demons inflicting significant casualties upon the defenders and damaging the walls considerably. Of course, the demons also suffered heavy losses, with 3 golden-ranked demons attacking simultaneously at one point. Yet ultimately, the defenders managed to hold their ground. As night descended, the demons continued their relentless siege, seemingly determined to breach the castle in one decisive blow. Meanwhile, a cadre of elite cavalry lay in quiet repose in a secluded hollow several kilometers from Beersburg, preparing for their moment. The commanding knight, Aiden, communicated through magical messages to monitor the battlefield, ready to lead 3,000 cavalrymen like arrows piercing the ranks of the attacking demons. Gently polishing the blade of his long sword with a fine cloth, Aiden's eyes reflected the cold gleam of the steel as he prepared to strike at dawn, aiming to plunge into the rear of the demon forces with lance and sword, ending their lives. Wait for me, Alice, he whispered softly, caressing the pendant around his neck, calling upon the name of his beloved, seeking courage from the connection. Around him, the forest rustled with faint sounds, occasionally interrupted by distant calls that quickly faded away. In the dim light of the night, shadows traversed through the woods. Yulian, wielding a whip of demonic fire, coldly observed as demons were bound with ropes and strips, paraded through the forest like prisoners in custody. If they did not take these precautions, the surprise attack would likely be compromised at the outset, and a large human army would be accompanied by mages, not serving as artillery support, but fulfilling various auxiliary roles including communication, reconnaissance, search, and early warning. An ambush laid out on either side of a mountain path would undoubtedly fail. Lacking large-scale concealment spells, Yulian resolved to lead the demon army in a night raid. Chapter 92. The Eye of Annihilation. The dark golden vertical patterns on his forehead flickered intermittently, concealing the demonic eye within. As Yulian's strength grew, his connection with the demonic eye deepened. Although he had yet to master its power, he managed to glean some insights into its origins and capabilities through their mental exchanges. The Eye of Annihilation, damaged state, is a Dominion-level artifact, imbued with the fundamental laws of destruction and ruin, remnants of a fallen ancient demon god. It had lingered at the edge of the cosmos for countless years, unable to escape the void due to a lack of medium. However, at a fortunate and serendipitous moment, it linked with the soul frequency of Yulian from another universe. Theoretically, if Yulian's soul were strong enough, he could draw the eye into his world. Unfortunately, as a mere mortal, Yulian was drawn into the eye's realm in an instant when their souls connected. Subsequently, utilizing Yulian as a conduit, the eye successfully entered the abyss, the most accessible realm for infiltration. Moreover, thanks to Yulian's insignificant soul, the eye was able to evade the detection of formidable demon gods. In return, Yulian received the eye's protection and assistance. The eye aided him in becoming a powerful being, while Yulian assisted in restoring its form. Given the eye's lack of malevolence, Yulian generously overlooked its unilateral decision to draw him into this chaos. Indeed, even if he wished to hold it accountable, he found himself powerless to do so, at least for the present. After concluding their routine exchange, Yulian felt an increase in his affinity with the eye, which lifted his spirits considerably. Gazing at the distant cavalry camp shrouded in the night, his mood brightened further. Although the forces were equal at 3,000 against 3,000, a night assault would diminish the cavalry's effectiveness. Comprised primarily of Bronze-tier Ranger Knights and Black Iron-tier Squire Cavalry, these elite horsemen could only unleash their full potential during a high-speed charge. Yulian was determined not to grant them the opportunity to form up for a charge. With a pair of demonic wings unfurled, his 2-meter-tall figure transformed into a fearsome 3-meter-tall demon, the black and red armor expanding accordingly. Following his plunder of Count Raves' territory, Yulian had set about crafting a new suit of armor, primarily using dark steel and demon bone, complemented by a small piece of fine gold and several other precious materials. The resulting demonic plate armor achieved an outstanding level, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities alongside various additional effects. The armor's size could be adjusted to fit Yulian's physique, and it possessed high resistance to both dark and fire attributes. Enhanced with foul incantations, it could withstand mid-tier divine attacks and partially mitigate damage from high-tier spells. Furthermore, it featured a rudimentary self-repair capability, allowing for the restoration of minor damages without Yulian's intervention. Other effects, such as intimidation and presence, need not be detailed. In short, it was exceedingly impressive. With such a striking presence, Yulian's subordinates naturally shared in his glory, their morale bolstered while the enemy's intimidation waned. On the battlefield, he stood as the most dazzling figure. "Sir Aiden, you are still awake, I presume?" An aged voice jolted Aiden from his reverie. The tent flaps were drawn aside, revealing a robust elder with graying hair. The old man's demeanor was grave, prompting Aiden's expression to grow serious. "Priest Jero, what troubles you?" "Aiden Knight, I sense an unsettling presence." "No, it is a profound anxiety," Priest Jero replied after a moment's contemplation. "I apologize, though the eye of vigilance has not sounded an alarm. I feel danger approaching. This could be a warning from our Lord. Could you rouse the soldiers to prepare for battle?" Aiden furrowed his brow, regarding the elder with a serious tone. "Priest Jero, please understand that we are set to launch an attack at dawn. If we awaken the soldiers now, it will severely deplete their energy. Without concrete intelligence, I fear I cannot." The elder's expression turned increasingly anxious. However, mere intuition lacked persuasive power. Perhaps if he involved the accompanying mages, there might be a chance, yet given their arrogance, persuading them would likely prove more challenging than convincing Aiden. "Please trust me, Sir Aiden. I assure you on my honor, danger, demonic danger, is drawing near. Awakening the soldiers now may exhaust them, but if demons arrive unprepared, it could lead to our annihilation," the elder urged, his voice quickening with urgency. Aiden, brow furrowed, hesitated before rising. The elder was a highly respected priest, albeit lacking in the aptitude to ascend to the golden tier, yet he commanded deep respect, not least from Aiden himself. "I will bear all consequences," Priest Jero stated firmly. Aiden nodded gravely and turned to summon his knights and officers. Just then, haraha! A cacophony of raucous laughter erupted, followed by a piercing alarm and the sound of explosions. Attack! An aerial assault. The once dark camp, shrouded in light control, was awakened by the clamor. The alarm's illumination and the fiery explosions brightened the area, while the whinnies of warhorses and the frantic movements of soldiers plunged the camp into chaos. Simultaneously, the eye of vigilance, set around the camp, was triggered by the demons' surprise assault, prompting the pent-up demons to eagerly unleash their wooden sticks, ropes, and projectile balls. Howling with exhilaration, although the demons charged chaotically and without order, their frenzy in the night was terrifying. Unfortunately for them, the point at which they activated the eye was still a distance from the cavalry camp, preventing an immediate breach. Yulian understood this well, and his objective was to buy time for the demons, creating further disorder within the cavalry camp. Wielding the powers of thunder and flame, Yulian wreaked havoc above the camp, and upon ascending to a higher tier, he could not only hover, but also fly swiftly at low altitudes. With his enormous wings unfurled, his heavy form glided gracefully through the air, akin to a bomber. Each dive unleashed fireballs and bolts of lightning, igniting vast swathes of flammable materials, while the camp's crossbow counterattacks proved utterly ineffective against him. In contrast, the horde of winged demons and bat demons accompanying Yulian, along with his air commander Meyer and another bloodthirsty demon, seemed almost comically out of place amidst the chaos. Chapter 93. The aesthetic of demons. The bloodthirsty demon represents an evolution of the bat demon. If the bat demon resembles a colossal bat, the bloodthirsty demon embodies the transformation of a bat into a monstrous entity, its size increased 2- or 3-fold, more robust and powerful, with sharpened claws and fangs. It also masters terrifying sonic shrieks and blood-poisoning techniques. However, the bloodthirsty demon does not wield weapons, typically operating in tandem with the giant winged demon. While both possess early aerial assault capabilities, their physique falls short compared to their melee counterparts of the same tier, rendering them only slightly superior to the magical demons. In comparison to Yulian, it is akin to the distinction between an antiquated light attack aircraft and a modern fighter bomber. Overall, the attention of all present on the battlefield is drawn toward Yulian. Awoken abruptly from slumber, many knights and cavalrymen found themselves unarmored, making them vulnerable to sudden assaults by demons that seemed to materialize from nowhere. The demon's skin, akin to varying grades of armor, alongside their claws and fangs as weapons, rendered the unarmed humans as defenseless as if stripped of their own claws and fangs. Demons, a voice filled with rage roared, preceding a meteoric enchanted arrow that shot directly at Yulian. Raising his hand, Yulian seized the enchanted arrow aimed at him and curiously gazed at its source. A golden tier knight clad in plate armor, glaring at him with bow in hand. Although the knight's archery skills were exceptional, even surpassing those of typical silver tier archers, the range was somewhat prohibitive. Examining the enchanted arrow, which bore the runes of armor piercing, sharpness, and demon slaying, Yulian concluded that even such a formidable projectile would struggle to penetrate his current plate armor. Meanwhile, a lean and haughty middle-aged mage stealthily scrutinized Yulian from the shadows. This golden tier demon, for reasons unknown, commanded both thunder and flame magic effortlessly, making him a formidable adversary. It appears he is not to be trifled with. Had it not been for his trepidation, the middle-aged mage would have acted long ago. If he inadvertently attracted Yulian's attention, he had no confidence in his ability to escape. At that moment, the demons finally reached the outskirts of the encampment. With raucous cries, the demons, under the guidance of 6 melee champions, traversed the traps set outside the camp, surmounting or breaching the camp walls to invade within. Although chaos reigned inside the camp, some knights, clad in armor and accompanied by their attendants, formed ranks to confront the flood of demons pouring in. Block these scoundrels. I shall adorn my estate with the heads of demons. A burly knight, reminiscent of a bear, rallied the spirits of his comrades. The physique of silver tier knights indeed rivaled that of a grizzly bear, complemented by their high combat prowess and indomitable will. For the kingdom, the Steelbreaker Knights. Slay those demons. With these knights as their core, the attendant cavalry clad in plate chain armor chanted for the kingdom and the knightly order, exhorting the death of demons. The panic of the midnight ambush was dispelled by a surge of fervent pride. The officers and soldiers among the cavalry were equally inspired, and some warriors, who had not donned their armor in time, hastily grabbed makeshift weapons to join the rapidly forming ranks. Brave warriors, the Mother of Earth shields you. The sacred light radiated as Priest Jiro, accompanied by church priests and clerics, donned chain armor and wielded weapons such as flails, calling out prayers while casting divine spells to bolster the soldiers with various protections. Layla frowned as she observed the enemy's formation taking shape, while her own demons failed to execute her orders accurately upon breaching the camp. Initially, she had commanded the 6 melee demon officers to lead their subordinates in relentless assaults, avoiding the temptation of slaughter and instead creating chaos among the enemy. However, since entering the camp, the demons had entirely disregarded her commands, engrossed in the carnage, even squabbling among themselves, oblivious to the gathering enemy forces nearby. These fools, even the most disorganized rabble behaves better than they do. Frustrated, Layla turned to Leah. Leah, you take command. I will lead the undead troops. Then, with great severity, she addressed the awaiting fire demon and poison demon. Take your subordinates and advance. Unleash all your spells upon those congregated humans. Now, at once. Should you fail again, I shall have our master sever your heads. Layla, go ahead. If these imbeciles dare to falter, they need not our master. I will be the one to behead them first. Leah cast a disdainful glance at the disobedient group. Following Yulian's advancement, the strength of her direct subordinates, the demonesses, had also been enhanced. Should Yulian ascend to godhood, the immense magical power infused in their souls would elevate their bloodlines and magical prowess, potentially augmenting their strength to legendary or even demigod levels. Even now, if one were to make a comparison, Yulian could be likened to a hero level, while they stood at an elite level, with beings like Berg merely at the rank of leaders. Moreover, Leah's coldness and severity had left a profound impression on all demons over the past days. Indeed, even a powerhouse like Berg had been thoroughly disciplined. Who could claim that demons lacked memory? They were quite wary of the whip. Thus, in the eyes of these demons, Leah was undoubtedly second only to Yulian, commanding both respect and awe, while also being regarded as the most beautiful among the demonesses, excluding the succubus, whose allure was innate. The prevailing aesthetic among demons favored those who were both formidable and striking, fearsome yet handsome, and brutal yet respected. The second most beautiful was Layla. Though she spoke little and rarely engaged in combat, she was known for her cold decisiveness, earning the unwavering admiration of the demons. In contrast, the remaining Sharna and her companions garnered little respect, as they seldom fought or killed demons, lacking the necessary ruthlessness to impress their peers. Their meager esteem stemmed primarily from their association with Yulian, marked by the aura of demonic essence. Of course, another striking figure was Rihanna, as she was Yulian's favored companion, akin to a fox trailing a great tiger. The foolish little demons may not grasp this, yet most of the ascended demons understood the implication. "Hey Layla, what about us?" Sonya, one of the demonist quartet, inquired. After a moment's thought, Layla replied, "You all take your combat handmaidens and stand by, or intercept those fleeing soldiers. It will serve as good practice, but try to avoid casualties." Chapter 94. Cat and Mouse. The combat maids serve as the preparatory cadre for witches, currently numbering just over a dozen, pure and charming maidens. However, their ascension to full-fledged witches remains contingent upon rigorous trials. Despite being exquisite beauties, these girls pale in comparison to Sharna and her companions. Furthermore, with Yulian's stature on the rise, the standards for his witches have escalated correspondingly. Not only must witches be ranked hierarchically, but even those aspiring to become witches are subjected to a selection process, which is, of course, compulsory. Rejection is not an option. Upon selection, these combat maids receive a magical sigil resembling a maid tattooed on their lower abdomen, signifying their status as preparatory witches. They also gain minor enhancements in magical power, enabling further training. Although the significance of this enigmatic sigil eludes them, they understand that they now belong to Yulian. These combat maids, in addition to studying various maidly subjects, undergo extensive combat training and accompany the demonic army, leading a life that is both exhilarating and perilous. They are diligent and anxious, fearing that any shortcomings in their training might lead to their untimely demise at the hands of the demons. At this juncture, the dozen or so combat maids have advanced to the bronze tier, and due to their magical enhancements, they have retained their graceful forms. Considering that these combat maids have yet to experience the battlefield, Layla permits Sharna and her companions to take them outside the camp for preliminary exercises. After assigning the task, Layla leads her undead troops into action. Two of her undead knights, one named Moore and the other Callie, are knights of the baronial rank. Having resisted death, Yulian reconstituted their souls and corpses into silver-tier undead knights. Additionally, there are over 100 skeletal cavalrymen who can only mobilize at night. Previously, they would find refuge during the day and pursue the army at night. However, as midnight has arrived, the skeletal cavalry can now be deployed. Layla guides her undead forces along the safe passage established by the demons, charging towards the clustered infantry and cavalry. The fiery demon, Moberge, and the poisonous demon did not falter this time. The two silver-tier demons, accompanied by hundreds of bronze-tier spell-casting demons, unleashed their full magical arsenal: flames, poison, ice, arcs of electricity, and an array of chaotic mid-tier spells, all crashing down upon the assembled infantry and cavalry. The explosive magic illuminated the dark night sky with a kaleidoscope of colors, casting an eerie glow that offered no sense of security, particularly for the cavalrymen struck by the spells. "Steady. Do not panic. Do not falter." Priest Jiro shook his dazed head, still clutching a shattered shield, his rare-grade plate armor marred by burn marks. Without the protective spells of their own mages, the cavalry was left in disarray, their formation crumbling as hundreds of brave warriors lay dead or severely wounded, with the remaining fighters sustaining significant injuries. Even more terrifying were the skeletal cavalrymen, seemingly risen from the underworld. Jiro uttered a pained groan, then called out to his deity, raising his warhammer as he charged toward the malevolent knight clad in dark plate armor. Perish, fiend! With an icy indifference, Layla advanced with her undead forces, effortlessly dispatching the obstructing demons. She struck down several dazed demons attempting to retaliate. The chaos among the human cavalry was palpable. Amidst the scattered ranks, the bodies, some charred, others decayed or frozen, littered the ground. The living were torn between fleeing, resisting, or remaining dazed from the explosions. Yet, they soon fell beneath the blades and hooves of the undead cavalry, devoid of passionate cries, only the anguished wails of the dying and the bitter lamentations of the vanquished. The impact of the undead knights and skeletal cavalry may not have equaled the valor of those they pierced, yet the cavalry had transformed into infantry. Many horses perished in the flames, some scattered into the night, while others charged recklessly, causing further casualties among their ranks. Layla, cold and resolute, wielded her heavy thorned lance with ease, piercing and smashing through her foes as if strolling through a garden, effortlessly wielding the 4-meter-long weapon. None could withstand her onslaught. Not even the silver-haired priest or the burly knight, who were impaled through the chest, their bodies discarded like refuse. Upon slaying her enemies, the thorned lance erupted with arcane light, forcibly extracting the souls of the fallen from their lifeless bodies. The vengeful souls, seemingly cursing and roaring, enveloped Layla in a chilling embrace, yet they could not harm her. Instead, they followed her, like phantoms consumed by a tiger, turning against their former comrades. As the demons, led by Lia, surged forward, the battle neared its conclusion. Victory was assured. The remnants of the cavalry, save for a few who had fled early on horseback, faced an inevitable demise. Although Yulian did not focus on the battlefield, he directed a fraction of his attention there. Witnessing the tide of battle shift in his favor, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Before Yulian, the battered knight Aiden felt despondent. The demons before him were terrifying, and had they not toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, he likely would have perished long ago. One hand wielded a whip of magical flames. The other clutched a decapitating sword, accompanied by Julian's raging fire, leading some to believe he was a fire demon himself. However, fire demons were of legendary status, and Yulian was far from their level, merely possessing the moniker of a lesser fire demon. Interestingly, the decapitating sword in his hand had been reforged from the blade of the fire demon, Stan, and it felt exceptionally comfortable to wield, a curious twist of fate. Seemingly growing weary of the game, Yulian ceased his mockery. The magical flame whip erupted in a blaze, striking the weary Aiden and sending him sprawling. The knight's precious armor was now severely damaged. Aiden's vision blurred as he struggled to rise, the dented armor constricting his chest, while internal bleeding forced blood and fragments of flesh from his mouth. He reached for the pendant gifted by his beloved, but his fingers grasped only emptiness. Panic surged through him as blood obscured his vision, and his desperate gaze finally landed on the broken chain of the pendant not far away. Chapter 95. The shining demon spear. Eden, with staggering steps, rose to his feet, disregarding the blade that loomed before him, and struggled forward for 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, reaching out for the gem pendant that lay quietly before him. With a sharp crack, Yulian crushed Eden's hand beneath his foot, then bent down to retrieve the pendant, his colossal demonic hand grasping it, as if it were but a mere being. "Return it to me." Eden coughed up blood, straining to glare at Yulian, his eyes aflame with hatred for the demon. Alas, the pain of love is most profound. Do you not know the saying, "A heart devoid of women draws the sword with natural grace"? Yulian taunted the wounded knight, embodying the most vile of villains. Eden, taken aback, glared at the demon with renewed fury. "Damn you, demon! I shall never permit you to harm Alice. The Lord of Justice will purge all you fiends." Shaking his head, Yulian feigned innocence. "Oh, I merely wished to assist you." "How rude of you." With a smug smile, Yulian raised the beheading sword, poised to strike, when suddenly, an equally deranged and malevolent laughter erupted around him. Yulian paused, bewildered, for he had not been the source of that laughter. Turning to investigate, he beheld a golden-tiered demon, half human and half scorpion, charging into the camp with wild abandon, slaughtering all in its path, be they human or demon, all while cackling like a madman. What is happening? Where did this mad demon come from? Yulian had no time to toy with his prey. He swiftly severed Eden's head and forcibly extracted the soul. Quickly, he stowed both the head and pendant into a dimensional pouch hidden within his armor, a pouch that, though small, was quite valuable, a trinket from Count Rape. The Count had a penchant for collecting such non-lethal items, which ultimately benefited Yulian. Having completed his task, Yulian turned to confront the despicable demon that had dared to attack his allies. Following the golden tier scorpion demon's entrance were a dozen silver tier scorpions and thousands of various insect-like demons, who immediately unleashed a frenzy of slaughter. Caught off guard, Yulian's demonic subordinates suffered severe casualties, while the leading scorpion demon proved utterly unstoppable. Although Yulian had a silver tier scorpion among his ranks, it swiftly turned tail and fled upon encountering the battle scorpion demon. Aside from one crazed demon that charged bravely forward only to be shredded by the battle scorpion, the rest of the demons scrambled to evade the new menace. Layla, having just crushed the human resistance, felt a surge of bloodlust in her eyes. She spurred her mount forward, accompanied by her undead cavalry, charging toward the unrestrained battle scorpion. The undead riders, devoid of the need for morale boosting, followed Layla's lead into the fray. In the burning encampment, the air was thick with the essence of vengeful spirits, their chilling presence undeterred by the flames. Layla, accompanied by the souls of the fallen, guided her bloodthirsty and valiant infernal steed, the thorned lance shimmering with blood and demonic light, aimed at the enemy. Even if that enemy was a golden tier demon, the silent knights charged fearlessly, their fates intertwined with the thrust of their lances, while they swung their twin greatswords like a whirlwind of death, annihilating all within reach. The scorpion's lower body wielded its pincers, tearing apart every creature it ensnared, devouring the remains. After a frenzied bout of slaughter, the battle scorpion's insatiable bloodlust was momentarily sated, yet it craved more, far more. Having endured the day underground, the bloodthirsty scorpion demon had reached its breaking point, needing to unleash its pent-up rage through death, indifferent to whether its victims were human or demon. The steed trampled the ground, breaking through obstacles, as the lance coalesced with a dragon-like demonic light. In that moment, Layla fought not just for Yulian, but also to prove that she was not a cowardly woman. Shining thorn lance, penetrate my enemies. With a thunderous crash, a shockwave erupted, accompanied by the anguished cry of the warhorse. A great sword spiraled through the air, impaling a nearby insect demon and leaving it skewered on the ground. Layla was thrown backward, her damaged armor scattering fragments as she collided with a skeletal rider in a burning tent, tumbling several times before finally halting. You've harmed Dole, you bastard. I shall consume you piece by piece. The battle scorpion demon roared with crimson eyes, grasping the thorned lance that had pierced its chest where the great sword had been deflected. Ignoring the gushing demonic blood, it wrenched the lance free, then swung its sword to crush the advancing undead cavalry. The demon's massive pincers smashed the skeletal steed into fragments. Just as the battle scorpion lunged at Layla, a barrage of explosive fireballs struck, engulfing it in a violent explosion. Yet, amidst the flames, the battle scorpion remained unscathed, albeit with numerous burns and lacerations on its demonic hide. Furious, the battle scorpion looked up to see a hulking demon, radiating lightning and fire, descending slowly. The demon's eyes burned with rage, amplifying its menacing presence. Even in its fury, the battle scorpion felt a flicker of unease and fear, but it swiftly cast those feelings aside, consumed by its desire to kill. Unlike earlier, Yulian now felt a profound wrath, not merely due to Layla's injury, but as an affront to his authority. As he succumbed further to his demonic nature, a tempest of rage surged within him, intensifying his already formidable power. Both the undead cavalry and the insect demons fled in terror, driven by a primal instinct, leaving only the equally enraged battle scorpion to face Yulian. Dole will have your head. The battle scorpion, nearly equal in height to Yulian, bellowed fiercely as it charged, brandishing its cursed great sword high before swinging it down with ferocity. Yulian, grinning wickedly, raised his beheading sword with one hand, radiant with lightning and dark energy, as the two blades clashed in a cacophonous explosion. Chapter 96, Battle in the Woods, combined. Lady Senia, shall we just remain here? A red-haired girl clad in half-steel armor and wielding a long spear inquired softly, approaching Senia. Senia leaned lazily against a tree stump, squinting her eyes as she replied with a slight hum. What? Do you wish to rush forth to your demise? The red-haired girl averted her gaze, awkwardly chuckling. Of course. I do not wish for death. I merely desire to serve my master. Senia, intrigued by her words, opened her eyes wide and inspected the girl from head to toe, a smirk forming on her lips. Huh, who would have thought you were so loyal? You're nearly catching up to me. However, attempting to earn your place in your master's bed through achievements is futile, you. Meeting the girl's eager gaze, Sania wagged her finger and poked her sharply in the chest. As the girl gasped in surprise, Sania said languidly, "Your chest is too small. It makes things quite difficult." The red-haired girl's expression soured as she looked down, unable to resist touching her chest. It wasn't too small per se, though it appeared flat due to her armor. Without it, and dressed in a maid outfit, she would indeed have a commendable figure. Yet, the idea of comparing herself to Sania's ample form, accentuated by her specially crafted armor, left her feeling somewhat despondent. Come now, don't be so downcast. Given our master's vanity, who knows when you might find yourself in his bed? But why are you so eager? Many maids tend to avoid the master, fearing he might devour them, Sania mused. Curiosity piqued as she adjusted her battle axe and sat upright. It's nothing really. It's just our master is extraordinarily handsome and immensely powerful. He can easily crush even the highest-ranking nobles beneath his feet, the red-haired girl continued, her demeanor shifting to one of strange admiration. As she spoke, her arms wrapped around her spear, hands clasped over her chest, her eyes sparkling with longing, causing Sania to shiver involuntarily. Yet, Sania found the girl's gaze unsettling, a blend of worship and obsession, akin to being under a spell. Indeed, our master has said that only through immense power can one govern their own fate. All life's adversities stem from a lack of strength. If only I could possess even a fraction of his power. The red-haired girl continued, fervently recounting the master's speeches, as if she were a devout follower studying her faith's tenets. Sania, now slightly restless, found herself bewildered by the girl's earnestness. She wore a strained smile, pretending to comprehend and agree with her sentiments. Do people truly take such nonsensical rhetoric to heart? Sania thought, dismissing the master's speeches and the doctrines of the Fate Church as mere drivel that could easily induce sleep. Of course, she dared not voice such thoughts. For how could she, a prominent saintess of the Fate Church, be oblivious to the teachings? But what does it matter? Surely, I am not the only one. As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of panic washed over her. Perhaps, just perhaps, she was the only one who didn't remember. Layla, Leah, and even little Jean could recite the tome titled Julian's Struggle by heart. And even Sharna and Sivia seemed to have perused it extensively, though Sivia did so quietly, while Sharna read with derisive laughter. Lady Sania, is it true that our master once single-handedly slew an adult green dragon at the Silver Tier? The red-haired girl asked, skepticism creeping into her tone, yet leaning towards belief given their master's might. Sania's lips twitched in amusement, almost bursting into laughter, but reason quelled her impulse, leaving her gaze wandering ahead as she nodded absent-mindedly. Wow! The other maids, having gathered nearby, gasped in unison, astonished that the rumors held truth. Their master was indeed remarkable. However, a few maids turned away, their expressions betraying disbelief and disdain, while others harbored resentment, for Yulian was the very instrument of devastation in the rave territory, and many survivors bore grudges against him. Nevertheless, Yulian paid no heed to such animosities. What did it matter? They would ultimately submit, and once marked by the demonic sigils, there would be no escape for them. Enough chatter. Someone is approaching, Sharna called softly from her perch in the trees. At her warning, the maids cast aside their thoughts and swiftly took up arms, preparing for battle. Sania exhaled in relief, hastily grasping her battle axe as she readied her subordinates for confrontation. The dozen combat maids were not organized into a mage formation. They merely divided themselves into 3 groups: shield-bearers, assault, and archers. Jean, following Sivia, was eager to prove herself and earn her master's praise, accustomed to bloodshed despite her youth. The middle-aged mage, hastening through the woods with his entourage, suddenly halted, his expression tense as he observed the path ahead. Although Yulian had engaged in battle within the camp, Meyer and his air force were still prowling both inside and outside the encampment, especially along the more conspicuous routes, where demons would relentlessly pursue them. Thus, the mage wisely chose to retreat under the cover of the trees, only to fortuitously encounter a squad of training maids. Whoosh! Several arrows shot forth, but veered off course just before reaching the middle-aged mage, embedding themselves in nearby trees or the ground. An ambush! A silver-tiered shield-bearing guard quickly stepped in front of the middle-aged mage, not out of negligence, but because the mage, moving with swiftness granted by a spell, had inadvertently stumbled into the trap. Damn it, these demons are as cunning as devils. The mage seethed, a mix of fury and fear coursing through him. After all, even Aiden, the kingdom's knight of the gold tier, had been utterly powerless against the ferocious demon. Who could say what manner of foe awaited him now? Fortunately, the mage soon discerned the nature of his impediments through his spells, and an expression of confusion crossed his face. A silver-tiered shield maiden stood at the forefront, flanked by 4 bronze-tiered warriors wielding blades and shields. Following them were 4 more warriors, armed with spears, polearms, greatswords, and battle axes, among which one was a silver-tiered warrior. Additionally, a small girl brandishing a battle flag performed a protective spell, seemingly imbued with fervor and zeal, causing the middle-aged mage's fear to dissipate. They were merely a handful of women. As more arrows loosed, most were deflected by the shield bearers, with one narrowly surpassing the mage only to be deflected by his protective armor. Seeking death, are we? A glimmer of malice flickered in the mage's eyes as he gestured to a nearby silver-tiered swordsman, bestowing upon him protective and agility spells, commanding him to charge and cleave through the opposition. Then, the mage directed 3 bronze-tiered apprentices to initiate a probing attack. The trio began chanting spells in unison, unleashing a volley of 15 magical projectiles, akin to bullets, swiftly propelled towards their foes. The magical projectiles launched by these apprentices, while capable of penetrating unenchanted plate armor within a distance of 10 meters, faltered beyond that range. 15 energy missiles swiftly traversed over 20 meters, striking against a shield reinforced with steel. Amidst the cacophony of thuds, the shield-bearing maidens, after a moment of trepidation, discovered that their defenses remained intact. The energy missiles had failed to breach their shield. They exhaled a sigh of relief and, under the leadership of Sivia, bravely advanced forward. Meanwhile, a lone greatsword warrior had already charged ahead, and with a sharp cry, Sivia surged forth to intercept him, while the 4 maidens flanked Sivia, encircling the greatsword warrior. The middle-aged mage revealed a trace of satisfaction, seizing the opportunity to unleash a prepared spell. A fireball materialized rapidly, hurtling towards Sonia and her companions as they charged forward. Just as the fireball took shape in the mage's hands, Sharna, who had remained passive until now, suddenly released an arrow imbued with magic. The enchanted arrow sliced through the battlefield with remarkable speed, striking the fireball with pinpoint accuracy. The magical energy attached to the arrow triggered an explosion, akin to a firebomb detonating, sending shockwaves and searing flames erupting outward. The first to bear the brunt of this explosion was the nearest shield-bearer, who was violently propelled away. His heavy shield shattering, fragments of armor scattered, and the stench of charred flesh filling the air. Following him was the middle-aged mage, who, fortunately, was clad in mage armor. Yet, the ferocity of the blast quickly depleted his protective gear. A ring on the mage's finger glimmered with light before conjuring a new layer of mage armor, this time remaining intact. The 3 apprentices trailing the middle-aged mage were also thrown back by the explosion, their fates uncertain. However, Sonia leaped into action, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her robust physique, augmented by the mark of the demon bull, rendered her as formidable as a humanoid beast. Like an enraged bull, Sonia charged forth, her battle axe shimmering with magical energy as she swung it down. The middle-aged mage had just cast stone skin on himself, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he beheld the magical glow emanating from Sonia's axe. "Cursed be you, hounds of demons," he exclaimed, hastily unfurling a scroll that conjured a web, ensnaring Sonia, before he leapt back with the agility of an elf, enhanced by a spell of lightness. At that moment, 3 enchanted arrows struck the mage, exploding upon impact, their dark magic swiftly eroding his protective spell. Meanwhile, Jean, stationed at the rear, hurled a fire spell at Sonia under Sharna's command, igniting the web that ensnared her. In a panic, Sonia summoned her strength, breaking free from the burning web, and charged toward the middle-aged mage, flames licking at her form. The middle-aged mage found himself hindered by the relentless magical arrows, unable to make a swift retreat, and could only watch in horror as Sonia raised her axe to strike. In a moment of desperation, he could not rely on his stone skin to withstand her blow. With a flash from another ring on his finger, he cast a gust of wind to obstruct Sonia while attempting to flee. "Damn it, Why are there so many spells? Sonia seethed in rage, summoning the mark of the demon bull, an ethereal bull appearing alongside her, crashing through the wind barrier and colliding with the middle-aged mage. With a thunderous strike, her enchanted axe descended upon him, and the mage, caught off guard as he retrieved another scroll, was cleaved in two from shoulder to waist. The bloodied scroll fell to the ground, and Sonia, exhaling deeply, removed her faceplate, feeling utterly drained, her enchanted plate armor marred by burns. At this moment, Sivia had already dispatched the greatsword warrior and rushed over to check on Sonia for injuries. Soon after, Sharna and Jean arrived with their comrades. What shall we do with the 3 apprentice mages? Sivia inquired, observing that the apprentices were gravely wounded but still alive. Dispose of them. Their injuries render them of no value, Sharna replied indifferently. Sivia nodded in agreement, both women unaware of the subtle transformation within themselves. Meanwhile, Sonia, brimming with enthusiasm, began to remove the middle-aged mage's ring and dimensional handring. Noticing Sharna and Sivia's gaze upon her, she raised an eyebrow and quickly declared, "This mage was slain by me, and the spoils are rightfully mine." Subsequently, Sonia gifted a ring adorned with a green gemstone to Jean. "Little Nana, this is a gift from your sister." "Thank you, Sister Sonia," Jean responded sweetly, her commendable performance eliciting a sense of pride in Sonia. Chapter 97. The resurrection of the fallen. The tumultuous battle had transformed the arena into a desolate expanse of death. The war scorpion demon, though colossal in stature, moved with remarkable agility, its 6 legs propelling it forward with impressive speed. Armed with a massive sword, it relentlessly swung down upon its foes, its pincers striking like hammers, while its tail lashed out with deadly precision. The ferocity of its assaults was awe-inspiring, creating the illusion that it was overwhelming Yulian. Yet, in truth, is that all you've got? Pathetic. Yulian, wielding his sword with one hand, effortlessly deflected every attack from the war scorpion demon. With his other hand, he lashed his magical whip against the creature, leaving behind gruesome scorch marks. The taunting laughter only fueled the demon's fury, as its sword and pincers continued their frenzied assault. Yet they could not graze Yulian even slightly. "How disappointing," Yulian scoffed, the dark golden runes etched upon his forehead shimmering with an ominous glow. "Are you ready to meet your demise?" With that, Yulian's magic eye abruptly opened, radiating with a brilliant light, while his magical wings unfurled behind him. The power of thunder surged through these wings, spreading like countless silver serpents within a radius of several dozen meters, engulfing the area in a fierce tempest of lightning. The war scorpion demon found itself ensnared, unable to move amidst the crackling electricity. As Yulian felt the destructive energy of the thunder coursing through him, it was akin to 1,000 blades piercing his being, provoking an intense pain. Yet, rather than crying out, he erupted into wild laughter as a means to alleviate his suffering. An immense reservoir of magical energy transformed into destructive lightning, and with a swift stroke of his sword, a multitude of electric serpents followed in a frenzied dance. The sword's gleam, propelled by the power of thunder, reached unparalleled speeds. In an instant, the air was filled with a dazzling array of electric sword shadows. The war scorpion demon, trapped and unable to resist, was swiftly obliterated. Had Yulian not been preoccupied with his greed, there would have been nothing left of the demon but a mere specter. Its soul, head, a broken sword, a tail, and 2 pincers lay scattered across the charred ground. Once he reigned in his magical power, Yulian felt a surge of blood vessels throbbing at his temples. The magical eye that had manifested seemed to vanish without a trace, and waves of pain reverberated within him, ravaged by the thunder. However, there was a silver lining. His control over electricity had become more refined and adept. Unlike conventional mages who relied on fixed forms of spells, Yulian grasped the essence of thunder and flame, allowing him to manipulate them with fluidity. Exhaling a breath imbued with electric sparks, Yulian opened his eyes, revealing a sapphire glow that flickered brightly before dissipating into nothingness. He checked the contents of his dimensional pouch, relieved to find everything intact. After gathering the spoils of victory, he turned his gaze to the battlefield, where the insect demons had been decimated by the counteroffensive of his own forces, with only a few remaining to be captured. Layla appeared gravely injured. Yet Yulian was pleasantly surprised to observe that she was on the brink of an advancement. Her fierce willpower, forged in the crucible of battle, served as a testament to her impending ascension to the golden tier. The only aspects she lacked were the accumulation of magical energy and physical prowess. But he was undeterred. Yulian could infuse some of his magic into Layla. A few more infusions would suffice to bolster her powers. With her will and newfound magic, her physical form would soon be fortified, enabling her to ascend to the golden tier swiftly. Cradling the weakened Layla in his arms, Yulian glanced at the approaching demon warhorse, which, despite its injuries, exhibited a remarkable instinct to tend to its master. Mounting the demon steed amidst the cheers of his fellow demons, Yulian proclaimed their victory. "Master, Dor is dead." The succubus's face was grave as she addressed her master, a golden tier horned demon and the commander of this demonic army. "The scorpion is dead? Huh. What a fool. He should have let me ambush those human cavalry." The speaker was not the commanding horned demon, but a striking four-armed serpent demon, clad in simple armor that barely concealed her ample bosom, each arm wielding a long blade. While these golden tier female serpent demons were adept at commanding armies, they thrived on bloodshed and held no loyalty to their comrades. Even their male consorts often remained overlooked. The horned demon commander wore an ominous expression. Although he had received news of Dor's demise, the specifics were still shrouded in mystery, causing him to hesitate regarding the continuation of the siege. "My lord, should we not temporarily halt the assault and investigate how Dor met his end?" inquired another golden tier terror demon. "No, we must attack immediately, seize the castle completely, and then confront those audacious humans. If we pause, the human reinforcements will arrive, making the castle even more challenging to take," the serpent demon retorted, her reasoning holding some merit. After a moment's contemplation, the horned demon commander declared, "You too shall continue the siege, striving to breach the castle before dawn. I will leave a portion of our demons to stand guard, while sending some winged demons to scout the numbers of those who killed Dor." Once the serpent and terror demons departed to fulfill their orders, the horned demon quickly dispatched over 100 winged demons for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Yulian was far from idle. After administering healing and infusing magic into Layla, he proceeded to construct a new altar, preparing to summon a substantial number of undead cavalry for temporary use. Given the damage to the corpses, Yulian estimated he could summon no more than 1,000 undead cavalry, most likely one-time summons. Yet, if he could ensnare the unwary, it would all be worth it. Concerned that the demons might be alerted, Yulian wasted no time. He hastily erected a rudimentary bone altar, drawing forth the energies of the underworld. The ground was blanketed with corpses, enveloped in the chilling essence of the netherworld, while a taint of demonic filth mingled with the atmosphere. The remains of humans and their steeds quivered as the dead began to stir. Yulian retrieved a soul-collecting lamp, feeding it with the numerous souls he had seized. Before long, the first skeletal knight rose from its own remains, as if shedding an old garment. Subsequently, more skeletal knights and riders stood upright, their foreheads branded with dark magical runes, the essence of the underworld coiling around them. Emerald flames flickering from their eye sockets as they turned to gaze at the figure standing upon the altar, the demon that had both slain and resurrected them. Chapter 98. Allies in harmony in the darkness preceding dawn. Over 1,000 spectral cavalrymen rode on skeletal steeds, followed by nearly 3,000 demons marching in formation. Despite the increase in numbers, Yulian felt a twinge of discontent. He had not anticipated that the demons attacking Beersburg would be so cunning. Having foreseen humanity's stratagems and subsequently dispatched a legion of insect demons to excavate tunnels underground for a midnight assault. Even more audaciously, these insect demons shamelessly attacked Yulian's own regiment, showing no camaraderie for their fellow demons from the abyss. Though Yulian himself lacked such loyalty, he was an immigrant. Having come later, how could the native demons behave in such a manner? After a swarm of winged demons came to scout, Yulian sensed impending trouble. Although he sent Meyer to drive them away, their presence had already betrayed his position. Initially, he contemplated abandoning his plans for open conflict. Yulian soon realized that he was dealing with an exceedingly confident and arrogant demon. Even as a commander, he could not escape the ingrained bloodlust and hubris. One must not be overly zealous as a demon. What would a demon be if not fervent? Coincidentally, Yulian was also a demon of considerable pride. If it were a matter of facing 3 alone, he might have hesitated, but in a one-on-one confrontation, fear was not an option. Yet, Yulian found himself pondering the subsequent steps after assimilating this group of demons. Integrating with the main force of demons to the west was out of the question, for the demons he intended to absorb were already bound to their own leaders. although lower-ranking demon officers and soldiers were often indistinguishable. The potential risk of encountering a true leader was too great. Thus, he resolved to operate independently, establishing himself without the influence of his kind. Although the rewards would be less than if he joined the larger army, the dangers would diminish as well. Perhaps a strategy of infiltration could be considered? Yulian retrieved a gem-encrusted pendant, which could be opened to reveal a small photograph inside. While photography was not an overly complex magic, it remained a luxury for the common folk, though not so for the nobility. The image within the pendant depicted a strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised noblewoman, adorned with an intellectual and modest smile that seemed to heal the soul. Yulian could not help but reflect on why Sir Aidan was so enamored. Indeed, she was extraordinary. By probing Aidan's spirit, Yulian learned of her noble status as a high-ranking countess and Aidan's fiancée. However, Aidan's origins were rather humble. Despite his remarkable talent, having ascended to the golden rank before 30, he paled in comparison to the countess's nobility. Had it not been for the old count's appreciation of Aidan, he would not have had such an opportunity. Unfortunately, the old count passed away 3 years prior due to an old injury, delaying their union. Subsequently, the count's daughter became a countess. The elevation of her status only magnified the obstacles Aidan faced, with opposition from the count's family and other envious suitors. To marry the beautiful and noble countess would not only grant Aidan a beloved companion, but also elevate his status and wealth, making him a target of admiration from other noble houses and even princes. As a result, Aidan's engagement remained indefinitely postponed. To attain a position worthy of his beloved, Aidan yearned for military accomplishments and honor, eagerly seizing the opportunity to ambush the demon army. Yet, fate dictated that he encounter Yulian, leading to his untimely demise. Yulian, reflecting on the tragic plight of this ill-fated couple, began to conjure a plan. The countess governed 3 cities, dozens of towns, and hundreds of villages, with a population exceeding 300,000. If he could gain control over her holdings, it would be akin to a mouse entering a grain store. Nana, momentarily stunned, then nodded vigorously and declared, "Master, you are the most handsome." Yulian, pleased, leaned down to kiss Nana's forehead, then chuckled as he infused Aidan's spirit into the pendant, sealing it with a spell. "Poor knight," he mused, "you may have lost your life, but your beloved has lost her fiancé. This cannot stand. As a benevolent demon, I must lend aid to your beloved." Meanwhile, the demon general had received word of an approaching army of demons mixed with the undead. Upon hearing the news, he merely uttered a nonchalant "oh," feeling no surprise or concern. It was merely a skirmish, quite ordinary, in fact. The general even felt a sense of relief, realizing that it was not the formidable strength of human reinforcements, but rather another group of demons. Subsequently, he commanded the serpent demons to continue their siege while he positioned the remaining demons outside the city to establish a defensive line, seemingly inviting the enemy to attack. The general had begun to entertain thoughts of absorbing the opposing forces. In his mind, if the enemy dared to approach, he would defeat them and then incorporate their ranks. Should they show prudence, he might spare them. Should they prove obstinate, he would simply slay them for their flesh. It had been too long since he had savored the meat of a golden-ranked demon, and a mocking confidence crept across his grotesque visage. With unwavering conviction of victory, the 2 demon armies prepared to clash before the break of dawn. Yulian commanded 4,000 demons and undead troops, while the general led 3,000 demons. Although Yulian appeared to have the numerical advantage, the quality of the opposing forces was superior. Curiously, both commanders were imbued with confidence, each harboring thoughts of vanquishing the other and absorbing their troops. A direct duel seemed imminent. Regrettably, Yulian was wary of the general summoning the demons inside the castle, while the general feared Yulian's formidable presence might intimidate him into retreat. Thus, no dialogue transpired between the 2 factions. Almost in the obscurity of night, upon sighting each other, the general hastily led his demons into the fray. Yulian, momentarily taken aback, first glanced at the distant castle still engaged in battle before realizing that the enemy was indeed aligned with his interests. Where else could one find such harmonious allies? Chapter 99. Arrogant and treacherous. When demons confront one another, it is a battle to the death. The notion of camaraderie and brotherhood among them is laughable. If demons possessed such sentiments, they would be reveling in the celestial realms by now. Slightly recovered from her injuries, Layla led the undead cavalry to a temporary refuge. while Julian boldly rallied the troops, shouting, "For Lord Satania!" He urged the demons forward, while Leah and her maidens, acting as overseers, were tasked with eliminating any who dared to retreat. The arrogance of the horned demon commander stemmed from his formidable strength. With a bull-like head and a robust physique, he wielded exceptional close combat skills, along with a repertoire of area spells and dark magic. However, considering that Julian was also a demon of the golden tier, many of his dark spells were rendered ineffective. The horned commander, testing the waters, cast a shadow prison, only to have it cleaved apart by Julian's radiant execution sword, imbued with the power of lightning. Surprised, the commander recognized the prowess of the storm demon, but he dismissed it as inconsequential. Since his spells had failed, he resolved to use his battle scythe to sever Julian's head. At this moment, the horned demon was devoid of thoughts of surrender, filled only with the intent to kill, mirroring Julian's own mindset. With a sharp, resonant clang, Julian, enveloped in crackling lightning, swung his execution sword, engaging in fierce combat with the horned demon, who wielded dual scythes. Both combatants entered a state of lethal intent from the outset. Despite lacking wings, the horned demon mastered shadow strikes. His imposing stature belied his agility, allowing him to dart around and slash at Julian's neck with his cursed scythes. Julian unfurled his demonic wings, aiding his unpredictable maneuvers, while his left hand wielded a flame whip, attempting to ensnare the horned demon and seize an opportunity to execute a fatal blow. Though Julian harbored an inexplicable fondness for the horned demon's head, he showed no mercy, deciding it would serve as a trophy for his throne. Had the horned demon known that Julian considered his head akin to that of a bull, he would have been infuriated. He was not a mere bull-headed creature. The striking similarities were superficial, and in the grand tapestry of demonic history, it was possible that the bull-like creatures had merely borrowed their appearance from the horned demons. Clang! Julian's sword met the horned demon's scythe, but the latter quickly countered with a ferocious swing. In a swift motion, Julian drew back his flame whip, which blazed with fervent fire, aiming to ensnare the horned demon's arm. Should he succeed in binding him, a flurry of sword strikes would follow. As the dark shadows flickered, the horned demon adeptly vanished into the gloom, reappearing behind Julian. This time, he aimed to sever Julian's wings, having failed to claim his head multiple times. Julian chuckled, his whip snapping towards the rear like a viper. Simultaneously, his wings erupted with blinding lightning, propelling him away from the demon's strike while ensnaring the scythe with his flame whip. The horned demon, startled, swung his scythe to sever the whip. But the exceptional resilience of the flame whip proved too much, even against his shadow cleave. "Huh, bring it on." Julian couldn't help but laugh maniacally, a smug expression adorning his face, epitomizing the villainous demeanor. Truth be told, Julian was not inherently this way. He was a reserved and cautious demon, akin to a corrupted human. Yet, in the throes of battle, his true demonic nature surfaced, arrogant, brutal, and tinged with a serpentine cunning. However, his outburst left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he had not fully disarmed the horned demon's scythe. Despite his strength, the horned demon was equally renowned for his might, and the failure to wrest it from him seemed rather normal. With a sneering smile, the horned demon flexed his muscular arms, gripping his scythe tightly, intent on pulling Julian towards him for a memorable scar. Unexpectedly caught off guard, Julian was yanked forward with a grunt, but as he realized what was happening, he abruptly halted the whip and saw the horned demon, baring his fangs, transform into a shadow, launching a sudden assault towards Julian. "Die, storm demon." "Huh." Julian looked up, mockery dancing in his eyes, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a burst fireball towards the charging horned demon. The potency of a spell varies significantly depending on the caster. A fireball conjured by an ordinary mage pales in comparison to that of a grand mage. Moreover, Julian's fireball exceeded even that of a specialized fire mage. Though its power was somewhat diminished by the instantaneous casting, it remained formidable. Yet, the speed of the fireball posed a considerable challenge. Regardless of its strength, if it failed to hit, it was all for naught. Thus, Julian had been employing the swift lightning to conceal his dual mastery of storm and fire magic. The horned demon, unprepared for Julian's treachery, found himself caught in the blast before he could alter his trajectory, directly struck by the exploding fireball. The violent explosion hurled him back as orange flames surged forth, illuminating the battlefield with explosive force. At this moment, The demons on both sides were entangled in combat. Layla, leading the undead cavalry, executed flanking maneuvers, attempting to destabilize the Horned Demon's forces. However, the succubi under the Horned Demon's command were no fools, having called for reinforcements from the rear. They organized their defenses and unleashed fervent spells with their magical whips. The airborne terror demons, being spellcasters, lacked close combat prowess and, after expelling the 100 or so flying demons led by Meyer, did not immediately descend onto the battlefield. Instead, they relentlessly bombarded Julian's forces with debilitating spells such as blindness, madness, and terror, significantly affecting the demons engaged in the frontal assault. Leah tirelessly pursued the fleeing demons, urging her comrades to fight valiantly, while Nana waved her battle standard, casting enhancement spells to inspire and embolden their forces. Yet, it was evident that Nana's buffs were insufficient to counteract the debuffs imposed by the Golden Tier terror demons. Though it may seem lengthy, the conflict had merely reached a stalemate. At that moment, the deafening explosion captured the attention of the commanding officers from both sides engaged in battle. Chapter 100. The bustle after the war amidst the cacophony of explosions. The unsuspecting Horned Demon was violently hurled away, engulfed in flames, its battle scythe slipping from its grasp, a sight most pitiful. Though caught within the same inferno, Julian, a half-burned demon himself, possessed remarkable fire resistance. He charged forth through the flames, raising his beheading sword and striking down decisively. The blade's radiance shone brilliantly, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun. In an instant, he severed the demon's head, reminiscent of a comet assaulting the moon. The bull-headed demon's head flew off, blood splattering 3 feet. It was a swift and merciless strike, akin to a hawk swooping down upon its prey. Subsequently, Julian spread his demonic wings wide, crackling with thunder, flames billowing around him. With a hearty laugh, he forcibly extracted the Horned Demon's soul, raising its severed head as if a ferocious tiger pouncing upon its prey, plunging into the ranks of its brethren. Those demons, once brimming with zeal, found their spirits crushed at the sight of their leader beheaded. Even the whips of succubi losing their effectiveness. Julian, laughing maniacally, carved a path through the demon ranks, swiftly reaching the succubus commanding the army, his speed leaving her no chance to escape. "Spare me. I am willing to serve you." The succubus, a seasoned commander, called out quickly. Yet, Julian showed no sign of relenting. With a swift motion, he delivered a fatal blow, the head of the beautiful succubus soaring through the air, blood spraying as her body crumpled to the ground, twitching violently. "Humph, do you think you deserve mercy?" Julian scoffed disdainfully, with his wings unfurled. Julian held the demon's head aloft, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled profound fear among the demons. However, he lamented the escape of the terrifying demon, which had fled without hesitation upon witnessing the beheading, evading his pursuit like the wind. Such spellcasting demons lacked the boldness of their melee counterparts, unwilling even to part with a single head, truly miserly in nature. Nevertheless, while the formidable demon had fled, the ones infiltrating the castle were not to be allowed to escape. Julian rallied his forces, urging the newly surrendered demons, "For our lord, Lady Satania, advance." Indeed, these recently surrendered demons swiftly adapted to their new allegiance, revitalized, and turning to join their fellow demons in a charge toward the castle. As the humans retreated to their inner stronghold, the serpent demon, who had just slain a human vice-commander of golden rank, was taken aback by the sudden assault from behind. Julian, wielding the Horned Demon's head and his beheading sword, cut through the castle walls with unwavering determination, a sight of unparalleled might. The serpent demon, though slightly stronger than the scorpion demon, wielded its 4 swords with tremendous force and skill, yet it paled in comparison to the Horned Demon. In a brief encounter, Julian severed 3 of the serpent demon's arms. Upon confirming its unwillingness to surrender, Julian decisively beheaded it once more, claiming yet another golden tier trophy, this time a beautiful head. With renewed vigor, Julian subsumed the remaining demons, his power surging as he pressed on, successfully breaching the inner castle before noon. He also claimed the head of the ambitious Viscount Beers, annihilating 3,000 defenders and seizing the provisions and treasures within the castle. Subsequently, Julian busied himself organizing the demon army, relocating supplies, summoning undead troops, and refining the amassed souls into soul crystals. His bountiful harvest elevated him to the mid-golden tier. And at this rate, The legendary tier was within reach. As dusk fell, following another blood ritual, Layla ascended smoothly to the golden tier, while Laya reached the silver tier. Nearing golden status, the trio of Sharna also advanced to the mid-silver tier, significantly enhancing their strength, with potential for future greatness. Even Julian's dear companion, Nana, officially stepped into the silver tier at just 10 years old, a prodigious silver tier sorceress. A feat that would invoke envy in countless ordinary practitioners striving for silver status before the age of 35. Failing to attain the silver tier by 35 often meant a lifetime of stagnation, and similarly, reaching the golden tier before 50 was nearly impossible. As for the legendary tier, it belonged to another realm of probability, a minuscule chance. Once again, I must extol the virtues of our demon abyss. Though the low-tier imps may seem insignificant, each one harbors the potential to ascend to greater heights. Were it not for the slightly elevated mortality rate, the vast legion of greater demons might have already besieged the celestial realm. The skeletal cavalry remained at over 300, including 10 silver-tier undead knights, while the rest were bronze-tier. These temporarily summoned undead often faced instability, occasionally disintegrating during battle. Yet, after a fierce skirmish, the surviving undead, invigorated by the thrill of slaughter, found their forms solidifying, no longer prone to disintegration. Seizing the opportunity amid the abundance of demonic corpses, Julian fortified these undead cavalry into magical spirit cavalry. However, they could not be compared to his own, as these low-tier versions lacked the magical sigils inscribed with Julian's blood, along with the requisite potential and intelligence. Julian then mixed the corpses of the castle with those of demons, summoning 500 low-tier magical infantry, which could humorously be referred to as low-quality magical infantry. Among them, 10 were silver tier, while the remainder comprised bronze tier. These half-demon, half-undead beings were not uncommon in the abyss, where all were welcomed. Even skeletal remains could become demons. Upon thorough inspection, over 2,000 bronze-tier demons remained, and among the 37 silver-tier demon officers, Julian's compulsive nature compelled him to eliminate the most unattractive one. Thus, only 36 demon generals remained. They are mere foot soldiers, hence their names shall not be recorded. Chapter 101. Trania. Unlike the evenly matched three Earls of Doran, Trania County is dominated by the powerful Baddeley family, which holds a third of the territory. The remaining third is occupied by vassal families, while the last third belongs to the royalist nobility, who, in truth, rely on the king's banner to safeguard their autonomy. As for the royal domain, it is limited to the city of Trania, lacking the influence of Doran County, where the royal family, despite having only one city, benefits from the discord among the three earls, allowing them ample maneuvering space. In Trania, however, the royal family must exert effort to support the royalist nobles, preventing them from being subsumed by the Baddeley family, a costly endeavor that often results in a net loss. The greatest regret of the Baddeley family is the absence of a legendary tier warrior. Were they to possess such a figure, they could ascend from Marquis to Duke, prompting the entire Trania County to be renamed Baddeley County. Unfortunately, legendary warriors are a rarity. Many gifted youths find themselves thwarted at the threshold of legend, never to gain entry. Although the knight Aiden ascended to the golden tier before the age of 30, his hopes of achieving legendary status remain exceedingly dim. Ascending to the legendary tier signifies attaining the pinnacle of combat prowess on the continent, excluding demigods. However, demigods are not considered mortal, rendering legendary warriors as the most formidable forces in any kingdom, and the loss of even one would be deeply mourned. If a promising young individual with a strong potential for legendary status were willing to marry into a noble family, even a ducal house would warmly welcome him, provided his lineage is untarnished, free from scandal or the deceit of otherworldly beings. Such occurrences are not without precedent. Contemplating this, Julian furrowed his brow, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the demons who often perpetrate such mischief, lamenting how past transgressions hinder future generations. On the road to Baddeley City, an opulent carriage glided swiftly and smoothly, drawn by two majestic half-elf steeds that traversed the uneven terrain with ease. The gilded wheels, adorned with intricate sigils of balance, ensured stability even on the most treacherous roads. The carriage itself was constructed from fine dark steel, complemented by exquisite hardwood for the interior. The spacious cabin could accommodate over 10 individuals, though such a gathering would be cramped. Disguised as a commoner, Julian reclined in a loose robe upon the plush velvet sofa. The cabin adorned with luxurious carpets that allowed one to sit or lie comfortably without shoes. Suspended above was a magical lamp casting a gentle glow, while an enchanted air conditioning system maintained an idyllic temperature within. Furthermore, the carriage was fortified with magical protections to guard against malicious attacks. Such a splendid magical carriage comes at a high price, bordering on the exorbitant. Even Yulian, accustomed to extravagance, felt a pang of regret upon payment. Yet he masked it well, exuding an air of nonchalance that captivated the merchant mage selling the carriage. Of course, her interest lay not in his wealth, but in his striking looks and composed demeanor. Yulian, however, refrained from accepting the note she discreetly offered, not due to a lack of attraction, but rather his own sense of self-respect, shunning such fleeting encounters. After entrusting the demon army to Layla and Laya to navigate the treacherous hills, Yulian, accompanied by Nana and Sharna, made his way to Trania County. Rather than heading directly to Battley City, he chose to indulge in lavish spending in Trania City, making his presence known as a wealthy noble escaping the ravages of war. As Yulian traversed much of Trania County, he found it easy to navigate, bolstered by his affluence. However, Trania County was not entirely at peace. The near annihilation of Doran County had left the royal army barely able to defend itself, leaving Trania on high alert. While some merchants and a few nobles chose to flee southward, the majority, including many noble families, struggled to accept the impending chaos, clinging to the hope that the royal army could hold the line and protect their livelihoods. Perhaps true panic would only arise once the demon forces breached the hills, as fear often requires proximity to danger. Demons seldom preferred the arduous task of traversing barren mountains. Instead, they favored direct assaults, preferring to clash head-on rather than engage in stealthy incursions. Yulian, an unconventional demon, seemed undeterred by these norms. Yet, he knew the rugged hills would pose significant challenges, estimating that his forces would suffer considerable losses if they attempted to cross, with many of the lesser demons likely to be consumed along the way or perish in skirmishes. Alas, whether in victory or defeat, the plight of the lesser demons remained a tragic constant. Chapter 102. Exquisite carriages and beautiful maidens. Alas, why is it always me who suffers misfortune? Sania sat at the front of the carriage, wielding the whip as if she were the coachman. Dark clouds loomed overhead, signaling an impending storm. With a forlorn expression, Sania sighed deeply. She longed to be nestled within the carriage, lazily dozing with a soft pillow, awakening only to indulge in delectable snacks or to be treated to a feast by her enthusiastic master. Surely, that would be far preferable to enduring the elements outside. Inside the warm carriage, Yulian reclined languidly on a plush sofa, engrossed in a book, while atop his chest lay Nana, equally relaxed, resembling a slumbering kitten. It was uncertain whether the pet mirrored its master's demeanor, but Nana certainly seemed to be increasingly influenced by Yulian. Beside them, Sivia's cheeks were flushed, her gaze lowered. She wore an outfit that was decidedly, well, the sort unfit for public view. The lack of coverage beneath her skirt made her uncomfortable, compelling her to sit upright with her legs together, hands pressed on her short skirt. If circumstances permitted, she would gladly trade places with Sania outside. In contrast, Sharna, though similarly clad in revealing maid attire, maintained an air of composure, displaying no sign of embarrassment even when her attire faltered slightly. After sharing a bed countless times, a trivial matter like this hardly fazed her. The tedious academic texts proved remarkably conducive to sleep. Yulian found himself growing increasingly drowsy, the reading far duller than the most tiresome nightly tales, and certainly less entertaining than certain romantic novels. Regrettably, Yulian had more pressing matters to attend to, leaving the literary culture of this world to languish in obscurity. Sighing in discontent, he cast aside the book in his hand, only for a volume titled The Complete Guide to Basic Spell Models to tumble out, revealing a nightly novel, Lady White. Just as he contemplated administering a slight reprimand to Sharna, Sania's voice suddenly resonated from the horn at the front of the carriage. "Master, it is getting late. There is a small town ahead. Shall we rest there for the night?" "Very well," Yulian replied after a brief moment of contemplation, acquiescing to Sania's suggestion. As there was no urgency for their journey, the ominous clouds thickened, and the threat of torrential rain loomed. Although it was not yet evening, the sunlight had already dimmed, an unspoken tension suffusing the air. Creekwood Town, a name unremarkable and commonplace, featured streams and lumber yards, a typical settlement found in the vicinity of nearly every city. The atmosphere in the town felt rather heavy. New arrow towers adorned the walls, manned by archers, while the gates remained partially closed. Soldiers stationed at the entrance wore expressions of concern and vigilance. As the first drops of rain began to fall, the town's guards prepared to close up early. Suddenly, a lavish carriage approached at a swift pace. Astonishingly, the falling raindrops appeared to be held at bay by an unseen force, leaving the carriage untouched. "Halt! Stop!" the guards shouted, brandishing their spears, anxiously attempting to halt the approaching vehicle. The carriage came to a smooth stop at the town gate, and the tall figure clad in armor at the front impatiently tossed out a silver coin. "Now make way. If my master is angered, you shall all face dire consequences." To their surprise, the commanding voice belonged to a striking young woman, her tone melodious, yet her words were irksome. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she was not only tall, but an extraordinarily beautiful maiden. While proud sycophants were not uncommon, a figure so statuesque exhibiting such obsequiousness was indeed rare. Sania, lifting her visor, surveyed the intensifying rain and, with a flick of her whip, startled the guards into action. After a moment's hesitation, the guards, weighing their options, promptly cleared the way. After all, why provoke a noble in such a resplendent carriage? It was clear that an eminent aristocrat was aboard. Thus, the carriage was allowed to pass without inspection. Yulian felt no fear of scrutiny. Unless a priest were to perform a specific spell to investigate, he had nothing to worry about. Submitting to inspection would be beneath his dignity. In these times, it was rare for nobility to adopt a friendly demeanor. They were expected to uphold their aristocratic stature. If circumstances allowed, Yulian would have orchestrated a grand display of chivalry, but alas, such was not the case. As the rain intensified, the exquisite carriage attracted the attention of several idle onlookers. It halted before the town's only tavern and inn, its immaculate luxury eliciting gasps of astonishment from patrons peering out from the eaves. A tall, voluptuous female warrior emerged first, wielding a massive battle axe. Clad in heavy enchanted plate armor, revealing a strikingly beautiful girl of northern descent beneath. Sania shook her head in discontent, though she had remained dry within the carriage. Stepping out into the rain was another matter. Then, the door at the center of the carriage opened, revealing a lovely blonde girl dressed in a formal, maid outfit adorned with armor plates. With a gentle touch, she pressed a button at the door, and a shimmering light curtain appeared, extending to the tavern's awning, warding off the raindrops. Below the door, steps unfolded, followed by a red carpet that stretched across the muddy ground, leading right to the tavern. Next, a tall and beautiful half-elf, clad in a similar armored maid outfit, emerged with a stoic expression, standing beside the first maid with a graceful bow, their demeanor respectful and poised. Such a spectacle of exquisite carriages and beautiful maidens left onlookers breathless, their expressions betraying a sense of awe. Finally, a tall and handsome nobleman, exuding an air of pride, descended from the carriage, holding a scepter. He wore a top hat and a single golden monocle over his left eye, his elegant attire suggesting he was dressed for a grand ball. Ignoring the surroundings, Yulian cast a glance at the tavern, emitting a soft hum of dissatisfaction. Beside him, Sharna remarked, "Master, the conditions in this small town are rather rudimentary. I beg your forgiveness. We shall reach Bartoli City by tomorrow." "Indeed," Yulian replied with a nonchalant hum, his indifferent expression betraying no emotion. "Should I pursue a marriage of convenience, or should I resort to abduction?" Chapter 103. Profiting from Intelligence. Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to the Evening Breeze Inn. How may I assist you? The tavern owner, somewhat stiff and awkward, bowed slightly and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a servant, seemingly influenced by the ambience. "Please prepare 2 guest rooms, the finest and cleanest you have. We shall bring our own bedding, and no other preparations are necessary." As our host has rather discerning tastes, Westavia gently shook her head, a hint of regret in her demeanor. However, upon receiving a gold coin from Westavia, the owner's face instantly transformed, radiating excitement. "Of course, esteemed guest. Please rest assured. Follow me, and I shall prepare the best rooms for you." With wealth comes negotiation. Gold in hand makes everything easier. To welcome this distinguished patron, the owner resolved to expel the drunken patrons and hastily clear the guest rooms, ensuring that the benefactor would receive unparalleled service. If not for the exceptionally beautiful girls accompanying Yulian, the owner might have summoned his daughter, hoping to attract this lavish noble. Alas, with Yulian's entourage of 3, no, for, ladies. The owner cast a peculiar glance at the petite, black-clad maid. Jean, silently lamenting. Youth and wealth are indeed enviable. Shortly thereafter, Yulian led the three ladies, Jean, Charlna, and Wistavia, up to their rooms. Owner, bring another serving of roasted venison, and also, that salmon. No, make it two, Sania exclaimed, removing her helmet and indulging in a feast with little regard for decorum. The tavern owner silently regarded the gold coin in his hand, contemplating whether it would suffice for the old acquaintance's visit. After feasting, Sania finally recalled her mission. While picking her teeth, she ordered a jug of fruit wine and summoned the increasingly sullen owner. My Lady Bartoli. The owner paused, then eyed Sania warily, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Sania raised an eyebrow, recognizing the noblewoman's considerable reputation. It was rare for a mere tavern owner to exhibit such loyalty. After a moment's hesitation, Sania bit down on a fishbone while retrieving a silver coin, only to notice the owner's disdainful expression as he raised his eyebrows. The owner tightened his grip on the gold coin, yet he said, "Ah, but my lady is the most esteemed presence in the Bartoli domain. I cannot be swayed by a mere gold coin." Sania, incensed, deftly twirled a gold coin between her fingers, opting not to toss it to the owner, but instead presenting her battle axe before him. The owner cleared his throat nervously, and despite his fear, he reached out to grasp the gold coin, abandoning any talk of the lady's high status. My lady is not in Bartoli City. Not in Bartoli? Then where might she be? Sighing, the owner replied, "I presume you are well informed, dear guest. With the unfortunate news of Sir Aidan's demise, Bartoli has become a gathering place for many young gentlemen. Even His Highness the Third Prince has come from Blooming City. The lady, overwhelmed, has departed Bartoli and is currently residing at Swan Castle by Lake Stardust." Having accepted the payment, the owner glanced at Sania's battle axe and willingly divulged all the information she sought. Sania nodded thoughtfully, inquiring further about the rumors surrounding Lady Bartoli until she could think of no more questions to ask. However, observing the tavern owner's eager expression as he clutched the gold coins, Sania felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She called out again, "Bring 3 more servings of roasted venison, 2 bottles of fruit wine, and a dish of blueberry sauce meat." Lake Stardust, located 50 kilometers south of Bartoli, derives its name from the legend of a fallen meteorite. Its picturesque surroundings have made it a favored retreat for the affluent and noble, leading to the establishment of numerous estates. At this moment, the wealthiest and most esteemed young lady of Trania County found herself in a state of melancholy. Leaning against the balcony railing, clad in a simple silk gown, her flowing golden curls cascaded down her shoulders. Her exquisitely flawless visage radiated a breathtaking beauty, exuding an elegant grace that blended dignity with a gentle intellect. Yet, within her sea-blue eyes lingered a trace of vulnerability that stirred compassion. "Aidan, you have broken your promise." Tears welled in the young lady's eyes as she held a gemstone pendant, within which lay the portrait of a youthful knight. There stood Swan Castle. With no outsiders around, Yulian, bare-chested and clad only in loose trousers, stood atop the carriage, gazing at the white castle in the distance. "Indeed, my lord. I spent 2 gold coins to uncover this information." 2 gold coins, Sania remarked, leaning against the carriage with a pointed tone. Yulian, seemingly oblivious to Sania's implication, turned to Charlna and inquired, "Charl, is the castle's guard stringent?" "Yes, my lord. Anyone who dares approach the castle, regardless of their reason, will be driven away. Those who trespass will be attacked. The castle is protected by a magical barrier, and it is said that a gold-tier assailant was once slain by it." Charlna stood tall, hands folded at her waist, embodying the essence of a true maid. "Oh, and Charlna, how much did you pay for this information?" Yulian asked nonchalantly. "I spent nothing. In fact, I earned 3 gold coins and 17 silver coins. As for the copper coins, I simply donated them to a beggar by the roadside." Charlna maintained her serious demeanor, not glancing at Sania, whose expression had soured. "Is that so? How did you manage to earn them?" Yulian pressed on. "I broke 3 of the informant's ribs and 1 of his arms. Consequently, he divulged all he knew and even willingly surrendered his wallet." Charlna replied calmly, "Well done. But next time, it would be prudent to eliminate the witness to prevent any future trouble," Yulian advised. "Your wisdom is indeed sound," Charlna acknowledged. Sania pouted, glaring at Charlna, who refused to even acknowledge her presence, while Yulian remained an object of her suppressed ire.